Chao Yan has descended to endure tribulations. What? She will become an orphan, lacking food and warmth. Her parents passed away at a young age, and her brothers met with tragic fates. How miserable she is. Chao Yan gazed at her beautiful mother, unable to suppress a sigh. Mother, you cannot die. If you do, our family will fall apart. Lu Wanxing, I must not die. Chao Yan looked at her rugged father. Is this truly my earthly father who perished with a spy? Chao Jianguo. It is impossible to perish together for my daughter. I will fight. Chao Yan looked at her three brothers with pity. Are these truly my brothers? Some dead, some maimed? Eldest brother passed away young. Second brother was brutally murdered due to a moment's folly. Third brother turned malevolent, seeking revenge on society, leading to the demise of countless ruthless individual. Chao Hang Chao Hang. Chao Yan was unaware that her heartfelt thoughts had been overheard by her family, and the once doomed Zhao family began to defy fate. While thinking of changing her destiny upon growing up, Chao Yan exclaimed, "Who has stolen my life?" The Zhao family members. Yin, your only responsibility is to be beautiful. Chapter 1. The outpouring of thoughts startles parents. In 1979, at a military hospital in Huagua, Chao Yan opened her eyes, stunned by the surrounding darkness. It seemed as though she was submerged in water. Which scoundrel dares to harm her? Oh, it is her cold-hearted father. Chao Yan angrily waved her tiny fist. Suddenly, a few gasps reached her ears. Jiaoge, I think I'm about to give birth. What? About to give birth? The man's voice was somewhat flustered, followed by a cacophony of chaos. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chao Yan crawled towards the light. Before she could react, a hand struck her bottom. How dare you? Chao Yan roared, only to emit a wailing cry. Teacher Lu, congratulations, you have given birth to a beautiful little girl. Lu Wanxing, struggling with fatigue, said, Quick, let me see her. Soon after, Chao Yan felt a soft touch on her forehead. After a few struggles, she finally opened her eyes. Even with blurred vision, she could discern that her mother in this life was a stunning beauty. Wow, is this my mother in the mortal realm? How beautiful! Startled, Lu Wanxing nearly dropped her daughter. Surely, she must be imagining things. Why does my beautiful mother appear entranced? Is she dazed by my beauty? Chao Yan tilted her little head, delightfully curious. Let me see what kind of person my mother truly is. A flurry of images flooded Chao Yan's mind. It turns out this is a small world called Wanxing. Her mother is a teacher named Lu Wanxing. Her father is a soldier named Chao Jianguo, who defends the nation. Her beautiful mother hails from a wealthy family, with numerous relatives, including over a dozen studying abroad, embodying a true scholarly lineage. However, turmoil struck, leading her beautiful mother to marry the rough Chao Jianguo, who is now her father. Her father came from humble beginnings. Having been a poor farmer for 3 generations, he joined the army at 14 for survival, only settling down after the establishment of Xinhua. She has 3 brothers, and what should have been a happy family of 5 fell into ruin for various reasons. Her beautiful mother would be kidnapped by spies 5 years later, ultimately leading to her demise. Following her mother's death, her father would seek revenge against the spies, leading to his own demise. Chao Yan was merely 5 years old when her parents perished. Her 3 brothers also faced grim fates. Chao Yan was left in shock. How tragic. So tragic. Oh, my life is so bitter. I do not wish to be an orphan, nor to live in poverty. Beautiful mother, do not die. If you do, our family will be shattered. This fate must be the work of my father. How despicable. Why must tribulations lead me to a life of orphanhood and despair? I loathe my father. Oh, my life is so bitter. Chao Yan cried out in anguish. Lu Wanxing, however, was taken aback. What she had just heard was the heartfelt thoughts of the little one in her arms. Her daughter is a celestial being sent to endure trials. Ms. Lu, are you unwell? The doctor inquired. Lu Wanxing shook her head, biting her lip as she tentatively asked, Did you hear any sounds just now? What sounds? Nothing. Perhaps I was imagining things, Lu Wanxing replied, shaking her head. She had observed closely the doctor did not lie. This meant that only she could hear her daughter's thoughts. Instinctively, she held her daughter tighter, seeing her as a blessing bestowed by heaven. Before long, Lu Wanxing fell into a deep slumber with her daughter in her arms. When Chao Yan opened her eyes again, she was met with a pair of dark, penetrating eyes staring intently at her. This startled her. What terrifying dark eyes! Oh, is this my father? He does not compare to the handsome emperor father. Wanxing, Zhao Jianguo stammered, startled. Could it be that what his wife said was true? Was this he nonsense? How foolish my father is, no wonder he ultimately perished with the spies. Hearing her daughter's disdain, Zhao Jianguo felt wronged. Alas, it seems this family will rely on me from now on. Oh dear, how can I save the world on an empty stomach? Wah wah wah. Zhao Go, the baby is hungry, pass her to me. Lu Wanxing understood immediately. Why isn't she eating? After a long while of trying, the little one kept her mouth tightly shut. Zhao Jianguo leaned closer to Chao Yan, coaxing, my daughter, aren't you hungry? Hurry and drink from your mother. Silly father, how naive. Feeling exhausted, I am already 30,000 years old. I refuse to drink human milk. I want goat's milk or cow's milk, not human milk. I am hungry. Lu Wanxing and Zhao Jianguo exchanged amused glances, shaking their heads in laughter. No goat's milk or cow's milk, but there's formula available. Zhao go prepare a bottle of formula for our daughter. If the little one does not wish to drink breast milk, then formula will suffice. All right, I will prepare it for her, Zhao Jianguo chuckled. Formula? Oh, how wonderful. Zhao Yan's eyes widened with excitement as she waved her tiny paws. Her antics elicited hearty laughter from both parents. Our daughter is truly beautiful, just like you. Little Zhao Yan sighed. Father, do not worry, although you are somewhat unappealing. You are my father, and I will protect you. Zhao Jianguo. Let me see who has harmed my foolish father. Yes, she sipped her formula. Zhao Yan fixed her gaze on Zhao Jianguo intently. Both Zhao Jianguo and Lu Wanxing felt their hearts leap into their throats. Oh, it turns out this is how it is. I detest ungrateful people the most. After witnessing this, Zhao Yan became so enraged that she refused to drink, raising her tiny fists in protest. Dear daughter, do speak. You are making me anxious. Oh, my father's future is a classic tale of the farmer and the snake. Su Anji, I shall remember you. Having eaten and drunk her fill, the little one drifted off to sleep in a huff. Zhao Jianguo was left both amused and exasperated. Daughter, could you not finish your thoughts before sleeping? You heard your daughter's thoughts just now, didn't you? Lu Wanxing bit her lip. 7 years from now, I will be kidnapped by spies and ultimately perish. You too will perish with the spies. Lu Wanxing grasped Zhao Jianguo's hand, her face pale. Zhao Ge, you must never sacrifice yourself for me. You are a great hero, safeguarding our home and country. You must stay alive. Only by living can you protect the children. Fear not, for now that we are aware, we can surely alter the future. He had not yet descended to such folly. His wife was bound on the island. There must be a traitor within the ranks. His daughter's final heartfelt words revealed a name, Su Anji. He was certain he did not know this person. If his daughter could foresee the future, she could not be mistaken thus. He would start his investigation from that point. The mere thought of his cherished daughter living in uncertainty 5 years hence made Lu Wanxing's heart ache painfully. Zhao Jianguo tightened his grip around her hand, reassuringly saying, do not be afraid, I am here. Your daughter has already given us a hint, and what is to come can be averted. Trust me, I will protect you and the children. He would meticulously unravel the threads of this predicament. He would preemptively arrange everything, ensuring that such calamities would never come to pass. Lu Wanxing nestled closely in her husband's embrace, yet her heart remained tense with unease. Despite her worries about the future, Lu Wanxing chose to trust her husband. She believed he would safeguard them, and she would also protect herself and the children. Chapter 2. My 3 brothers, the fallen and the damaged Wanxing. Have you decided on a name for the child? Zhao Jianguo inquired, gently brushing his fingers over the swaddled infant. Lu Wanxing tenderly caressed the child's cheek, her voice as gentle as a whisper, Zhao Yan. I hope she will smile like a flower every year. So let us name her Zhao Yan. How about the nickname Yin Yan? Zhao Yan. Zhao Jianguo chuckled. Yin Yan, huh? Such a lovely name. Wow. Mother is truly remarkable. How does she know? I am Zhao Yan. I am Zhao Yan. Mother, a hug, please. Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Lu Wanxing promptly fulfilled her request. I want a kiss too, Zhao Jianguo said, his eyes gleaming with affection. Zhao Yan pushed him away with a look of disdain. Go away, you silly man. She does not like me, Zhao Jianguo lamented, feeling a chill in his heart. Wah, wah, wah. Mother, save me. Daddy's beard is prickly. In the next moment, Chao Yan was swept into someone's arms. Lu Wanxing laughed. Ah, it seems Daddy's beard has tickled our little one. Don't cry. Mommy will take care of him. Chao Yan huffed in protest. It's prickly and annoying. Daddy is naughty. Chao Jianguo awkwardly rubbed his stubble, promising amidst the playful accusations. Jianguo, have we forgotten something? Lu Wanxing suddenly spoke. Forgotten what? Forgot to inform the children. The couple exchanged knowing glances and spoke in unison. Chao Hang, your mother has given birth. Why are you not rushing to the hospital? As soon as Chao Xianghong saw them, she called out. Chao Hang paused mid-motion, hurriedly asking, Aunt Zhao, my mom has given birth? You just left for school a short while ago. Your mother went into labor, and if all goes well, she should have delivered by now. Chao Xianghong replied thoughtfully. Thank you. Aunt Zhao, we will head to the hospital right away. Big brother, second brother, wait for me. Chao Heng's little legs moved swiftly, fearing he would be left behind, and he cried out in urgency. Little brother, hurry up. The military hospital was nearby, just a short distance from the family compound. Despite Chao Hang being a bit slow, the three brothers soon arrived at their destination. Chao Hang, having been there before, was somewhat familiar. After inquiring with the doctor, they quickly located Lu Wanxing's hospital room. Mom. As Chao Hang pushed open the door, Chao Hang darted inside with a swift motion. Mom, Aunt Zhao said you gave us a little sister. Is it really a sister and not a brother? Had it not been for Chao Jianguo's timely intervention, Chao Hang would have toppled over onto Lu Wanxing. Little rascal. Behave, your mother has just given birth and is still weak. She cannot withstand your exuberance. Chao Hang covered his sore backside, feeling somewhat guilty. Mom, I'm sorry. Do not listen to your father. Mommy is fine. Lu Wanxing shot her husband a disapproving glance. Chao Hang was merely 5 years old. How could he comprehend such matters? At his age, he should not be acting like a child. Chao Jianguo felt aggrieved in his wife's eyes. His standing within the family seemed to diminish with each passing day. Dad, did Mom really give us a little sister? Chao Chen asked, eyes sparkling with anticipation. He wanted a sister, not a brother. Chao Hang also looked on expectantly. Chao Jianguo nodded. Yes, you have a little sister now. You must protect her and treat her kindly. Understand? Do not worry. Dad, I will protect our sister, Chao Hang declared in his babyish voice. We will protect her too. Chao Chen and Chao Hang chimed in, rolling their eyes at their younger brother's eagerness. Nonetheless, they were thrilled to have a sister. It was wonderful. Mom, do you still hurt? Chao Hang asked, concern etched on his face. His mother appeared rather weak. Lu Wanxing offered a gentle smile. Mommy is not in pain. Come, look at your sister. In this world, apart from your father and me, you are the closest to each other. You must protect your sister. Do not worry. Mommy will take good care of her, Chao Hang assured, nodding earnestly. Hello, little sister. I am your big brother, Chao Hang. I am your second brother, Chao Chen. And I am your third brother, Chao Hang. Wow. Are these really my 3 brothers, the fallen and the damaged? I did not expect them to be rather good-looking. They must have inherited their mother's beauty. Thus, I must also be quite lovely. The 3 brothers were momentarily stunned. What had they just heard? They were certain their parents had not uttered a word. Could it be a figment of their imagination? Big brother's fate is most unjust. 5 years hence, Big brother will enter the military academy with outstanding results, being the youngest student with a bright future ahead. Yet he will be forced to assume the responsibility of raising his siblings due to our parents' sudden sacrifice. After our father's sacrifice, Big brother secretly investigated the truth. Just as he uncovered a clue, he was brutally murdered by Su Anji at the tender age of 18. Big brother, do not worry, this time I will protect you. Chao Hang's face turned pale. Had he just heard his sister's thoughts? He was destined to meet an early demise. Their parents would perish 5 years from now. Big brother, Chao Chen and Chao Hang opened their mouths, fear evident in their expressions. They had all heard that. They understood what sacrifice meant. They did not want their parents to perish, nor did they want their brother to die unjustly. The 2 brothers looked up at their elder sibling with teary eyes. Heng, Lu Wanxing grasped Chao Hang's hand tightly, her eyes welling with tears. Her precious Heng, how could this be? Mom, do not worry, I am here. Chao Hang was exceptionally perceptive. The moment Lu Wanxing spoke, he understood that their parents could also hear their sister's thoughts. What is happening? Why has mother suddenly begun to cry? Lu Wanxing was startled, fearing her little daughter might discover something and force a smile. Mommy is fine, I was just thinking of you. We miss you too, Mommy. Chao Hang reached out his tiny hand, patting his mother's hand like a little adult. Thank you for bringing us our sister, Mommy. Ah, is this not my exceptionally clever brother, who, after experiencing the loss of our family, becomes twisted and seeks revenge on society? Unexpectedly, he is still just a little bundle of joy now. Chao Jianguo, twisted character, seeking revenge? Lu Wanxing, my sweet little son seeking revenge? Chao Hang Chen. Is our sister truly referring to our little brother? Chapter 3. Truly tragic sister. I am your second brother, said Chao Chen, his face a mask of anxiety. You just mentioned our eldest brother and youngest brother. Is it not time to speak of him now? Chao Chen's heart was heavy, uncertain of what the future held for him. Chao Yan indeed did not disappoint. She cast a sympathetic glance toward Chao Chen, who sighed deeply. Alas, what a wretched family we are. Is this truly my second brother, who met such a tragic end? Chao Chen lamented. If our eldest brother died unjustly and our third brother perished in a brutal manner, then my fate is the most sorrowful of all. My second brother was undeniably intelligent, perhaps not rivaling our third brother, yet possessing a sharp wit. In the end, he perished due to the last remnants of kindness he held after our family was shattered. His tragic fate indirectly caused the separation between myself and our third brother. Oh, my poor second brother, you must refrain from acts of kindness in the future. How can you discern whether you save a person or a specter? Indeed, our family is engulfed in despair. Deaths abound, and injuries linger. None shall find a happy resolution. What a hellish beginning we have encountered. Chao Chen pursed his lips, questioning if he had been excessively foolish. To perish for the sake of kindness was one thing, but to do so without any value, pulling down his younger siblings in the process, was unbearable. Chao Yan furrowed her brow, feeling an unsettling guilt. She believed that the Emperor Father had orchestrated their tribulations in the mortal realm, thereby implicating her in the misfortunes befalling her family. Reflecting on her collective fate filled her with dread. Her eldest brother, Chao Hang, had been forced to abandon his military studies due to their parents' sacrifice. He took his younger siblings away from the military compound, yet remained on the island, finding work in a local factory. While working, he also tended to his siblings and sought the truth behind their father's demise. Unfortunately, just as he uncovered a lead, he fell victim to the brutal hands of Su Anji, who was a member of a human trafficking ring deliberately targeting them. Upon realizing he had been deceived, Chao Chen wished he could end his own life, but he could not, for he still had his younger siblings to protect. Exhaustively, Chao Chen endeavored to send Chao Yan and Chao Hang away, even managing to dismantle the entire trafficking operation, which ultimately led to his own demise at the hands of the ringleader. Chao Yan and Chao Hang were forced to part ways during their escape. Chao Hang, unfortunately, suffered a broken leg during the flight. Even if they managed to flee, their family was shattered. He was left without a home and eventually sent to an orphanage. The once cheerful and lively Chao Hang became dark and irritable, his spirit twisted with resentment. He harbored an intense hatred for the world, particularly after learning the truth behind their parents' and eldest brother's deaths, leading him to indiscriminately seek vengeance on society, resulting in countless lives lost, a grave sin indeed. As these thoughts consumed her, Chao Yan felt even more guilt-ridden. Father, did you truly send me to endure these trials? No, I must change the fate of my parents and consequently alter the destinies of my brothers. Do not worry, mother and father. I shall protect you and ensure our family does not fall apart. With Yin Yin here, there is nothing to fear. Chao Yan clenched her small fist, determined. As long as they remain alive, they would be a happy family of 5. Even without my powers, I can still protect you. Roar. Yin will strive to do her utmost. Unbeknownst to her, the 3 brothers were already on the verge of a breakdown. They were utterly astounded by Chao Yan's heartfelt declarations. Heavens above, what have they just heard? Their parents would perish 5 years hence, and their family would be torn apart? Though the brothers were not easily frightened, this revelation was overwhelmingly terrifying. Eldest brother, second brother. Chao Hang's face blanched, tears welling in his eyes. He could not bear the thought of losing their parents or his brothers. Fear not, Chao Hang reassured. As the eldest brother, he had always been a role model for his younger siblings. Even though he too was gripped by fear, he remained steadfast in comforting them. Regardless of what the future held, with their sister's warning, their family's fate would undoubtedly take a different course. "You three, step outside for a moment." Chao Jianguo frowned. He needed to impart a serious warning to his sons. Even though he trusted that they would not spread rumors, he could not afford to be careless. It appeared that anyone with blood ties to his daughter could hear her innermost thoughts. For safety's sake, he needed to test the extent of this connection, lest someone harbor malice towards her. After all, not everyone among his kin wished him well. Chao Hang dragged his dazed younger brother out, with Chao Chen following closely, leaving behind a worried Lu Wanxing. Chao Yan, blissfully unaware of the turmoil she had caused, yawned lightly, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "Yan Yan is sleepy. Come, mother, send me to sleep." Lu Wanxing cradled Chao Yan gently, her voice soothing. Chao Yan stretched, smacked her lips a couple of times, and quickly drifted off to slumber. Outside, Chao Jianguo led his three sons to a quiet corner devoid of onlookers. "Father, can you and mother hear our sister's thoughts as well?" Chao Hang inquired impatiently, though he moderated his voice. Chao Jianguo nodded, scanning their surroundings with a serious expression, and whispered, "This matter must remain between us. No one else can know. Understand?" "Rest assured, Father, we know our boundaries and will not speak indiscriminately," Chao Hang replied. Chao Chen looked toward Chao Hang, and Chao Hang continued, "Father, I understand. We cannot speak of this, or else our sister may be in danger." Without needing further prompting, Chao Chen grasped his father's intent. He was not foolish. There was no way he would disclose such information. "Father, our sister foretold that you and mother would perish in 5 years, and our family would be torn apart, suffering great losses." Chao Hang's voice trembled as he struggled to accept the grim fate that awaited them. He could not help but ask, "Did our sister mention anything else?" "I will investigate this matter personally. You three need not concern yourselves with it. I will take care of everything," Chao Jianguo replied, shaking his head, eager to avoid further discussion on the topic. Nevertheless, Chao Hang was unwilling to relent. "Father will not allow such a fate to occur. Trust in Father. He will protect mother and you." "Father," Chao Hang said disapprovingly, looking at him. He had grown older and wanted to assist in the investigation. "Your task now is to study diligently. Do not concern yourselves with other matters," Chao Jianguo instructed, observing his eldest son's defiance. "I now entrust you with a task." "Father, just tell me what it is," Chao Hang said, a serious expression on his face. He was confident he could fulfill his father's request. "Father is uncertain who can hear your sister's thoughts. You must always be vigilant of anyone who appears around her." Chao Hang furrowed his brow, quickly grasping his father's intentions. Chao Jianguo nodded, affirming, "Yes, your mission is to protect your sister and ensure that no ill-intentioned individuals approach her." "Do not worry, Father. We will safeguard our sister," Chao Chen declared resolutely. "Yes, Father believes in you." Chapter 4. A game of ball. The impact of my daughter's thoughts was overwhelming. Lu Wanxing had a smooth delivery, and given her good fortune during childbirth, she suffered little and felt quite well, able to rise and move about the next day. With both her family and in-laws living far away, it was Chao Jianguo who attended to her during the postpartum period. When duty called, Chao Jianguo would arrange for someone to assist in caring for her. At the age of 45, Chao Jianguo, now a senior officer, seldom took on missions. As Chao Jianguo opened the lunchbox, a rich aroma wafted toward him. "Is the baby still asleep?" "Not yet. You must have been stewing all night," Lu Wanxing smiled gently. She had no regrets about marrying him. Without Chao Jianguo, these past 10 years would not have been so easy. However, due to her background, he was unable to attain promotion, remaining in the position of a regiment-level officer for a decade. What was he thinking? Chao Jianguo served a bowl of chicken soup to his wife. "I miss you," Lu Wanxing blurted out, her cheeks flushing the next moment. Chao Jianguo chuckled. "I miss you too." Unexpectedly, Lu Wanxing noticed their daughter's large, round eyes fixed upon her. Well, it wasn't her that the child was gazing at, but rather the chicken soup in her hands. "Forget it. I won't think about it. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. With this ferry around, everything will be just fine," Chao Yan declared, surrendering to the situation. Hearing their daughter's thoughts, the couple couldn't help but share a knowing smile. Their daughter had provided them with ample hints. How could they not prepare? They certainly could not rely on her to protect their family, for that would reflect their incompetence. Have you eaten? Lu Wanxing asked while sipping her soup. I must say the chicken soup you made is incredibly fragrant. I want some, Chao Jianguo nodded. I had lunch at the cafeteria. Take your time eating. I will prepare milk for Yan, he replied. Chao Yan let out a soft hum. Hooray! Daddy finally remembered me. Chao Jianguo leaned down to kiss his daughter, assuring her that he had not forgotten and that she should wait as he prepared her milk. Wow, Daddy is awesome. I love Daddy. Upon receiving her milk, Chao Yan beamed with joy. Chao Jianguo had a good reputation among his peers in the military, and many came to visit Lu Wanxing after the birth of their child. From the company commander to the regiment commander, everyone who was supposed to come had visited. Chao Yan had garnered much affection, especially from the military wives in the compound, who adored her immensely. After all, how could one resist such beauty? When these visitors arrived, the couple could also hear their daughter's thoughts, and upon seeing that nothing seemed amiss, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the afternoon, Lu Haizhou and Li Xiaomei brought several bags of nutritional products. We heard half of the military district is here. I hope we're not late, Lu Haizhou remarked cheerfully. You could have come without bringing so much, Chao Jianguo replied, amused. He and Lu Haizhou had been friends since the days of fighting the Japanese. Over the years, they had never engaged in any superficial pretenses. Moreover, in terms of rank, old Lu was technically his direct superior. What's wrong? This isn't for you. It's for my sister-in-law and the children, Li Xiaomei said, ignoring their banter as she headed straight for Lu Wanxing. Oh my, this little girl is absolutely stunning. Li Xiaomei exclaimed, genuinely astonished. What family has a newborn this beautiful? This was her first time seeing such a lovely child. Of course my daughter is beautiful. Lu Wanxing replied with pride. Her daughter was indeed exceptionally attractive, and not only that, she was a little fairy. It was quite fortuitous that Li Xiaomei arrived, just as Chao Yan was awake and playing. Annie is also beautiful, but not as beautiful as my mother. My mother is the most beautiful in the world, Chao Yan thought gleefully. Upon closer inspection, she felt a twinge of sympathy for this unfortunate Annie. Annie, you are rather pitiful, having raised other people's children for so many years while your own biological child was swapped and mistreated. Soon, they will perish. Oh, be more aware. Lu Wanxing and Chao Jianguo were taken aback, staring at their daughter in disbelief. Could it be? To know that old Lu and his wife had only one child, who was now over 20 years old. If their child had been swapped, it would be a thunderbolt from the blue. The couple instinctively looked towards Lu Haizhou and Li Xiaomei, only to find them unfazed, which brought them relief. It seemed that their daughter's thoughts were truly perceptible only to blood relatives, yet they could not afford to relax their vigilance and needed to observe closely. When she first followed Zhao Gu to the island, many harbored resentment towards her. Additionally, due to her background, very few were willing to associate with her, and her sister-in-law had helped her greatly. If possible, she hoped her sister-in-law would not remain in the dark. 3 years had passed. Li Xiaomei sighed deeply. How could she not think of her son? Yet, both her husband and son were soldiers, and she had long since grown accustomed to it. Oh, my poor Annie, you were deceived. That is not your son. It is the child of your enemy. Your biological son is soon to meet his end. Chao Yan angrily waved her little fist, frustrated that she couldn't articulate her thoughts and could only vent them silently. Lu Wanxing's expression changed. How could this be? Instinctively, she tightened her hold on her daughter, hoping that her child would provide more clues. Otherwise, even if she wished to warn her sister-in-law, she would have no means to do so. Fortunately, Chao Yan did not disappoint and quickly continued her thoughts. Chao Jianguo also perked up, eager to learn more. Speaking of which, Auntie's life has been quite legendary. Originally born into a wealthy family, she was swapped by a servant at birth. The life of luxury she was meant to enjoy turned into one filled with abuse and neglect. Not only that, but she was also mistreated and brainwashed by her adoptive parents. Pitiful, utterly pitiful. In comparison, our family is not much better off. Chao Jianguo and Lu Wanxing exchanged glances. Astonished. What? Was their sister-in-law not biological as well? Yet, reflecting on the suffocating actions of her maternal family, it seemed there had always been signs. Only no one had considered that direction. It turned out that their sister-in-law was not their blood relative, but had been swapped. Lu Wanxing pondered this while Chao Yan continued. Annie had finally escaped from that den of wolves to achieve success, only to be ensnared by her own family. Oh, Annie is so foolish. Knowing her parents were untrustworthy, yet still soft-hearted. The result was that even her son was swapped. What an extraordinary injustice. Both mother and son were victims of swap. How tragic. Chapter 5. The Big Bad Xuanji. Old Lu, come quickly and see. Jianguo's daughter is undoubtedly the most beautiful child I've ever seen. Li Xiaomei, oblivious to the sympathy directed her way from a baby, was happily teasing Chao Yan. Indeed, Lu Haizhou chimed in, peering over with envy. Old Chao, you're truly fortunate. Yes, my daddy is so lucky to have me. Chao Yan exclaimed, admiring herself, and upon seeing Lu Haizhou's face, she screamed with delight. The sudden outburst startled Lu Wanxing and Chao Jianguo, nearly causing them to jump. The couple exchanged glances, wondering what had come over their daughter. Chao Yan widened her eyes, struggling with all her might. Stay away from me. My dear old dad, you really need to be more mindful. What can I say to you? Oh, Chao Jianguo looked pitiful. What had he done? Did his daughter have a grievance against him? However, Lu Wanxing did not share this sentiment. She was certain her daughter would not act out without cause. She patiently waited, knowing her daughter's thoughts would reveal everything. Oh, why is this little girl staring at you? As if she knows you? Li Xiaomei laughed. Old Lu, you must prepare a big red envelope for your niece. Look at how she is staring at you without blinking. She must like you. Lu Haizhou chuckled heartily, insisting, yes, you must. Old Lu, you brought so many things. Let us skip the red envelope. Chao Jianguo hurriedly declined. Lu Haizhou shot him an annoyed look. This is a red envelope for our little girl, not for you. You have no right to refuse. Hey, what do you mean by our little girl? She is my daughter. Chao Jianguo protested, displeased. Dear sister-in-law, we have known each other for so many years now. Your sister-in-law has always yearned for a daughter, and you are aware that she suffered greatly after childbirth. We have only one child, Aigua, in our lives. How about we consider becoming godparents to each other as children? Godparents? Lu Wanxing was taken aback. Before Chao Jianguo could respond, Chao Yan erupted with indignation. My dear parents, do not let him deceive you. This person is the reason our family was shattered, and my elder brother met a tragic end. I refuse to acknowledge a godparent in collusion with the true culprit. Could it be that old Lu is indeed the mastermind behind their family's downfall? Impossible. His daughter must have been mistaken. He had known old Lu for over 20 years. He understood the kind of person old Lu was all too well. His daughter must have misunderstood, certainly. Oh, my dear father, you truly are oblivious to the truth. That Lu Haizhou, or rather, he should be called Suanji, is not the kind of person you should trust. Be wary, and do not be deceived by his facade. Old Lu is Suanji? Suanji is not only the hidden mastermind, but also not a citizen of Huagua. He is from Neon. Father, if you wish to keep our family from an early demise, you must refuse him promptly. How could old Lu be from Neon? That was beyond belief. He had worked alongside old Lu for over 2 decades. It was utterly inconceivable. Chao Jianguo could hardly accept his daughter's words. When will I ever grow up? The true culprit lurks so close, and yet I can do nothing. It is utterly frustrating. Old Chao, what kind of bond do we share for you to exhibit such a reaction? Lu Haizhou could not help but frown. Would it not be better for our daughter to have more loving godparents? We are not here to steal your daughter, if you do not wish for this. So be it. Lu Haizhou's tone grew somewhat irate by the end. He merely suggested the notion of becoming godparents. Why did old Chao look as if the sky had fallen? This was overly dramatic. Chao Jianguo was at a loss for how to face his old comrade and was uncertain whether to believe his daughter's heartfelt words. He had imagined many scenarios, but had never considered that Lu Haizhou was Su Anji. They were entirely different individuals. How could they be connected? He refused to accept this reality and would not question his daughter's sentiments. His immediate task was to maintain his composure, avoid raising old Lu's suspicions, and investigate thoroughly. Perhaps his daughter had genuinely misjudged the situation. It would be for the best if that were the case. By the way, what is our daughter's name? Lu Haizhou inquired. Chao Yan. Oh, dear father, are you truly going to accept a godparent? You are so unreliable. Mother, please stop, father. I do not want a godparent with a heart of a beast. Lu Wanxing tightened her grip around her daughter. She understood why Zhao Ge did not refuse. Zhao Ge and Lu Haizhou had been comrades for over 20 years, their bond too close to dismiss this easily. Even if their daughter's sentiments were revealed, it was understandable that Zhao Ge found it hard to believe. Chao Yan let out a sigh of relief. Finally, we are leaving. That was terrifying. It is no wonder that your father remains oblivious. Su Anji concealed himself so well that he was never discovered. Even after his death, he was glorified. It is true what they say, calamities can last 1,000 years. Zhou Yi. Lu Wanxing's expression was one of concern. If Lu Haizhou were indeed the hidden mastermind, it would be a bitter pill for Zhao Ge to swallow. Chao Jianguo forced a strained smile, assuring her, I am fine. I will get to the bottom of this matter. Just be aware of what lies ahead. Lu Wanxing nodded, fearing that Zhao Ge might be unwilling to accept the truth. After Lu Haizhou departed, several others came to visit. Chao Jianguo gleaned much information from his daughter's sentiments. He never imagined there were so many spies within the Southern Island Military District. One could easily believe they had stumbled upon a den of spies. With matters weighing on his mind, Lu Wanxing urged him to leave, assuring him that there were caregivers at the hospital. I apologize. Zhao Ge, never say sorry to me. Attend to your affairs. I believe you will handle them well. Given the magnitude of the revelation from their daughter, it was likely that the military district would soon face a significant upheaval, but she trusted Zhao Ge to manage it. Chao Jianguo was occupied for nearly half a month, and Lu Wanxing was discharged without him coming to greet her. Within the military compound, many military families were gossiping. They privately speculated that Chao Jianguo cherished his daughter outwardly, but in truth, he did not. Or else why would he not come to greet Lu Wanxing upon her discharge? Surely he must have been displeased with her for bearing a daughter. Lu Wanxing felt indignant on Chao Jianguo's behalf. She knew exactly how he treated her. Chapter 6. The Misunderstood Chao Jianguo. Zhao Xianghong furrowed her brow. She had naturally heard the gossip circulating in the family compound. Yet she could not believe that Commander Zhao was that kind of person. In the past half-month, Commander Zhao had been coming and going at odd hours, and many military wives were mocking Teacher Lu, holding clandestine meetings. Commander Zhao had previously treated Teacher Lu with utmost care, as if she were delicate, earning the envy of many military wives. Yet now, they claimed that Commander Zhao revealed his true self simply because Teacher Lu had a daughter. It was utterly shocking. Lu Wanxing rubbed her forehead. The thought of such slander gave her a headache. Zhao Ge was genuinely wronged. Sister-in-law, you all have misunderstood. We did not argue. Zhao Ge does not harbor any dislike towards her daughter. Lu Wanxing sighed in exasperation. This was something her 3 sons had never experienced. Zhao Ge had said that boys could be raised roughly, but girls needed tenderness. She had repeated this countless times to no avail. They stubbornly believed that Zhao Ge was displeased simply because she had given birth to a daughter, as if that was the only explanation that would ease their minds. She felt helpless over this. Despite the outward appearance of harmony in the family compound, there were indeed many underlying grievances, though they remained unspoken. Moreover, she had never been welcomed in the compound, a fact she had grown accustomed to. Indeed, my father loves me. He adores me. Chao Yan pouted, looking quite unhappy. Why did these people wish for her father to dislike her? It was simply cruel. I shall draw a circle and curse them. Mother, please do not be angry with father. Father loves you dearly. Chao Yan extended her tiny hand, wrapping it around Lu Wanxing's finger, displaying a toothless grin. In that moment, both Lu Wanxing and Zhao Xianghong felt their hearts melt. Teacher Lu, your daughter is so beautiful. It is no wonder you treasure her. The little one resembled her mother, a stunning beauty. Zhao Xianghong could not help herself, reaching out to pinch Zhao Yan's soft, tender cheek. Zhao Yan immediately broke into a smile. Yes, she was as beautiful as her enchanting mother. Hee, I am indeed this lovely. This child truly loved to smile. Zhao Xianghong chuckled, but her worry lingered. You truly did not have an argument with Commander Zhao? Indeed not. Lu Wanxing replied, somewhat helplessly. How could even Sister Zhao think this way? Sister-in-law, after so many years as neighbors, you know well what kind of person Zhao Ge is. Others may not see it, but you certainly do. Zhao Xianghong nodded in agreement. Commander Zhao had indeed treated teacher Lu with utmost care. He would never argue with her. As Commander Zhao would say, "Whatever my wife says is right. Even if she is wrong, she is still right." Over the years, she had never seen a man more devoted to his wife than Commander Zhao. For over a decade of marriage, she had never heard them quarrel. It seemed that the speculation was merely unfounded gossip. The couple had a strong relationship. "If you two have not quarreled, I am relieved. You are still in your confinement. Taking care of your health is of utmost importance, so avoid those ill-intentioned people." "I know," Lu Wanxing replied with a subtle smile. "For those whom you cannot avoid, just dismiss their words as nonsense. Ignore them. The more you engage, the more they will persist." Zhao Xianghong advised. "Indeed, those women are simply jealous of the beautiful mother. They're doing this deliberately. Beautiful mother, please do not be angry. Although my grandfather may be somewhat unattractive, he harbors a deep affection for us. So please do not be upset. I am not angry." Chao Jianguo, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Do you realize the potential upheaval your statements may provoke within the military district? You must reflect carefully before speaking. Qin Kangzhan pounded the table, his expression grave. He understood that Chao Jianguo was not inherently reckless, yet he could not suppress his frustration. Such matters should not be trifled with, as they could cost lives. "Commander, you know what kind of person I am." Chao Jianguo took a deep breath, handing over the documents in his hand. "Please take a look. This is the result of my investigation over the past half-month. Although it contains only a few clues, they are sufficient to indicate that Comrade Wang has issues. He was not foolish. Without evidence, he would not have approached the commander. After leaving the hospital, he had been preoccupied for more than half a month, neglecting to care for his wife, all in pursuit of these leads. He understood the dire consequences that a potential spy could impose on the Nandao military district, prompting him to conduct a discreet investigation, eager to report even the slightest hint of evidence to the commander. Many matters required the commander's backing for a deeper inquiry. He was aware that he should gather more clues before approaching the commander again. Yet some issues were beyond the purview of a mere regiment leader and necessitated the commander's leadership. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to involve everyone mentioned by his daughter, as he lacked solid evidence. Some matters required a gradual approach to extricate the malignant growth. He had exerted considerable effort to obtain these clues, and anything further was beyond his reach. As the saying goes, a wild goose leaves traces as it passes. No matter how well they concealed their actions, it was impossible to erase all evidence. If one wished to investigate, they would invariably uncover something. Having operated in Nandao for over a decade, he had cultivated numerous connections, enabling him to conduct discreet inquiries without anyone suspecting his true intentions. However, advancing further posed significant risks of exposure. The investigations of recent days had revealed the numerous vulnerabilities within the Nandao military district. After nearly 2 decades of construction, they had mistakenly believed themselves to be impenetrable, only to discover that they resembled a sieve. This was not due to mismanagement, but rather because certain individuals had been present from the outset. The Nandao military district had become a base for transmitting information to external parties, perfectly embodying the adage that the most dangerous places can be the safest. After all, who would believe that a long-standing revolutionary could be an enemy spy, especially when he had dedicated over a decade to the organization? Even with his daughter's concerns, he was initially incredulous. Only after connecting all the data did he uncover a glimmer of truth. What he had investigated were merely superficial clues, and the quantity was meager. Nevertheless, even with this scant information, it was enough to warrant the military district's attention. Chapter 7. Investigation and Misunderstanding. In truth, he yearned to investigate Lao Lu, but alas, Lao Lu was too adept at concealment and caution, leaving no discernible traces. Therefore, he had to approach the matter from another angle, gradually seeking the truth. He chose Wang Zhihe because Lao Lu had been introduced to the party by Comrade Wang, and their relationship was exceedingly close. Should Wang Zhihe delve deeply into the matter, Lao Lu would inevitably be swept up in the investigation. This approach was swifter than his clandestine inquiries. Moreover, it was a chain reaction. This was the first step in his plan. Though Lu Haizhou may not be a significant player, he was certainly a minor pawn. Of course, he would not relinquish his pursuit entirely. He would continue to investigate discreetly, especially since Su Wanji was the perpetrator behind their family's tragedy. Even if he could not yet believe that Lao Lu was indeed Su Wanji, he would not abandon his investigation. When it came to a close comrade of over a decade, he placed greater trust in his daughter. Qin Kongzhan accepted the documents, eager to see what Chao Jianguo had uncovered. His expression turned cold as he glanced at the materials, abruptly tossing them aside. Chao Jianguo, is this what you wish to present to me? These documents are all recorded within the military district. They are not classified information. Have you lost your senses to utter such words? Comrade Wang is a veteran with over 30 years of service, having risked his life on the battlefield and devoted himself tirelessly to the development of the Nandao military district. Do you not feel any guilt for saying such things? The turmoil had only subsided a few years prior. What were you hoping to achieve? Chao Jianguo, your words have incited my wrath. If it were anyone else, he might not have been so enraged. This was Wang Zhihe, the political commissar of their military district responsible for ideological work. To suspect old Wang was akin to seeking death for an old revolutionary. Commander, please refrain from anger. Let us review the documents first. Chao Jianguo remained unperturbed. He had come prepared this time and was determined not to disappoint the commander. Qin Kongzhan shot him a sharp glance, hoping it would indeed be so. Were it not for his regard for this subordinate, he would not hesitate to take decisive action. They were all old revolutionaries. Old Wang had joined the party even before him. How could it be that the upheaval of the past decade had not touched the Nandao military district? Chao Jianguo's actions were simply outrageous. Driven by trust in Chao Jianguo, Qin Kongzhan suppressed his anger and continued to read, only to discover that there was indeed some substance to the documents. The more he read, the more his agitation grew, his brow furrowing involuntarily. As he progressed through the pages, Qin Kongzhan's expression grew increasingly grave. The clues provided by Chao Jianguo were scant, many being readily apparent. Yet there were a few covert leads that, when woven together, induced a chilling realization. If true, Qin Kongzhan dared not contemplate the implications. The weight of the documents felt particularly burdensome, and he even hesitated to read further. Commander, do you still believe I am being reckless? Chao Jianguo inquired. Why are you investigating the political commissar? Qin Kongzhan countered with a question. What normal person would consider investigating old Wang? Especially since he is a key figure in our military district? As a regiment commander, what audacity did Chao Jianguo possess to investigate old Wang? Did he truly have no one backing him? Qin Kongzhan's gaze bore into him, suspicion lingering in his heart. Chao Jianguo inhaled deeply. Could he admit it was due to his daughter's concerns? Certainly not. Half a month ago, I happened to encounter Comrade Wang at the hospital. I intended to greet him, but he hurriedly ascended to the third floor, he explained. His meeting with Wang was genuine, albeit not coincidental. He had followed him after learning about Wang's secret from his daughter. Qin Kongzhan signaled for him to continue. At that moment, Comrade Wang was alone, without any bodyguards. I thought perhaps I could assist him, so I followed him. However, Chao Jianguo paused before continuing. I realized that if I were to report this, the commander would not believe me. I feared I might unjustly accuse Comrade Wang, so I opted to investigate privately, which led to these documents. His words were succinct, yet Qin Kongzhan remained unconvinced. He scrutinized Chao Jianguo's eyes, filled with pressure. Is that truly the case? Chao Jianguo nodded, affirming, yes, that is precisely the situation. Qin Kongzhan, begrudgingly acknowledging the truth, sensed that Chao Jianguo was not one to act rashly. Were it not for genuine suspicions, he would not have acted so carelessly. He refrained from probing into the source of his intelligence. For now, the matter of old Wang was of utmost importance. Should old Wang have indeed committed a fundamental error, the repercussions for the military district would be monumental, and the Nandao military district could become the laughingstock of the nation. Leave the rest to me. You need not continue your investigation. Understood, Chao Jianguo replied, nodding. He shared the same sentiment. The ensuing complexities were beyond what a mere regiment commander could address. After Chao Jianguo's departure, Qin Kongzhan made several phone calls. After hanging up, Qin Kongzhan gazed at the unpredictable sky, taking a deep breath. The situation in the Nandao military district was about to spiral out of control. This matter must be resolved promptly. It cannot be delayed. Chao Jianguo was left utterly perplexed. Captain Chao, I must speak to you, he chided. You have 3 sons. What difference does it make if you have one more daughter? We cannot favor sons over daughters. Oh, Captain Chao, weren't you the one who despised families that prioritize sons over daughters? Why is it unacceptable when it comes to your own family? What did I ever say I disliked daughters? Chao Jianguo replied, bewildered. What nonsense are you all talking about? Furrowing his brows, he found their reasoning absurd. Isn't your daily routine dictated by your dissatisfaction with teacher Lu's daughter? Chao Jianguo's expression darkened. He cherished his daughter dearly. How could he possibly dislike her? Especially since his daughter was a celestial being descended to earth. He was horrified at the mere thought of disliking her. This group of women, always meddling in others' affairs, spoke such absurdities. With a cold snort, he dismissed them. Chapter 8. Oh no, summoned to the principal's office. Just as he was about to enter, Zhao Xianghong called out to him. Captain Chao. Confused, Chao Jianguo turned to Zhao Xianghong. Taking a deep breath, he felt somewhat helpless. Sister-in-law, you've misunderstood. I haven't upset Wanxing. I've simply been too busy lately. It won't happen again. And I don't favor sons over daughters. Why did these military wives assume he favored sons? Had his prior actions been insufficient, giving them the impression of his bias? The thought only deepened his distress. I'm sorry. I've neglected you due to my overwhelming duties. Guilt washed over Chao Jianguo. If not for his busyness, his wife wouldn't have felt wronged. Lu Wanxing chuckled lightly. You're the one who is wronged. You haven't treated me poorly, yet others are talking about you. I'm not the one feeling wronged. Is our daughter asleep? Chao Jianguo inquired. Lu Wanxing nodded. She just fell asleep. I understand you're busy, but do take care of yourself. Don't wear yourself out. Rest assured, I know my limits, he replied, nodding. Come sit. I need to discuss something with you. Lu Wanxing patted the edge of the bed. What is it? Chao Jianguo asked. It concerns Sister Xiaomei, she said. What do you mean? Chao Jianguo's expression shifted as he grasped her meaning. Lu Wanxing nodded, her eyes filled with worry. Sister Xiaomei has helped me tremendously. It was one thing when we were unaware, but now that we know, we cannot allow her to remain in the dark. We must find a way to reveal the truth to her. This matter is quite complex. Setting aside how we came to know, how do we even explain it? We cannot simply say we suspect Igua isn't her biological son. That reasoning is far too flimsy and unreasonable. The most pressing issue is the astute Lu Haizhou, who has remained undetected until now. He is not to be underestimated. He cannot afford to take risks. Whether he appears selfish or indifferent, his family remains his utmost priority. I understand. She bit her lip, her anxiety palpable. Just days ago, Sister visited me, and our daughter mentioned that her biological son is gravely ill. If this drags on, even if the truth comes to light, it may be too late. Sister cannot withstand this. Brother Chao, that is a life at stake. Even if he is not her biological son, we cannot stand idly by. Since entering the Nandao military district, Sister Xiaomei had been exceptionally kind to her. It was due to her support that she managed to establish herself in the compound. Even if Lu Haizhou is Su Anji, it is not Sister Xiaomei's fault. After all, Su Anji concealed himself remarkably well. Don't rush. I will find a solution, Chao Jianguo reassured her, placing a comforting hand over hers. He was well aware of his wife's concerns, yet this situation was indeed delicate and required careful handling to avoid raising Lu Haizhou's suspicions, which would yield disastrous consequences. Please hurry. I fear for Lu Wanxing, she said, biting her lip. Rest assured, I will ensure Sister and that child are reunited. Suandi. They will not be confused with one another. However, the safety of my wife and child is paramount. I will not act impulsively. As they conversed, a sharp, furious shout echoed from outside, startling the sleeping Chao Yan awake. Lu Wanxing quickly scooped her up and began to soothe her. Lu Wanxing, you come out here. Li lady. What madness are you up to? Zhao Xianghong pulled the door open, her expression one of displeasure as she regarded Li lady. Li lady was known for her capriciousness. She had already harassed every military wife in the compound, undoubtedly seeking to provoke Teacher Lu, who was in no position to retaliate. She could not fathom how such a decent man as Commander Chen could have chosen such a wife. Sister Zhao, I'm not trying to cause trouble. Just look, Li lady tugged at her 7-year-old son, directing Zhao Xianghong's attention to him. Upon seeing Chen Gaodan, Zhao Xianghong gasped. Not only was Li lady involved, but she was also accompanied by 2 other military wives, all of whom bore expressions of rage. Their children were also bruised and battered, prompting Zhao Xianghong's heart to race. What happened here? Sister Zhao, we are here to seek justice for Lu Wanxing. Li Lady was furious, pushing her small son forward. Look at what those Chao brothers have done to my child. If your child were in this situation, how would you react? Those three rascals are intolerable. If Lu Wanxing doesn't pay dearly today, I shall not bear the Li surname. Chao Hang and his brothers are good kids. Surely there's some misunderstanding here. Zhao Xianghong countered, unable to believe that those children would act without provocation. Especially Chao Hang, who is truly polite and well-mannered, unlike the rascals from other families. To claim he hit someone, I simply cannot believe it. Sister Zhao, I know you're neighbors with teacher Lu and have a good relationship, but you cannot turn a blind eye to this. Li Lady snapped, her face pale with indignation. I see clearly, but I trust the Chao brothers, Zhao Xianghong replied, her expression stern. You're merely favoring your neighbors. Huang Dani interjected sarcastically, her discontent evident. Sister Zhao, this matter does not concern you. If you insist on intervening, we shall be unrelenting. Wang Xiaohua scoffed, unafraid of anyone. Today, if Lu Wanxing does not provide us with an explanation, this will not end. Li Lady stood with her hands on her hips, with demeanor fierce. After her outburst, disregarding Zhao Xianghong, she yelled towards the Chao residence. Lu Wanxing, I know you're in there. Stop hiding like a turtle and come out. Chapter 9. How dare they say this celestial being is worthless? Your son assaulted my son, and you dare hide inside? Do you think because you're in confinement, I want to confront you? Dream on, come out now. Chao Jianguo flung the door open. Comradely lady, you cannot condemn the situation based solely on your words. My three children are not unreasonable. If he hit your son, then your son must have deserved it, he asserted. Li Lady was instantly infuriated. Captain Chao, are you implying my child deserved to be beaten? Oh, your child is reasonable. Well, mine is not. I find that hard to comprehend. Chao Jianguo chuckled coldly. He had heard of Li Lady's reputation for being unreasonable. Where's Lu Wanxing? I want to speak with her, Li Lady demanded, unwilling to engage further with him, for Chao Jianguo's stern countenance was quite intimidating. My wife is still in her confinement period, unable to withstand the slightest breeze or chill. If you have any matters to discuss, please address them to me directly. Chao Jianguo stated coldly. Wow, my father is truly a devoted husband, a commendable man indeed. Father is formidable. A good man ought to be like this. Look at how they cannot possibly claim my father does not love my mother. They must be envious beyond measure. Upon hearing his daughter's thoughts, Chao Jianguo nearly stumbled. How can he be considered a good man when his daughter is so young and knows little of such virtues? It appears I must diligently educate her to avoid being deceived by the so-called good men of the world. Captain Chao, look for yourself. Not only has my child been bullied, but both Deputy Commander Song's and Deputy Commander Lu's children have also been mistreated. Your child is quite something, destined to become a little tyrant in the compound, Li Lady shouted loudly. It is no surprise that the child of a capitalist heiress is so domineering. Does she truly believe that the past still holds sway? Landlords have been denounced, and the notion of her child becoming a young master of the landlord's estate is utterly futile. Lu Wanxing, clearly the daughter of a capitalist, would have long been captured and criticized had it not been for Chao Jianguo's protection over the years. Chao Jianguo's expression darkened. Comradely lady, please choose your words carefully. What do you mean by choosing words carefully? I am uneducated and do not comprehend such nuances. All I know is that your child struck mine. And you must provide an explanation today, Li Lady retorted impatiently. Indeed, we demand an explanation. Wang Xiaohua chimed in, her expression one of greed. Striking someone is simply unacceptable. Captain Chao would not turn a blind eye to such injustice, Huang Dani added, unwilling to back down. Lu Wanxing, being the daughter of a capitalist, possesses many fine things in her possession. If they do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, she will not relent. Chen Godin, are you cowardly? If you cannot win, just go and tell your parents. Coward. The Chao brothers, Chao Hang, Chao Chun, and Chao Hang, rushed up from behind. Chen Godin, is it? I will remember you. I shall deal with you later. Chao Chun raised his fist, glaring at him in a threatening manner. You pitiful wretch, my mother is right here. Let us see if he dares to lay a finger on you. Li Lady slapped the air sharply, her voice piercing and unpleasant. Captain Chao, did you hear? Your son openly threatened to hit mine. What more is there to say? Chao Hang's eyes lit up. Father, are you done with your business? Father. Chao Hang and Chao Chen exclaimed in unison, their joy evident. Father, this is not our fault. It was all Chen Godin's doing. Before Chao Hang could speak, Chao Hang blurted out, compensatory goods? Scoundrel, how dare you call this fairy a compensatory good? I shall draw a circle and curse you. Lu Wanxing was startled, fearing her daughter's actions might go too far. Just as she was about to interject, her daughter continued, I curse Chen Godin to always fail his exams, to be perpetually snotty, filthy, and a jinx, even struggling to drink a glass of water without it getting stuck in his teeth. Humph. Do you now understand the might of this fairy? Chao Jianguo and Lu Wanxing thought, how delightful our daughter is. Chao Hang, Chao Jian, and Chao Hang. Our sister is too kind. We must protect her from being bullied. Chao Hang felt it necessary to inform his sister just how wicked Chen Godin truly was, so he continued. Chen Godin even said that our father would abandon us, and that we would soon be fatherless wild children, unable even to eat. He spoke with clarity about the situation despite Chen Godin's young age. What? How dare he say that my fairy's brothers are wild children? That is too malicious. I curse him and never grow tall, forever remaining a little shorty. Chao Yan's face flushed with anger. This was the most vicious curse she could muster. Lu Wanxing could not help but laugh. Her daughter was simply too adorable. Outside, Chao Hang continued, casting a disdainful glare at Chen Godin. If he dares to strike me, I will confront them. Chen Godin, aged 7, was 2 years older yet could not best me. What a coward. Yes, a coward indeed. Third brother is formidable. Chao Hang declared, pleased with himself. Chao Hang and Chao Chen exclaimed, little sister, we are formidable as well. Today, Chen Godin and his friends, Song Wen and Lu Chong, try to block me after school. They are older, and if I cannot win, what is wrong with asking my brothers for help? We are not at fault. They were the ones who provoked us first. Third brother is wise. If you cannot win, seek assistance. That is how it should be. The more Chao Jianguo listened, the darker his expression grew. He never imagined that merely a fortnight without an appearance would lead to such rampant gossip among the families. And even the children had begun to spout nonsense. If he were to perish one day, how would these people treat his wife and children? The thought of this enraged Chao Jianguo further. What a vile little creature. Who do you dare call despicable? Li Lady raised her hand, ready to strike. Chao Hang swiftly ducked behind Chao Jianguo, sticking out his tongue at Li Lady. You cannot hit me. You simply cannot. Upon meeting Chao Jianguo's icy gaze, Li Lady's anger diminished. However, recalling her intentions, she regained her composure. Captain Chao, you have heard. It was indeed your child who struck mine. Look at the state of my child. You must compensate. Otherwise, I shall seek the commander for justice, Li Lady threatened. Father is excellent. We shall support our kin rather than the law. Chao Jianguo replied, silly child, your father is not about favoritism. Reason is on our side. Chapter 10. The world is too terrifying. I wish to return to the heavens. You strike another and yet feel so justified? I cannot believe the commander would show bias towards you, Li Lady barked, her bravado thinly veiling her insecurity. It was merely a few words. She did not believe her son was in the wrong. What does it matter how formidable Chao Jianguo is? He married a wife who drags him down. He shall remain at the rank of captain for the rest of his life. Her husband, however, was different. Soon she would witness how Lu Wanxing, that wretched woman, would revel in her success. Let us go now, Chao Jianguo said coldly. He had no desire to reason with the shrew. It was best to let the commander handle it. Compensation? Absolutely not. Captain Chao, old Chen, you have finally arrived. Look at what has happened to your wife and son. As soon as Chen Yingfang arrived, Li Lady began to wail dramatically, as if Chao Jianguo had been the one to bully her. Chen Yingfang, feeling awkward, had rushed over upon receiving the news. He was already aware of the situation and recognized that both parties bore some responsibility. If this escalated to the commander's attention, he too would suffer consequences. It was better to resolve the matter quietly. Besides, if scrutinized, his son would bear greater blame. Captain Chao, children are often thoughtless. A few scoldings are to be expected. There is no need to trouble the commander over this incident. Chen Yingfang chuckled awkwardly. Old Chen, what do you mean by that? Li Lady was displeased. She had expected Chen Yingfang to support her, but instead, he seemed to hinder her. Chen Yingfang pulled Li Lady aside and hissed, "Be quiet. Chen Yingfang, you can flaunt your authority over your wife, but you lack the courage to seek justice for your son. You fear Chao Jianguo, I do not," Li Lady declared defiantly. Chen Yingfang offered a strained smile to Chao Jianguo and then quietly asked, "What exactly do you intend to do?" The circumstances have changed. The Lu family has been vindicated, and Lu Wanxing's background is no longer in question. Chao Jianguo possesses talent, and promotion is merely a matter of time. He did not wish to offend Chao Jianguo over such trivial matters. Compared to Chao Jianguo, he had little opportunity for further advancement. He had worked tirelessly to rise to his current rank and could not afford to lose it because of Li Lady, nor could he risk being reassigned. "What do I intend to do?" Li Lady's voice rose, her tone sharp and cutting. Chen Godin trembled in fear. His mother was truly terrifying. "I seek justice for my son. Before coming here, I had thoroughly understood the situation. Our son was the first to insult, and being beaten was his just deserts." "What do you mean?" Li Lady exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face. "Is this what a father should say? Both parties were at fault, and this matter should end here." Chen Yingfang muttered, his tone laced with impatience. This woman failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. If it escalated to the teacher, it would not bode well for her. Li Lady, infuriated, sprang up, pointing at Chen Yingfang and hurling insults. "Are you even a man? Your wife and son have been bullied, and you suggest letting it go? Chen Yingfang, you coward, you fear Chao Jianguo. I do not. If you lack the courage to seek justice from Chao Jianguo, I shall." "Li Lady, do not be unreasonable," Chen Yingfang replied, his expression darkening. Chao Jianguo must be laughing at him. He had married an illiterate rural woman, while Chao Jianguo had wed a highly educated intellectual. Chao Jianguo had 3 sons and a daughter, while he had 3 daughters and a son. Surely, Chao Jianguo was mocking him. Chen Yingfang clenched his fists tightly. Had it not been for his remaining rationality, he would have slapped her. Unreasonable. Li Lady, in a fit of rage, slapped him. Caught off guard, Chen Yingfang stood frozen. "You are nothing but a shrew." His face was utterly disgraced. "You lost your dignity long ago. A shrew? After all these years, you only now recognize me as one? If I were not a shrew, your wife and children would have long been torn apart." Chen Yingfang was left speechless with anger. Chao Jianguo intervened, unwilling to listen to this quarrel in his own yard, as it might disturb his wife's peace and attract unwanted attention. "I will handle my family's matters," Li Lady shouted. Her husband was a regiment leader. Why should they fear Chao Jianguo? "I have no interest in your household affairs," Chao Jianguo replied, furrowing his brow. "Li Lady, I am fully aware of why your son was beaten. While my son is wrong for hitting, is your son justified in insulting? At such a young age, learning to gossip like a busybody, what future can he have? If you insist on compensation, we will seek the teacher for resolution. My child will not apologize." "Hooray! Father is mighty. We will not apologize. My brothers are innocent. Why should we apologize? Compensation is out of the question." Chao Jianguo smirked. "Ah, my daughter praises me. That is rare. Li Lady is no saint. She deserves a miserable outcome. Evil begets evil. Spoiling your son will only lead to being driven out by him to starve. It is well deserved." Chao Jianguo could not help but glance at Chen Bin, whose full name was Chen Godin. If Li Lady knew that her cherished son had driven her out of their home, would she still unconditionally indulge him? Did my child say anything wrong? Li Lady Skufa. Since ancient times, girls have been seen as a burden. They grow up to belong to others. She is innocent. Girls are merely burdens, correct? Your fondness for girls is your concern. How we perceive them is ours. What right do you have to dictate? Li Lady insisted, utterly oblivious to her faults. "I do not care if your daughter is a burden, but you cannot label my daughter as one, nor can you refer to my children as wildlings. My children have both a father and a mother. How can they be wildlings?" Chao Jianguo's face darkened. Just moments ago, he felt sympathy for her. Now, she deserved to be cast out by her son. This was her retribution. Enough. Chen Yingfang shouted angrily, glaring at Li Lady. "What did you say, Chen Yingfang, you heartless one?" Chen Yingfang's expression was terrifyingly dark. Li Lady felt a chill run down her spine, realizing the truth in his words. She could not resent Chen Yingfang, but instead cast a resentful glance at Chao Jianguo and his sons before angrily dragging her son away. "Chao Tuan, My son is at fault, but your son is not innocent either. Let this matter end here. Chen Fong was not one to simply endure. He cared for his son, but did not wish to confront Chao Jianguo. Chao Jianguo raised an eyebrow. Chen Fong was far more cunning than Li Lady. Despite Li Lady being unpopular in the compound, without Chen Fong's support, she would have crumbled long ago. Today, as Chen Fong stepped up, Li Lady had no choice but to retreat. Father, you must be cautious. This Chun Tuan is no pushover. Chao Yan could not speak, feeling quite anxious. Moreover, regarding the death of my elder brother, this Chun Tuan played a role. Otherwise, Su Anji would not have targeted him so quickly. Chao Jianguo was taken aback. Could it be that Chen Fong was also a spy? Just as his daughter's heartfelt musings came to an end, it seemed that his list of people to monitor had grown. With Li Lady, the vanguard, leaving, the combat prowess of Wang Xiaohua and Huang Danny plummeted. They had always centered around Li Lady, and facing Chao Jianguo, they quickly fell apart, fleeing with their children. Daughter, you misunderstand. Chao Jianguo called out. The Zhao brothers, filled with fear, rushed towards Lu Wanxing. Think, Yin want a brother. Chao Yan extended her small hand to grasp Chao Hang's finger, breaking into a smile. Chao Hang was overjoyed. Mother, sister smiled. She must be thinking of me. Sister, look at me, look at me. Zhao Cheng made funny faces at Chao Yan, making her laugh heartily. Zhao Cheng, go away. Do not frighten your sister. Chapter 11. Embarrassed and furious Chao Jianguo gazed at his daughter with affection. These little rascals were competing for his favor, and he wished to send them all away. Indeed, his daughter was the most considerate. These rascals were merely here to demand favors. Zhao Cheng was displeased, tugging at Chao Jianguo's clothing. Father, if you do not like my sister, I will not like you either. Mother is so gentle. I must protect her. Even if I dislike you, I would never dislike your sister. Chao Jianguo replied with a snort, exasperated by the child's fanciful thoughts. Remember, in our family, mother and sister come first. You are all men and must protect them. Remember, Zhao Chen nodded, as he adored his mother and sister. However, Zhao Cheng had different thoughts. He spoke resolutely. Father, if you separate from mother, I will definitely follow her. Do not worry. Even if I follow her, I will take care of you. I too will follow beautiful mother. Do not worry. Father, I will take care of you. Chao Yan chimed in, waving her small fist. Chao Jianguo felt his heart shatter. Chao Yan stared intently at Zhao Cheng. Third brother will be a big shot in the future. I must cling to his leg. As long as father and mother are alive, third brother will not turn dark, and he will surely become a world-renowned scientist. Hee, I just need to hold on to my brother's leg. As for my original fate, let it go to the devil. I, the fairy, do not need a predetermined destiny. Chao Hang and Zhao Chen said, Little sister, we can also lend you our legs. We are not inferior to the third brother. Daughter, do not cling to the third brother. You have your father, Chao Jianguo replied, giving Zhao Cheng a smack. What was so special about that little rascal? Mother, father is embarrassed and furious, Zhao Cheng reported. Lu Wanxing looked on helplessly. How could grown men still hold grudges like children? Chao Jianguo looked at his wife with a pitiful expression. Wanxing, this little rascal is bullying me. Zhao Cheng retorted, Father, I never imagined you to be like this, still whining at your age. Father, do not be upset. Yin Yin will protect you. Instantly, Chao Jianguo felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, it was his daughter who brought him joy. You little rascal, I see you have been punished lightly. Zhao Cheng clutched the back of his head, a look of grievance on his face. His father was being too harsh. Chao Jianguo broke into a broad smile, completely oblivious to any wrongdoing. Don't think about it. My mother and I can never be separated. Chao Hang, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of regret. Their father had always monopolized their mother, and he had hoped that, after their parents separated, the three brothers could finally have her to themselves. Yet, it turned out to be nothing more than a mirage. Alas, would they ever be together with their mother? Their father was simply too much of an eyesore. Were you regretting? Chao Jianguo's face darkened. This little brat was truly asking for a beating. How had he never noticed this child's insufferable nature before? Had he misjudged him all along? No wonder their daughter claimed this boy would grow up to be a great villain. With such a scheming disposition, it was indeed possible. Lu Wanxing looked at her younger son with a mix of exasperation and amusement gently saying, Heng, don't listen to what others say. Your father loves your little sister very much. He and I will never part ways. Our family of 5 will live happily together. Lu Wanxing held a different perspective from Chao Jianguo. She gazed at her son's adorable and soft demeanor and smiled, unwilling to believe that he could turn into a vengeful figure in the future. Fortunately, such a fate would not come to pass. Their destinies had altered the moment their daughter's heartfelt words were revealed. Chao Hang leaned over to Chao Yan, gently holding his sister's small hand, his tone brimming with joy. Sister, you must grow up quickly. Once you do, your third brother will take you to the mountains to play. The mountains are incredibly fun, filled with sweet wild grapes, tangy and delicious wild fruits, and many beautiful flowers. I will pick the prettiest flowers for you to wear, ensuring you become the most lovely little girl in our military district. Wow, thank you, third brother. Yin likes you the most. Yin wants to be the most beautiful little girl in the military district. Zhao Chen could not help but roll his eyes at this. The third brother was quite the flatterer. He leaned closer to Zhao Yan, gently touching her small face. It was no wonder their mother favored girls. His sister was soft and fragrant, and he too adored her. So what if he could flatter? Zhao Yan exclaimed. Am I a flatterer? The Zhao family responded, no. Our Yin doesn't need to dress up. She is already the most beautiful girl in the entire military district. Zhao Yan beamed with delight, releasing her grip on Zhao Hang's small hand and instead grasping her second brother Zhao Chun. Second brother has great taste. Yin is indeed the most beautiful little fairy. If you ever need anything, just let me know. I'll take care of it. Zhao Yan called out to Zhao Chun, her little hands clapping as if proclaiming her strength, which made everyone laugh. Lu Wanxing felt somewhat helpless. She realized her daughter not only favored good-looking people, but was also particularly self-absorbed. Yin loved nothing more than to be praised for her beauty, and whenever someone complimented her, she would be overjoyed. Chao Jianguo remarked, certainly not like me. Lu Wanxing asked, like me? Zhao Yan pouted, looking as if she might cry. Everyone had praised her, except for her eldest brother. Chao Hang suddenly felt the pressure of attention. Clearing his throat, he quickly spoke up. Our Yin is as beautiful as a fairy descended from the heavens, incomparable to any other girl. Not only is she the most beautiful girl in our military district, but there isn't a girl in the entire world who can match her beauty. Chao Jianguo praised, as expected of the eldest. With just one statement, he surpasses everyone. Zhao Chun added, the eldest brother is even better at flattery than the third brother. I need to learn from him. Chao Hang declared, no way. I must learn from the eldest brother to become the sister's favorite brother. Lu Wanxing sighed. I truly wish this blissful moment could last forever. Hearing this, Zhao Yan was indeed overjoyed. What a grand truth. The eldest brother is indeed the eldest. The second and third brothers can't even compare. Eldest brother, don't worry. With me around, no one can harm you. I will draw a circle to curse all who wish to harm you. Rebound, all will rebound. She was formidable. Even without magical powers, she was impressive. Mother, rest assured. With me here, our family will always be intact. No one can hurt us. Zhao Yan raised her small fist. Her father, the emperor, was quite reliable, having sealed her magical powers but not her other abilities. As the daughter of the emperor, she was quite capable. In this mundane world, she would undoubtedly thrive. Chapter 12. Yin was astonished. This was a storybook world. Of course, much credit was due to Lady Wang Xiaohua and Huang Danny. Had it not been for Commander Chun's timely arrival, this matter might have escalated to Colonel Chen. Eventually, Lady and her companions left in disgrace. One could only say that the ridiculous rumors were entirely false. Commander Zhao and Teacher Lu were doing quite well. Commander Zhao was not biased against daughters. In fact, he adored his newborn daughter. Those military wives who wished to see Teacher Lu embarrassed were left dumbfounded. Chao Jianguo declared, my bottom line is my wife and children. No one can bully them. Chao Jianguo and his brothers often spoke fondly of Zhao Yan. Thus, the yet to make an appearance, Zhao Yan garnered the envious glances of all the girls in the compound. How fortunate she was to have such a wonderful father and brothers. Indeed, people were different. Zhao Yan felt proud and joyful. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Please, come in. Lu Wanxing glanced behind Zhao Xianghong and did not recognize her. she said little, welcoming the two inside. Upon entering, Zhao Xianghong made a beeline for Chao Yan, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Lu teacher's daughter, who was simply too beautiful. Oh my, our Yan Yan has become even prettier, so adorable. Zhao Yan immediately broke into a smile. Auntie Zhao is beautiful too. Zhao Xianghong was utterly enchanted, feeling she could never get enough of her. No, no, Yan Yan belongs to teacher Lu's family. She cannot be taken. Lu Wanxing smiled gently, understanding. That one tea do. Yan Yan is the apple of Zhao Guo's eye. If you dare to take her, just wait for Zhao Guo to come knocking. Right. Daddy loves me the most. And he must not have such dangerous thoughts. Daddy is quite scary. Be careful of him coming to your door. You see, this little one seemed to understand completely. Zhao Xianghong held Zhao Yan without letting go. Zhao Yan, too, adored this Annie and did not resist. She stared wide-eyed at Mo Mingmei, her gaze fixed. Wow, this Annie is so strange. Why are there two souls intertwined? One of them is almost dissipated. Could it be that it has been usurped? Zhao Yan grew intrigued, her eyes glued to Mo Mingmei. With a fairy present, no demon or ghost would dare to disturb. Mo Mingmei felt a chill run down her spine, sensing impending doom. Ha! No wonder you say Yin Yin likes beautiful people. Look at little Mo, so lovely, and she instantly captured Yin Yan's attention, ignoring me, her aunt. Zhao Xianghong feigned jealousy. Zhao Yan stretched out her tiny hand, babbling away, as if to say, Andy, I still like you. Zhao Xianghong burst into laughter. This little one was truly clever. Oh my, in just a few days, it seems you've gained a pound. Soon you'll become a little chubby girl. Yin is not a little chubby girl. Yin is a big beauty. Zhao Yan protested, shaking her small fist, her lips pursed in displeasure. Annie is mean. I don't like you anymore. They both found her antics hilarious. In the celestial realm, being 30,000 years old might sound daunting, yet she remained an innocent child. Thus, it was entirely normal for her to exhibit such childishness. Zhao Yan wriggled, wanting Lu Wanxing to hold her. Lu Wanxing took the Zhao Yan and glanced at Mo Mingmei, who stood behind Zhao Xianghong. Sister-in-law, may I ask who this is? Look at me, too caught up in teasing Yin that I've forgotten about. Little Mo, don't take it to heart. Little Mo, it's only natural to forget when Yin is so adorable. Mo Mingmei smiled gently. Sister-in-law, it's quite all right. This is my first time encountering such a charming little one. I was also quite taken aback. Indeed, the daughter of teacher Lu is simply delightful. Yin Yan still has a fondness for her aunt. Lu Wanxing felt a sudden pang of annoyance. How could this child be so enamored with flattery? In ancient times, she would surely be a foolish monarch. Wanxing, this is Mo Mingmei, the wife of Deputy Team Leader Gu. She just arrived with the troops a couple of days ago, and I thought I would introduce her to everyone, Zhao Xianghong said as she led Mo Mingmei in. Zhao Xianghong's husband, Wang Dagua, was the leader of the 3rd Regiment, and Gu Heng was the deputy leader, making them superior and subordinate. Their amicable relationship allowed Zhao Xianghong to graciously take Mo Mingmei to meet the military families. Upon first seeing Mo Mingmei, Zhao Xianghong had assumed she would be delicate and spoiled, but to her surprise, they got along splendidly, and she was anything but fragile. Little Mo, this is Lu Wanxing, the wife of Team Leader Zhao. You can call her sister-in-law or teacher Lu as you wish. Your eldest son is starting junior high this year. Perhaps he will be in Wanxing's class. Hello, sister-in-law. My husband is Gu Heng. You can call me Little Mo, or Mingmei will do. Mo Mingmei came from a privileged background, and her marriage to Gu Heng was a familial alliance. However, they shared genuine affection, leading to a harmonious life together. The news of Gu Heng's marriage had broken many hearts among the young women in the military district. Over the years, Mo Mingmei had not accompanied the troops, which left some daring young women with a glimmer of hope. They believed Gu Heng was dissatisfied with the arranged marriage and would eventually divorce, or they thought his wife must be unattractive, hence his reluctance to bring her along. Many young women often appeared near Gu Heng, but sadly, their advances were wasted, for he was not the type to be swayed. Mo Mingmei's appearance was strikingly appealing, with a voluptuous figure that exuded sensuality. If not for the strength of the Mo family, she might have faced challenges in maintaining her status. Sister-in-law, may I hold her? A flicker of sympathy passed through Mo Mingmei's eyes. This family was truly unfortunate. If she could save Lu Wanxing, could their fate be altered? If the Zhao family did not face ruin, if Chao Yan did not go missing, would the villain Chao Hang not seek vengeance upon society? Would the tragedy in Luqing have been averted? Mo Mingmei had always admired the character Chao Hang in her readings. Despite possessing a bright future, his life was marred by various misfortunes. With proper guidance, Chao Hang could have become one of the world's greatest scientists. But the destruction of his Zhao family led him astray. Of course, Lu Wanxing nodded. Hello, little treasure. I am your Aunt Mo. Chapter 13. The Book Traveler. What is this? Inside, Mo Mingmei was silently exclaiming. So adorable, so adorable. Such a charming little girl must not be allowed to stray. She had to find a way to alert Teacher Lu. As long as Teacher Lu was unharmed, this little darling would not be lost. And Chao Hang's future would not lead him to become a national menace. Oh my heavens, this world is but a derivative of a story. Aunt Mo is not the true Aunt Mo. This is what is called a book traveler. Chao Yan was astonished. She had not anticipated that this world was a derivative of a narrative. Could it truly withstand such trials? Did Ximing not make a mistake? Let me discern what this Aunt Mo truly represents. Lu Wanxing's expression tightened. Mo Mingmei was not the genuine Mo Mingmei. What did it mean to be a book traveler? Lu Wanxing gathered her thoughts, hoping to glean the truth from her daughter's new experiences. How infuriating! Why is our family always mere fodder? It drives this fairy mad. Chao Yan clenched her small fists. She longed to shatter this world with a single blow. In stark contrast to Chao Yan's fury and astonishment, Lu Wanxing was left dumbfounded. Had she not feared revealing her astonishment, she would have been utterly speechless. A narrative? A book? What did Yin Yan mean? Did she imply that their world was not real, but rather a narrative world? This cannot be. They were clearly flesh and blood beings, existing in reality. How could they be mere characters on a page? Moreover, if Mo Mingmei was not truly Mo Mingmei, then who was she? Chao Yan, however, understood who Mo Mingmei was. But being so young, she could not articulate it. It turned out that Mo Mingmei lived in a world called Earth, where the historical progression was strikingly similar to that of this blue star. Mo Mingmei referred to this as a parallel world. In her previous life, she was a societal drudge. Yet, what was this drudge? Chao Yan furrowed her brow, perplexed. Never mind. If she didn't comprehend it, that was fine. After all, she was still young. Chao Yan gazed at Mo Mingmei, who returned the gaze with equal intensity. The more she looked, the more she adored her. Such a delightful little girl would be a great loss if she went missing. She represented the last thread holding back the complete moral downfall of the villain Chao Hang. Mo Mingmei felt compelled to intervene. In her previous life, she had met her demise in an accident, and upon awakening, she found herself in this place. The true Mo Mingmei had perished 12 summers ago. The one who awoke was Mo Mingmei of the 21st century. Indeed, she had shared the same name and appearance as the original Mo Mingmei. Perhaps that was why she had borrowed her body. She spent a decade acclimating to this era. And although her union with Gu Heng was rooted in familial connections, their relationship was harmonious, and they had 2 children, living quite well. She had thought her life would continue in this tranquil manner, but she had not expected to uncover such significant revelations during this military deployment. It was only after arriving on the island that she realized her experience was not an ordinary time travel, but a journey through a narrative. Indeed, it was a narrative. In her previous life, she had read a novel highly recommended by her close friend, titled Rebirth in the 70s. Love You Deeply. Yes, it was that cliché narrative trope. Although the title was somewhat off-putting, the content was quite engaging. Chao Hang was the principal villain of this tale, introduced with a tragic yet captivating backstory. With both parents gone and siblings lost or missing, Mo Mingmei couldn't help but sigh at the thought. After all, Chao Hang was not the author's favorite son. Oh dear, Yin Yan is sighing. Life is not easy. Mo Mingmei remarked. How could a little one learn to sigh? Zhao Xianghong chuckled, finding the little one's antics quite amusing. Auntie, you don't understand. Knowing the truth is so hard for Yin Yan. Stupid Ximing, could he be doing this on purpose? I thought starting from a broken family was difficult enough, yet this is even worse. Now, you tell me this is a narrative, and our family is merely fodder within it. Who can bear such a fate? Infuriating. Fodder? Yan claimed their family was merely fodder within this narrative. The term alone carried a negative connotation, causing Lu Wanxing to glance at Mo Mingmei discreetly. She had not missed the sympathy that flickered in Mo Mingmei's eyes or that inexplicable sigh. Thus, she had foreseen their destinies and felt pity for them. Lu Wanxing could not help but realize the truth. So our family's fate as fodder was predetermined, merely to pave the way for the future protagonists. Serving as a covert control group, our three brothers must not overshadow the main characters, thus sealing our fate as victims of the narrative. Bah! As long as this fairy is here, no narrative will claim us. I have nothing more to say. I must strive to grow stronger to protect my parents and brothers. A warmth spread through Lu Wanxing's heart. How considerate her yin was. She is still a little darling, only needing to focus on being adorable. The rest can be left to the adults to handle. Yaya. Chao Yan clenched her tiny fist. Mo Mingmei's eyes lit up. Little one, are you speaking to me? Ya. Teacher Lu, your daughter is simply delightful. May I visit her often? Mo Mingmei suddenly spoke up. Lu Wanxing was taken aback, then remembered her daughter's inner thoughts, nodding in agreement, of course. Wow, this aunt has quite an eye for talent. Although this aunt is a reincarnation, she is not a possession or rebirth. Moreover, she carries a hint of golden light in her soul, which must be the merit light spoken of by the emperor's father, indicating she is a good person. Indeed, this aunt has traversed into a book. She is well versed in this narrative, and from her memories, one can sense her fondness for Sange. Building a rapport with her beautiful mother is undoubtedly advantageous. Even if my Sange becomes a villain in the future, there are still those who admire him. My Sange is quite handsome. Lu Wanxing's heart trembled. Initially, she did not comprehend what it meant to traverse into a book. Now, she understood. This meant that in Mo Mingmei's prior world, she encountered this narrative, and after her demise, she was reborn within it. With that in mind, it was indeed true that Mo Mingmei could foresee the future. Since her daughter indicated that Mo Mingmei is a good person, there should be no issue. Chao Yan mused. My beautiful mother is so mindlessly trusting of me. Is truly a sweet burden. Having spent a considerable amount of time here, she continued, Teacher Lu, please rest well. I must take Xiao Mo to visit other homes. We shall conclude our visit for today. Zhao Xianhong reluctantly caressed Chao Yan's cherubic face, wondering how Teacher Lu managed to give birth to such stunning children. In an entire compound, none could rival the beauty of her family as children. Oh, and now 2 more have arrived. Mo Mingmei reluctantly returned the little one to Lu Wanxing, not forgetting to mention her intent to visit again, clearly indicating how cherished Chao Yan was. Chao Yan was quite enamored with the attention. Being such a popular fairy, how shall I manage? Chapter 14. The warm daily life of the Chao family accompanying the military. Mo Mingmei found the women of the compound gathered for their little meeting, this time discussing her. Since she had not been present before, there were numerous speculations, which could only be described as worry over nothing. What difference did it make to them whether Mo Mingmei accompanied the military or not? Did you hear? The deputy brigade commander's family has arrived. I saw them. They're exceptionally handsome. PFF, is that what you call handsome? More like improper. They look frivolous and untrustworthy. No wonder the deputy brigade commander is reluctant to have her accompany him. I always thought Teacher Lu was the most beautiful in our compound. Yet this Mo Mingmei is just as stunning, if not more so. That tiny waist. Who knows how many hearts she'll ensnare. Isn't the deputy brigade commander supposed to marry a village girl? Someone unrefined? I heard differently. How is this consistent with the rumors? What nonsense. The deputy brigade commander is involved in a family alliance. It's just that the feelings are lacking. You know how those from the arch troop love to spread tales. For what purpose, you still don't know. That is true. Many from the arch troop have their eyes on the deputy brigade commander. You say she is married? That is of no concern. Marriage can be dissolved, and if one can win over Gu Heading, anything is possible. With the arrival of the deputy brigade commander's family, surely those from the arch troop would behave, right? While others might, one individual remained unpredictable. Who doesn't he know that Gu Heading comes from a prestigious family, holding a significant position, and upon arriving at the Nandao military district, he has been the object of many gazes? Unfortunately, he is tied in a family alliance. leaving those from the arch troop with no chance to ascend. With Mo Mingmei's arrival, the entire compound buzzed with excitement, particularly Lu Wanxing from the arch troop. She had always assumed that Gu Heading was dissatisfied with the marriage arrangement, which is why Mo Mingmei had not accompanied the military. As for the family alliance, their family was no less than the Mo family. She had come to the Nandao military district chasing after Gu Heading, confident in her ability to win him over. Yet she never expected Mo Mingmei would accompany the military. Mo Mingmei, how is your fate so fortunate? Why didn't you perish that summer? If only she had, there would be no competition now. Nizakai, your beard is poking me. Chao Yan struggled to push away the large face before her, but her strength was insufficient. Despite her best efforts, she could not budge the face at all. Chao Jianguo was quite pleased with himself, but in the next moment, the little one burst into tears. Whoa. Mommy, come quickly, Daddy is bullying me. It was indeed the father's fault. He should not have poked them. Chao Jianguo was in a panic. You love to tease her. Be careful that Yin doesn't take a liking to someone else. Lu Wanxing looked on helplessly. Chao Jianguo laughed heartily. Scooping up the little one, I am her real father. How could she not like me, right? Once you grow up, Daddy will let you ride on his back. More nonsense. Lu Wanxing shot him a glance. How could a man over 40 still speak so thoughtlessly? Who said that? I just like to let my daughter ride on my back. What is wrong with that? Chao Jianguo retorted. He had only this one daughter, so he must spoil her thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Chao Yan stopped crying and beamed sweetly at her father. Wow, Daddy is amazing. Yin will definitely be filial to you when she grows up. Chao Jianguo exchanged a triumphant glance with his wife. Lu Wanxing remarked, so it seems Yin's fondness for flattery comes from you. We have finally traced its roots. Chao Jianguo conceded, well, whatever my wife says is right. As the three brothers of the Chao family entered, they rushed towards Chao Yan. Dad, carry me. I want to hug my sister. Chao Hang stretched out his arms, longing to embrace his sister, whom he had missed all day. The first thing he did each morning was kiss his sister. She was simply too adorable, and he wished he could carry her in his pocket. No way. Chao Jianguo raised his arm high, making Chao Yan's line of sight soar. Yaya. The little one clapped her hands in delight. Daddy. Chao Hang pouted in dissatisfaction. You're too small. What if you drop her? His daughter was so delicate that she must not be allowed to fall into the hands of this troublesome boy. I won't. I'm strong enough to carry her. Chao Hang insisted. No. Chao Jianguo's eyes were stern. He held his daughter all day. He needed to dote on her thoroughly first. Well, enough is never enough. Yin is too popular. This cursed charm is everywhere. Lu Wanxing could no longer contain her laughter, bursting into giggles. Soon, Chao Hang and Chao Chen also joined in, unable to resist the joy brought by their sister. Before long, everyone was laughing, except for little Chao Yan, who was utterly bewildered. All right. I know you all adore your sister. Go wash your hands first. We will play with her after dinner, Lu Wanxing gently instructed. Okay. When will I grow up? Mommy's cooking smells so good. When will these days of merely watching and not eating come to an end? Yin sighed. When you grow up, Mommy will cook delicious food for you. Lu Wanxing kissed her daughter's forehead. Yaya. Thank you, Mommy. Lu Wanxing had once been a sheltered young lady, untouched by hardship, but since the upheaval began, she gradually learned to fend for herself. Even though her husband cared for her and insisted she need not do these things, she chose to adapt. From her initial clumsiness, she evolved into someone who managed everything with finesse, a remarkable transformation that would surely break her parents' hearts upon seeing it. The Nandao military district was far from the capital, and she wondered when she would see them again. After dinner, Chao Jianguo took his 3 sons to wash the dishes and clean the floor. Once he had lulled their daughter to sleep, Lu Wanxing broached the subject of Mo Mingmei with her husband. The slumbering bug of Chao Jianguo suddenly vanished. Anyone who informed him that he was merely a character from a storybook, not a being of reality, would undoubtedly be shaken. Furthermore, the arrival of Mo Mingmei, a character who traversed the pages of a book, was even more astonishing. However, upon considering that his daughter was an ethereal fairy descended to earth, the concept of a literary figure became far more acceptable. Since his daughter assured him that Mo Mingmei was a good person, he believed it without a doubt. Normal interactions would suffice. What if Mo Mingmei could foresee the future? They possessed the heartfelt sentiments of their daughter, and even if she only provided fragmented clues, it would be ample for investigation. There was no need to worry about other matters. Old Lu's situation would certainly yield results within 2 years. Lu Wanxing nodded in agreement. She entrusted the external affairs to Chao Guo, content to safeguard their little family. Chapter 15. Aesthetic appreciation. The arrival of Mo Mingmei breathed new life into the long-dormant military family compound, sparking fresh conversations that she largely ignored unless someone danced directly in her presence. Countless individuals yearned to witness a confrontation between Lu Shuwen and Mo Mingmei. Yet both were formidable opponents, unwilling to provide an entertaining spectacle. Lu Shuwen sought to create trouble for Mo Mingmei, but found no means to do so, ultimately retreating in silence. The crux of the matter lay in Gu Heng's affections being entirely focused on Mo Mingmei, leaving Lu Shuwen to brood in silence, causing heartache for many. Mo Mingmei paid no heed to Lu Shuwen, dedicating herself entirely to Chao Yan. Why, you may ask, was she so focused on Chao Yan? Because she was an aesthetic enthusiast. In both her past and present lives, Mo Mingmei had been captivated by beauty, just like Chao Yan, who adored attractive individuals. Before her journey into the narrative, Mo Mingmei had been fond of the antagonist Chao Hang, and now, with the opportunity to interact with the story's chief villain, her delight knew no bounds, especially with her own little secrets in mind. Mo Mingmei quickly grew close to Lu Wanxing, and due to their relationship, her 7-year-old twin sons also enjoyed trailing behind the Chao Hang brothers, which gradually fostered a camaraderie between Chao Jianguo and Gu Heng. Many military wives speculated that the two had found a kindred spirit in each other. Lu Wanxing and Mo Mingmei were both quite pampered and extravagant, making their friendship unsurprising. As for the whispers behind their backs, both women chose to ignore them with unwavering consistency. Wanxing, I'm here again. As the saying goes, one may not see the person, but can hear their voice. Mo Mingmei arrived with homemade cookies, her smile radiating sweetness. Little Mo, like her daughter, was also an aesthetic enthusiast. This term was something she had eavesdropped from her daughter's thoughts. Her daughter had learned it from little Mo. Ordinary individuals would not go out of their way to remind someone of such things, especially given that they had only known each other for barely half a month. From her daughter's thoughts, she learned that little Mo intended to alter their fate, yet the book offered scant descriptions of their circumstances, leaving her uncertain of the impending crisis. For this, she felt deep gratitude towards Mo Mingmei. She had also gleaned from her daughter that Mo Mingmei harbored an inexplicable admiration for her younger son. Despite being merely a toddler, drew adoration from Mo Mingmei, eliciting a chuckle from Lu Wanxing. Her son was undeniably a small baby, yet little Mo's admiration was unmistakable. One could only surmise that her son had a promising future ahead, though one must overlook his villainous tendencies. The couple never commented on their son's future. As it remained a distant prospect, their focus was solely on the present, nurturing their son as best they could. They firmly believed that as long as they were present, their son would not become the person he might one day be. Their family's destiny had already shifted the moment their daughter was born, heralding a future of boundless potential for their son. They were convinced of this. This might indeed be the boundless beauty of having their own child. With a playful smile, Mo Mingmei presented her gift, saying, "These are the cookies I baked. They're not overly sweet. Do give them a try. If you like them, I'll bring more next time." She had always enjoyed making little treats, and once even blogged about desserts, amassing a following of several 100,000, with her culinary skills being quite commendable. Your culinary skills are truly unparalleled in our military family compound. My 3 boys adore your sweets, Lu Wanxing replied candidly. While her cooking skills were lacking, her crafting abilities were exceptional, in stark contrast to Mo Mingmei's culinary prowess, creating a perfect complement between them. How fragrant! Aunt Mo's cookies smell divine. I want some. Chao Yan licked her lips, craving the treat, seemingly drooling. She struggled to reach forward. Mo Mingmei chuckled, playfully shifting the cookies away. Little Yin Yin, not yet. You're still too young to have these. Chao Yan huffed in indignation. You're being unfair. I want to eat. I'm not an ordinary child. My beautiful mother will give me some. Chao Yan reached out eagerly. Lu Wanxing couldn't help but cover her face, bemused at having birthed such a little glutton. Not allowed. The little one, indignant, displayed an impressive temper, which brought endless amusement to Mo Mingmei while leaving Lu Wanxing exasperated. After all, she could hear her daughter's thoughts, making it quite a challenge to restrain herself. I want to eat. The little one, though small, had a sizable temper. With a playful smirk, Mo Mingmei seized the opportunity to pat Chao Yan's cheek. Then couldn't he help but exclaim, "Such smooth skin. It must be our little Yan. A rogue. If you don't give me cookies, you can't touch me." Lu Wanxing warned, "All right, don't tease her too much. If she cries, you'll have to console her. Although my daughter isn't prone to crying, once she gets riled up, no one can soothe her. Just the other day, her father upset her, and she cried inconsolably. She hardly resembles a fairy. She is more like a little devil. I want to cry. Only babies cry." Chao Yan pouted, displaying an adorably aloof demeanor. Mo Mingmei, holding the little one, kept apologizing and promising until she finally cheered her up. She exaggeratedly wiped away an imaginary bead of sweat. "Wanxing, your daughter is quite difficult to appease. I certainly want to deceive her again." "Of course not. My Yan is far more intelligent than the average child." Lu Wanxing replied with pride. "That's right. I'm a little fairy, so I'm the smartest." Chao Yan nodded, her plump little face beaming with pride, which left Mo Mingmei in awe. It seemed her son had not been this clever at such an age. Could it be that Wanxing's daughter was the fabled child prodigy? "Wanxing, you might be overthinking things. By the way, you'll soon be celebrating Yan's full moon. Will you be holding a banquet?" Mo Mingmei inquired suddenly. Last year, the nation had again revised its policies, ushering in a flourishing future. It was entirely normal to host a full moon celebration now. Given the significance that Chao Tuan and his wife placed on Yan, they would likely hold a banquet. Chao Ge had also mentioned Yan's full moon celebration to her. However, Lu Wanxing was concerned about being overly ostentatious. She feared possible changes in the political climate and did not want to attract unnecessary attention, lest it bring misfortune to Chao Ge. He had already faced delays in his promotions due to his circumstances. Otherwise, based on his merits, he would have long ascended to a deputy division level or even higher. Yet now, he remained at the rank of a regiment commander, which weighed heavily on her conscience. She didn't want her presence and that of their child to cause Chao Ge any unnecessary trouble, so she decided to temporarily forego Yan's celebration. Chapter 16. Acknowledging kinship, it's all right. Yan. Not holding a full moon banquet is perfectly fine. Don't be sad, beautiful mother, Chao Yan said, gently touching her mother's cheek, revealing a toothless grin. Do not worry about those people. She pointed upward. They have already fallen from grace. The future will only be bright. Many individuals who were exiled have now been vindicated. Trust me, such chaos will not recur. Yet Lu Wanxing remained hesitant. Although she was not directly affected by the chaos of those years, she witnessed it with her own eyes. Fathers unrecognizable, children unrecognizable. It was utterly terrifying, and she was afraid. Dear mother, do not fear. What Animo said is indeed true. The future is bright. And with Yan around, Yan will protect you, mother. Yan is formidable. The full moon banquet occurs only once. Yan must not be wronged. Suddenly, Mo Mingmei recalled something, and her demeanor shifted to one of hesitation. Lu Wanxing noticed her expression and inquired, "Speak plainly. This hesitance is uncharacteristic of you." "Hee, you said it yourself." Lu Wanxing felt an involuntary chill, as if she had fallen into a trap, and now it was too late to retract. "Wanxing, although our acquaintance has been brief, you should have a clear understanding of my character by now." Mo Mingmei nervously adjusted her fingers. "What is it? Speak up. I hope it is not a troublesome matter. Given the close bond we share, why not consider becoming dry relatives?" Mo Mingmei spoke in one breath, her gaze cautiously fixed on Lu Wanxing, anxious about her reaction. She genuinely cherished Chao Yan. The little one, with her beauty and personality, had captured her heart completely. Had it not been for Gu Heading's sterilization, she might have wished for a daughter of her own. But now that she had Yan, the absence of a daughter seemed inconsequential. "Are you certain about this?" asked Lu Wanxing. "Absolutely." Montauk Mingmei replied. "Have you discussed it with Gu Tuan?" Lu Wanxing questioned. Mo Mingmei raised an eyebrow. "This is a decision I can make independently. He will have no objections. Even if he did, he would have to suppress them. In our household, I handle the minor matters while he oversees the major ones. Of course, their household had no significant matters. Becoming dry relatives is not something to be taken lightly. You should consult Gutuan first, Lu Wanxing advised. You don't oppose this, do you? Mo Mingmei smirked. I do not oppose it. The more people who care for Yin Yin, the happier I am, Lu Wanxing nodded. It was clear to her that Mo Mingmei genuinely liked Yin Yin, and the little girl could sense it too. Naturally, the matter of recognizing dry relatives must also consider Yin Yan's own wishes. Mo Mingmei was confident that the little foodie, Yin Yin, would undoubtedly agree. Yin Yin, would you like to eat? Lu Wanxing shook her head in resignation. This little Mo must have been spoiled in both past and present lives. Otherwise, she would be so childlike. Eat, I want to eat. The foodie Zhao Yan was now activated. The little one flailed her arms, clearly expressing her desire. Lu Wanxing struggled to hold her. This was no exaggeration. The just 1-month-old Zhao Yan was indeed a little powerhouse. Few would believe it, but the truth remained. Little Yin Yin was a veritable strongman. The couple had not deliberately concealed this fact nor broadcast it. They simply earnestly taught their daughter how to control her strength, knowing she could comprehend. Sweetheart, Aunt knows you can understand. Do you want to be my daughter? If you agree, just nod, and there will be endless little biscuits for you. Besides making desserts, Aunt can also prepare many delicious dishes. Mo Mingmei coaxed enticingly. Lu Wanxing covered her face. This was it. Her daughter was about to be whisked away. Zhao Yan widened her round, sparkling eyes, her entire being radiating willingness. Dear mother, it's not my fault. It's because my godmother gives me too much. Rest assured, you will always be my most beloved dear mother. Lu Wanxing lightly tapped the little one's forehead. Exasperated by her heartlessness, a single treat had swayed her loyalty. Mother, give me a kiss. Zhao Yan turned and smeared Lu Wanxing's face with drool, simultaneously professing her affection. Yin Yin loves mother the most. Lu Wanxing could only shake her head in exasperation. With a smile, Zhao Yan recognized that her mother had been placated and then reached out to Mo Mingmei, who excelled at serving tea. Mo Mingmei swiftly scooped up Zhao Yan and rubbed her cheek against the little one's rosy face. Hee, I knew my daughter would surely like it. Yin Yin, you are still little. When you grow up, your godmother will treat you, but not now. Zhao Yan was utterly stunned. What was this sudden betrayal? She glared at Mo Mingmei in indignation, a little trickster. I am watching. I am watching. I will keep watching. Sweetheart, it's not that your godmother refuses to feed you. It's just that you don't have teeth yet, and you can't chew. Mo Mingmei chuckled awkwardly. Infants must wait until 6 months before introducing solid foods, and little biscuits should not be given until at least a year old. Reflecting on this, Mo Mingmei felt a twinge of guilt and instinctively averted her gaze from Zhao Yan. Godmother is lying. I am watching. Biscuits, delicious biscuits. Mo Mingmei felt increasingly guilty under the little one's scrutinizing gaze. Lu Wanxing could only laugh uncontrollably at the scene. Mo Mingmei had inadvertently shot herself in the foot. Her daughter was not so easily deceived. In the end, Mo Mingmei had to concede, offering generous terms and signing numerous unequal treaties to earn a smile from Zhao Yan. Finally, Mo Mingmei breathed a sigh of relief. The little one was too clever and not easily fooled, promising that there would be plenty of fun in the days to come. Upon hearing that Mo Mingmei wished to take Zhao Yan as her goddaughter, Chao Jianguo was not pleased, feeling as though his daughter was being taken away. After a stern lecture from Lu Wanxing, he begrudgingly acquiesced. Did she not favor the third child the most? Why then take Yin Yin as her goddaughter? Shouldn't Tia be the third child instead? Naturally, it was because their daughter was particularly cherished. Without a second thought, Lu Wanxing interjected, her mind suddenly racing, hesitating as she continued. It's fine for Yin Yin to recognize little Mo as her godmother, but what about Lu Haizhou? He had previously mentioned wanting to be the children's godfather, but they had dismissed him with jokes. Now that the child is recognizing a godmother, will Lu Haizhou detect anything? With this thought, Lu Wanxing grew anxious. As long as Lu Haizhou remained undiscovered, she would not find peace. It's fine. Old Lu is too preoccupied with matters here, Chao Jianguo reassured his wife, reluctant to change his stance for fear of arousing Lu Haizhou's suspicion. Did your sister-in-law find out? Lu Wanxing's eyes widened. What did you do? Lu Wanxing became intrigued. Such occurrences were hard to detect, especially with the children now grown, making it even more difficult. If they had not heard their daughter's innermost thoughts, they would not have realized. How had Chao Yan led them to discovery? This story is long. Chao Jianguo teased, noting that it was not he who uncovered this, but rather the biological son of comrade Li Xiaomei. No, it should be the granddaughter of his sister-in-law who revealed it. Let us keep it brief, Lu Wanxing urged. Of course, Chao Jianguo, a devoted husband, was eager to share as long as his wife wished to hear it. Chapter 17. The irresistible Chao Yan Li Dajuan seemed to be overwhelmed with fear. Once he entered the room, he poured out everything like a spilled bag of beans, revealing both what should and should not be said. Although he had long been aware of the truth, the moment it was laid bare still left him somewhat astonished. He had not yet taken action, and yet it was already exposed. Moreover, the individual in question was none other than Li Dajuan, whom his sister-in-law had previously mentioned, leading him to believe that this person was quite decent. Were it not for his composure, his eyes might have bulged out in disbelief. Since learning from his daughter's heartfelt thoughts about the misfortunes that awaited their family, and discovering that Lu Haizhou was indeed Su Anji, he had been conducting a covert investigation into the matter. Even though he verbally expressed that as long as Commissioner Wang faced trouble, Lu Haizhou would be implicated and investigated, and that it would be discovered sooner or later, he remained uneasy. He feared that knowing the future would not change the outcome. Thus he had been vigilant against Lu Haizhou. Furthermore, due to Lu Haizhou's extreme sensitivity, he maintained a facade of normalcy. In fact, fearing suspicion, he continuously reassured himself, which allowed him to evade several of Lu Haizhou's tests. Indeed, Lu Haizhou was probing him. It must be said that Lu Haizhou was truly a master of espionage. Had he not been prepared, he surely would have slipped up. Moreover, Lu Haizhou was Lu Haizhou, and his sister-in-law was his sister-in-law. When his wife had arrived on the island, his sister-in-law had provided significant assistance, and he could not simply stand by. Once Lu Haizhou's affair came to light, his sister-in-law would also be implicated. Should his son prove not to be his own, the blow to his sister-in-law would be unimaginable. This was also the reason he and his wife wished to reveal the truth to her as soon as possible. However, he had not anticipated that just as he was formulating a plan, Li Dajuan would come knocking at their door with his men, which felt almost serendipitous. What is your opinion of this Li Dajuan? Lu Wanxing inquired of Chao Jianguo. After this matter is exposed, there will undoubtedly be a rift between Lu Aigua and his sister-in-law. Moreover, the Li family would not simply let this go. How would Lu Aigua choose? What will his sister-in-law do then? If this Li Dajuan can be relied upon, with trustworthy character, even if Lu Haizhou's affair comes to light, his sister-in-law would at least have some security for her later years. Not foolish, Chao Jianguo succinctly replied. Lu Wanxing was taken aback. Could it be such a coincidence? Uncertain. Chao Jianguo shook his head, urging her not to dwell on it. It was late, and they should rest. Wait, I have something else to discuss. What is it? The celebration for our daughter's full moon. Did you not say it would not be held? Chao Jianguo glanced at his wife. Although he wished to hold it, he still respected his wife's wishes, apologizing to their daughter instead. Chao Yan huffed, claiming that she loved their daughter the most, calling him a man. Chao Jianguo declared that his wife was the most important. Let us hold it, Lu Wanxing interjected. Mingmei had said that everything would be fine, that such misfortunes would not occur again. Their daughter's heartfelt thoughts had also expressed optimism. Why not celebrate our daughter's full moon? This occasion happens only once. And while their 3 sons had missed out, their daughter could not be overlooked. The more she spoke, the more resolute she became. Their daughter's full moon celebration must take place, and it should be splendid. She had no reason to be afraid. The Lu family had already been vindicated. The state had returned considerable wealth, and several properties in the capital had been restored. There were no issues with their status, so she no longer needed to tread cautiously. Were it not for the distance, they would certainly attend Yin Yan's full moon celebration. Then let it be held. Chao Jianguo affirmed decisively. He had a daughter now, a little fairy, and it must be a grand affair. Chao Yan remarked that it was now cherished, no longer a choice between wife and daughter. Chao Jianguo questioned. Had Mingmei not said they would not hold it? Mother, can I invite my good friends to my sister's a full moon celebration? Chao Hang asked eagerly. He wanted to tell them that his sister was the most beautiful girl in the entire courtyard. No one could compare, not even Qin Si Yuan. Of course, Lu Wanxing nodded. She looked at her other two sons. You can also invite your friends to your sister's full moon celebration. Mother, will you be able to make it that day? Chao Hang asked with concern. Don't worry, I have invited Aunt Zhao and Animo to help. It will be fine. Oh, there is one more thing I forgot to mention. What is it? The three brothers asked in unison. Yan has acknowledged Aunt Mo as her godmother. What? No way. Our sister belongs to us. The three brothers reacted in unison. Didn't you all like Animo very much? Why the objection? Lu Wanxing inquired with a smile. The Gu brothers had long wished to claim their sister for themselves, which was unacceptable. Chao Chen interjected eagerly. Those two brothers were always calling out for their sister. One might think Yan was their sister. Yes, they can't take our sister. Chao Hang asserted, fists clenched in righteous indignation. Mother, I believe having three brothers is sufficient for Yan. She doesn't need more. Chao Hang was the calmest, although he secretly plotted to teach the Gu brothers a lesson when they next met. Brothers were fine, but snatching a sister was absolutely off limits. Oh dear, what should I do if my brothers love me too much? Chao Yan mused, resting her little hands. She was enraptured by her own charm. The greatest worry of this little person was simply being too popular, which was quite the predicament. Well, there is nothing to be done. Your sister has already agreed. Lu Wanxing shrugged, decisively passing the buck. Well, not exactly passing the buck. It was indeed her daughter's own choice. The three brothers declared, We're watching. Chao Yan admitted, I feel a tad guilty. There is nothing to be done. Auntie Mo gives too much, she admitted. Brothers, rest assured, Yan loves the eldest second, and third brothers the most. No matter how many more brothers there are, they cannot compare to you. The three brothers retorted, Just how many brothers do you want? I'm still small, not understanding. Thank you for inviting me. Chapter 18. The Full Moon Celebration, Nandao Military District, Gu family in the military compound. Is it true that you like that little girl so much? Gu Heng's voice was low, filled with tension. Mo Mingmei's ears turned red, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Despite having been married for years, she still couldn't help but blush whenever he spoke. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Gu Heng's eyes. After all these years, she remained as bashful as ever. What are you laughing at? Montag Mingmei repos achet lightly. He must be mocking her. How infuriating. It's nothing. What? Mo Mingmei instinctively retorted, quickly realizing what he meant, and nodded. If you were to meet Yan, you would surely adore her. The daughter of Teacher Lu is the most beautiful baby I have ever seen, truly. She is far more beautiful than Yan Li and Yan Qi were his children. Gu Heng looked exasperated. How could they even be compared? A daughter and a son were entirely different. Gu Heng listened quietly, observing her radiance. I truly adore Yan. Chao Yan fulfills my dreams of having a daughter. Like a delicate doll, and she is exceptionally intelligent. Mo Mingmei playfully poked Gu Heng in the side, chiding him, You must remember, in the future, Yan is not only my goddaughter, but also yours. You cannot show favoritism. Trust me, you will grow to love this goddaughter. As Mo Mingmei spoke of Chao Yan, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, unmistakably showing her genuine affection for the girl. Gu Heng found himself somewhat regretful. Had they not experienced such hardships, they might have had a beautiful daughter of their own. He shook his head, unable to forget the dangers Mo Mingmei faced during childbirth. Once was enough. Her safety was paramount. Since he could not have a biological daughter in this life, a goddaughter would suffice. A tender look crossed Gu Heng's eyes. Very well. As long as you are happy, I will be happy too. Chao Jianguo was renowned in the Nandao military district for his devotion to his wife. A capable and formidable man. Were it not for the burden of his wife, he would never have achieved his current standing. Chao Jianguo was also one of the officers he respected most in the Nandao military district, although they had not spent much time together. They had heard many tales about one another. The full moon celebration? Qin Kangzhan raised an eyebrow, observing the serious Chao Jianguo. Now, I am preparing to host a full-month banquet for my daughter. Is it too ostentatious? Indeed, it is my daughter's full-month celebration. Chao Jianguo wears a proud expression. I understand you are busy and might not have the opportunity to attend my daughter's banquet. That is perfectly acceptable. He merely extends a symbolic invitation, not daring to expect the leader's presence at his daughter's celebration. This time, he has invited numerous guests. it would be inappropriate not to include the leader. Whether he attends depends on his obligations that day. Chao Jianguo has once again achieved significant merit for the military region. Although progress has been minimal thus far, the clues he has uncovered are sufficient to shake the military district, and it is time for Chao Jianguo to advance in rank. Unbeknownst to him, he is soon to be promoted, and he walks with delight as the banquet for his daughter is just around the corner, necessitating early preparations. In anticipation of the celebration, Mo Mingmei has been tirelessly aiding Lu Wanxing, often returning home late. Her two sons have also taken root in the Zhao household, much to Gu Heading's chagrin. Has he truly become a solitary figure? Perhaps he had been under too much pressure previously. Lu Wanxing is determined to host an extravagant affair, preparing numerous items that have left the residents of the compound in awe. Were it not for the changing times, they would surely have reported her. Initially, Lu Wanxing restrained herself, but as preparations escalated, with Mo Mingmei's suggestions, she ultimately decided to embrace a more lavish approach, ensuring that this banquet would become a topic of conversation in the military compound. On the day of the celebration, the Zhao courtyard was bustling with guests. Nearly half of the military district in attendance, with tables set up outside due to the overwhelming number of attendees. This event was distinct from contemporary full-month banquets. Lu Wanxing heeded Mo Mingmei's advice, adhering to the standards of 21st century celebration, rendering it quite luxurious for this era. Consequently, the banquet garnered much discussion before it even commenced. Teacher Lu is certainly bold this time. She is not afraid of being criticized, someone remarked. The times have changed. Be careful with your words. It was previously rumored that Teacher Lu hailed from a wealthy family, and now it appeared to be true. Just look at the grandeur of the event. How could an ordinary person manage such a spectacle? No wonder Commander Zhao has not been promoted over the years. Please, there are no distinctions of wealth anymore. Teacher Lu's parents have been vindicated. Her background is impeccable. They claimed that Teacher Lu had hindered Commander Zhao's advancement, but that may no longer hold true. Ignoring the snide remarks, Lu Wanxing chose to focus on the joyous occasion for her daughter, wishing to avoid any unpleasantness. Gu Heading and Wang Dagua assisted in attending to the comrades, while Zhao Xianghong and Mo Mingmei took care of the military wives. The full-month banquet for Chao Yan could be considered of the highest standards, one that would not be overshadowed even after a decade. Wang Dagua, being neighbors and longtime comrades with Chao Jianguo, naturally lent his assistance. However, Mo Mingmei and Gu Heading's involvement seemed somewhat unusual. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the Zhao and Gu families were about to become in-laws, with Mo Mingmei and Gu Heading intending to adopt Chao Yan as their goddaughter. The crowd, upon hearing this, could not help but admire the depth of strategy employed by Lu Wanxing and Chao Jianguo. 3 years prior, Gu Heading had been parachuted into the Southern Island Military District, quickly becoming its youngest deputy regiment commander and drawing attention. His family background was no secret. Many aspired to connect with him, yet it was Chao Jianguo who had achieved that connection. Should Chao Jianguo and Gu Heading become godfathers, the path ahead would likely be smooth, especially considering Lu Wanxing's impeccable background, hinting at a swift promotion in Chao Jianguo's future. Unaware of the label of cunning that had been attached to him, Chao Jianguo, even if he were to become aware, would remain unfazed. He has navigated his journey with a clear conscience, attributing his success to his relentless hard work. Even if he became related to Gu Heading by adoption, he would not leverage the Gu family's influence for his advancement. He possesses the confidence to rise through his own merit, serving as a steadfast support for his daughter. Chapter 19. Eavesdropping on inner thoughts in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere outside, a group of young boys gathered around the sleeping Chao Yan, moving cautiously to avoid disturbing the slumbering infant. Clad in a vibrant red, full-month outfit, her cherubic face was undeniably charming, and her tiny hands were irresistibly adorable. Chao Hang, is this really your sister? Wow, she is truly beautiful. Her eyelashes are so long, how lovely. Zhao Chun, is your sister a bit chubby? You're the one who is chubby. Your whole family is. This is called baby fat. Chao Yan was incensed, her small fists clenched in indignation. Anyone would be upset upon hearing someone call them fat, especially a beauty-conscious Chao Yan. Zhao Chun hurriedly reassured his irate little sister, retorting, "Stop talking nonsense. My sister has baby fat, not excess weight. Exactly. What second brother said is true. I'm not fat. Yin's baby fat. Chao Yan's eyelids drooped, and she drowsily drifted back to sleep. Blame it on the excitement of the previous night. She was now fatigued and wished to sleep a bit longer. With that chubby little face, are you sure it's just baby fat? Zhu Xiaoying seized the opportunity to touch her smooth cheek, enjoying the sensation. Zhu Xiaoying, don't touch my sister. Chao Hang swiftly swatted Zhu Xiaoying's hand away. Zhu Xiaoying, unperturbed, chuckled. Come on, Chao Hang, don't be so stingy. We're good buddies. And from now on, your sister is my sister too. Not a chance. My sister is only mine. No need for more brothers. Chao Hang looked at him with disdain, feeling possessive over his sister's affection. Wait, did you invite us just to show off your sister? Zhu Xiaoying remarked, puzzled by Chao Hang's behavior. Chao Hang raised an eyebrow. Brimming with pride, isn't that the point? I have a sister, and you don't. Besides, my sister is the best in the world. Zhu Xiaoying and the others rolled their eyes, realizing he was indeed there to brag. Since when did Chao Hang become so childish? She'll keep it down. My sister is going to wake up. Chao Hang shot them an irritated glare. Chao Yan whimpered softly, slowly opening her eyes, her large, watery eyes seemingly accusing them. I'm sleepy. You sound like you want to hit someone. Wow, what beautiful eyes like stars. Chao Hang, your sister is truly lovely. Awakened by the commotion, Chao Yan remained momentarily dazed, nearly believing she had been reincarnated. Then, she gradually realized she had been disturbed from her slumber. Yeah, if you dare wake me up, I'll draw a circle and curse you all. Zhu Xiaoying, you woke my sister up. Chao Hang glared disapprovingly at Zhu Xiaoying, who had dared to touch his sister's face. Zhu Xiaoying? Is that really Zhu Xiaoying? Zhu Xiaoying. Chao Yan blinked in surprise, lifting her gaze to the young boy before her. Zhu Xiaoying appeared equally taken aback. Had he just heard something? Zhu Xiaoying, let go. Zhu Xiaoying chuckled awkwardly. I didn't mean to. Chao Hang rolled his eyes in annoyance. If you did it on purpose, you'd be finished. Bullying my sister in front of me? Are you out of your mind? Indeed, he is the good friend of my big brother, Zhu Xiaoying. Zhu Xiaoying gazed down at the cradle containing Chao Yan. Had she just spoken? After my brother's demise, he has been searching for my brother's whereabouts for 20 years. Zhu Xiaoying truly loves my brother. Chao Hang inquired about his brother's fate. True love? What was going on? Zhu Xiaoying instinctively clenched his jaw. He was certain he and misheard. Chao Hang's sister had indeed spoken, but that was incorrect. Chao Hang's sister had not uttered a word. He had merely heard her innermost thoughts. Chao Hang tightly grasped Zhu Xiaoying's hand, his palm clammy with cold sweat. He never anticipated that Zhu Xiaoying could hear his sister's thoughts. Remain calm. He repeatedly reminded himself to stay composed, not to panic or falter, for he trusted Zhu Xiaoying's character. Even if trust wavered, it was imperative to believe now. Drawing a deep breath, Chao Hang nodded at Zhu Xiaoying. In that instant, Zhu Xiaoying understood that Chao Hang could also perceive Chao Yan's thoughts, of course. As Chao Yan's elder brother, how could he not hear? He discreetly scanned the surroundings and soon realized that apart from Chao Hang, it seemed only he could hear Chao Hang's sister's thoughts. Could it be that he was the chosen one? As Lu Wanxing entered, she fortuitously caught Chao Yan's thought. What my elder brother and Zhu Xiaoying doing? Why are they holding hands? How peculiar. Chao Hang pressed his lips together and cast a barely perceptible glance at Zhu Xiaoying, causing Lu Wanxing's heart to tighten as she struggled to maintain her composure. Heng, Chen, Heng, why don't you take your little friends out to play? Your sister's full moon banquet is about to commence, and mother needs to carry your sister out. All right, mother. Chao Hang tugged at Zhu Xiaoying's hand, leading the way as the others followed suit. At this moment, Zhao Chen and Zhao Heng also sensed an inexplicable feeling of impending doom. My darling, no matter what happens, mother will protect you. Lu Wanxing kissed her daughter's forehead. Mother, don't be afraid. I'm very capable. Though Chao Yan did not comprehend why her mother was frightened, she still offered comforting sounds. Zhu Xiaoying, you can hear your sister's thoughts too, can't you? He quietly inquired. Chao Hang nodded, fixing a steadfast gaze upon him. Zhu, you need not worry. I shall not speak a word of this. Zhu Xiaoying made a gesture for silence, assuring him that they were good brothers and he would not spread rumors. However, are you certain that I am the only one who can hear this? Zhao Yan's thoughts appeared to be significant. If others could hear them too, her situation would become perilous. Chao Hang was uncertain who else might be able to hear his sister's thoughts in the future. After all, Zhu Xiaoying was not related to them by blood, implying their previous speculations were unfounded. From this moment forth, they must observe closely anyone who approached his sister. As Lu Wanxing showcased Chao Yan, she instantly captured everyone's attention. Chao Jianguo strode to his wife's side and smiled at the gathering. Welcome, everyone, to my daughter Chao Yan's full moon banquet. Wow, there's so many people, so many attendees. Did they all come for me? Zhao Tuan, is this the daughter you boast about daily? She is stunning. Previously, they had assumed Zhao Tuan exaggerated, but it turned out he had not exaggerated in the slightest. How could a child be so beautiful? Of course, Yin Yin is a little fairy. Isn't it normal for her to be good-looking? Chao Jianguo beamed with pride. Zhao Tuan, you flaunt your daughter every day. Do you dare let us hold her? Get lost, you clumsy oaf. Don't hurt my daughter. Chao Jianguo playfully scolded. Today's event was not only a celebration of their daughter's full moon, but also a recognition ceremony. Everyone had already heard whispers about this and were not surprised. However, they did not expect Gu Heng and Mo Mingmei to place such importance on it, preparing lavish gifts for the ceremony, which made many military wives envious. Had they known Mo Mingmei adored daughters so much, they too could have sought a godparent for their daughters. Now, it seemed Lu Wanxing had benefited for nothing. One could only say they had underestimated the situation. Mo Mingmei was not someone who liked just anyone. Mo Mingmei prepared a pair of silver bracelets, a pair of gold bracelets, and a jade pendant of remarkable quality for Chao Yan, which could be described as extravagantly generous. Chao Yan's heart soared with joy. Rest assured, godmother, with Yin Yin around, I guarantee your future prosperity. Mo Mingmei trembled, gazing at Chao Yan in disbelief. Had she just heard Yin Yin speak? Chapter 20. Full Moon Banquet and Recognition Ceremony. Why does godmother seem stunned? Have I mesmerized her with my beauty? Oh no, it seems I have truly conjured an illusion. Mo Mingmei steadied herself, shaking her head vigorously. Haha, I must have misheard. Yin Yin is merely 1 month old. How could she possibly speak? I must have misheard. It was an auditory hallucination. Yes, it must be. What happened? Lu Wanxing gently patted Mo Mingmei's shoulder, looking at her in confusion. She had grown accustomed to her daughter's vanity. This was simply her daughter. Had it been anyone else, she might have thought their vanity was a sickness that required treatment. Montag Mingmei? Ah, Montag Mingmei suddenly erwachend. She took Chao Yan from Lu Wanxing's arms, smiling slightly. It's nothing. I just lost focus for a moment. Oh dear. The little one has gained quite a bit of weight. Wanxing, should we consider a diet for her? The little one felt heavy in her arms, surely weighing around 10 pounds. Truly a robust little girl. I am not heavy. I am light. Godmother, you are being naughty. She was a beautiful little fairy, not a chubby girl. Chao Yan, displeased, slapped her tiny hand against Mo Mingmei's face, startling Lu Wanxing. Mo Mingmei, are you all right? My daughter's strength is not something everyone can withstand. Yin Yin is still so young. A gentle tickle is all it takes. Mo Mingmei chuckled. She gazed at the little one in her arms, blinking her eyes. She was certain that what she had just heard was not an illusion. The little one had indeed spoken. Dear, come, call out to godmother and let me hear. Mo Mingmei kissed Chao Yan's forehead, smiling enchantingly. The dazzling beauty nearly blinded Chao Yan. As a connoisseur of beauty, Chao Yan could not resist and immediately echoed, Godmother, godmother, godmother. You criticize me. Yet how old is Yin Yin? Lu Wanxing sighed in exasperation. No, Yin Yin actually called me. Mo Mingmei was astounded. She had truly heard Chao Yan's thoughts. This was simply too surreal. No, it did not seem too surreal. After all, she had traversed dimensions from the third dimension to the second. Hearing Chao Yan's thoughts seemed quite normal. Wanxing, you must maintain your composure, Mo Mingmei urged herself. She glanced at Chao Yan in her arms and then looked up at Lu Wanxing. Did Wanxing not hear? Did no one else hear? Montag Mingmei's Haut beat quick in it. She looked at the little one in her arms and then up at the sky. Could it be that only she could hear Chao Yan's thoughts? Was she indeed the chosen daughter? Yes, she had crossed over into this story. Surely she was the chosen one. She scanned the crowd and noted they seemed genuinely unaware of Chao Yan's thoughts. So, it was only she who could hear them. Otherwise, why would they not react? Could this be the long-awaited golden finger since her crossing over? Perhaps she might even be able to hear others' thoughts too. She wanted to test this. Mo Mingmei focused on Lu Wanxing's eyes, concentrating her mind to see if she could hear her thoughts. Alas, it proved rather unlikely. She looked around at the others, but still found nothing. Her earlier excitement significantly diminished. So, this golden finger was exclusively for her goddaughter, Yin. It seemed rather underwhelming. Apologies, I drifted off again. It's nothing. Lu Wanxing's eyes flashed with curiosity, mingled with a hint of apprehension. Mo Mingmei's earlier demeanor seemed off. Claiming that Yin had called her, could it be that Mo Mingmei had heard her daughter's thoughts? Regardless of whether it was true or not, Lu Wanxing decided to wait until the banquet concluded to probe further. The ability to hear her daughter's thoughts could foresee the future and was too tempting. She dared not experiment with human hearts, even if that person were Mo Mingmei. Chao Jianguo squeezed his wife's hand, signaling her not to worry. Yin, from now on, I shall be your godmother. Come, let's introduce you to your godfather. Mo Mingmei waved at Gu Heading. Gu Heading obediently stepped forward, his demeanor gentle, leaving the military wives in awe, who claimed that Gu Heading was a cold-faced king of hell. He appeared quite compliant. Heading, greet our daughter. Chao Jianguo's face remained stern, admonishing, do not speak nonsense. That is my daughter, and you are merely her godparents. Gu Heading gazed at the little girl in Mo Mingmei's arms, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. The little one was indeed beautiful. No wonder his wife adored her so much. Yin thought, my godfather is rather handsome. Though he cannot compare to my father, yet he is far more appealing than my own dad. Chao Jianguo felt a pang of grievance. My daughter, I am your real father. Lu Wanxing sighed helplessly, pondering how her daughter's preference for looks could lead to trouble in the future, especially if she encounters a charming individual. Mo Mingmei chuckled softly. Clearly, my daughter shares my taste, a true connoisseur of beauty, as expected of my child. The reason she agreed to marry Gu Heading was precisely due to his striking appearance. Unlike the rugged men with square faces popular today, his visage perfectly aligned with her aesthetic. With deep-set features and an elegant form, he eclipsed even the top male stars of the 21st century. After all these years, his face remained ever captivating. Oh dear, my precious daughter has exquisite taste. Yin looked longingly at Gu Heading, pleading, hug me, godfather. Chao Jianguo's heart shattered. Was his appearance truly unimpressive? Unbeknownst to Yin, who was fixated on her godfather, she had inadvertently wounded her biological father. Gu Heading's gaze flickered momentarily before it vanished. Chao Jianguo, ever observant, caught that fleeting glimmer. It seemed that after the full moon banquet, he and Gu Heading's family would need a profound discussion. Yin remained oblivious to the fact that her thoughts were being overheard and continued to revel in the embrace of her handsome godfather. Gu Yanli, come here. Mo Mingmei beckoned her two sons. Gu Yanli and Gu Yanxi dashed over, excitement radiating from them. Mama, from now on, Yin is your little sister. You must protect her. Indeed, we shall protect our sister, the brothers replied in unison, sharing a knowing smile. They were destined to be guardians of their sister. With the acknowledgement of kinship concluded, the banquet for Yin's full moon officially commenced. The dishes prepared by Mo Mingmei and Lu Wanxing received high praise, and the envious military wives wished they could take the delicacies home, leading to a newfound respect for Mo Mingmei and Lu Wanxing. The banquet reached its zenith when a guard from the Qin anti-Japanese war presented gifts, and those present realized that Chao Jianguo's future would likely be promising, thanks to the Gu family's influence. Little did they know that this was entirely Chao Jianguo's own doing, with no connection to the Gu family. After seeing off the guards, Chao Jianguo invited everyone to feast, and the lively atmosphere gradually brought the banquet to a close. Even after 10 or 20 years, this full moon banquet would remain a topic of fond reminiscence. Chapter 21. Analyzing Yin's thoughts. Mingmei, Commander Gu, you can hear Yin's thoughts, can't you? Chao Jianguo wasted no time in getting straight to the point. Mo Mingmei was taken aback, instinctively responding, can you also hear Yin's thoughts? What about the chosen one? What about the golden finger? It seems I am merely one among many. Coughing, she realized her self-absorption. She glanced at her husband and then at her two sons. So, you can also hear Yin's thoughts? Gu Yanli and Gu Yinchi nodded, somewhat disheartened. They had thought they were the only ones able to hear their sister's thoughts. It turned out their parents could too. They were not the chosen ones after all. It was evident that the close bond between mother and children was reflected even in their whimsical thoughts. I can hear them too, Gu Heng affirmed with a nod. So, everyone can hear Yanyan's thoughts? Mo Mingmei furrowed her brow, realizing this meant Yanyan had no secrets, which could be perilous. Could someone exploit Yanyan's thoughts to deceive her? Not everyone, Zhu Xiaoying interjected first. And Mo is too naive. One can see through her thoughts at a glance. The young man's voice was slightly hoarse from the changes of adolescence. Undeterred by the attention, Zhu Xiaoying continued, based on my observations with Chao Hang. I am the only one among our group who can hear Yanyan's thoughts. Others cannot. So, not everyone can hear them. I surmise that those who can hear Yanyan's thoughts are either closely related by blood or utterly harmless to her. Of course, this is merely speculation that requires further verification. Chao Jianguo and Gu Heng exchanged glances of appreciation. Zhu Zhenwei was promising indeed. If this were the case, it would be most reassuring. Lu Wanxing sighed deeply, relieved that there was little fear of harm coming to her daughter, though the specifics remained uncertain. There is another possibility, Chao Hang mused, stroking his chin. Only those whom my sister truly recognizes can hear her thoughts. With so many attendees at today's banquet, only 5 can hear her thoughts. It is unlikely that so many harbor ulterior motives. Among the multitude, perhaps only Aunt Mo and her family had earned Yanyan's trust, thus allowing them to hear her thoughts. I believe Chao Hang makes a valid point. Mo Mingmei raised both hands in agreement. Truly, a remarkable insight that pierces through the superficial. Gu Heng raised an eyebrow, noting his wife's peculiar attitude towards the child. Then why was it that I could hear her thoughts upon first meeting her? Gu Yanli pointed at Zhu Xiaoying, looking aggrieved. Indeed, we have only just begun to hear our sister's thoughts. Could it be that she has only just accepted us? Gu Yinchi argued, his expression reflecting dissatisfaction. They had spent far more time with their sister than Zhu Xiaoying. It could not simply be that reason. This speculation has its flaws. Mo Mingmei leaned on her chin, pondering. There may be an opportunity we are unaware of. Only by unlocking this opportunity can we hear Yanyan's thoughts. Mo Mingmei tentatively suggested. Regardless of the opportunity, as a mother, all I wish to do is protect my daughter, Lu Wanxing bit her lip. The fact that Mo Mingmei's family and Zhu Xiaoying could hear Yanyan's thoughts implied that more individuals might be able to hear them in the future, leaving the implications for Yanyan uncertain. They could not completely eliminate the risk, but could only observe carefully. Perhaps among today's guests, there were others who could hear Yanyan's thoughts, simply unaware of it. Wanxing, do not fear. Yanyan is my daughter now, and both Heng and I will protect her. Mo Mingmei reassured her. Aunt Lu, we will protect our sister as well. And I will too. Zhu Xiaoying raised his hand. Everyone unanimously agreed to keep Yanyan's thoughts confidential while remaining vigilant of those around her to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from approaching her. Unbeknownst to Yanyan, a protective alliance had quietly formed. After the full moon, Lu Wanxing would be able to take Yanyan out for some fresh air. For Yanyan, who had been cooped up indoors, the prospect of going out was exhilarating. Hearing that she could play outside sent her into a joyful dance. She was no ordinary baby. She despised being confined to sleep. She longed to venture out and have adventures. Who said that descending to the mortal realm must entail suffering? One could enjoy life while facing trials as well. Teacher Lu, where did you purchase this vehicle? It makes it so easy for the little one to climb aboard. Wang Chunhua gazed at Lu Wanxing with envy. The small vehicle exudes an air of luxury, befitting the daughter of a capitalist. Such fine possessions are easily acquired. This is not a purchase. It was crafted by her father, as Lu Wanxing explained. The design was provided by Mingmei. One cannot deny that with this stroller, her life has become significantly easier. Did Chao Tuan make it himself? Wang Chunhua questioned skeptically. I've never seen Chao Tuan make anything before. It must have been bought. Teacher Lu is certainly not being truthful. It must have been too expensive. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanxing chose not to elaborate further, recognizing that no amount of explanation would convince them. Comrade Wang, I have an appointment with Mingmei, so I must take my leave. All right, take care. Wang Chunhua spat at Lu Wanxing's retreating figure. What a show-off. If this were the past, they would have been dragged out for a struggle session. Oh dear. Please be more mindful. That woman is sneering at you behind your back. Next time you see her, don't smile at her. She only bullies because my mother is too kind. Lu Wanxing smiled gently. The little one is still too young. She will teach her slowly as she grows. After a brief moment of inner lament, Chao Yan soon became captivated by the surrounding scenery. She lay leisurely in the stroller, gazing around with great contentment. After reuniting with Mo Mingmei, Lu Wanxing pushed Chao Yan toward the beach, where the weather was pleasant and one could gather seafood. Truly a win-win situation. The seaside was refreshing, especially as the days grew increasingly hot. Mo Mingmei relished the cool sea breeze. Without air conditioning, summer becomes a challenging season. This is just the beginning. It will be sweltering during the dog days of summer when temperatures can soar above 40 degrees. So hot. Mo Mingmei was taken aback. How do the islanders endure such heat? You simply get used to it. But I can't, Mo Mingmei replied with a fearful expression. Regardless of her past life or this one, she has always detested the heat and cannot fathom how to survive this summer. Previously in Jing City, the weather was more bearable. Now in the southern island, the heat is unbearable. This is precisely why I was reluctant to join the military. Chapter 22. Yin Yan's marvelous splendor. Teacher Lu, Comrade Mo, are you also here to gather seafood? Teacher Lu, is this your daughter? She is truly beautiful. The little one appears quite plump. Yin Yan is not fat. She is perfectly adorable, Chao Yan retorted, puffing up in indignation. She is merely chubby and full of hope. How could anyone call her fat? They're just envious of her cuteness. Comrade Mo, is this your first time gathering seafood? It's a specialty of our southern island military region. You ought to experience it fully. Along the way, they encountered numerous acquaintances. Not only military families from the compound, but also several local women greeting Lu Wanxing. Sister Wanxing, do you know all these people? Mo Mingmei inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lu Wanxing shook her head. Some she knew, others she did not. Mo Mingmei nodded, refraining from further questioning. She savored the refreshing sea breeze, letting out a contented sigh. How wonderful it would be if the entire summer could be like this. I cannot bear to imagine enduring over 40 degrees. Teacher Lu, you are out with your daughter to gather seafood? Zhao Zuijuan looked at Chao Yan with curiosity. This little girl is indeed lovely. No wonder Teacher Lu and Commander Chao dote on her. Although she did not attend the full-month banquet, she had heard about it. Commander Chao and Teacher Lu are genuinely together. Otherwise, they would not be so bold. Gathering seafood, gathering seafood. Beautiful mother, let us hurry to gather seafood. Chao Yan exclaimed excitedly. The idea of gathering seafood sounded incredibly interesting. Lu Wanxing felt helpless, thinking how this little one wants to participate in everything. Once she learns to walk, it will be a challenge to keep up with her. Mo Mingmei covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Yin Yan's innocent thoughts are delightful. This is one of the reasons I enjoy visiting the Gu family. In this era, there is little entertainment, and in my spare time, listening to Yin's musings brings immense joy. I now understand why Commander Gu and the others are so concerned. Yin Yan's abilities are truly extraordinary. I wonder who she has been reincarnated from. Her foresight is simply captivating. Zhao Zuijuan nodded and turned to Mo Mingmei. Comrade Mo, is this your first time gathering seafood? Mo Mingmei is undoubtedly the most beautiful military wife in their compound. Even Lu Shuwen from the art troupe pales in comparison. No wonder she has captured Commander Gu's heart. Yes, this is indeed my first time gathering seafood, Mo Mingmei admitted. She had only seen it on live broadcast before. This was her first hands-on experience. She had always thought gathering seafood seemed fun, and now she could finally partake. Sister, your haul looks impressive, Mo Mingmei noted, glancing at Zhao Zuijuan's basket, which was filled with clams, sea urchins, and several large crabs. A promising collection. Her anticipation for this seafood gathering surged. She only wished to collect a small amount. I arrived early and had a good catch, Zhao Zuijuan replied, her face aglow with joy. With many children at home and no job, her husband merely a company commander. They are not as well off as the Gu or Chao families. She comes to the beach to gather seafood every time the tide recedes. Not only can they enjoy the seafood at home, but they can also sell it to the seafood factory to supplement the household income. Moreover, gathering seafood is best during the spring tide, as the sea recedes quickly and far, especially with shellfish moving slowly. when the water recedes. These shellfish are left stranded on the beach or mudflats. The best times for spring tides are the 2nd and 16th days of each lunar month. You should head over there. There are plenty of oysters on the rocks, and if you venture a bit further in, you'll find clams and scallops. This vast beach yields plenty after the tide goes out. I'll be returning shortly. Thank you, sister. Mo Mingmei had done her homework before coming. The Southern Island Military Region is, after all, an island with expansive beaches. The islanders rely on gathering seafood for their livelihoods. While seafood is quite expensive elsewhere, it is relatively affordable for those living by the sea, which is why the Southern Island's seafood processing factory has flourished. Of course, their primary purpose was to stroll with the child. Gathering seafood was merely a secondary activity. After parting ways with Zhao Zuejuan, they continued their leisurely walk along the beach. Chao Yan soon grew restless in her stroller, struggling to be held. Lying down limited her view. She yearned to see the vast ocean. Lu Wanxing had no choice but to pick up her little chubby daughter. Chao Yan pouted, looking displeased. She is not fat. She simply is baby fat. Beautiful mother is being naughty. And Mo Mingmei, having found no crabs or clams, collected a variety of beautiful seashells instead, which are rare to find on beaches in the future. Do you like these shells? Lu Wanxing asked, glancing at the colorful shells in Mo Mingmei's basket, unable to suppress a smile. Mo Mingmei nodded enthusiastically. These shells are lovely. I plan to use them for decorations at home and to make a wind chime for Yan to hang on her stroller. The sound will be delightful in the sea breeze. I'm sure Yan will love it. The more she spoke, the happier she became, imagining the delightful sound of the wind chime dancing in the breeze. Yay! I love tinkling wind chimes. Thank you, Godmother. Godmother is the best. Beautiful mother is not as good. She holds grudges easily. After all, it was beautiful mother who called her fat. Yan now adores her godmother the most. With her chubby little hands clasped together, she bowed to Mo Mingmei, utterly enchanting her. Oh dear, our Yan is simply delightful. Godmother loves her dearly. Kulme, give Godmother a kiss. Hee, beautiful Godmother, come here. Mo Mingmei could hardly resist, immediately showering her with affection. You spoil her. Everything revolves around her. Soon she will be utterly spoiled. Lu Wanxing sighed in resignation. It is fortunate that the little one is not an ordinary child. If it were anyone else, being so pampered would surely spoil them in no time. Naturally, I am her godmother. If I do not cherish her, who will? Mo Mingmei stated with an air of certainty. Isn't that right, Chao Yan? Godmother dotes on me, and when I grow up, I will also cherish her. Chao Yan grinned. Mo Mingmei could hardly contain her delight, for Yan is simply irresistible. Lu Wanxing shook her head in amusement. What have I discovered? Mo Mingmei's eyes lit up as she hurried over. This time, she did not use her hands but directly grab with tongs. Ding, 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 a big crab. Yan, look, this is the first big crab I found today. When you learn to eat, I will make you crab roe buns. Slurp, they are incredibly delicious. As Mo Mingmei spoke, she found herself swallowing in anticipation. If she could find several big crabs today, they might just enjoy crab roe buns. Chao Yan, upon hearing this, yearned to grow up immediately. The delicacies prepared by her beautiful mother and godmother seemed so enticing. Alas, how long must she wait to grow up? She longed to savor the various delights her godmother spoke of. Chapter 23. Crabs, so many big crabs. Look at you, enticing the child like this. Lu Wanxing chuckled, shaking her head as she tapped her daughter's little nose. Our Yan is destined to be a glutton. Indeed, I am a glutton. I simply adore delicious food. Godmother must not forget. When I grow up, she must make me tasty dishes, Chao Yan exclaimed with a twinkle in her eyes. Ah, since Godmother loves crabs, I shall gather plenty for her. Yan says she wants big crabs. Come forth, crabs, come quickly. Mo Mingmei and Lu Wanxing exchanged glances, unable to suppress their amusement. Could Yan truly summon big crabs? If Chao Yan were aware of their doubts, she would undoubtedly be infuriated. After all, how could a few big crabs be a challenge for her? She is not only a little fairy, but also the sole golden dragon cub apart from her father. The Emperor of Heaven. Mere aquatic creatures are no match for her. If she stood there, they would willingly present themselves. Crabs. There are so many 8-legged crabs over there. Godmother, let Yan take you to pick crabs. Roar. Yan is the strongest. Chao Yan beamed with pride, her chubby little hand pointing as if commanding the world. Mo Mingmei instantly understood, feigning exaggerated astonishment as she followed Chao Yan's. Oh my, our Yan Yan is so young, yet already learning to speak. She is much smarter than your two older brothers. Truly remarkable. Lu Wanxing felt a touch of exasperation, thinking the performance was a bit over the top. Well, we are not professional actors. A little exaggeration is permissible, Mo Mingmei replied. Seeing this, Chao Yan became even more exuberant, nearly overwhelming Lu Wanxing with her energy. Of course, Yan Yan is the strongest, definitely smarter than her brothers. Godmother, crabs. Yan has brought crabs for you. Sister Wanxing, are we going to play over there? Our Yan Yan is a little lucky star. Perhaps we can find many crabs. Hee, Godmother is indeed clever. Following Chao Yan's lead, they soon arrived at a location where they were greeted with a sight of countless large crabs. Mo Mingmei and Lu Wanxing were left utterly astonished. Such an abundance of crabs could not possibly have been washed ashore by the sea. They exchanged glances with the little one, both pondering. Could this child be the reincarnation of a lucky koi? Chao Yan interjected. Yan Yan is not a koi. I am a golden dragon, golden dragon, golden dragon. Important matters deserve repetition. There were so many crabs, dark and dense, that counting them seemed impossible. For anyone with a fear of clusters, the sight might induce fainting. With so many crabs, it would be a disservice to leave any behind. They must take them all. Sister Wanxing, please hold on to Yan Yan and step back. I will catch these crabs. Ha ha, big crabs, here I come. Mo Mingmei donned gloves, ready to embark on her crab-catching adventure. The thrill of collecting crabs was a sensation that others could hardly comprehend. If they recorded this as a video, it would likely draw a large crowd. You little ones, hop right in the basket. Do not bite my godmother, or I shall eat you. The enormous crabs scuttled with abandon, rushing towards the basket in droves, leaving Lu Wanxing speechless. My daughter, is there anything you cannot accomplish? Mo Mingmei felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Her goddaughter was indeed a gem, and culinary delights must be arranged. The crabs willingly entered the basket, which soon overflowed. What shall we do? This basket is too small. We cannot fit all these crabs. Montag Mingmei Zeit. It would be such a waste to discard so many crabs, especially since they were hard won by Yan Yan. Chao Yan, however, dismissed the effort as effortless and trivial. With so many crabs, the basket cannot accommodate them. A bag would serve better. It would be a pity not to collect them. If we cannot finish them, we can make crab roast sauce, which can be stored for a year or two. By this time next year, Yan Yan can savor the flavor. Yes, let's make crab roast sauce. Mo Mingmei clapped her hands in agreement. Imagining the taste of crab roast sauce made her salivate. Chao Yan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Yes, everything Godmother says is correct. Sister Wanxing, can you manage here alone? Mo Mingmei glanced around, slightly worried. Don't worry, there aren't many seafood items here, and very few people come this way. There are still over 2 hours until high tide, so it's perfectly safe. Mo Mingmei was determined and ran off with the basket. Although Lu Wanxing felt uneasy, she advised her to be cautious and not to rush. Mo Mingmei verbally agreed, but quickened her pace. Seeing her hurry, the two immediately followed. Mingmei, why are you sweating profusely? Is something wrong? Gu Heading inquired with concern. He naturally took the basket from Mo Mingmei's hands as they headed home. Those crabs are fierce. Their claws are sharp. You didn't get hurt, did you? Remembering the sight of so many crabs, Mo Mingmei couldn't stop smiling. Jianguo, why are you here? Shouldn't you be training now? Daddy, hold me. Mommy is tired. She truly felt for her mother, and it was not merely because her mother was too short to see far. Exactly so. Chao Jianguo took his daughter into his arms and noticed the plethora of crabs scattered about, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Indeed, collecting seafood yields many treasures. But he had never encountered so many large crabs before. Lu Wanxing glanced at her daughter, and Chao Jianguo immediately understood. This was all his daughter's doing. Ha ha! Daddy must be astonished. Daddy and Mommy surely did not anticipate that all these crabs were summoned by Yan Yan. Yan Yan is truly remarkable. It's a pity they are unaware. If she had a tail, Chao Yan's would be standing tall with pride. Hearing her daughter's thoughts firsthand, Chao Jianguo gained fresh insight into her abilities. Although she had descended to experience life, she still possessed some magical prowess. It seemed imperative to accelerate her education. If she relied on her powers to do as she pleased, it could lead to trouble. Chapter 24. A wise person knows when to yield. My ancestor, are you aware of your own strength? Chao Jianguo exclaimed, holding on to the squirming Chao Yan, his face turning pale. Yin, what did mommy tell you? Lu Wanxing was equally startled. If it had been her, she would have certainly struggled to manage this little one. Chao Yan felt slightly guilty, her eyes darting around, avoiding their gaze. How strong am I now? In the past, not even her father nor many beings in the celestial realm could have restrained her. She was truly formidable. Yin, my dear, mother knows you are unlike other children. You are exceptionally intelligent and can certainly understand my words, correct? Chao Yan beamed with a smile. Indeed, her beautiful mother was right. She was no ordinary child. She possessed remarkable abilities. Mother is not merely flattering you. Lu Wanxing sighed in exasperation. She gently pinched Chao Yan's little nose and whispered, "You must not behave this way in the future. Otherwise, mother will become upset." Mother's anger is quite serious. Chao Yan displayed a hint of guilt in her smile and clasped her hands in a gesture of apology. Beautiful mother, please do not be angry. Yin knows her mistake. Lu Wanxing feigned a stern expression, gazing at her seriously. Upon seeing this, Chao Yan revealed her toothless grin, instantly softening Lu Wanxing's heart. You, stay well within your father's embrace and do not wriggle about. Otherwise, mother will have to spank your little bottom. No, that is not allowed. Chao Yan instinctively covered her small behind. She certainly did not wish to be spanked. She wondered if the emperor and her father would be watching her from the celestial realm. Being embarrassed would be dreadful. With this thought, Chao Yan held her little bottom even tighter, fearing that Lu Wanxing might indeed spank her. She absolutely must not be spanked, not even by her beautiful mother. Unbeknownst to her, a 1-month-old infant in the mortal realm would not exhibit such reactions, nor did she realize she had already lost her disguise upon birth. Sister Wanxing. Captain Chao, at that moment, Mo Mingmei and Gu Heading appeared, effectively rescuing Chao Yan's precarious little behind. Godmother, save me. No one is helping. Mother wants to spank my bottom. Godmother, help. Mo Mingmei instinctively glanced at Lu Wanxing. Do not look at your godmother. If you do not acknowledge your mistake today, it will be of no use. I'm still a baby. Beautiful mother is being too harsh. Oh, I was wrong. Beautiful mother, please do not be angry. As the saying goes, those who recognize the situation are wise. Being so young, admitting one's faults is acceptable. A true gentleman can bend and stretch. She can manage this. What happened? Mo Mingmei asked, bewildered. Yin is so adorable. How could Sister Wanxing bear to scold her? Lu Wanxing sighed deeply and briefly recounted the recent events. Mo Mingmei's expression transformed to one of realization. I knew Sister Wanxing could not bear to scold Yin. There must be a reason. Yin, this is indeed your fault. Your mother is worried about you. It is not a lack of love. Seeing her godmother's lack of support, Chao Yan turned her small face away in anger. Yin was very upset. The consequences were severe. Although Mo Mingmei adored her angry little demeanor, she could not help but comfort her. Be good now. Considering my godmother's kindness, I shall not be angry. It was certainly not due to her godmother's temptation. She was not a little glutton. Lu Wanxing remarked. She is far too easy to appease. Mo Mingmei chuckled. I have long discovered that Yin is not only beautiful, but also a foodie. Chao Jianguo and Gu Heading. I have gathered 3 large bags. This is more than sufficient to contain these crabs. She lifted the bags with a joyful smile, her eyes sparkling. In this lifetime, she had never seen such a multitude of large crabs. Not only were there ordinary crabs, but also many king crabs, their size tantalizingly enticing. There must be hundreds. Gu Heading could not help but click his tongue. Had they stumbled upon a crab nest? Of course. Yin is the most formidable. Chao Yan, who had just been fuming, immediately turned compliant, causing them to chuckle in disbelief. This little one was quite easy to soothe. Crab soldiers and shrimp generals, hurry up and line up, obediently crawl into the bags. Yin can hardly wait to see you all transform into crab roast sauce. Slurp. Godmother said it is super delicious. Unfortunately, she was still too young to indulge. How regrettable. Just as Chao Yan's thoughts settled, The countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals obediently began to crawl into the bags. Even after witnessing Chao Yan's peculiar abilities before, the four were still left in awe. Their understanding of Chao Yan's capabilities deepened. Chao Jianguo resolved to educate his daughter about the dangers of showcasing her uniqueness in front of others. It was essential to remain discreet. So heavy. Mo Mingmei rubbed her wrist, finding it impossible to lift. Leave this to me. Do not strain yourself. Gu Heng effortlessly lifted the nearly 100-pound bag, eyeing the layers of crabs with a furrowed brow. Previously, individuals had been swept away by the tide while greedily collecting seafood, underscoring the dangers of the beach during high tide. Chao Yan was unfazed. She feared no tiny waves. What was there to fear from the tide? With Yin Yin here, everyone need not worry. Yin Yin will protect you all. Let's go now. Chao Jianguo, startled by her words, quickly called for them to depart. He was genuinely afraid of his daughter's potential powers. He trusted Gu Heng and his wife, but others were a different matter. The beach was still bustling with islanders and military spouses collecting seafood. If his daughter were to display her abilities, she could easily attract unwanted attention. The best strategy was to leave. Daddy, wait a moment. We are not leaving. Chao Yan clung to Chao Jianguo's collar, chattily gazing at the sea with her round eyes. Yin Yin, be obedient, Lu Wanxing scolded. This little girl was taking advantage of everyone's affection, behaving recklessly. Chao Yan pouted, on the verge of tears. Chao Jianguo's heart ached. He cautiously suggested, shall we wait a bit longer? You are spoiling her. Lu Wanxing shot him a glare. She remembered who had been in such a hurry to leave earlier. As soon as their daughter pouted, he changed his stance entirely. Chao Jianguo chuckled awkwardly, just wanting to care for his daughter. With Lu Wanxing's command, Chao Jianguo displayed a look of helplessness toward his daughter. In our family, your mother makes the decisions. Chao Yan pouted, but ultimately did not cry. She realized that her mother was no longer indulging her. If she truly misbehaved, a spanking could await her. Well, perhaps it was best to wait until she grew up to experience the waves. The waves were small, but the consequences would be significant. Chapter 25. Yin Yin is a foodie. As the tide began to rise, Chao Jianguo and Gu Heng dared not delay, and the four quickly departed the beach. The two, carrying a large bag of seafood, drew many curious glances as they entered the military district. Some individuals stared intently at the bags, eager to see what treasures lay within. While there was plenty of seafood on the island, it was rare to find such a large haul. At least, they had never witnessed anything like it. Hesitant due to Gu Heng's stern demeanor, they refrained from asking directly, but turned to Lu Wanxing and Mo Mingmei instead. Teacher Lu, what delightful treasures have you gathered? They eyed the large bag, clearly filled with an abundance. Comrade Mo, where did you find such a bounty? If it were not for Chao Jianguo and Gu Heng accompanying them, they would not merely have inquired, but would have dived right in. Do not doubt. There were indeed many such individuals. The two exchanged pleasantries and soon arrived at Mo Mingmei's home. Since Mo Mingmei intended to prepare crab roast sauce, the 2 bags of crabs were delivered to the Gu household. Before departing, Chao Yan reluctantly gazed at Mo Mingmei with teary eyes, longing to taste the crab roast sauce prepared by her godmother today. Oh, my godmother! Chao Yan reached out to Mo Mingmei for a hug. Who could resist such a soft and adorable little one? Mo Mingmei certainly could not. It is all right. I can stay at my godmother's house. Chao Yan quickly responded, continuing to reach for a hug. Her godmother had promised to prepare a room for her at home. Lu Wanxing was taken aback. Oh my dear daughter is so desperate for a bite to eat that she would forsake her mother. The thought of what might follow is too daunting to contemplate. Does Gamma not cherish Yin Yin? Why does she not keep Yin Yin with her? Chao Yan pouted, clearly unhappy. Gamma loves Yin Yin the most, and Mo Mingmei hurriedly clarified. All right, Yin Yin, be a good girl. Ah, I wish I could grow up quickly. The crab roast sauce that Gamma spoke of must be utterly delectable. Gamma, please prepare well. Slurp. I wish to eat. Lu Wanxing was left speechless, pondering how this little one could be so consumed by thoughts of food. The following day, just after finishing breakfast, Chao Yan began her incessant calls. Lu Wanxing, understanding her daughter's desires without needing to listen, feigned ignorance to observe her next move. Frustrated by her mother's indifference, Chao Yan clapped her chubby hands in impatience. Gamma, I'm looking for Gamma, my beautiful mother. We promised to visit Gamma's house today. Chao Yan pointed at the door, her eagerness palpable, wishing she could articulate her thoughts. Unfortunately, her speech was still beyond her reach. Lu Wanxing stifled a laugh, maintaining a facade of confusion. Yin, what are you trying to say? I can't understand. I want to go to Ganma's house. Lu Wanxing persisted in her act of misunderstanding. In a moment of desperation, Chao Yan called out Mama. This was not a mere expression of her desires, but a genuine call that thrilled Lu Wanxing. The notion that a child of just over a month could speak was brushed aside by Lu Wanxing, for her daughter was no ordinary child. Yin, did you just call me Mama? Lu Wanxing exclaimed, planting a kiss on her daughter's chubby cheek. Mama. Chao Yan flailed her arms. Having mastered the call long ago. Look at me, how silly I am. Lu Wanxing chuckled, shaking her head. You're so little. How could you possibly call me Mama? Chao Yan pointed emphatically at the door, her intentions unmistakable. No longer indulging in the charade, Lu Wanxing scooped Chao Yan into her arms. Let us go. We're off to Ganma's house. Crab roast sauce, here I come. Lu Wanxing nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, Chao Yan was fixated on the crab roast sauce mentioned by Mingmei, not merely on Ganma herself. Her cravings were undeniable. Mo Mingmei's home was not far from the Zhao residence, merely a 5 to 6 minute stroll. Upon their arrival, they found Mo Mingmei in the yard, washing crabs. Much like Lu Wanxing, she had a fondness for rustic living, opting for a bungalow over an apartment. With so many crabs, how long will it take you to wash them all? Let me help you, Lu Wanxing said, placing Chao Yan into a stroller and rolling up her sleeves to assist. Seeing this, Mo Mingmei quickly retorted, Sister Wanxing, you keep Yin entertained. I can manage this myself. The crab claws are quite sharp, and I doubt you have washed crabs before. Nonsense. Yin is well behaved. She doesn't need company. Truth be told, it was indeed Chao Yan's mischief that led them to gather so many crabs, leaving Mingmei overwhelmed. Chao Yan, in her innocence, thought, if only the crabs could wash themselves. As if responding to her silent command, the crabs began to jump orderly into the basin, astonishing both Lu Wanxing and Mo Mingmei. Were their eyes deceiving them? Or had the crabs somehow gained sentience? It was a feat no one else could replicate. Montauk Mingmei remarked, what is it like to have a daughter with extraordinary abilities? Lu Wanxing responded, it's nerve-wracking. Yet, with the thought of Chao Yan's uniqueness, she felt reassured. If faced with danger, it would be the adversaries who would tremble in fear. The self-cleaning crabs significantly reduced their workload. What would have taken an entire day was accomplished in mere hours. Mo Mingmei, once a renowned dessert blogger, had dabbled in culinary arts beyond sweets, and she did indeed know how to prepare crab roast sauce. While Chao Yan could assist with washing, the remaining steps were beyond her capabilities. Mo Mingmei believed Chao Yan was being overly modest. Her help with the washing was invaluable. Chapter 26. Yin, the great foodie cracking crabs requires both time and patience, qualities that Mo Mingmei and Lu Wanxing possessed in abundance. The roe was simple to extract, while the meat and legs posed more challenges. The legs must be pulled out before being cut, lest they leave unwanted bits in the meat, which would impart an unpleasant texture. Extracting the meat was even trickier, akin to unveiling treasures hidden in small compartments. After a full day of effort, they were rewarded with a pot brimming with crab roe, crab meat, and crab legs. The sight filled them with a sense of accomplishment. As Mo Mingmei and Lu Wanxing busily organized the crabs, Chao Yan watched in awe, realizing how much effort had gone into sorting each delicate piece. Ganma is amazing, Chao Yan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. With the crabs dismantled, it was time to prepare the crab roast sauce. Although Mo Mingmei initially planned to make it the next day, the eager gaze of her beloved goddaughter compelled her to begin immediately. Lu Wanxing sighed, recognizing that both of them were overly indulgent towards their daughter, and she would inevitably have to adopt a stricter approach to avoid raising a spoiled child. Yin would never misbehave. Step back, Wanxing. Don't get splattered by the hot oil, Mo Mingmei cautioned, wielding a spatula over a pot of sizzling lard, the perfect companion to crab roe. The rich aroma enveloped them, and Chao Yan's mouth watered uncontrollably, as if a celestial river had descended. Delicious, she exclaimed, unable to resist the allure of the enticing scent. Lu Wanxing, unable to contain herself, playfully swatted her little bottom, urging her to behave. Chao Yan covered her face in disbelief, tears threatening to spill as she gazed at Lu Wanxing with a pitiful expression. Mama, doesn't he love me anymore? She hit my bottom. Please don't cry, Yin. Grandma will prepare your beloved crab roast sauce right away, Lu Wanxing reassured her. Instantly captivated, Chao Yan ceased her faux tears, her attention fixed on the pot. Although her father had cast her into the mortal realm to endure trials, her generous spirit prevailed. She was indeed the dutiful daughter. She would never secretly add ingredients to the food. Mo Mingmei first poured the crab roe into the scallion oil and stir-fried it. After a while, when the aroma began to waft, she added the crab meat and continued to stir-fry. Unlike the 21st century, where every seasoning is available, she could only do her utmost to concoct the most delectable crab roast sauce. After half an hour, a large pot of crab roast sauce was ready. The overpowering fragrance of the sauce not only captivated Chao Yan, but also drew the neighboring children into a cacophony of cries. Slurp, how fragrant! I want to eat. This year, you shall not have the fortune to enjoy the crab roast sauce. Wait until next year, and by this time, you will be able to indulge. Chao Yan felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. The sky had collapsed. Didn't her godmother say she would save some for her? Could it be that it was too delicious, and her godmother couldn't bear to part with it? Chao Yan's expression was undeniably transparent. Mo Mingmei could discern her thoughts without needing to hear her inner voice. It was tea that her godmother wouldn't save some for her, but rather that her godmother had no preservatives on hand. The crab roast sauce could only be stored for a month at most, and surely, next year, she would not be able to wait for it. Be good. Your godmother will make it for you next year. My godmother is a big liar. She promised to save it for me until next year. I will no longer be friends with her. Adults are all liars, deceiving children. Mo Mingmei let out a dry laugh. She truly did not intend to deceive the child. It was only now that she remembered that homemade crab roast sauce does not have a long shelf life. Chao Yan was very upset, and the consequences were serious. Mo Mingmei exerted considerable effort to soothe her, and before Lu Wanxing left, she filled 2 large bowls of crab roast sauce for her. Besides Lu Wanxing, Mo Mingmei also gifted some to others. That evening, most military families had Mo Mingmei's crab roast sauce on their tables, which not only captivated the children, but also enchanted the adults. Early the next morning, numerous military wives flocked to Mo Mingmei's home. Their intention was simple. They wished to learn how to prepare crab roast sauce from her. The island may lack many things, but it is abundant in seafood. Besides gathering seafood from shores, they could also purchase it from the market at prices considerably lower than those outside the island. As the sweltering summer days set in, Lu Wanxing rarely took Chao Yan out during the day. The heat was simply unbearable. Mo Mingmei, too, was reluctant to move, longing for the days of air conditioning. Time flew by, and when Chao Yan was 5 months old, Lu Wanxing's maternity leave came to an end. In truth, Lu Wanxing's maternity leave was only 3 months. But Chao Yan, being considerate of his wife, requested an additional 2 months off from school, which is why it extended to this point. With Lu Wanxing back at work, Chao Yan had no one to look after her. Mo Mingmei volunteered to help care for her goddaughter. Lu Wanxing felt embarrassed to impose on Mo Mingmei, but since Chao Yan was not fussing, she could take her class. Upon hearing this, Mo Mingmei was adamant. Yin is also my daughter. Why shouldn't I take care of her? Sister Wanxing, are you worried that Yin will become closer to me? Mo Mingmei remarked with an expression of skepticism, leaving Lu Wanxing to smile helplessly. So it's settled. Before you go to work, bring Yin to me. And after work, I will send her back home, or you can come pick her up. Mo Mingmei declared decisively. You have been on the island for a few months now. Has the organization mentioned any work arrangements for you? Lu Wanxing inquired. Mo Mingmei graduated high school and is considered a highly educated talent in the military district, so the organization would certainly not neglect to arrange work for her. Mo Mingmei shook her head, stating that the organization had indeed made arrangements, but she had declined as she was uninterested. She did not want to work. She simply wished to live a carefree life. Having lived a burdensome life in her previous existence, she now sought to enjoy peace. Besides, she was not in need of money, without mentioning her dowry. Gu Heading's salary was sufficient to support their family of 4. As for the rising cost of living in the future, she was unconcerned. She had purchased 2 houses in the inner ring of Jing City, and after a decade or so, they would undoubtedly be redeveloped, bringing in substantial returns. She also had considerable savings and had asked her cousin to keep an eye out for properties in Guang City and Hu City, which would be enough for her to buy 4 or 5 units. At that point, she could simply collect rent. Working was out of the question. She did not wish to become a mere cog in the machine. Lu Wanxing did not press further upon hearing this. As long as she was happy, that was enough. Chapter 27. The beautiful mother earns pocket money for Yan. To express her gratitude to Mo Mingmei, Lu Wanxing hurriedly made a blue dress for her before heading to work. Her sewing skills had always been commendable, and upon seeing it, Mo Mingmei instantly fell in love. Eagerly trying it on, "Sister Wanxing, did you design this yourself?" Mo Mingmei exclaimed, gazing at her reflection in delight. It was simply stunning. "How beautiful! I adore it." "Sister Wanxing, thank you." She was reluctant to take it off, utterly captivated by its brilliance. The dress featured a minimalist design with flawless lines, reminiscent of a vivid painting that perfectly blended femininity and elegance. The surprise was overwhelming. She had not anticipated such a wonderful gift from Lu Wanxing. "I'm glad you like it." Lu Wanxing beamed at the appreciation for her creation. She had harbored a passion for design since childhood. The daily attire for Zhao Jian and their 3 children was all designed and sewn by her. Although the styles were not vastly different from current trends, they always appeared more fashionable than others. As societal norms gradually relaxed, her designs evolved accordingly. It is no exaggeration to say that her family's fashion style set the trend in the entire military district compound. Whenever she made something, the military families would inevitably follow suit. She did not mind. In fact, it brought her joy. This indicated that her designs were being recognized. "Sister Wanxing, have you ever considered becoming a designer?" Mo Mingmei asked. "A designer?" Lu Wanxing replied, puzzled. Mo Mingmei nodded enthusiastically, her excitement palpable. "Yes, a fashion designer. Your designs are exquisite, especially fitting for the character. Our country currently lacks in fashion design. I believe you could establish a clothing brand based on your existing designs and undoubtedly secure a place in the domestic market. With further study, perhaps you could even venture into the international arena." "Sister Wanxing, trust me, you can do it." The fervor in Mo Mingmei's voice was unmistakable. She was well aware of the immense profitability within the fashion industry of the 21st century and how coveted fashion design could be. Nevertheless, the gap between domestic brands and international ones remained substantial. Many consumers preferred foreign brands, even at inflated prices, simply due to the allure of the label. Had there been prominent domestic brands, would foreign labels still dominate the market? "You are exaggerating," Lu Wanxing responded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. While she enjoyed design, she understood her own limitations. "Sister Wanxing, it's not an exaggeration at all. Believe me, your designs are remarkable, certainly at the forefront of fashion." Lu Wanxing's perspective differed from Mo Mingmei's. Being a native of this era, she recognized that her designs were eye-catching and that with the establishment of her own brand, she could achieve instant success. "Sister Wanxing, why not consider co-founding a brand? You provide the designs, contributing your expertise, while I will provide the capital. Together, we can aim to grow and strengthen our presence in the international fashion industry." Mo Mingmei seemed to envision their brand shining brightly on the global stage, garnering admiration both domestically and internationally, her excitement evident in her radiant smile. One cannot deny that her ambition was admirable. "Didn't you say you didn't want to work?" Lu Wanxing chuckled at her enthusiasm. Who was it that claimed they wouldn't be a mere cog in society? How did that change today? Mo Mingmei was momentarily taken aback. In light of this, it did appear that being idle was no longer an option. However, it seemed a waste to let Sister Wanxing's talent in design go to waste. Mo Mingmei's eyes sparkled with an idea as she suddenly thought of someone. If he were to step in, it would surely be a success. "Aha!" Mo Mingmei chuckled softly. "I could ask my cousin. You design, I fund. And my cousin oversees sales. WNXing. Rest assured, my cousin is quite remarkable. With him at the helm, there will undoubtedly be no issues." Eyes sparkled in an instant. "Oh my cousin is destined to become a wealthy magnate? Such a golden opportunity cannot be missed. I must secure his support. With him, my future days will be carefree. WNXing. It's settled. I shall call my cousin tonight. LWNXing felt a bit embarrassed, wondering if this was appropriate. What is inappropriate about it? ZHOYN grew anxious. You should just agree. YN is eagerly awaiting her little spending money. I decisively made the call. ZHOYN clapped her chubby hands. It's wonderful. Mother Beauty will earn me some pocket money to buy many beautiful clothes. You're the best, godmother. I love you, godmother. I chuckled, noting the little one's practicality. WNXing. Aren't you going to be late for work? You could trust me with YN. Hurry off to work. LWNXing was thus pushed out the door. ZHOYN waved her hand without a care, turning to play by herself. LWNXing fait-elle place. It seemed her daughter had been raised in vain. I was adept at childcare. Otherwise, OYN would not be so fond of her. LWNXing felt secure leaving her daughter in MM's care. Aside from her striking appearance, I had a strong affinity for children. The 5-month-old infant was already ready for solid foods, and ZHOYN was no ordinary child. Initially, I hesitated to introduce flavorful foods, but one day, while they were distracted, the little one sneaked a taste of a cake, nearly startling I to death. After a series of checks revealed that the child was unharmed, I began cautiously feeding her, observing for any adverse reactions. Once she found none, she often covertly fed HOYN, albeit in small amounts. LWNXing chose to feign ignorance. After all, the little one had an iron stomach and seemed able to eat anything. Today, however, she had consumed too much and could eat no more. Despite knowing that her child was different from ordinary children, I still felt a twinge of apprehension and refrained from overfeeding her. ZHOYN pouted, looking unwilling, reaching out for more. When her attempts at charming and acting cute proved futile, she turned her little bottom to I, signaling her displeasure. I laughed heartily, playfully pinching the chubby little face. The little girl certainly had a fiery temper. It's not hot today. Godmother will take you to the beach for a breeze. Chapter 28. YN's affection for Godmother. ZHOYN squealed with delight, eager to go to the beach immediately. I playfully scratched her nose and whispered, "This is our little secret. You mustn't tell anyone." Is Godmother getting confused? I'm still little and can't talk yet. You may not speak, but your thoughts reveal everything. I want to tell. If you don't agree, I want to take you. I agree. HOYN nodded vigorously. I grinned, suddenly planting a kiss on ZHOYN's cheek. ZHOYN wiped her face in disdain, her little face filled with helplessness. Oh dear, Godmother is so childish. What can a daughter do but indulge her? I struggled to suppress her laughter. The little one's attempts to act like an adult were too amusing. At 5 months, ZHOYN was indeed a little chubby baby. I couldn't hold her for long, and they would surely need a stroller for outings. ZHOYN, the little chubby girl, was quite dissatisfied, pouting her little lips. It's not that she was too chubby. Her godmother was simply too petite. Yes, that's it. ZHOYN glanced at her lotus root-like arms, feeling a twinge of guilt as she looked away. She was not fat at all, with vigor in her legs. ZHOYN bounced energetically on the beach, sending I into a panic. If she remembered correctly, a 5-month-old infant's spine was still developing. Wouldn't bouncing like that cause it to bend? While she was lost in thought, ZHOYN had already crawled swiftly toward the sea, disappearing from sight in an instant. By the time I noticed, ZHOYN was happily splashing in the water. Fitache o YN. I exclaimed in alarm, her face pale. Slap, slap, slap. ZHOYN felt herself lifted into the air, and her little bottom received several playful smacks. She was momentarily stunned, then began to protest. How dare you, human, smack my bottom? Upon realizing it was I, she felt a twinge of guilt, but soon regained her bravado. Even if you're my godmother, that's not allowed. Slap, slap, slap. She was smacked again. Zhoyn stared incredulously at the furious Ing. Her earlier anger extinguished in an instant. It seemed she might have erred, especially since her godmother was crying. Once Ing. I wept. Hyn forgot all about her grievances. She reached out her little hand to wipe away Ing's tears, her tiny mind racing. Godmother, don't cry. I'm sorry. I want to do again. Oh dear, please don't cry. It breaks my heart to see you sad. Will you still scare me later? With her eyes reddened and her voice tinged with sobs, Ing's tears fell like pearls, breathtakingly beautiful. Zhoyn was transfixed. Her admiration for beauty was undeniable. I won't scare you anymore. I promise. Godmother, please stop crying. You want to be pretty if you cry. She was being deceptive. Her godmother looked stunning even while crying. However, since her godmother had cried for her sake, she needed to cheer her up. Being so small, how could she make her godmother happy? Zhoyn's mind raced, and she glanced at the vast ocean before her eyes lit up. I got it. She began to summon the creatures of the deep sea. Godmother, look closely. There will be a surprise soon. Zhoyn clapped her little hands, her eyes squinting with glee. A surprise? I felt a chill. The little one wouldn't try to perform another miraculous feat, would she? Yet, she could say nothing, lest she reveal that she could hear the child's thoughts. Therefore, despite her curiosity, she could only silently pray for it not to attract too much attention. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if discovered. Were it not for wanting to honor the little one's intentions, she would have taken the child and left immediately. My goodness, look! Dolphins! A pod of dolphins was swimming toward them from the ocean. Wow, so many dolphins. Pink ones. I see pink dolphins, how beautiful. I was also taken aback. The dolphins leapt from the water, led by a stunning pink dolphin, truly a sight to behold. She glanced down at Zhoyn. Was this the surprise she spoke of? This is just the beginning. Even more surprises await. Zhoyn crossed her little arms and smirked, exuding an aura of confidence akin to that of a domineering CEO, perhaps due to her small stature. It was not overly pretentious. As the dolphins gathered, beachgoers paused their search for seashells, captivated by the spectacle. Such a large gathering of dolphins was unprecedented, especially an impromptu performance. It was simply mesmerizing. The dolphins soon swam directly in front of Ing, and the ensuing scene was fantastical and breathtaking. The leading pink dolphin slowly approached Ing, affectionately nudging her leg. Mingmei, as if enchanted, crouched down, and immediately the pink dolphin leaped up to give her a kiss. Mingmei's mind was filled with the delightful memory of the dolphin's affection. Had she not been holding Chao Yan, she would have pounced on it with joy. Did I just imagine that? Did that pink dolphin really kiss Comrade Mo? Surely, those dolphins couldn't be there for her, could they? How improbable. Comrade Mo is no sea enchantress. Yet, who knows? With her mesmerizing beauty, she might just be one. What merit does she possess to witness such a dolphin display? It was as if the heavens had bestowed a rare fortune upon her. Chao Yan playfully slapped her, and Mingmei felt a sharp sting on her cheek, only to find her dear daughter's guilty gaze upon her. Well, considering the surprise her daughter had provided, she decided to forgive her for now. To witness such a dolphin performance truly felt like divine favor. Yan, do you think that Godmother is the fabled daughter of fortune? Chao Yan huffed in defiance, suggesting otherwise. Godmother, accept your fate. You are not the daughter of fortune, but rather it is Yan who is favored. Mingmei retorted. Must you speak such harsh truths? It wounds my spirit. The news of dolphins gracing the surface of the sea swiftly spread throughout the military compound, particularly the dolphin's affection towards Mingmei, leading many military wives to whisper that she was indeed a sea enchantress. Upon hearing this, Mingmei could only roll her eyes. But that was a matter for another time. Chapter 29. The struggling student of the beautiful mother mom. Mom, Yan misses you. Mommy, hug me. The moment Chao Yan saw Lu Wanxing, she reached out for an embrace, her enthusiasm uncontainable. Mingmei gently tapped her little head, playfully scolding, you little ingrate. Now that you have your mother, you forget about your godmother. Godmother has played with you for nothing, and in the end, you still cling to your mother. Godmother is heartbroken. Mo Mingmei feigned a sorrowful expression, yet her eyes secretly observed Chao Yan's reaction. Chao Yan smeared her face with affection, grinning widely, her little hands still reaching for Lu Wanxing. Mo Mingmei patted her little bottom and finally handed her over to Lu Wanxing. Once in Lu Wanxing's embrace, Chao Yan beamed. Yet the smile soon turned to tears. It was the first time she had been apart from her beautiful mother for such a length of time since her birth. How could she not feel this way? She considered herself a mature child. Thus she refrained from fussing over wanting her mother, holding back her emotions until Lu Wanxing arrived. Now, tears shimmered in her eyes. Don't cry, don't cry. Mommy misses you too. Lu Wanxing, too, longed for her child, and seeing her daughter's tears, felt a pang of heartache. The mother-daughter duo displayed their deep affection before Mo Mingmei, causing her to feel a bit overwhelmed. Unable to contain herself, she cleared her throat. All right, you two, enough already. Anyone unaware would think I'm the heavenly queen separating you. Cheer up a bit. None of this weeping nonsense, or I'll be tempted to intervene. Lu Wanxing chuckled through her tears, feeling a bit embarrassed. What you say is quite the exaggeration. So honestly, how does it feel to be back at work on your first day? Montag Mingmei inquired. What's wrong? Noticing Lu Wanxing's demeanor, Mo Mingmei sensed something was amiss. She clearly appeared troubled. Could it be that she had encountered difficulties on her first day back? Why is it that misfortune seems to seek out those already in hardship? Upon thinking of her student, Lu Wanxing couldn't help but sigh, her expression clouded with worry. She never imagined that Feng Qingyu would drop out. Beautiful mother, please don't frown. It doesn't suit you. Chao Yan extended her chubby little hand, attempting to smooth Lu Wanxing's furrowed brow. Lu Wanxing grasped her daughter's tiny hand and kissed it, finally speaking. One of my students had to drop out due to financial difficulties shortly after I returned from maternity leave. Lu Wanxing regretted the situation. She is a strong and exceptional child. Despite facing numerous challenges, she always maintained a positive outlook. If she hadn't encountered insurmountable obstacles, she certainly wouldn't have left school. Her eyes brimmed with a thirst for knowledge and hope for the future. Now, having dropped out, it must be that she truly could no longer endure. Her concern for the student was palpable, and she wondered how she was faring now. How difficult can it be? Mo Mingmei quickly responded. If I recall correctly, the military-affiliated school was established specifically for the children of military personnel, enrolling only military dependents. Wasn't your student one of them? If she truly faced difficulties, the military would not turn a blind eye. Lu Wanxing shook her head, clarifying, initially, the school was indeed exclusive to the children of military personnel, but later it opened its doors to the public as well. As long as the candidates are qualified and have excellent grades, they can be specially admitted to the school. Given that it is a special admission, surely there must be benefits regarding tuition waivers? Montag Mingmei muset tuchtfully. Such special admission schools are prevalent in modern times, particularly in private institutions, where only the most outstanding students are accepted. Moreover, the schools typically offer generous benefits to attract quality students. Given Lu Wanxing's students' outstanding abilities, the school must have relevant welfare policies in place. Oh, one could say there are reward policies, Lu Wanxing explained after some consideration. The school has waived all of her tuition and fees. However, she still needs to cover her living expenses. I never expected that while I was on maternity leave, Feng Qingyu remained at school, and despite financial constraints, she didn't give up on her studies. It's hard to imagine what trouble she faced that led her to abandon her education. Do you have a fondness for this student? Mo Mingmei supported her chin, contemplating before offering her suggestion. If you truly don't want to give up on her, why not visit her home and see what circumstances she is facing? If she is genuinely in need, given her exceptional abilities, you could apply for corresponding benefits from the school, such as scholarships for outstanding grades, or perhaps financial aid if her situation is dire. I believe that is entirely feasible. Lu Wanxing's eyes lit up. This was indeed a commendable idea. Mingmei, thank you. I will visit her this Saturday. As for scholarships and financial aid, I will apply through the school. If that doesn't work out, I will provide support myself. It would be a waste if that child were to abandon her studies. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask. After all, we are family. And family does not speak in terms of outsiders. Mo Mingmei smiled warmly. On Saturday, in the small fishing village, as Lu Wanxing and Mo Mingmei pushed Chao Yan to the entrance of the village, she felt somewhat disoriented. She could hardly comprehend how things had turned out this way. Originally, her plan was to leave her daughter at Mingmei's home while she visited Fang Qingyu's family. However, her daughter was adamant about accompanying her, clutching her mother's clothing tightly and refusing to let go. In the end, despite her attempts to persuade her, Mingmei was the first to feel sympathetic. Consequently, they ended up visiting the student's home together, which seemed rather absurd. What teacher brings their child along for a home visit? Oh, but she does. After all, she couldn't bear to see her daughter cry. Chao Yan wore a triumphant expression, knowing her beautiful mother couldn't bear to part with her. Hee, beautiful mother truly loves me. Lu Wanxing responded, just because I don't indulge you doesn't mean I don't love you. Chao Yan giggled. Fang Qingyu was a local resident from Nandao, living in a small village near the seaside, not far from the military district. If one traveled quickly, it would take just over 40 minutes to arrive. However, with Chao Yan in tow, the originally 40-minute journey was delayed by a full half-hour. Excuse me, do you know where Fang Qingyu lives? Who are you, and what do you want with her? The elderly man eyed them warily. Ah, you must be the teacher of Qingyu. The elderly man, initially filled with suspicion, gradually relaxed his expression, only to suddenly appear regretful, as if recalling something. Ah, Qingyu is a good girl, but her family is currently in dire straits. He paused midway through his sentence, refraining from elaborating further, and pointed in a direction. If you follow this road straight ahead, the innermost house belongs to Qingyu, but you may not find anyone there at this time. Is Fang Qingyu not home? Lu Wanxing inquired, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Is she out fishing? Are you sure? Lu Wanxing was taken aback. If memory serve her right, Fang Qingyu was merely 13 years old, still a child. How could she possibly go out to sea for fishing? Indeed, local islanders organized fishing expeditions, yet the sea was notoriously unpredictable and perilous. For a young girl like Fang Qingyu to venture out was undeniably dangerous. It is unfortunate, but her family's circumstances are quite challenging. A few months ago, her father went out to sea and has not returned, likely meeting with misfortune. Her mother has been bedridden for years, and the family has exhausted their finances on medical expenses, with 4 younger siblings to care for. If she does not take action, who will support the entire family? This girl has suffered greatly. Though the villagers would assist as best they could, it was only a drop in the bucket, as everyone was facing their own hardships. Lu Wanxing had always known about Fang Qingyu's difficult situation, but was unprepared for the extent of their struggles. Mo Mingmei also wore a look of sympathy. What a tragic beginning. No wonder she dropped out of school. Lu Wanxing sighed. Poor sister. Yan Yan has wealth. All of Yan Yan's little savings should go to her. Yan Yan will bring her good fortune, Chao Yan added, her eyes brimming with tears. Lu Wanxing's heart sank as she clutched her daughter tightly. She was acutely aware of her child's abilities and feared that they might cause harm to themselves or others. She could be deemed selfish or unfeeling. But while she was willing to support Fang Qingyu, she was reluctant for her daughter to expend her power on others. After bidding farewell to the elderly man, the two proceeded directly to Fang Qingyu's home. Indeed, it is quite impoverished. What a dilapidated house. It appears that the sister truly lives in poverty. Beautiful mother, let us help her. Lu Wanxing sighed again. The students that beautiful mother favors must be good people. Regardless of their character, they cannot hide from Yan Yan. Good people will be assisted by Yan Yan, while bad people will not. Lu Wanxing hesitated to knock on the door, fearing it might fall apart with too much force. Just as she was about to knock, a little boy of about 5 or 6 emerged from within. Upon seeing them, he adopted a defensive stance, his expression tense, ready to confront any threat. Who are you? What do you want in my house? Fang Qing had demanded, his small fists clenched tightly. Little friend, do not be afraid. We are not bad people. This is your sister's teacher, and we have come to find her. Teacher? My sister's teacher? The little boy tilted his head, still wary. Lu Wanxing crouched down and looked directly into his eyes, speaking gently. Yes, I am your sister's teacher. My surname is Lu. You are teacher Lu. The boy's eyes brightened, and his wariness vanished entirely. Lu Wanxing was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Fang Qingyu had mentioned her to her family? Yes, I am teacher Lu. Did your sister speak of me? Fong Qinghe relaxed significantly, recalling what his sister had said about her teacher being kind. Thank you for taking care of my sister at school. No need for thanks. It is what a teacher ought to do, Lu Wanxing replied, shaking her head. Her capabilities were limited. Ah, what an unattractive young man. Not an ounce of flesh on him. How pitiful. Lu Wanxing and Mo Mingmei exchanged glances bemused. Fong Qinghe was not unattractive. His features could even be described as handsome. However, malnutrition had left him gaunt and frail, leading to an unappealing appearance. Though one could hardly label him as ugly. Fortunately, the boy could not hear Yin Yan's thoughts, or it would have been quite embarrassing. As for why she was certain he could not hear, they had observed carefully. Whenever Chao Yan was around others, they remained discreet and vigilant. Fong Qinghe was but a 5-year-old child. Had he heard Chao Yan's musings, he would undoubtedly have reacted. Ah, how peculiar his fortune seems, Chao Yan remarked, tilting her head. Her round eyes filled with curiosity. It should not be so. How could this be? How strange. Chao Yan furrowed her brows, her gaze fixed intently on Fong Qinghe, disbelief evident in her round eyes. Her small hands twisted together in evident distress. With such extraordinary fortune, how can he be beset by misfortune, his luck tainted? It is most peculiar. Soon, vivid images began to manifest in Chao Yan's mind. Upon grasping the circumstances, her expression turned sympathetic. This young boy was most unfortunate. He possessed a fate replete with blessings, but his fortune was stolen while still in the womb, resulting in a life fraught with misfortune. Not only that, but those around him also fell victim to his ill fate. Such malicious sorcery could not be tolerated. As a righteous golden dragon cub, she could not allow such calamities to exist in the world. Beautiful mother, quickly take the young man's hand. I shall break the curse of fortune transfer upon him. And thereafter, his fortune shall not be pilfered by evildoers, nor will it affect those around him. Oh dear, young man, you are too pitiful. Yin Yan does not mind your less-than-pleasing appearance. Chao Yan reached out toward Fong Qinghe, and Lu Wanxing understood her intent, lifting the little one from the stroller. She turned to Fong Qinghe, saying, It seems our Yin has taken quite a liking to you. Little friend, your sister is fond of you. May I hold your hand? Yes, I like this young man, he replied, shyly rubbing his hands together before finally extending his hand. Hello, little sister. I am Fong Qinghe. You can call me Qinghe. You're also quite lovely. I am Chao Yan, but you may call me Yin Yan. Chao Yan greeted him warmly, genuinely pleased by Fong Qinghe's presence. Do not worry, young man. Your fortune shall improve. Those who wish you harm shall feel the backlash of her newfound luck. There is a saying in the mortal realm. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished. It is only a matter of time before justice is served. Although Fong Qinghe could not hear Chao Yan's thoughts, he felt a wave of warmth wash over him, dispelling the coldness that had enveloped him. Chapter 31. Beautiful mother and father. How embarrassing. With the matter resolved, Chao Yan released Fong Qinghe's small hand and turned, seeking a hug from Lu Wanxing. Fong Qinghe, witnessing this, felt a pang of disappointment. Had the little sister grown weary of him, prompting her sudden withdrawal? A flicker of worry crossed his face. His sister had joined the villagers in their fishing endeavors solely for their sake, and he feared she might meet the same fate as their father. He longed to grow up quickly. Godmother seems like the legendary wolf grandmother. Montag Mingmei remarked. Godmother surely would not deceive children, would she? Mo Mingmei responded, her expression incredulous. Lu Wanxing stifled a laugh, choosing not to interrupt their conversation. Fong Qinghe swallowed hard, forcing himself to divert his gaze from the large white rabbit. His mother had told him not to take things that belonged to others. I do not want candy. Annie, you may ask whatever you wish. This aunt was accompanying teacher Lu, so she must be a good person. Mo Mingmei pressed the large white rabbit into his hands, insisting, This is for you, and you must not refuse. Without waiting for FNGH to decline, and MNGM, I directly inquired, How old are you this year? And what about your other siblings? FNGH pressed her lips together and replied, I am 8 years old. I have no other siblings, just one older sister, one younger brother, and a younger sister. How old are you? MMNGM, I furrowed her brows. No way, this child looks at most 5 years old. It cannot be any more. 8 years old. Both MMNGM, I and LWNX Ing fell silent. With F Ing Q Ingy absent from home and the only adult bedridden, they felt it was inappropriate to linger any longer. Before leaving, LWNX Ing and NGM, I left 30 yuan and several receipts for F Ing Q NGH, who could only vow silently in her heart to repay the kindness of LLOsh and MY in the future. She had waited anxiously at the village entrance, fearing her sister might encounter misfortune, and at this moment, she finally felt relieved. Elder sister, are you all right? Don't worry, I'm fine. F Ing Q Ingy patted F Ing Q NGH's shoulder, her eyes brimming with joy. We had a bountiful catch at sea. We can have a feast tonight. The second younger brother was already 8 years old, yet he appeared as frail as a 5 or 6-year-old child. Although the seafood was not as precious as pork, it could still be considered a treat. Sister, we shouldn't eat meat. Please don't go to sea anymore, F Ing Q NGH said, rubbing her eyes and choking on her words. She was afraid of the dangers of the sea. Be good, don't worry. Your sister knows what she is doing. F Ing Q Ingy forced a smile. She was acutely aware of the perils of the ocean. As a mere 13-year-old girl, without the villagers' care, she would have had no chance of accompanying them to sea. It was her only source of income. In truth, she could do little more than help on the fishing boat, and the quantity of seafood she received was due to the villagers' special consideration for her. She was still too young. As F Ing Q Ingy contemplated this, her yearning for maturity intensified. By the way, elder sister, you mentioned that LLOsh came to our house looking for you. LLOsh? F Ing Q Ingy was taken aback, and a shadow passed over her eyes at the thought of LLOsh. She was destined to have no connection with school for the rest of her life. She had younger siblings to care for and could not prioritize herself. Did LLOsh mention anything specific? F Ing Q NGH asked nonchalantly. Though she was well aware of everything, she merely pretended otherwise. LLOsh asked you to go to the family compound to find her first thing tomorrow morning. This is what she left before departing. F Ing Q NGH handed her the receipts, causing F Ing Q Ingy's heart to ache. F Ing Q Ingy quietly tucked the receipts away, determined to return them to LLOsh the next morning. LLOsh had already helped her immensely. She could not trouble her any further. F Ing Q Ingy was exceptionally gifted, particularly in the sciences. It would be a pity to abandon her studies, as it would deprive the world of a potential pillar of strength. She could not bear the thought. In our family, you have the final say. Chao Jianguo had supported the orphan children of comrades, so he did not disapprove of his wife's actions, but rather endorsed them. He was more than willing to support a student, especially one destined to become a national asset. Although they were not a wealthy family, they were not lacking in the essentials, and supporting a student was feasible. Thank you, Chao Go. LWNX genuinely expressed her gratitude to Chao Jianguo. Without him, she would not be the person she was today. Perhaps she would still be mired in the quagmire of despair. We have been married for ages. Why speak of such things? From now on, do not thank me. Chao Jianguo playfully chided, disliking his wife's formality. Mama is embarrassed by Papa's affections. I saw it all. Papa's smile reached his ears. Oh no, I forgot my daughter was still in the room. LWNX Eng's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and rage, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Chao Jianguo laughed heartily, while LWNX Eng angrily punched him a few times. All right, don't be upset. Our daughter is watching. Chao Jianguo chuckled. You still say that? LWNX Eng stomped her foot and turned to leave, leaving behind a laughing Chao Jianguo and a bewildered Chao Yan. What is wrong with Mama? Did Papa bully her? Chao Yan, not understanding, sensed a feeling called anger born of embarrassment. Stinky Papa, did you bully Mama? Mama is wonderful. If you dare to bully her, I will beat you up, Chao Yan threatened, shaking her tiny fists in defiance. Her fierce demeanor made Chao Jianguo chuckle heartily. He looked at his daughter in the cradle and smiled. Such a little one already knows to defend her mother. Our YN is truly dutiful. Chao Yan grinned broadly. Of course, I am Mama's little warmth. YN, can we strike a deal? Can you include Papa in your dutifulness? Chao Jianguo pinched his daughter's cheek. Chao Yan widened her eyes, staring at him. Stinky Papa, don't pinch my face. Oomph. As long as you don't bully Mama, I will definitely be dutiful to you. YN, Papa's talking to you. Chapter 32. Narcissistic YN Mama is first. You can barely squeeze in second. Chao Jianguo felt a swell of satisfaction. His daughter was indeed considerate. In our family, we all listen to Mama, and Papa is no exception. Come, let's find Mama. And let me reiterate, it was not Papa who bullied Mama. It was you who bullied Mama. Chao Jianguo. How could you say such nonsense in front of the children? LWNX shot him a glare. How old are you? Discussing such absurdities in front of the kids. Chao Jianguo looked wrong. Did I say anything wrong? Be quiet. LWNX hissed. Growing increasingly exasperated. Oh dear, sometimes being too popular can be a burden. YN has done nothing wrong. Her only fault is being too adorable. ZHOYN cradled her face in her hands, her eyes sparkling with joy. It seemed their daughter was becoming increasingly self-absorbed. How to manage this? Amidst the cheers of the meadow marmots, such a darling daughter was indeed irresistibly cute, and LWNX felt a strong desire to pinch her chubby cheeks. The men of the Chao family dared not, but LWNX had no such reservations. She pinched her daughter's cheek vigorously and planted a kiss on her. Our YN is simply too adorable. Yay. ZHOYN danced with joy. Chao Jianguo and the three brothers looked on with envy, wishing to join in. LWNX would not monopolize their daughter. She handed her to the eldest son. YN has gotten a bit heavier lately. Hold her steady and don't drop your sister. Chao Jianguo looked unjustly aggrieved, wondering why his wife did not let him hold their daughter. He wanted to embrace her too. LWNX simply ignored him. Thank you, Mama. I promise I won't draw my sister. ZHOH's face lit up with joy, while ZHOHN and HOH both looked enviously. However, HOYN was not pleased. Yin is not fat at all. She has baby fat. Lu Wanxing suppressed her amusement, offered a few more reminders, and then led Chao Jianguo to work. Mother's words are incorrect. My sister is not fat in the slightest. It is her adorableness that shines through. Zhao Chen held Chao Yan's small hand and proudly glanced at his elder brother, saying, I like second brother the most. Did you hear that? My sister likes her second brother the most. Chao Hang rolled his eyes in disdain. Zhao Chen would undoubtedly be a sycophantic minister in ancient times. Elder brother, you've held her for quite some time. Are you tired? Let me hold my sister. You should rest for a while. Zhao Chen leaned in, wanted to take Zhao Yan from him. Zhao Hang deftly avoided Zhao Chen's hand and chuckled. I am not tired. I haven't held her long enough yet. Zhao Hang desired to hold her too, but he was too small, and the family was hesitant to let him, fearing he might drop her. The three brothers circled around Zhao Yan, and soon Zhu Shaoying and the Gu brothers arrived. The three Zhao brothers had grown accustomed to their visits. Ever since they could hear Zhao Yan's thoughts, these three had taken to visiting the Zhao family frequently, just to listen to her. Little did Zhao Yan know that she had become a source of fascination for them, secretly reveling in her charm. Zhao Yan, now over 5 months old, could sit up independently and occasionally crawl. Every corner of the Zhao home was padded with soft fabric by Lu Wanxing to prevent her from bumping her head accidentally. Zhao Yan felt this was entirely unnecessary, for she was the golden dragon cub. Her head was quite sturdy. If she bumped into something, it would be the edges that got damaged, not her head. I heard from my mother that many 5-month-old babies still cannot sit. Our Yin can crawl now. How impressive. Zhu Shaoying beamed with pride, while Gu Yanli and Gu Yinchi looked displeased. Yin belongs to both the Zhao and Gu families, not just the Zhu family. Stop trying to take credit. Yin is also my sister. How could she not belong to my family? Zhu Shaoying retorted. Good brother. Don't you agree that Yin is part of my family? Get lost. Chao Hang pushed Zhu Shaoying aside and playfully scolded. Yin is my sister. She has nothing to do with you. These people, one after another, seem intent on snatching their sister away. How infuriating. Chao Hang, you can't say that, Gu Yanli interjected, displeased. Yin is my mother's goddaughter, which makes her my sister. Denying it won't change the fact. The faces of the Zhao brothers darkened instantly. Had they known, they would not have allowed her to recognize a godmother. Gu Yinchi chuckled. My brother is right. Yin is our sister too. Why don't I ask my mother to recognize Yin as a goddaughter as well? Zhu Xiaoying proposed. Chao Hang didn't want to crush his enthusiasm. Setting aside whether Aunt Yang would agree, Commissioner Zhu would certainly not. Zhu Xiaoying understood immediately what his mother meant and felt slightly displeased. Mom, you're overthinking it. I want you to recognize Yan Yan as a daughter. She wouldn't agree. Does she really think everyone is as vain as the cousins from Uncle's side? The Zhao family is not lacking either. After Aunt Lu's vindication, Uncle Zhao will surely rise further. Now that the Zhao family has also recognized the godmother with the Gu family, they are certainly not inferior to the Zhu family. Child, I was just asking. I had no other intentions. Yang Lihua sighed. Her son is so fond of that little girl from the Zhao family. It seems she needs to find an opportunity to meet her. The eldest son of the Zhao family is quite remarkable. She has not interfered with her son's friendship with Chao Hang. However, if the Zhao family harbors any ulterior motives, she would not stand for it. Chapter 33. So shiny, so bright. The next day, outside the military district, Teacher Lu, Fang Qingyu's eyes brightened. Then she lowered her hands, feeling somewhat at a loss. Fang Qingyu. Lu Wanxing was taken aback. Fang Qingyu seemed to have lost quite a bit of weight. Teacher, did you need something? Fang Qingyu looked down, rubbing the faded hem of her clothes, unable to meet Lu Wanxing's gaze. During school, Teacher Lu had treated her kindly, often providing her with life and study assistance. She feared seeing disappointment in Teacher Lu's eyes. Lu Wanxing greeted the guard at the door, completed a brief registration, and then led Fang Qingyu inside. Fang Qingyu wanted to refuse, but could not bring herself to do so upon seeing Teacher Lu's concern. Wait here for a moment. So soon? Zhao Xianghong emerged with the child, looking reluctant. She hadn't had enough time with her yet. It had only been a short time, not even 10 minutes. Wanxing, if you're busy, leave the child with me. I can take care of her. Zhao Xianghong truly adored Chao Yan. Yan Yan is loved by everyone. Her charm is irresistible. Chao Yan thought to herself, cradling her small face in vanity. Lu Wanxing was already accustomed to her daughter's narcissism. I just went to the entrance to pick up a student. It won't take long. Lu Wanxing took Chao Yan from Zhao Xianghong, smiling. Sister-in-law, you carry on. I won't disturb you. Oh, I have nothing to do at home. I'm happy to help watch the child. If you have something urgent, just bring her to my house. It's hot now, and there's not much to do. Yan Yan listens so well to me. I really enjoy it. All right then. Zhao Xianghong nodded. Goodbye, Aunt Zhao. Yan Yan will miss you. Zhao Yan waved her small hand, making Zhao Xianghong reluctant to let her go, wishing she could keep Zhao Yan with her. Wow, so shiny. Yan Yan's eyes are dazzled. Zhao Yan quickly covered her eyes with her small hands, nearly blinded by the golden light radiating from Fang Qingyu. Lu Wanxing looked up at the sun. It was indeed quite bright, but not blinding. Did she need to protect the child's eyes? Lu Wanxing quickly resolved her confusion. So shiny, so bright. Yan Yan's eyes are going to be unable to open. Why was Yan Yan so excited? Wow, who is this dazzling golden egg? This rich golden light is quite tempting. Did this golden egg save the world in its past life? Slurp. This is pure merit light. I want a hug. Zhao Yan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Fang Qingyu, bouncing on her little legs, yearning for a hug. Lu Wanxing was left speechless. Golden egg? What kind of ridiculous title is that? Teacher? Fang Qingyu was momentarily flustered, unsure how to respond. Did that little voice just come from the baby in her arms? She truly heard it, not a figment of her imagination. But how could that be? Lu Wanxing's heart tightened, but she quickly composed herself. Hadn't they anticipated this? Fang Qingyu nodded. It seemed the teacher could hear it as well, confirming it was not a hallucination. Chao Yan was oblivious to their thoughts. All she could think about was wanting to hug the golden egg. Such rich merit light. Surely she could rub against it. Merit light? Not many possess such a thing, even in the celestial realm. Who would have thought a mortal from a small world could possess so much merit? It was dazzling to her eyes. She wondered how many good deeds were done in her past life. Golden egg, hug, please. Lu Wanxing pinched her daughter's chubby cheek. What kind of dress was this? How impolite. Fang Qingyu chuckled softly. Teacher, it's all right. I can hold her. Upon hearing this, Chao Yan immediately stretched out her little hands, looking eager, making Lu Wanxing want to cover her face. This little one was indeed quite unreserved. No wonder you're the golden egg. So comfortable. Chao Yan nestled contentedly against Fang Qingyu's shoulder. The 21-pound chubby girl was not heavy for her. Do not be fooled by her size. She had been helping her family work in the fields since she was 5, and she was quite strong. Upon returning home, Lu Wanxing instructed her to place Chao Yan in the cradle, as her daughter was quite composed. However, Chao Yan clung to Feng Qingyu's clothing, stubbornly refusing to let go. Lu Wanxing's expression darkened, and her tone grew serious. Chao Yan, release your grip. Mother is about to get angry. Are you not aware of how heavy you are? Your sister is too slender to carry you. Teacher, it's all right. I enjoy holding my sister. Chao Yan's innocent declaration was underscored by a mischievous thought. Hee, the golden egg loves me, and I love the golden egg. She was confident in her charm, believing no one could resist her allure. Turning her head, she inadvertently splattered Feng Qingyu's face with saliva. Unable to contain herself, Lu Wanxing playfully swatted Chao Yan's little bottom, finding the child's behavior rather exasperating. Yan, you mustn't be impolite. This is your mother's student. You should call her sister. Golden egg is simply too unrefined. This little one takes advantage of others not hearing her thoughts, unaware that they can. Sister, sister, sister. Chao Yan showered Feng Qingyu with kisses, leaving her blushing and flustered, as it was her first experience with such unabashed affection. All right, I understand you adore your sister, but since you like her so much, shouldn't you allow her some time to rest? Lu Wanxing offered Feng Qingyu an apologetic smile, firmly detaching the little one from her. Chao Yan protested vehemently, her cries echoing through the room. It was the first time Lu Wanxing witnessed the child wail with such fervor. One might think she had committed an unforgivable act. Wah. I want my sister. I want my sister. I want her to hold me. I want the golden egg to hold me. Lu Wanxing felt a wave of embarrassment, momentarily reluctant to acknowledge this spirited child as her own. Teacher, it's fine. I like holding my sister, Feng Qingyu remarked, seeing Chao Yan's distress. She disregarded the potential for Lu Wanxing's displeasure and took Chao Yan into her arms. The moment she did, Chao Yan ceased her cries, which made Lu Wanxing's hands itch with envy. This little girl truly knew how to play her cards right. They had spoiled her too much. Teacher, did you summon me for something? Feng Qingyu decisively shifted the topic to save Chao Yan from further distress. Such a delightful child as Chao Yan ought not to face reprimands. Lu Wanxing smacked her forehead, realizing she had been so flustered by her daughter that she had forgotten the matter at hand. Qingyu, you are exceptionally talented, especially in your studies. It would be a pity to abandon your education. Feng Qingyu hesitated, but Lu Wanxing raised her hand to interject. I know what you wish to say, but education is your only path forward. You must not forsake it unless absolutely necessary. Teacher, I wish to attend school, but... Feng Qingyu's voice faltered as she recalled her family's circumstances, a bitter expression crossing her face. I cannot. Since her father's disappearance, their family had lost its source of income. As the eldest child, she could not neglect her younger siblings' welfare, and with her mother needing medication, it was a struggle to support the family, let alone pursue her studies. She cannot be so selfish. Teacher, I know you mean well, but I have made my decision to forego my education. Perhaps when my younger siblings grow up, I will have the opportunity to learn, but that is not feasible now. I'm so infuriated. My sister's aura of virtue is blinding. In her past lives, she must have performed immense good deeds to accumulate such merit. Yet this life is so bitter. Heaven is truly unfair. Stupid heaven, are you blind? Thunder rumbled ominously, startling both Lu Wanxing and Feng Qingyu. Feng Qingyu instinctively tightened her hold on Chao Yan, fearing the thunder might frighten her. Could Chao Yan be frightened? Unlikely. The thunder was directed at her for her disrespect toward heaven. Yan, tell the truth. Do you dare frighten me with thunder? How dare you? If you have the ability, strike me. Do you think a mere rumble can intimidate Yan? She is not easily frightened. Lu Wanxing was taken aback. Was the thunder truly aimed at her daughter? Isn't it said that good deeds are rewarded? If my sister is enveloped in virtue, why is she suffering so? Heaven, you are unreasonable. I shall see who will still perform good deeds in the future. Thunder continued to crash. I am not mistaken. Unjust heaven. Mother, why are you covering my mouth? Yan had not cried out. Her mother was being unreasonable. Lu Wanxing felt embarrassed. Yan was unaware that they could hear her thoughts. It was simply a reflexive action. The earlier thunderclaps were warnings from heaven, and fearing for Chao Yan, She instinctively covered her mouth. This little girl was exceedingly bold, daring to say anything. Oh, I'm not afraid. Yan Yan is not afraid, she declared, and Fong Qingyu comforted her. Chao Yan had been warned by heaven for defending herself. And thinking of this made Fong Qingyu somewhat displeased with the celestial authority. Yan Yan was but a child. How could she be frightened so casually? It was utterly unreasonable. Heaven responded, with the unreliable heavens, I can only rely on myself and my beautiful mother, Chao Yan thought angrily. Do not worry, sister. With this fairy by your side, your life will surely improve. Good people must receive good rewards, since the unjust heavens do not act. I shall take matters into my own hands. As a descendant of the dragon, she felt a duty to protect her kin, starting with her sister. Qingyu, in addition to scholarships and financial aid, I have decided to support you, Lu Wanxing declared, fearing her daughter might misuse her abilities. After all, she was still somewhat selfish, concerned that Chao Yan's intervention might bring harm to herself. The thunderclaps earlier had been warnings from heaven, and this thought only intensified Lu Wanxing's worries. Adult matters should be resolved by adults. Children should remain joyful. Indeed, we can support sister, Chao Yan exclaimed, almost forgetting they were not in the celestial realm. For mortals, wealth was of utmost importance. With money, her sister's life could improve. It seemed their family was not lacking in funds. They could assist her sister. Sister, hurry and agree. My father is wealthy. Let him support you, and perhaps I can benefit from your virtue. Chao Yan thought, smiling even brighter. Sister, do not misunderstand. I am not seeking to benefit from your virtue. Chao Yan felt a twinge of guilt, but Fong Qingyu chuckled. Lu Wanxing had helped her immensely. If her so-called virtue could benefit Chao Yan, she would gladly give it all. Qingyu, if you still consider me your teacher, do not refuse. Qingyu, promise me you will not abandon your studies. Lu Wanxing urged as she saw her hesitate, pressing her advantage. If you feel indebted to your teacher, please spend more time with Yan Yan. She adores you. Yes, spend more time with Yan Yan. She wishes to share in your virtuous glow. Yan Yan is not the kind of mischievous cultivator. She merely wishes to enjoy the glow of virtue, and she would never commit wrongdoing. Chao Yan's eyes sparkled. Sharing was not a crime. She was a morally upright little dragon and would never steal her sister's virtue. She must also protect her sister, for her sister's virtue was so rich, it was easily targeted by malevolent cultivators. She was indeed a good little dragon. Do not worry, sister. I would never take your virtue. I will protect you. Fong Qingyu felt a warmth in her heart. She naturally trusted that Chao Yan would not harm her. Chao Yan, so young yet already aware of the need to protect herself, has received numerous kindnesses from teacher Lu. What reason could she have to refuse? Moreover, she is not willing to abandon her studies. If there exists any merit that could benefit Chao Yan, she would gladly offer it to her. To her, such merit holds little significance. Thank you, teacher, Fong Qingyu said, bowing solemnly to Lu Wanxing. Her eyes slightly reddened. Without her teacher, she feared her life would have been a struggle in the mire. Lu Wanxing wished to say more, but at that moment, a familiar voice rang out from outside. Sister Wanxing, are you home? Yes, I am, Lu Wanxing replied. Mo Mingmei entered directly, immediately spotting the slender girl and curiously observing Fong Qingyu. Sister Wanxing, is this the student you have praised so highly? Indeed, this is my student, Fong Qingyu, Lu Wanxing smiled. Qingyu, this is Yan Yan's godmother. You can call her Animo. Hello. Animo, Fong Qingyu said obediently. Yesterday, the eldest brother mentioned that Aunt Mo had left them some tickets, for which she felt grateful. Ah, Mo Mingmei cheerfully responded, pulling out a handful of candies from her pocket. When I was your age, I adored sweets. They're delightful. Once you taste them, life doesn't seem so bitter. Take some. Fong Qingyu hesitated. Candy was precious, and she felt unworthy to accept. Do take it. It is impolite to refuse a gift from an elder, Lu Wanxing reassured her. Fong Qingyu bit her lip and said, Thank you, Animo. Dear Qingyu, I have a small favor to ask of you, if you wouldn't mind. Please, go ahead, Fong Qingyu replied. I absolutely love seafood, yet I dislike the labor of gathering it. I've heard your family lives by the sea, making it convenient for you to catch some. If you happen upon good seafood, would you consider selling it to me? Rest assured, I will not let you down. Fong Qingyu, being quite perceptive, recognized Aunt Mo's intention to assist her. Having already accepted teacher Lu's kindness, she felt it would be ungracious to disregard Aunt Mo's goodwill, thus silently cherishing it in her heart. Her godmother is quite clever. This is the essence of teaching one to fish rather than merely providing the fish. Sister, go forth boldly to gather seafood. You shall return laden with bounty. It seems the heavens are finally prepared to reward you. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the brilliance that surrounds you. Chapter 35. The Tragic Fate of Chen Siyuan. Lu Wanxing kept her word and promptly submitted the scholarship and grant application for Fang Qingyu to the school. The school, recognizing the merit of her request, swiftly approved it. Though life remained challenging, hope filled her heart, illuminating what was once a dim existence. Apart from her studies, she devoted much of her time to gathering seafood, while the remainder was spent accompanying Chao Yan at teacher Lu's home. Teacher Lu treated her with such kindness that she willingly played with Chao Yan. She even felt that her ability to gather an abundance of seafood was somehow linked to her blessings with Chao Yan, deepening her gratitude towards her. Chao Yan, in truth, held a genuine affection for Fang Qingyu. Initially drawn by the allure of Fang Qingyu's radiant merit, her feelings had since evolved into a pure admiration for the person herself. Fang Qingyu exuded warmth, remaining kind-hearted despite the hardships of life. Wherever Fang Qingyu was, Chao Yan desired her embrace alone, disregarding others. Even the three brothers had to step aside. This led to frequent complaints from the three brothers, who claimed that Fang Qingyu had stolen their sister, resulting in regular disputes among the four. Consequently, Fang Qingyu grew closer to the three brothers of the Zhao family and Zhu Xiaoying, inadvertently inciting the dissatisfaction of Chen Siyuan. As Chen Siyuan harbored feelings for Chao Hang, she resented Fang Qingyu's frequent presence in the Zhao household. Chen Siyuan, the granddaughter of Qin Kongzhan, was raised with indulgence, possessing a charming demeanor and a domineering nature, though not entirely devoid of kindness. Fang Qingyu, you are not permitted to continue approaching Chao Hang. Do you hear me? Chen Siyuan declared, arms crossed and an expression of discontent etched on her face. This Fang Qingyu was far too audacious. Taking advantage of Aunt Lu's fondness for her to deliberately get close to Chao Hang was exceedingly cunning. Classmate Chen, you misunderstand. Chao Hang and I are merely friends. Fang Qingyu replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. Did Chen Siyuan misconstrue something? Her sole focus was on studying and earning a living. She had no leisure for anything else. And Chen Siyuan was genuinely overestimating her. Furthermore, she held no romantic interest in Chao Hang. She assumed everyone lived without a care in the world as she did. I do not care what your relationship with Chao Hang is. I only hope you refrain from getting close to him. Furthermore, do not exploit Aunt Lu's connections to approach Chao Hang. You are but an orphan. The Zhao family would never consent to Chao Hang marrying you. Huh? You are truly mistaken. Fang Qingyu could not help but rub her ears, her expression one of resignation. Had she misheard? What nonsense was this little princess of the courtyard spouting? Had no one informed her that such arrogance was quite off-putting? I am speaking to you. Can you hear me? Chen Siyuan pushed her lightly, clearly displeased. This Fang Qingyu was utterly oblivious to her own insignificance, believing her meager background could compete for Chao Hang's attention. Classmate Chen, what is your relationship with Chao Hang? Fang Qingyu retorted coldly. Though she was poor, it did not mean she would allow herself to be bullied. Chen Siyuan stood speechless, infuriated. She was enamored with Chao Hang, yet the feeling was unreciprocated. All within their circle were aware of this. Did Fang Qingyu's question serve to humiliate her? Fang Qingyu, do not be so smug. Chao Hang only shows you a modicum of kindness due to Aunt Lu. He will never harbor feelings for you. Stay away from him. Classmate Chen, I am truly misunderstood. Fang Qingyu sighed in exasperation. She wished to clarify, but Chen Siyuan refused to listen. Fortunately, Chen Siyuan merely offered a few warnings without resorting to physical confrontation, allowing Fang Qingyu to breathe a sigh of relief. In the morning, Chen Siyuan had troubled her, and by afternoon, Chao Hang had learned of it. I heard that Chen Siyuan caused you trouble? Chao Hang scratched his head in embarrassment. Had it not been for him, Chen Siyuan would not have bothered her. What? Someone bullied my sister Qingyu. How despicable. Chao Yan sprang up from Fang Qingyu's embrace, wide-eyed, her chubby hands clenched into fists, glaring fiercely at Chao Hang. Who dares to bully my sister Qingyu? Speak up. Yan will teach them a lesson. Perhaps it would suffice to draw a circle and curse them instead. Chao Hang felt a pang of unease. Was such a curse truly appropriate? Surely, classmate Chen had not done anything intolerable? Fang Qingyu held Chao Yan down, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes as she quickly replied, "No. Classmate Chen did not trouble me." "Really?" Chao Hang expressed skepticism. "Absolutely," Fang Qingyu affirmed. "Classmate Chen merely exchanged a few words with me. It was hardly troublesome. If Chen Siyuan bothers you, do not keep it to yourself. I will assist you." "No!" Fang Qingyu cried out in alarm. "If you intervene, that would truly spell disaster." Chen Siyuan, the eavesdropping Chao Yan was taken aback. Could it be that she is the Chen Siyuan? Wait, let me ascertain who this Chen Siyuan truly is. Chao Hang and Fang Qingyu tensed, their ears perked, fearful of missing any crucial information. After a considerable pause, they finally heard Chao Yan's thoughts. "Ah, I know. Isn't she my elder brother's admirer? The little princess of the military compound, madly infatuated with my elder brother. All the young girls in the compound have been warned by Chen Siyuan, leaving my brother to question his own charm." Chao Hang thought it unnecessary to elaborate further. 7 years later, upon my brother's demise, Chen Siyuan, seeking vengeance, lurked for decades before avenging him, ultimately taking her own life at his grave. Chen Siyuan truly harbors profound feelings for my brother. Though Chen Siyuan can be headstrong and willful, her nature is not fundamentally bad. Fang Qingyu gazed at Chao Hang with a look of astonishment, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Chao Yan had foretold that Chao Hang would meet his demise in 7 years. Were their teachers aware of this? Chao Chen and Chao Hang exchanged knowing glances, their fates irrevocably altered by the heartfelt whispers of their younger sister. In the future, would Chen Siyuan ascend to the role of their sister-in-law? Curiosity piqued. They yearned for answers. From the depths of their sister's sentiments, it was evident that Chen Siyuan held genuine affection for their elder brother. Hadn't she, even after his death, devoted years to assisting him, ultimately sacrificing herself at his graveside? If she were to become their sister-in-law, it would not be an unwelcome outcome. Chao Hang, unable to restrain himself, delivered a sharp reprimand. His troublesome younger siblings were indeed deserving of a reprimand. Could she be causing trouble for Qingyu Jie because of our elder brother? Chao Yan shot a glance at Chao Hang, acknowledging that their elder brother was indeed quite handsome, and it was no wonder Chen Siyuan was so utterly captivated by him. "Our elder brother is quite the heartthrob," she mused. "It's difficult to choose between a beloved sister and a future sister-in-law. Elder brother, since Chen Siyuan holds such admiration for you, perhaps you should relent." Zhao Cheng stroked his chin, pondering deeply. Teacher Chen held a great deal of respect for their father. Should their elder brother marry Teacher Chen's granddaughter, their father's career advancement would be greatly facilitated. "Be quiet," Chao Hang retorted sharply, casting a disapproving glare at his younger brother for his audacity. "Third brother is right. Elder brother, you ought to give in. It will be difficult to find someone who adores you as much as she does. Chen Siyuan is beautiful and devoted to you. You should acquiesce," they insisted. Chao Hang's face darkened. His younger sister was merely stirring the pot without understanding the implications. "Before our younger sister was born, Chen Siyuan was the most beautiful girl in our courtyard. You two together would indeed be a match made in heaven." Zhao Chun chimed in cheerfully. Their younger sister had mentioned that Chen Siyuan had spent decades in silence, seeking revenge for their elder brother, ultimately taking her life before his tomb, which demonstrated her unwavering loyalty. "Enough already," Chao Hang growled, exasperated. What did a 7 or 8-year-old child know about such matters? "Elder brother, are you feeling shy?" Zhao Chun teased, pulling a funny face. Indeed, elder brother must be feeling shy, they all agreed. Chao Hang's face flushed crimson as he turned and retreated to his bedroom, wishing to escape the banter of his unreliable siblings. That evening, while Chao Yan slumbered, Chao Cheng incessantly recounted the tale of Chen Siyuan to Lu Wanxing and Chao Jianguo, who were both left in utter disbelief. They had not anticipated that Chao Hang possessed such charisma, compelling a girl to devote decades to him and ultimately sacrifice herself. This was indeed too incredible to fathom. Their son was merely 12 years old, still a child. Did he truly understand love? Wasn't he this a bit too precocious? "Mother, Please don't look at me like that. I assure you, my relationship with Qin Siyuan is merely platonic, Chao Hang insisted. Really? Lu Wanxing responded skeptically. If it were merely a friendship, would Qin Siyuan have waited decades for your sake? Indeed, Chao Hang felt overwhelmed. His younger sister had dropped such a bombshell while peacefully sleeping, leaving him to navigate the aftermath. The following day, when faced with the mournful expression of his elder brother, Chao Yan felt utterly confused. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, it was Chao Yan's first birthday. Since her birth, she had never suffered from so much as a headache or fever, and she was often noted for her early physical development. While other children stumbled at their first steps, Chao Yan could already run with her short little legs. Where others merely babbled basic words, she could articulate her thoughts with a charmingly indignant tone. In the eyes of others, Chao Yan was a prodigy, her development nothing short of miraculous. Most astonishing was her extraordinary strength, which had even reached the ears of military leaders. Were she not so young, they might have sought to recruit her into their ranks. Today marked Chao Yan's first birthday celebration. Having hosted an elaborate celebration for her full moon, her parents decided to keep this occasion more intimate, inviting only close friends. On the morning of the celebration, Chao Yan was coaxed from her cozy bed by her beautiful mother, dressed in a brand-new spring outfit adorned with adorable little pigtails, perfectly complementing her chubby cheeks. "Mother, I don't want to wear this. I wish for a sparkly little dress," Chao Yan protested, her disdain for anything less than resplendent evident. "Darling, this outfit required several days of effort to create. You simply must wear it, otherwise I will be heartbroken," Lu Wanxing insisted, hoping to refine her daughter's taste. Chao Yan had displayed a preference for bright, glittering colors since she was 5 months old, showing little interest in anything else. Chao Yan remained obstinate, her lips pursed in displeasure. At that moment, Chao Jianguo entered, unable to bear seeing his daughter upset. "If she doesn't like it, let her not wear it. You prepared 2 outfits for her, and the other one is quite lovely as well." "Our Yan looks good in anything." Lu Wanxing sighed in resignation, allowing her husband to indulge their daughter. "Father is the best. I love you most, Daddy," Chao Yan exclaimed joyfully. "Oh, you love your father the most? Perhaps he should be the one to make your clothes." Lu Wanxing feigned displeasure. Chao Yan smiled sweetly at her, her cherubic voice chiming. "I love you most too, mother." "Well, you must choose one favorite," Lu Wanxing teased. "I love you both," Chao Yan declared, unwilling to choose between them. "You little rascal," Lu Wanxing chuckled, playfully pinching her nose. The little one was a master of sweet talk. Who could resist her charm? Lu Wanxing presented the second outfit she had prepared, and Chao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow," she gasped, her round eyes wide with delight. "So beautiful. I love it." Lu Wanxing sighed deeply, having expended countless brain cells to ensure this outfit met the public's aesthetic standards. It had certainly been a challenge. "Mother, let me wear it," Chao Yan insisted eagerly. Lu Wanxing complied, dressing her daughter in the resplendent outfit. Surprisingly, what might have looked garish on another child appeared sophisticated and beautiful on her. "Brother, do I look good in my new clothes?" Chao Yan asked excitedly as she sought out her siblings to showcase her attire, chattering nonstop. "You look great," Chao Hang, the devoted brother, affirmed. "My sister looks good in anything," Chao Chen chimed in, clearly besotted. "I knew my sister would look stunning in this outfit. It's absolutely perfect," Chao Chen exclaimed, thoroughly enamored. Suddenly, a melodious voice interrupted from behind. Chao Yan turned to find Mo Mingmei, who scooped her up into a warm embrace. "My darling, you look splendid. Tajda, here's a birthday gift from your godmother." "Thank you, godmother," Chao Yan replied enthusiastically. "Open it and see if you like it," Mo Mingmei encouraged with anticipation. As the box opened, Lu Wanxing and Chao Jianguo gasped in shock. "Mingmei, this is far too extravagant. This is a gift for my goddaughter's first birthday. Not for you to reject," Mo Mingmei asserted, blocking any objections. Chao Yan clutched the golden dragon tightly, fearful her mother would take it away. "This is mine. It's a gift from my godmother." The golden dragon sparkled under the light, making Chao Yan's eyes glisten with delight. "Thank you, godmother. I love it. Rest assured, dear godmother, I will ensure you are not a loss. Today you gift me a little golden dragon, and in the future, I will gift you a 1,000-year-old ginseng." She recalled that Si Ming had mentioned how humans particularly cherished ginseng, and surely her godmother would be no exception. Chapter 37. Adorable Chao Yan. Mo Mingmei was taken aback. My goodness, the little golden dragon is certainly not worth a millennium of ginseng. Her goddaughter was being overly generous. She could not accept such a gift. Sister, my brother and I have also prepared gifts for you. Gu Yanqi nudged his brother, and Gu Yanli nodded, promptly producing a beautiful, sparkling butterfly hairpin. Upon its appearance, Chao Yan's eyes lit up with joy. Although it could not compare to the glimmering treasures in her own little vault, it was still quite lovely. Sister, this butterfly hairpin was bought by me and my brother together. It has tiny diamonds that sparkle in the sunlight. Do you like it? Gu Yanqi's eyes shone as he gazed at Chao Yan, certain she would adore it. I love it. Thank you, Brother Yanli and Brother Yanqi. Chao Yan beamed, extending her sweet, childish voice. Wow, Brother Yanqi and Brother Yanli are so wonderful. Yan Yan absolutely loves it. She genuinely cherished the hairpin. Immediately asking Lu Wanxing to pin it in her hair, her little head bobbing adorably with pride. Lu Wanxing looked at her daughter adorned with sparkling hairpins and smiled helplessly. This sense of aesthetics was truly something. I said we should have revealed the gifts sooner. Look, they've gotten ahead of us. Chao Hang stamped his feet in frustration, casting a hostile glance at the two brothers. Yan Yan was clearly their sister, yet Gu Yanli and Gu Yanqi insisted on competing for her affection, even flattering her excessively. How infuriating. Chao Hang shot him a calm look. No matter how much the two brothers fawned, they would always be Yan Yan's true brothers, a fact that could never be replaced. The third brother's furious demeanor hardly befitted a future formidable figure. Amid Chao Yan's eager gaze, Chao Hang presented his gift. Sister, this is our birthday gift for you. We designed it ourselves and had it crafted, hoping you will be happy and carefree every day in the future. This was a gift they had contemplated for a long while, exhausting all their pocket money to create. Moreover, they had even paid for 2 years of pocket money from Lu Wanxing to finalize this birthday present. The brothers prepared a dazzling little crown hairpin for Chao Yan. The crown was palm-sized and exquisitely adorable. This crown sparkled more brilliantly than the butterfly hairpin from the Gu brothers, showcasing their sincere effort. Most importantly, it gleamed golden under the lights, radiantly eye-catching. Chao Yan could hardly tear her eyes away from it. Every aspect delighted her heart. Thank you, elder brother, second brother, and third brother. I love it so much. Mama, I want to wear it. Chao Yan could hardly contain her excitement. Such a beautiful crown had to be worn immediately. You already have so many hairpins on your head. Are you sure you want to add more? Lu Wanxing asked helplessly, pointing at the myriad pins adorning her hair. Chao Yan nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. With so many hairpins, aren't you tired? Not at all. Yan is amazing. I want them all. Chao Yan giggled. She felt no burden at all. Lu Wanxing was at a loss and could only pin the little crown atop her head, watching her daughter adorned with a crown of sparkling hairpins, feeling overwhelmed. This is rather dazzling. What should I do? If she weren't my daughter, I certainly couldn't feign admiration. If it weren't for her beautiful little face, it would be quite an eyesore. Are all the little fairies in the celestial realm of such taste? The celestial maidens. No, we are not like this little mischievous Chao Yan. Our taste is quite normal. Chao Yan was blissfully admiring her hairpins, completely unaware of her mother's subtle critique. Hee. Being a person is indeed quite delightful. Unfilial daughter. Yan Yan is grown up. She can protect daddy, mommy, and her brothers now. I will find a way to tell father and mother that Lu Haizhou is a big bad guy. This time, Yan Yan will protect you. Lu Haizhou, a big bad guy? Chao Jianguo exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Heng, who understood that Lu Haizhou must indeed be a significant issue. Not only did the Gu brothers present gifts, but Zhu Shaoying also sent a splendid offering. Although Chao Yan's first birthday celebration was not grand, with only a few close friends and family invited, it was still quite lively. Chao Jianguo had invited several comrades from his military days, who always brought gifts when visiting, resulting in Chao Yan receiving numerous presents that day. Chao Yan was already the envy of all the girls in the courtyard, second only to Qin Siyuan. And after the celebration, she became even more so. Which girl in the courtyard could celebrate her birthday alone? Many had never even celebrated a birthday since birth. While Chao Yan could, it was truly enviable. By 8 or 9 months, Chao Yan could already speak and walk. After her first birthday, she was nearly running and jumping. Once she learned to walk, she was reluctant to stay indoors, eager to venture outside every day. Despite her small stature, she was surprisingly quick, and Lu Wanxing could hardly keep up with her. For her mischievous daughter, Lu Wanxing could only impart strict warnings, forbidding her from going to the sea or the mountains. Yes, she meant to say going to the sea and the mountains. What would anyone think of a little over a year old clamoring to go to the sea and into the mountains? It was enough to frighten anyone. Unfortunately, Lu Wanxing had to attend class and could only ask her godmother, Mo Mingmei, for help. Ironically, Mo Mingmei was exceptionally indulgent with children, always acquiescing to Chao Yan's whims. One might think she was her stepmother. Godmother, Chao Yan rubbed her small hands together. What do you want this time? Mo Mingmei teased her little pigtails. Realizing that small children were still adorable in their early years, but grew increasingly mischievous as they matured. While the little one was endearing, she was also quite the handful, more so than boys. Godmother, Chao Yan elongated her voice, her soft, sweet tone melting Mo Mingmei's heart. Don't act spoiled. Speak properly. Mo Mingmei feigned seriousness. This little creature was adept at gauging her mood, relying on her soft-heartedness to get her way. This time, she would not unconditionally agree to her unreasonable requests. She had to stand her ground. It must be said that when this little mischievous star behaved, she was truly endearing. No, the mountains are too dangerous. Mo Mingmei firmly refused, although her tone lacked any real authority. Please, let's go, Godmother. Godmother, stop. I said no means no. Whatever you say will not change my mind. Mo Mingmei stood her ground. In the vast expanse of the southern island lay countless mountains. The Southern Island Military District was built near both the mountains and the sea. Local fishermen could not only gather seafood on the beach, but also forage for wild produce in the mountains, making it abundantly resourceful. Mo Mingmei had been with the troops for less than a year. She had only gone to the beach to gather seafood and had never ventured into the mountains. She had no desire to dig for wild vegetables, finding it too exhausting. She wasn't one to seek hardship. Chapter 38. Chao Yan enters the mountains. She had previously read in novels about protagonists venturing into the mountains to gather wild goods, discovering treasures like ginseng and lingji. She believed such luck was beyond her reach. Moreover, Gu Heng had mentioned that the mountains were home to wild boars and even giant beasts, which posed great danger. She was quite reluctant to go. Even less so could she take this little one along. That was out of the question. Godmother, do not be afraid. Yan Yan is born with divine strength and will protect you. Yan Yan is super strong and could defeat a big tiger with a single punch. Chao Yan clenched her small fist, making a fierce expression. Mo Mingmei twitched her lips. Could this little one really defeat a tiger with a punch? She knew what a tiger looked like. The little one indeed had some frightening strength, but it was hardly possible to kill a tiger. Tigers are living creatures, not inanimate objects. The little girl was being overly naive. In their initial experiments to assess the strength of the little one, they conducted numerous tests, discovering that the once formidable steel was as pliable as soft rope in her hands, effortlessly molded into a ball. This was steel that typically required machinery to cut. The little one's divine strength likely exceeded their expectations, yet they found themselves devoid of any materials suitable for further testing and had to abandon their inquiries. They believed that her strength would only continue to grow as she matured. Fortunately, the little one could control her power. Otherwise, their home would have been dismantled long ago. Mo Mingmei, who once dismissed the notion of a powerful, adorable child as mere hype, now recognized her own naivety. For before her stood a genuine embodiment of such a phenomenon. Godmother, all right, let us go. Let us go, exclaimed Chao Yan, her little mouth beaming with sweet words that left Mo Mingmei quite dazed. It was only when they reached the foot of the towering mountains that Mo Mingmei regained her senses, gazing at the majestic peaks before her. She looked nervously at the excited little girl and then at the seemingly endless mountains, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation. The grand mountains, full of vitality, were fraught with hidden dangers. Was it not too late for her to have second thoughts? As someone utterly lacking in physical prowess, she questioned her courage to ascend the mountains. It was indeed foolishness on her part. Don't be afraid, Godmother. With Yan Yan around, there is nothing to fear, Chao Yan declared, confidently patting her chest with her chubby little hands. Mo Mingmei, however, was not merely apprehensive. Her legs felt weak. Your father said there are fierce beasts on the mountain. How about we just explore around the foot? In that moment, Mo Mingmei wished she could give herself a hearty slap for being unable to resist her daughter's adorable antics. For somehow, she had unwittingly agreed. Fierce beasts? Chao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could she perhaps capture one as a mount, striding along on a fearsome creature? Yin, dismiss that thought from your little head. It is absolutely out of the question. If you attempt such a thing, your mother will give you a stern spanking, perhaps even a mixed punishment involving both parents. Mo Mingmei had long since learned to read the little one's thoughts etched clearly upon her face. I wasn't thinking anything. Chao Yan covered her mouth, merely contemplating in silence, for she knew her godmother was trying to trap her. She was not foolish. You may not have spoken, but your face betrays your thoughts. Mo Mingmei teased, affectionately ruffling the little one's fluffy head. How delightful it is to discern your innermost musings. Chao Yan was taken aback. Is godmother truly that perceptive? Can you read my thoughts just by looking at my face? That's impossible. It isn't my prowess. Rather, your expressions are exceedingly transparent. Mo Mingmei replied with a grin, relishing the joy of teasing the child. Not just me. Anyone familiar with you could decipher your thoughts from your expressions. That's absurd. It's because we can hear your thoughts. The unsuspecting Chao Yan was thus led astray by her godmother, despite being a 30,000-year-old celestial being. It did not alter the fact that she was merely a little child. Moreover, having been doted on since childhood, she remained blissfully unaware of the perils of the world. Chao Yan felt confident. As for what would occur after they ascended the mountain, that was entirely up to her. They ventured into the mountains, encountering numerous groups of military spouses and local residents along the periphery. Upon noticing the two, they gathered around with curiosity. Oh, Comrade Mo, are you here to forage for wild vegetables? Comrade Mo, is this the little daughter of Captain Zhao? She is truly lovely. Comrade Mo, the mountains are perilous. Do refrain from venturing too deep. Mo Mingmei could not reveal that her little ancestor wished to capture a fierce beast as a steed, for if she did, others would surely think her mad. Having been at the military district for a year, she had only established a casual acquaintance with a few, such as Lu Wanxing and Zhao Xianghong, and thus quickly carried Chao Yan further in. Comrade Mo, there are fierce beasts in the mountains. Do be cautious. I am aware. Thank you, Sister Zhang, Mo Mingmei replied, moving forward. As soon as she departed, those who had been eavesdropping began to murmur amongst themselves. That's indeed the daughter of Captain Zhao, and she is remarkably beautiful, but she has been spoiled beyond reason. Did you see that golden hairpin? It's not fake. It's genuine gold. Captain Zhao truly dotes on her. Genuine gold? I heard that little girl has always adored shiny things. Those hairpins are crafted from gold, which speaks to the Zhao family's wealth. Captain Zhao earns only a modest sum each month, and teacher Lu's salary isn't high either. How could they afford such extravagance? Surely, this is mere speculation born of jealousy. They must be wealthy. Had I known Comrade Mo cherished her daughter so much, I wouldn't have thought of it. Just look at how stunning that little girl is. Not even Qin Siyuan can compare, let alone the others. It seems the Zhao family has struck gold, encountering someone like Mo Mingmei who adores vibrant colors. I've heard Captain Zhao is likely to be promoted this year. The Zhao family is bound to soar. Comrade Mo is quite bold, daring to take her little girl up the mountain alone, unafraid that some fierce beast might snatch her away. Shoo, don't speak carelessly. Be wary of attracting trouble. The woman chuckled awkwardly, lowering her head to search for wild vegetables, her heart secretly indifferent, even hoping for the fierce beast to carry Chao Yan away. For then her granddaughter would have a chance. Mo Mingmei asked, what are you fantasizing about? I wish to be carried away by fierce beasts. Come. I eagerly await their arrival. Chao Yan replied innocently. Chapter 39. Setting ground rules despite occasional minor disputes. No one wished to see the duo fall into peril. Comrade Mo, having recently arrived, was unaware of the dangers lurking in the mountains. Should they inadvertently wander into the depths, it would be too late. Didn't Comrade Mo say she'd just be wandering nearby, not venturing deep? Someone remarked, what are you all in such a hurry for? Are you hoping to ingratiate yourselves with Comrade MO's family? Young Danny, what nonsense are you spouting? Be careful, or I'll tear your mouth apart. Huh, give it a try. Unbeknownst to Mo Mingmei, she was beginning to regret her decision. The deeper they advanced, the more she sensed the chilling atmosphere of the mountains. Chilly winds surged from all directions, and in stark contrast to the low shrubs outside, ancient trees towered here, entwined with vines, as if time had halted for a millennium. Stepping into this ecological sanctuary, one could feel the primal allure of nature, yet Mo Mingmei felt only coldness and dread. It was no wonder Gu Heading advised her against entering the mountains. Even if she did, she should remain on the outskirts, for this was an uncharted wilderness, too perilous. A shiver ran down her spine as she thought, I must leave quickly. If I don't, it will be too late. Chao Yan, oblivious to the danger, tilted her little head and smiled sweetly, causing Mo Mingmei's head to spin. It was over. She had been deceived by the little one's soft and adorable facade. This was no little darling. This was clearly a mischievous sprite. Hee, godmother, just trust me. With me around, there's no danger. You must believe in Yin Yan. Chao Yan assured her, confident that only others would face peril, while they would be safe. Mo Mingmei forced a chuckle, feeling that following Chao Yan was indeed the more dangerous path. The little one was as fearless as a newborn calf. She certainly was not. Suddenly, a loud rumble startled Mo Mingmei, and upon looking up, she saw the little one grinning triumphantly at her. A towering ancient tree was abruptly snapped in two by Chao Yan, causing the woodland creatures to scatter in alarm. Mo Mingmei widened her eyes in disbelief at the colossal tree that had just collapsed before her, then glanced at her seemingly unaffected goddaughter, who simply clapped her hands in triumph. Mo Mingmei felt a dryness in her throat, despite being well aware of the little one's extraordinary strength. The sight still startled her. Yin Yan, what have you done? Godmother, now you believe I can protect you, right? Did you break this ancient tree just to prove your strength? Mo Mingmei instinctively swallowed hard. It was no wonder that Sister Wanxing and Captain Chao had emphasized the need to guide Yin Yan properly. Otherwise, trouble would surely ensue. It was evident that their concerns were justified. Yin Yan's nature was rather domineering and self-important, and coupled with her formidable power, it left Mo Mingmei feeling quite troubled. Godmother? Chao Yan tilted her head, seemingly perplexed by Mo Mingmei's worry, as if she had already demonstrated her capability. Cough, cough. Yin Yan, you must promise not to resort to violence in front of others. Yin Yan's strength was immense, and should she engage in a confrontation, Mo Mingmei feared for the worst. Of course, Yin Yan would never intentionally cause fatal harm, but her overwhelming power could lead to serious consequences. Godmother, do I look foolish? Chao Yan pouted, her small hands placed defiantly on her hips, her cheeks flushed with indignation. I can control my strength. Your worries are unfounded. Isn't that what I'm doing, worrying? Modib Dane Mingmei chuckled awkwardly. Godmother, Yin Yan understands what you're concerned about. I wouldn't strike out casually. I only did this to prove myself because you're my godmother. Typically, should anyone provoke her, she would simply draw a circle and cast a curse, never needing to engage directly. Mo Mingmei gasped. That was even more terrifying. Sister Wanxing was right. Yin Yan needed a stronger moral education. Unaware of her impending lessons, Chao Yan merrily continued ahead. Mo Mingmei had no choice but to follow, truly feeling as though she was risking her life to accompany this little one. Wow, this place is magnificent. It's far more exciting than down by the mountain. Upon entering the deep woods, Chao Yan was thrilled, bouncing around with uncontainable joy. If not for her godmother trailing behind, she would have dashed off at full speed. Despite her short stature, her speed was remarkable. Even with a human form, she was still the soul of a dragon, her attributes far surpassing those of an ordinary human. Before them stood an unbroken expanse of towering ancient trees, many of which had existed for centuries. They soared skyward, their lush foliage forming a natural green canopy. Besides the impressive trees, a diverse array of plant species thrived, from lowly moss to ferns climbing the trunks, and colorful wildflowers dotting the landscape, creating a complete ecosystem. Mo Mingmei inhaled deeply, no longer sensing the initial chill, but rather a comforting warmth, reminiscent of a vibrant spring where grasses grow and birds sing. A truly curious sensation. Yin Yin, you promised to protect your godmother, so you mustn't run off. I lack your innate powers. If we encountered a fierce beast, it would be disastrous for me. I'm afraid, Yin Yin. Mo Ming Mei kept the little one close, unwilling to let her go. Her fears stemmed from both a respect for nature and a worry that Yin Yin might get lost. She regretted her decision to bring the child to the mountains. What if they got separated? What if they encountered a ferocious creature? The little one appeared adorable and soft, yet her stubbornness was formidable. I will protect you, godmother, Chao Yan declared, thumping her small chest like a loyal guardian. And indeed, she lived up to her word. She closely followed Mo Ming Mei, who was discovering a wealth of treasures in the depths of the forest. Despite being from a future time, Mo Ming Mei could not help but be impressed by the little one's extraordinary luck. They had already unearthed numerous treasures in a short span. No wonder you are a little golden dragon, she thought, marveling at Yin Yan's prowess. Godmother, ginseng, Chao Yan exclaimed, yanking a wild ginseng plant from the ground with ease, leaving Mo Ming Mei aghast. The force of her actions had damaged the roots, a rather brutal display. Wait, let me handle this gently. Modi dang Ming Mei was distressed. This was true wild ginseng, worth a fortune. Godmother, I'm helping you. You're too slow. In stark contrast to Mo Ming Mei's careful approach, Chao Yan was unabashedly ruthless, pulling up an entire patch of ginseng. Mo Ming Mei could only watch helplessly, her attempts to stop the little one thwarted by her speed. These are all for you, godmother, Chao Yan insisted, stuffing several roots into Mo Ming Mei's hands, recalling her promise to gift her godmother ginseng. Although they may not be a 1,000-year-old specimen, for 300-year-old roots could certainly be considered a treasure. How astute of you, Mo Ming Mei thought, marveling at the little one's calculation prowess. You found them, so keep them for yourself. You don't need to give them to me. Modi Dane Ming Mei declined, aware that even a few hundred-year-old roots were extraordinarily valuable. In the future, ginseng of that age fetched millions at auction, let alone older varieties. Are you rejecting them because they're too small? Chao Yan asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I promise, godmother, once I find a 1,000-year ginseng, I'll give you an even better one. I'm not rejecting them. Mo Ming Mei chuckled, amused by the unaware confidence of the little one. These roots are too precious. I cannot accept them. You love gold and jewels, don't you? These ginseng roots could buy you a wealth of gold and sparkling gems. Would you be willing to part with them? I would, Chao Yan replied resolutely. Godmother treats me well, so I must reciprocate. Hearing this, Mo Ming Mei felt as though she had drunk honey. Her affection for the little one was not in vain. Ultimately, after some coaxing and playful antics, she accepted one of the 400-year-old ginseng roots, considering herself fortunate while refusing any further offers. In addition to the ginseng, Chao Yan also discovered many other precious herbs, rare finds that would be unattainable in the future. Had it not been for Mo Ming Mei's knowledge, Chao Yan might have mistaken them for mere wild plants. Mo Ming Mei glanced at her watch and realized that they had been inside for over 3 hours, time passing far too swiftly. Fortunately, they had brought provisions, otherwise, hunger would have struck long ago. Alas, this couldn't be kept hidden. Luckily, they had not encountered any ferocious beasts during this outing. Otherwise, Sister Wanxing would never have allowed her to bring Yin Yin along again. Just a moment ago, Mo Ming Mei was marveling at their fortune, but the next moment, she heard Chao Yan preparing to summon a beast as a mount, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. Was this little one's courage not a touch excessive? Before she could utter a word, the ground began to tremble beneath her feet. Following that, a series of roars echoed around them, causing Mo Ming Mei to shudder with fear. Her instincts took over, and before she knew it, she had instinctively pulled Chao Yan into her embrace and was sprinting away, terrified that they would be overtaken by the beasts. At that moment, she had completely forgotten that these beasts were summoned by Chao Yan and posed no threat to them. Her sole thought was to protect Chao Yan. However, Mo Ming Mei's speed was no match for the beasts, and soon they found themselves encircled by dozens of them. Panic washed over her, and her grip around Chao Yan tightened involuntarily. Chao Yan, startled, realized that she had frightened her guardian. Don't be afraid, Ganma. They all must obey Yin Yin and wouldn't dare harm us. No need to fear. Chao Yan stepped out of Mo Mingmei's embrace and stood protectively in front of her, her voice ringing out sweetly. You've scared my Ganma. Form a line, one by one, and come apologize to her. Mo Mingmei was taken aback. To her astonishment, the beasts complied, lining up obediently like soldiers awaiting inspection. They lay prostrate on the ground, awaiting Chao Yan's command. Goodness, they had underestimated the little one's capabilities. Was this some form of beast control? It was simply astounding. If anyone were to discover this, the little one would be in grave danger. Ganma, look how obedient they are. You needn't worry. Yan will take care of you, Chao Yan assured her, striding confidently to a gray wolf and playfully slapping it. This is for scaring my Ganma. The wolf, despite being struck, dared not retaliate, instead nuzzling Chao Yan's hand in a gesture of appeasement. Mo Mingmei was utterly amazed. The little one was indeed no ordinary child. Could she dare to say she was unafraid? Certainly not, for she was terrified of the multitude of wild beasts surrounding them. Ganma, who do you think I should choose as my mount? Chao Yan pondered, clearly undeterred by her previous fright. The thought of riding a beast down the mountain was sure to stir chaos in the military district. Alas, she regretted her moment of compassion. She had no idea how to explain this to Sister Wanxing upon their return. Chao Yan, oblivious to Mo Mingmei's concerns, wandered amidst the beasts, inspecting each one with the seriousness of a market-goer, leaving Mo Mingmei trembling with anxiety. The little one seemed to treat this as a mere shopping trip, selecting the most appealing specimens without a care in the world. It was terrifying. The child was engaging in activities that could send anyone into a panic. It was a miracle that she remained composed. The pressing matter at hand was how to dissuade Chao Yan from her desire for a mount, which was simply unattainable. Mo Mingmei contemplated, if you wish for a mount, how about I get you a children's bicycle instead? I believe they exist in this day and age. And even if they don't, we could easily make one. Owning a bicycle would be a source of pride, especially for a child. Surely, she would not refuse. But Chao Yan was no ordinary child, and her response was a decisive shake of her head. No, a bicycle cannot match the majesty of a beast. I want them as my mounts. I am a little golden dragon. How can I not have a mount? She reminisced about the six-winged golden eagle she rode in the heavenly realm, the only one of its kind, which was utterly magnificent. It was unfortunate that she had descended to the mortal realm in such haste, having brought nothing with her, only to be cast down by her father, the emperor. The thought of it infuriated her. You wait, father. Emperor Yuanhong's voice echoed in her mind. I sent you down to endure trials, not to frolic. I have provided you with ample golden fingers. That is already a favor. And now you want to mount? You must be dreaming. Chao Yan pointed at a large yellow beast. How about this big yellow one? She pondered, resting her chin on her hand. Mo Mingmei was taken aback. In mere moments, she had given names to these beasts. The creature she referred to as Big Yellow was none other than the king of the forest. Just moments ago, the little one had claimed she could defeat a tiger with a single punch, and now she wanted to ride one? The whims of a child were as unpredictable as the weather in June. Yan, perhaps you should reconsider? Mo Mingmei attempted to persuade her. The tiger could not possibly follow them down the mountain. It was simply absurd for a 1-year-old child to ride a tiger. You're only 1 year and 4 months old, not 3, and certainly not 30. Ganma believes a tiger is impractical. While I know you are extraordinary, you may not fully grasp that tigers are protected animals in our country. It is illegal to keep one as a pet. Surely, you can understand that? I don't understand. Chao Yan waved her hand dismissively. I found Big Yellow, it's mine. She was indifferent to the notion of protected animals, solely focused on claiming her chosen mount. Mo Mingmei sighed in exasperation. The child was terribly naive. If she rode a tiger outside, she would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Not to mention, the feat of subduing a tiger was no simple task, and her extraordinary abilities would surely be discovered. The more Mo Mingmei thought, the more anxious she became. Yan, I implore you, let us not take Big Yellow, all right? My heart is racing with fear. Mo Mingmei's expression mirrored her trepidation. But I really want Big Yellow. Chao Yan pouted, clearly unwilling to relinquish her desire. In the next moment, she clambered onto the back of the tiger, sending Mo Mingmei into a panic. She was witnessing a mighty little one riding a tiger, a spectacle beyond belief. Yet, it felt almost ordinary. After all, she had crossed into a story and could hear the thoughts of this little one. That in itself was fantastical enough. Perhaps, with enough exposure to such wonders, one could learn to accept the unbelievable. Was that not the case? Listen, we really cannot keep it, Mo Mingmei urged. Gamma, can't we leave Big Yellow here on the mountain? It would frighten the people below, and you would be viewed as something extraordinary. The world can be unkind, and you are still too young to understand. Why not? Chao Yan questioned, puzzled. Although Big Yellow could not compare to the six-winged golden eagle's majesty, it was still a fine choice. Why can't I bring it down? Because it's dangerous. Mo Mingmei sighed softly, gently patting the little head of Chao Yan. The small creature was utterly oblivious to her own abilities and courage, and it seemed necessary for Mo Mingmei to enlighten her. We all harbor fears of formidable beasts like the Huang. Once such a creature descends from the mountain, it would incite panic, and the military would not remain idle. For not everyone possesses your remarkable prowess. Do Dad, Mom, and the brothers also feel fear? Chao Yan's little mind struggled to comprehend. How could the Huang, so well-behaved, be terrifying? Of course they would, for we are mere mortals. Ordinary people fear wild beasts. Ordinary people? Oh no. What if my godmother guesses that I am not human? How should I refute that? Chao Yan turned her head, feeling guilty. Mo Mingmei was astounded. Indeed, Yin Yin was not human. My heavens, what exactly is my Yin Yin? Could she be a celestial being? If books can be traversed, then surely deities must exist as well. Godmother, Yin Yin is just an ordinary person, and she is not afraid of the Huang. Chao Yan spoke with a feeble assertiveness. Our Yin Yin is far from ordinary. She possesses innate strength and exceptional talent. Thus she is unafraid of these beasts, but we are different. I'm terrified. I thought my godmother had recognized my true dragon form. Thankfully, that is not the case. Hee, as long as I don't say anything, nobody will know I am a little golden dragon. Mo Mingmei. My goddaughter is a golden dragon? A golden dragon? A golden dragon? Is it the one she imagines? Good heavens, this is incredible. Dragons truly exist. Mo Mingmei's heart was in a frenzy while her face remained composed. After a brief moment, she took a deep breath to regain her calm. She extended a trembling hand, cautiously brushing the little one's head, her mind racing with the thought that she was touching the head of a golden dragon cub. Regrettably, the little one could not transform into a dragon. Otherwise, she would certainly have knelt in reverence. This is a dragon, the totem of Huagua. How could one not be exhilarated? Godmother, what is the matter with you? Is Godmother stunned into silence? Why is she not speaking? Godmother is rather timid. I must protect her well in the future. Ahem. Well, Yin Yin, we really cannot take the Huang down the mountain. Listen to me, and perhaps another time I can bring you back to the mountains. Really? Chao Yan stared with wide, unblinking eyes at her. Montauk Mingmei nodded affirmatively. Godmother has never deceived you. I will take you when I have time. As for when that might be, that is uncertain. Alas, I did not intend to mislead the golden dragon. Oh heavens, do not hold it against me. The heavens. Chao Yan reluctantly patted De Huang's head, her face visibly crestfallen. De Huang, I cannot take you down the mountain. You must take care of yourself here, and I will come to play with you next time. Chapter 42. Adorable child and wild boar. Mo Mingmei nearly softened and agreed upon witnessing this scene. Yin Yin, do these beasts obey your commands? Chao Yan looked up proudly. Of course they do. Yin Yin is truly formidable. They all fear her and heed her words. If they do not obey, Yin Yin will discipline them, for she is indeed powerful. The little one brimmed with pride, convinced that she was the mightiest dragon cub. Then can you tell them not to descend the mountain casually, to remain active only in the deep woods? You all heard Godmother. Do not descend the mountain recklessly. Stay obediently in the mountains. Roar, roar, roar. Mo Mingmei was startled. Then her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chao Yan. Under the adoration of her godmother, Chao Yan felt her little tail nearly lift into the sky. Reluctantly bidding farewell to De Huang, she walked out under Mo Mingmei's urging. As they neared the foot of the mountain, a gigantic wild boar suddenly appeared, causing Mo Mingmei to turn pale with fright. This was undoubtedly something Yin Yin could handle. The little one, brave and capable of controlling beasts, had no other choice. Chao Yan chuckled, contentedly patting the hefty wild boar. Godmother, Yin Yin wants to eat meat. This fat pig has come to us. We will have plenty of meat. Mo Mingmei was speechless, gazing heavenward. If you want meat, Godmother will buy it for you. Is it necessary to catch a wild boar? This one must weigh several hundred pounds. It cannot simply follow us down the mountain. Although it is not a tiger, it is still quite dangerous. Alas, it is her fault for not explaining clearly to Yan Yan. What a blunder. The wild boar is coming down. What? The wild boar is coming down? Run. The wild boar is coming down. Before Mo Mingmei could say anything, she heard sharp screams from the side. Comrade Mo, run. Mo Mingmei really wanted to curse. But in this situation, she had no choice but to scoop up Chao Yan and flee. Even though she knew the wild boar would not harm her or Yan Yan, she did not wish for anyone to discover Yan Yan's uniqueness. That would be far too perilous. Soon, news of the wild boar descending reached the foot of the mountain. Word spread from 10 to 100 in mere minutes. The military received the report and dispatched personnel immediately, fearing that a delay might lead to casualties. Mo Mingmei ran down the mountain with Chao Yan in her arms, the wild boar trailing behind them at a leisurely pace, causing great alarm among the onlookers. They shouted for Mo Mingmei to climb a tree as they saw the wild boar gaining ground. Chao Yan extended her small hand and delivered a swift slap. In that moment, the onlookers witnessed the several hundred pounds of wild boar being sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, its fate uncertain. At that instant, the wind was silent, the trees were still, everything was eerily quiet. Only the wild boar lay pitifully on the ground, gasping for breath, clearly on the brink of death. The crowd stared at Chao Yan in horror, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. It was not until a few moments later that enthusiastic discussions erupted among the crowd. My heavens, am I seeing things? She is a monster. She is a monster. The little girl from the Zhao family sent the wild boar flying with a single slap. She is a monster. She is undoubtedly a monster, terrifying beyond belief. Could this little one be possessed by a spirit? Ouch, that hurts. This is no illusion. It is real. That little girl truly sent the wild boar flying. Whereunto there are rumors that the little girl from Captain Zhao's family possessed divine strength. Now it appears to be true. Not just true, but she is a prodigy. Consider that this little one is barely over a year old. Good heavens, an adult cannot even contend with a wild boar. Yet this little child dispatched it with a mere slap. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would never have believed it. No, do you think this is normal? This is not normal, is it? She cannot be a monster, can she? Who is the monster? You are the monster. Your entire family is composed of monsters. Mo Mingmei, upon hearing their remarks, turned pale with fury and immediately began to argue with them. Yan Yan is their savior. How could they repay kindness with enmity? This group of ignorant fools. Yan Yan is a golden dragon. How could one who is a descendant of dragons be labeled a monster? Godmother, do not be angry. Yan Yan is certainly not a monster. Yan Yan is a little golden dragon, and she does not concern herself with mere mortals. Chao Yan was not at all upset. She slid down from Mo Mingmei and approached the wild boar, nonchalantly tugging at its tail, pulling it forward with an air of authority. It was astonishingly effortless. Those who had just been chattering fell silent, fearing a slap from the little one. Mo Mingmei wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead. She had reason to suspect that Yan Yan was doing this on purpose. Chao Yan, I absolutely did it on purpose. Yan Yan is not a mere 3-year-old. Yan Yan is 30,000 years old. When the military personnel reached the foot of the mountain, they beheld this shocking scene. A small child, barely a few dozen centimeters tall, was dragging a massive wild boar, exuding an air of confidence that was both astonishing and terrifying. The commanding officer, at the forefront, rubbed his eyes, fearing he was mistaken. No, it was not a figment of his imagination. He rubbed his eyes once more, and still, the scene remained unchanged. Indeed, what lay before them was a child not yet a year old, pulling a large wild boar. Who would believe such a tale? They certainly did not. Thus, amidst their astonished gazes, the child marched boldly forward, the wild boar in tow, with Mo Mingmei following closely behind. Hello, sister. Mo Mingmei nodded at the squad leader, whom she had met previously during a dinner invitation. What brings you here? He inquired, gesturing towards the wild boar in Chao Yan's grasp. We received word that a wild boar had descended from the mountains, so we came to investigate. Yet, it appeared that their presence was utterly unnecessary. Well, Yin Yin possesses innate strength, Mo Mingmei remarked, observing Chao Yan striding confidently with her short legs. Upon entering the military compound, Chao Yan's arrival with a wild boar sparked an immediate uproar. The news of a wild boar descending the mountain had spread widely, leaving Chao Jianguo utterly dumbfounded upon hearing it. Chao Yan, oh no, mother is angry. Chao Yan thought to herself, feeling a twinge of guilt. She hid behind Mo Mingmei, seeking solace. Godmother, save me. Now that fear had set in, where had her earlier bravado gone? Chapter 43. Lu Wanxing's fury amused, Mo Mingmei watched the little rascal, realizing that indeed, one creature could quell another. No one could intervene at this point. As soon as Lu Wanxing entered the room, she seized Chao Yan from behind Mo Mingmei. Without uttering a word, she took action. The sound of slaps echoed painfully, and Mo Mingmei felt compelled to remain silent, for she too felt a pang of guilt. Chao Yan, you are quite capable, aren't you? You are so bold, daring to venture into the mountains to hunt wild boar at such a tender age of 1 year. Do you aspire to reach the heavens? Lu Wanxing's ire intensified with each word, her strikes growing heavier. Chao Yan covered her small behind, crying inconsolably. She never anticipated that her beautiful mother would truly strike her. And with such force, it hurt tremendously. How embarrassing. Sister Wanxing, please step aside. I shall deal with her, and then I will settle accounts with you. Lu Wanxing was genuinely furious, her patience wearing thin. Wow. This is the first time Chao Yan has been punished. She could hardly believe it, for even the Emperor Father had never struck her. Yet, her beautiful mother had done so. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. And her cries grew louder, causing Chao Jianguo and Mo Mingmei to feel utterly distressed. Wanxing, please calm down. Yin Yin knows she was wrong. Mo Mingmei chuckled nervously as she enveloped Chao Yan in her embrace. Wanxing, please take a moment to breathe. Chao Jianguo held his furious wife, attempting to soothe her. Wanxing, do you even know what your daughter has done today? Lu Wanxing could not contain her rage. Just the thought of her daughter venturing into the mountains and hunting a wild boar sent her spiraling. While it was true that her daughter was extraordinary, she was still merely a child, only 1 year old. Despite her innate strength, she was still at an age where she should be nurtured, not engaging in such dangerous activities. If she did not receive a serious lesson today, who knew how far she would go? Make way. She must learn a lesson. Sister Wanxing, this is entirely my fault, and Mo Mingmei interjected. You should be quiet. You cannot escape this either. If Chao Yan is being foolish, can you not be as well? Lu Wanxing was genuinely at her wit's end. Otherwise, she would not have spoken so harshly. Mo Mingmei, however, remained unfazed. Ultimately, she recognized her own culpability. Comrade Mo, Wanxing is merely concerned. Do not be angry. Chao Jianguo offered an apologetic smile in Mo Mingmei's direction, wishing to avoid any discord between them. Mo Mingmei sighed. Sister Wanxing is correct. I have indeed erred. If I had not indulged Yin Yin so, she would not have ventured into the depths of the mountains. Yin Yin is still a child, and she does not fully comprehend her actions. She acknowledged her mistake, while Chao Yan protested. I was the one who insisted on going to the mountains with Godmother. Do not blame her. I am at fault, Chao Yan declared, her small voice resolute as she defended Mo Mingmei. You both share a deep bond as mother and daughter, while I am the only villain here. You are not at fault. I am. Lu Wanxing felt tears welling in her eyes, overwhelmed by the emotional display. This revelation astonished both her and Chao Yan. Mo Mingmei remarked, Sister Wanxing is indeed made of water. Her tears flow so easily. Oh, how it pains me. Chao Yan, bewildered, wondered why her beautiful mother was crying. I am the one being punished. Why is mother also crying? Adults are so strange. Despite her confusion, she felt a pang of sympathy for Lu Wanxing. Mother, I was wrong. Please do not be angry. You are not at fault. I am, Lu Wanxing replied, turning away from her. Do not cry, Chao Yan urged, worried that her beautiful mother might no longer like her. I truly understand my mistake. Please do not ignore me. The little one's pitiful expression tugged at Lu Wanxing's heartstrings. What did you do wrong? She inquired softly, recognizing that her daughter might not fully grasp the consequences of her actions. Chao Yan fell silent, pouting her lips. clearly unconvinced of her wrongdoing. Lu Wanxing's frustration mounted as she turned away again. Jianguo, look at your precious daughter. She still does not comprehend her faults. Does she truly believe she has made amends? Chao Jianguo appeared helpless, caught between two formidable forces. Even if she is remarkable, she is still only a year old. How can she grasp the concept of right and wrong? Wanxing, you are truly beside yourself with anger. However, I dare not speak too much. At that moment, silence seemed prudent. Any additional words could worsen the situation. He had intended to defend his daughter, but with his wife in a rage. He felt unable to voice his support. After all, he could not provoke either the wife or the child. It was best to remain quietly observant. Mother, I fought a wild boar. There's so much meat. Are you not pleased? Yin is so strong. Should you not be happy? Chao Yan lifted her face, puzzled. She could not fathom why her mother was upset when she had accomplished something so impressive. Back in the celestial realm, when she had raided the lair of the Mo Xiaonyao and caused chaos, her emperor father had praised her. Why then was Lu Wanxing displeased? How old are you? Lu Wanxing inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. My daughter is still so young. I must teach her gradually. 1 year and 4 months. Chao Yan replied without understanding Lu Wanxing's concerns, counting on her fingers, albeit with a different mindset. You know you are 1 year and 4 months old, yet it sounds as though you believe yourself to be 104. Lu Wanxing tapped her forehead in frustration. Do not think I did not hear your thoughts. Yin, mother knows you possess great strength, but you're still just a child. Even with your remarkable abilities, you are merely 1 year old. Do you understand my worry? No matter how formidable you may be, in your mother's eyes, you remain merely a child in need of care. Do you comprehend? Chao Yan, feeling guilty, lowered her head, realizing her mistake. She was acutely aware of her mother's concerns for her, yet she believed herself invincible and unafraid. Naturally, such sentiments were best left unspoken. Mother, I was wrong. I should not have caused you worry. Will you behave this way again in the future? Lu Wanxing sighed in relief. Though unbeknownst to her, it was premature. I acknowledge my mistake, yet I am incorrigible. Mo Mingmei's lips twitched, and Chao Jianguo was left astonished, his jaw slackened. The little one was dancing precariously amidst Lu Wanxing's growing fury. As anticipated, Lu Wanxing's forehead throbbed with veins, her hands trembling in anger. Listen, everyone listen to her. Chapter 44. Who dares to take Yin Yan's possessions shall be punished. Yin Yan. Chao Jianguo covered his face, baffled by his daughter's cleverness, yet her unwillingness to relent. Seeing his wife exasperated, it was clear that their daughter was destined for a reprimand. Yin, apologize to your mother. Let's put this matter behind us, quickly. Chao Jianguo signaled his daughter with urgency. Yet, Chao Yan did not perceive her actions as wrong. Having already admitted her fault, she wondered why her mother remained irate. Chao Jianguo, speechless, thought, is this what you call admitting guilt? I acknowledge my mistake, yet I am incorrigible. Truly, you are a living ancestor. In an attempt to rescue the situation, Chao Jianguo found his daughter unexpectedly dull-witted at this moment, despite her usual cleverness. Lu Wanxing scoffed. Is that foolishness? It is simply obstinacy. Mo Mingmei, equally surprised by the little one's stubbornness, observed her appear quite foolish. Yin, you must tell your mother that you will never act this way again. Yin has spoken. Having admitted my mistake, yet my mother remains displeased. I too am unhappy. Chao Yan pouted, covering her face. The situation seemed dire, leading Mo Mingmei to despair. As expected, Lu Wanxing hesitated for a moment before seizing her daughter and beginning to punish her. This was not the gentle reprimand from earlier. It was evidently a serious punishment. The sound of slaps echoed. Feeling the sting on her behind, Chao Yan paused, only to burst into tears the next moment. Wah! The little one cried pitifully, having never before experienced such punishment. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls, causing Chao Jianguo to feel a pang of heartache, yet he dared not voice his concerns. As the saying goes, a strike upon the child, a pain in the mother's heart. Did Lu Wanxing not ache for Chao Yan's tears? Of course she did. However, if she did not instill a lesson in her daughter and continued to indulge her, the next time would surely be worse. The little one had been spoiled by them, unaware of the world's dangers. If left unchecked, Who could say how many troubles she would encounter in the future? Would she dare to take such risks again? Lu Wanxing stared at her. Chao Yan, equally stubborn, cried loudly yet remained silent, her mouth firmly shut. Seeing this, Lu Wanxing struck her again, and Chao Jianguo swiftly intervened, taking their daughter into his arms, his heart aching for her. Sister Wanxing, Yin knows her mistake. Please do not be angry. Mo Mingmei hastily explained, her expression rife with guilt. Does she appear to understand her fault? Lu Wanxing furrowed her brows. Chao Yan, frowning, clearly did not believe she was in the wrong. Mo Mingmei chuckled nervously, recognizing the little one's obstinacy. Yin surely knows her mistake. After all, this incident partially lies with me. Had I not succumbed to Yin Yan's persistent pleadings, she would not have ventured into the mountains, nor would she have confronted the wild boar. Sister Wanxing, if blame must be assigned, let it fall upon me. I have spoiled Yin, and I admit my fault. Chao Jianguo chimed in. Wanxing, our daughter has already recognized her mistake. Please, calm her anger. You have punished and scolded her. Let us consider the matter resolved. Lu Wanxing, pointing at the two, was so furious she could barely articulate her thoughts. Continue to indulge her, and be wary of the little devil she might become. Chao Yan's eyes lit up. How does Mother know I am a little devil? Could it be that Mother is also a celestial being who descended from the immortal realm to face trials? In the celestial realm, those immortals privately referred to her as a little devil. She was not angry. In fact, she felt quite proud. The three of them asked, Chao Yan, do you understand your mistake? Lu Wanxing sighed deeply, feeling the daunting road of motherhood stretch before her. Mo Mingmei winked at Chao Yan, urging her to admit her fault promptly. Chao Yan pouted, and although she did not believe she was wrong, she sweetly said, Mother, I know I was wrong. Will you dare to act this way again? Lu Wanxing pressed on. Chao Yan pursed her lips, remaining silent. The mountains were far more enjoyable than the courtyard, and she certainly intended to return to the mountains. Lu Wanxing inhaled deeply, taking Chao Yan into her arms, earnestly imparting wisdom. Yin, the mountains are fraught with danger. There are many large ferocious beasts in the deep woods. Even if you are formidable, can you withstand a horde of wild animals? Mother does not forbid you from playing in the mountains. She merely worries for your safety. Promise me you will not venture into the deeper mountains again, all right? If anything were to happen to you, how could your mother endure? Without you, Mother could not survive. Chao Yan's heart softened. Oh dear, Mother loves me so much. How could I cause her worry? It is merely because I'm still young that Mother is so concerned. When will I grow up? Chao Yan thought regretfully. She felt she had been too unreasonable. Gently cupping Lu Wanxing's face with her small hands, she softly said, Mother, I was wrong. I will not go into the deep mountains again. Please do not be angry. Let me concede to Mother's wishes for now. Otherwise, she will be deeply worried. I can always sneak away later without her knowing. Yes, that is the plan. The more Chao Yan pondered, the more she found the idea appealing. She would simply exercise caution and ensure that Mother remained oblivious. The creatures in the mountains are still quite entertaining. Once I grow bored, I shall cease my visits. Indeed, this is not deceit. It is merely a benevolent falsehood. Chao Yan delightedly mused, completely unaware that she had already exposed her thoughts. Lu Wanxing chuckled. A benevolent falsehood? I truly appreciate your kindness. This daughter of mine is simply unmanageable. Chao Jianguo remarked, Goodness, had I not heard the thoughts of our daughter, I might have been deceived. Mo Mingmei exclaimed, Help! Yin, your thoughts are laid bare. How do we alert her? Mother? Chao Yan tilted her head, her chubby face filled with confusion. She had complied and behaved so well. Why did Mother not respond? Having admitted her fault, was it not customary for Mother to embrace her and shower her with affection? If Lu Wanxing were aware of her current thoughts, she would certainly administer another spanking. As the crisis abated, a new one emerged. No, this wild boar belongs to Yin. It cannot be taken away. Watching the soldiers prepare to remove the wild boar, Chao Yan stood defiantly in front of it, refusing to allow them to proceed. The boar she had slain was rightfully hers. Yin, the resources in the mountains belong to the state. This wild boar is no exception. Since you killed it, you will receive a generous portion of the meat when it is distributed, Chao Jianguo explained, crouching down to reason with her. If it were a small animal, it might be acceptable. However, this was a wild boar weighing over 300 pounds and in plain sight. Failing to surrender, it would be rather inappropriate. No, father is mistaken, Chao Yan retorted. This wild boar is mine. I killed it. Pouting, she displayed her displeasure. No one was allowed to take anything from her. Whoever dares to steal from me shall face my wrath. Those awaiting their share of meat began to voice their frustrations, knowing that despite recent policy changes, meat remained a precious commodity. A wild boar of such considerable size can only yield a couple of pieces of meat and a bowl of soup for each individual. If it is not surrendered, they would certainly be unwilling. As for you, Captain Chao, your daughter's understanding is quite lacking. How can she think to claim public property as her own? Surely, this is not what you have taught her. Indeed, such a large wild boar weighs at least 300 jin. I trust you do not intend to keep it all for yourselves. Teacher Lu, as an educator, it is your duty to properly guide your daughter. Such selfishness is unacceptable. It seems that the daughter of Captain Chao has been raised too spoiled. What with her lavish celebrations for every milestone, one might mistakenly assume her to be the daughter of a wealthy capitalist. They say that a child's character is evident from a young age. This little one, TSK. Chapter 45. Yin Yan's unequal treatment. Lu Wanxing and Chao Jianguo bore visibly displeased expressions. These individuals were truly shameless. Just as Lu Wanxing was about to speak, Chao Yan began to babble, feeling no remorse for her stance. Why should I give you my things? Why don't you hand over the wild vegetables and fruits you have collected? She had witnessed them fleeing faster than anyone else when the wild boar descended the mountain. At that time, they did not claim it as public property, but now they do. And what about the seafood you gathered from the beach? The beach is public property as well. You should return that too. The crowd was momentarily rendered speechless by Chao Yan's retorts. Is this truly the discourse of a mere toddler? Her eloquence surpasses that of many 5- or 6-year-olds. What deities do Captain Chao and Teacher Lu worship to have produced such a clever child? Chao Yan did not allow them a chance to respond, and instead made a face at them. You lack the courage to hunt the wild boar yourselves, yet you covet what Yin Yan possesses. Yin Yan looks down upon you. The crowd was taken aback as Chao Yan lifted her little face to the soldier before her, fiercely asking, Uncle, are you going to take Yin Yan's things? Yin Yan can fight. I am very strong. Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched. He truly did not wish to be on the receiving end of a punch from a girl capable of taking down a wild boar. Chao Jianguo patted his daughter's head, chuckling, Minister Zhou, children often speak in jest. Do not take it seriously. I didn't take it seriously, Zhou Yuan replied, struggling to reconcile the image of the chubby little girl with the notion that she had single-handedly slain a wild boar. The world was indeed a strange place. He had inquired beforehand, and many had witnessed the little one swat the wild boar away with a single blow, not to mention that numerous spectators had seen her drag it into the courtyard. He crouched down to meet Chao Yan's gaze, smiling warmly. Uncle will not take your wild boar. The one you defeated is yours. That's right. Chao Yan nodded in satisfaction. Chao Jianguo couldn't help but cover his face, truly at a loss with his daughter. However, a wild boar of such size is far too much for your family to consume. Given the heat, improper storage could lead to spoilage, and spoiled meat is inedible. What a pity that would be. It won't spoil. My godmother can make jerky. If we turn it into jerky, the wild boar meat won't go bad, Chao Yan replied, beaming with pride. You think you could deceive me out of my meat? Not a chance. I'm too clever for that. Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched, acknowledging that indeed, that was a viable plan. Uncle, do you still want to take Yin Yan's meat? Chao Yan shook her small fist, glaring at him fiercely. Zhou Yuan chuckled awkwardly. This little girl was remarkably clever. Uncle does not wish to take your meat. Uncle would like to buy it from you. Is that agreeable? Zhou Yuan quickly added, fearing that a moment's delay might earn him a punch. He certainly could not withstand that. Captain Chao, I was just about to speak, Chao Jianguo began, but Zhou Yuan interrupted. Captain Chao, this wild boar belongs to the little one. Let us refrain from discussing it further. The troops are not so desperate as to seize a child's belongings, nor can they afford to send an incorrect message to the public. Therefore, purchasing the wild boar meat is an appropriate solution. Of course, he believed that none present would wish to venture into the mountains to hunt wild boars. One must possess self-awareness. After all, Chao Yan smiled upon hearing this. That was exactly right. No one could take her belongings. Should anyone dare to attempt it, they would be met with a beating. In the end, Chao Yan consulted her godmother about free labor and set aside 100 jin of wild boar meat, allowing the logistics department to take the rest. As for the price, Minister Zhou purchased it at market value. Chao Yan's first venture into the mountains had not only yielded a bounty of rare herbs, but also a tidy profit, which delighted her immensely. After bidding farewell to Minister Zhou and the onlookers, Chao Yan counted a few large banknotes and slapped them down on the table with a flourish, exuding confidence. Mother, this is Yin-Yin's pocket money for you. Spend it freely. If it's not enough, just tell me, and in the future, Yin-Yin will support you. Her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to a domineering CEO, albeit a miniature one. Next, Mo Mingmei received her share of affection from the little tyrant. Godmother, this is your pocket money. Oh my little goddaughter is truly remarkable. I shall not be polite. Mo Mingmei beamed with joy. The little one was simply too endearing, and how could she not be her own daughter? What does it matter? A goddaughter is still a daughter. Who dares to say otherwise? Lu Wanxing's expression softened as well. Observing this, Chao Yan chuckled. Yin-Yin is quite clever. Mother, are you no longer upset? Both Lu Wanxing and Mo Mingmei had received their pocket money, while Chao Jianguo waited and waited. Yet his daughter showed no inclination to acknowledge him, leaving him quite dejected. Unable to contain himself any longer, he plaintively asked, Yin-Yin, what about Daddy? Chao Yan looked up in confusion, adorably asking, what? Chao Jianguo was taken aback. Why is it that both mothers receive pocket money, but not Daddy? Do you have an issue with me? Daughter, we must not show such bias. After all, Daddy has helped you plead your case. Lu Wanxing and Mo Mingmei could not help but chuckle at Chao Jianguo's plight. Captain Chao was truly pitiable. Pocket money. Chao Jianguo gritted his teeth. He was on the verge of explicitly stating his case. Surely, this time his daughter would understand, but alas, he miscalculated. Chao Yan waved the banknotes in her hand, grinning proudly. Yin-Yin earns her own pocket money. Daddy doesn't need to give me any. Yin-Yin can take care of herself. Chao Jianguo was struck by what felt like a bolt from the blue. Who said I wanted to give you pocket money? I'm asking you for pocket money. Heaven above. Was his daughter truly unaware of his intentions? Lu Wanxing and Mo Mingmei could no longer suppress their laughter, collapsing in fits of giggles. This little one was simply too amusing. Yin-Yin, Daddy does not want to give you pocket money. Daddy is asking you for pocket money. Lu Wanxing gently pinched her daughter's little nose, wondering if the child was feigning ignorance. Daddy, you want me to give you pocket money? Chao Yan was utterly astonished. She genuinely had not anticipated that her father would ask her for pocket money. Is that not acceptable? Chao Jianguo, having taken a leap of faith, adopted a look of deep grievance. Your mother and godmother both have pocket money. Why does Daddy not? Does Daddy not cherish you? Why are you treating us differently? Daddy is so heartbroken. Chao Jianguo wore an expression of sorrow. His daughter was distancing herself from him, and it pained him greatly. Daddy, if you want pocket money, just say so. How can I know you want it if you don't tell me? Chao Yan, with a flourish, produced a few more large banknotes from her hand. She was not biased. She treated both her parents equally. If Daddy wanted some, he could simply ask. Chao Jianguo's mouth twitched. He had articulated his request clearly. What more could he say? Also, are you certain you treat us equally? Chapter 46. The leaders were astounded. Daddy, this is all for you. Chao Jianguo immediately brightened, momentarily forgetting that he had specifically asked for pocket money. Ah, my daughter is truly filial. The young girl is given pocket money at such a tender age, leaving one to ponder the worth of her elder brothers, who seem only to squander the family's resources. Indeed, the little girl proves to be the most endearing of the lot. Within just half a day, the tale of Chao Yan's feat of slaying a wild boar spread like wildfire throughout the military district, reaching even the upper echelons by the following day. Many remained skeptical of this rumor, finding it hard to believe. After all, even several adults would struggle for half a day to take down a wild boar, let alone a mere 1-year-old child. Such claims seem utterly absurd. Who could have propagated such nonsense? Leadership, it is true. Many witnesses saw it happen. Minister Zhou even procured the wild boar from that little girl yesterday, and we shall enjoy wild boar meat by noon today, someone insisted. You should have seen it. The little girl effortlessly tugged the boar's tail and walked forward with ease. If one had not witnessed it firsthand, no one would dare believe such a thing. Old Chen, a soldier under Chao Jianguo, suddenly interjected, I have indeed heard of Chao Jianguo's daughter possessing extraordinary strength. I merely assumed she was stronger than the average child. But I had no idea it was to this extent. He rubbed his temples, uncertain. Is this innate strength genuine? If so, she could be an exceptional candidate for military service. Perhaps you should invite Chao Jianguo to bring his daughter for a demonstration. We can ascertain just how strong she truly is, suggested another. Such a promising talent must be nurtured. Qin Kongzhan considered this proposition and found it reasonable. He had even sent a gift to celebrate the girl's full moon feast. Chao Jianguo had achieved considerable merit this year and was surely due for a promotion. His curiosity about the little girl was piqued. Upon hearing this news, Chao Jianguo instinctively wished to decline, not wanting his daughter's uniqueness to draw attention. However, it was too late for objections. The superior wished to meet his daughter, and he could neither hinder nor escape this fate. Besides, given his daughter's temperament, it was only a matter of time before she attracted the military district's notice. He could only wonder if any of the leaders would be able to hear her unspoken thoughts. This notion troubled him, as he did not wish for his daughter's future to be constrained by the scrutiny of authority. Lu Wanxing shared his concerns and could only advise her daughter to behave obediently before their departure. However, Chao Yan displayed no anxiety. In fact, she seemed quite eager. In the military district office building, Chao Jianguo knocked on the door. Reporting in, "Come in," came the response. Taking a deep breath, Chao Jianguo opened the door and entered with his daughter. Inside, several high-ranking officials were present, and although he wished to retreat, he steeled himself and proceeded. Chao Jianguo reporting. He announced. At the official's prompting, he began introducing his daughter. Esteemed leaders, this is my daughter, Chao Yan. Yan, greet the esteemed leaders, he instructed. Chao Yan, unperturbed, greeted them with charming confidence. Hello, grandfathers, I am Chao Yan. The officials, having heard of Chao Jianguo's daughter, were astonished by her beauty, realizing why he dotes on her. They would gladly spoil a granddaughter so soft and adorable. Come here, little girl, Qin Kongzhan beckoned, intrigued by the child who stood barely taller than his thigh. Who would have imagined that such a diminutive and tender creature could slay a wild boar with a single punch? Chao Yan, curious about Qin Kongzhan, smiled sweetly. Grandfather, I am not afraid of wild boars. I am very powerful. Really? You are remarkable. Qin Kongzhan encouraged, knowing how to endear himself to the little girl. Of course, my strength surpasses even my father's, Chao Yan declared proudly, raising her small fist. To demonstrate her claim, she walked over to a table and gently poked it with her little finger. In a stunning turn of events, a small hole appeared where her finger had pressed. The officials stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Did you just make a hole in the table with a mere poke? Chao Jianguo gasped, astonished. Indeed, I did. Isn't it impressive? Chao Yan beamed, clearly pleased with their reaction. Now, do you believe me? My strength is extraordinary, she proclaimed, exuding confidence in her innate power, which she believed to be unparalleled even in the divine realm. Child, if you claim such strength, would you dare prove it? Su Bin suddenly asked, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. Chao Yan tilted her head, perplexed. How else can I prove it? Wasn't that demonstration enough? Chapter 47. The mighty little girl's marvels. Chao Yan, still naive, was unaware of the term cunning. The elderly officials exchanged glances, each sharing the same thought. Without hesitation, they decided to take the little girl for a strength test, and Chao Jianguo naturally accompanied them. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Su Bin had already prepared the steel materials. They were excited at the prospect of unveiling a potential female soldier king in their military district. Are you all perhaps overthinking this? Chao Yan queried, a playful smile gracing her lips. Little one, let us see if you can pierce through these, Su Bin urged, pointing at the steel, his smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. Isn't this a bit excessive, sir? Chao Jianguo interjected hesitantly. While his daughter was strong, piercing steel plates was an entirely different matter. Dad, I can do it, Chao Yan insisted, rubbing her nose playfully. Let her try. It doesn't matter if she succeeds or not. Qin Kongzhan laughed, eager to witness the extent of her strength. Little girl, don't feel pressured. It's perfectly fine if you can't break it, Su Bin reassured her. What is pressure? Chao Yan asked, tilting her head with a soft smile. Her innocent smile melted the hearts of the elderly leaders, who found her utterly charming. Today let Yin show you a thing or two. A mere steel plate. Not only can Yin puncture it, but she can also grind it into powder. The four men were taken aback, simultaneously turning their gaze toward Chao Yan. Was it this little girl who just spoke? However, they clearly observed that the little girl did not open her mouth, so what they had just heard was. Lu Wanxing cast a glance at the three, signaling them not to act rashly, and they would soon find out if it was an auditory hallucination. Chao Jianguo was keenly aware of the expressions of the leaders, and a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. It seemed that his greatest fear had indeed materialized. The leaders could hear his daughter's thoughts. He wanted to shake his daughter's head and tell her not to think too much. Everything was going splendidly just a moment ago. So why suddenly was she lost in thought? Alas, it was unavoidable. Chao Yan trotted over to the first thinner steel plate, stretching out her chubby finger to gently poke it, and a small round hole instantly appeared on the steel plate. Before anyone could exclaim in astonishment, Chao Yan proceeded to poke holes one after another, even becoming quite enamored with it. In less than a minute, she had punctured all 10 steel plates. Grandpa's. Yin has punctured them all. Ha ha ha, she really did it. Subin laughed heartily, thoroughly amused. Indeed, what a remarkable talent. Our military district is about to welcome a little genius. Qin Kongzhan was exceedingly excited. Chao Jianguo, your daughter's truly remarkable, Lu Wanxing remarked. This is just the beginning, and you grandpas are underestimating me. Watch closely, grandpas. A premonition of ominousness flashed through Chao Jianguo's mind, but he had no time to speak. The next moment, Chao Yan lightly raised her small hand and effortlessly lifted the heavy steel plate. With a flick of her chubby hand, the thick steel plate twisted into various shapes. Chao Jianguo and the others were astounded. The rigid steel plate seemed as pliable as noodles in Chao Yan's hands, contorted into all sorts of forms, leaving everyone dumbfounded. My goodness, this steel plate must weigh several hundred pounds at least. The little girl claimed she could lift it without hesitation, which was utterly incredible. Her strength rivaled that of the ancient overlord, if not surpassing it, and given that she was still growing, her strength would only increase over time. Chao Jianguo, I had heard about your daughter's innate strength, but I never imagined it to be true. Qin Kongzhan exclaimed, his mouth agape. Chao Jianguo thought to himself, so you never believed it before? Yin Yan's divine strength is innate. Chao Yan rubbed her little nose, brimming with pride. Her strength was not only unparalleled in this small world, but would also shine brightly even in the celestial realm. Grandpas, now you believe Yin Yan's strength is extraordinary, right? Chao Jianguo, your daughter is indeed a natural candidate for the military. What do you think? Should we send her to the army? Subin chuckled. Such talent must be nurtured properly. Wasting it would be a loss for the country, and she must be recruited into the military. But my daughter is only a little over a year old. I isn't that a bit premature? Chao Jianguo sighed, reluctant to send his daughter into the military. The military was exhausting. He could devote himself fully to the army and even send his son, but when it came to his delicate daughter, he simply could not bear it. Daughters should be cherished and pampered, while the burdens of life should be borne by them. Chao Jianguo, I understand your concern for your daughter, but it would indeed be a pity to waste her talent. It is crucial to send her to the military early. Subin advised. They hoped the little one would join the army soon, but they had to respect the parents' wishes. If the parents disagreed, their hopes were futile. Your daughter is a rare talent. It would be regrettable to squander it. Old Sue is right. Early training would benefit her, and she could certainly become an elite soldier for our Nandao military district in the future. Zhou Guobang could not help but add. Over the years, Huagua had been training special forces with considerable success, but none possessed innate strength like the little girl, making her a rare find globally. Such a genius should not be wasted. She must be utilized. But my daughter is only 1 year old. She is too young. Chao Jianguo frowned, clearly resistant. He was a soldier, but also a father. He could sacrifice for the country, but he did not want his daughter to do the same. It is natural for a person to have selfish desires. Lu Wanxing was not offended, smiling as he said, the little girl is indeed a bit young, but adapting to military life early would be beneficial for her. In his view, Chao Yan's innate strength destined her for the military. An early adaptation was not a bad thing. According to their findings, the little girl was pampered at home, which had led to a somewhat domineering disposition. If she were to enter the military in this state, it would not be ideal. If this continued, it might become difficult to manage her later on, potentially making her a rebellious element. This grandpa is really strange. Yan never said she wanted to go to the military. Why the need for early adaptation? Chao Yan felt a bit displeased. She had no intention of joining the military. Being a soldier was too grueling. She wanted to enjoy life in the mortal realm and did not wish to endure hardships. The grandpas were making assumptions. Yan did not want to be a soldier. Lu Wanxing's expression stiffened. He now confirmed that they had not misheard. The little girl had not spoken, yet they had indeed heard her thoughts. Chapter 48. Yan is your ancestor. Now, the question arises, as the little girl's father, can Chao Jianguo hear her thoughts? This question merits consideration. And in light of Chao Jianguo's experiences over the past year, further investigation is warranted. Would the little girl's thoughts involve more? It must be said that they had indeed uncovered the truth. Little girl, do you want to go to the military? Zhou Guobang gently inquired, seemingly oblivious to Chao Yan's thoughts. No. Chao Yan shook her head decisively. I absolutely do not want to go to the military. The military is not fun at all. Daddy trains there all day long. I don't want to be as tired as Daddy. I want to be beautiful like my godmother, to buy and enjoy life. That is what life is about. Life is short. Enjoyment is essential. Godmother? The little girl's godmother seemed to be the youngest daughter-in-law of the Gu family. It appeared necessary to have a serious conversation with this comrade Mo, and if that failed, perhaps they could consult Elder Gu. Mo Mingmei felt an inexplicable chill, sensing that something sinister was afoot. Why? Zhou Guobang feigned confusion. Countless people desired to enlist, yet this little girl was unwilling. Moreover, she aspired to enjoy life. That simply wouldn't do. Old Zhou, are you confused? The little girl is so young. What does she know? Subin sighed helplessly. Innate strength does not equate to innate wisdom. She is still a child. With proper guidance, the little girl would come to love military life. I know, Chao Yan retorted, puffing her cheeks and glaring at Subin. She was quite clever and certainly not an ignorant child. Oh, you know? Subin chuckled, gazing at the defiant Chao Yan, and asked, then do you know what the military is and what it means to be a soldier? Of course I know. Chao Yan raised her little face and said in her baby voice, the military is where soldiers are, and soldiers are the great heroes who protect the homeland. You all, just like my daddy, are great heroes who safeguard our country. Don't you want to be a great hero? Subin pressed. No. The little girl pouted, hands on her hips, her small voice ringing out clearly. The group fell silent. They all recognized the benefits of being a soldier, but overlooked the hardships involved. This little girl was indeed perceptive. Yan does not want to be tired. She wants to be happy every day. Yan wants to stay at home with Mama. The others, that reason is hard to refute. But being a great hero means many people will admire you, and they will look up to you. Don't you like that? In the midst of the queue and resistance, the conversation turned to the young girl who exhibited such remarkable independence at her tender age. If she were to join the military, her potential would be extraordinary. Yet, Yan, without the desire to serve, was still immensely admired by many. Yan waved her tiny hand dismissively. She harbored no spirit of sacrifice. She was merely a self-centered little dragon cub. The four adults exchanged glances of helplessness. It was absurd to pressure a 1-year-old child into military training. Nevertheless, there lingered a sense of regret, as they could only hope that this little one might eventually change her mind. Indeed, even without the mantle of a hero, she would still be cherished by many. QNKNGZH and gently pinched the soft cheek of the little one, a gesture he had been inclined to do moments before. Of course, YN is your ancestor, he remarked, prompting Sage Jianguo to caution, my ancestor, please take it easy. It seems that even the four leaders can hear the thoughts of my daughter. The question was one of keen observation. What if our hands get a bit restless? They pondered, glancing at one another, acknowledging their shared urge to act, yet unable to resort to violence. They could only convey their implications through subtle looks towards Jianguo. He chose to ignore them, looking anywhere but at them. Such a daughter devotee. Chao remained steadfast in her assertion, believing it was justified. The Hu people prided themselves on being descendants of dragons. As a golden dragon cub, she indeed was their ancestor. A moment of silence ensued until QNKNGZH finally spoke. Did you hear that? That little girl possesses some extraordinary qualities. SBN chuckled. Yet, it remains uncertain if Chao Jianguo can hear her as well, or how many others might. Chao being contemplated for a moment before declaring, "That little girl is indeed remarkable." LRUWN nodded in agreement. Despite the nation's efforts to combat feudal superstition, they had attracted numerous talented individuals. It was said that the state had a department for the extraordinary, comprised entirely of individuals with special abilities dedicated to handling unique incidents, and the nation was vigorously nurturing such talents. Chao Jianguo's daughter not only possessed innate strength, but they could also hear her thoughts. Was this not a form of the extraordinary? Her thoughts were undoubtedly profound. Furthermore, her thoughts did not resemble those of an ordinary one-year-old. No mere child, regardless of how gifted, could harbor such secrets. Old Qn, did you uncover the reason behind Chao Jianguo's sudden investigation into Wngzhh last year? QNKNGZHN, taken aback, stood instinctively. Are you suggesting suspicion? Zhu being nodded. Wngzhh has been discreet for over a decade without revealing anything, and now suddenly he has. Don't you find that peculiar? It is too coincidental that Chao Jianguo happened to witness Wngzhh meeting someone. Previously, they had not given it much thought, but now it seemed improbable. QNKNGZH furrowed his brow. Could it be that the little girl possessed prophetic abilities? Whether it is or not, we can simply ask Chao Jianguo, LW suggested. Consequently, shortly after Chao Jianguo returned home, he was summoned again. Indeed, being a great hero is not an easy task. Father works so hard. I must treat him better in the future. Chao expressed with a hint of trepidation, before patting her small chest. Fortunately, Yn declined the invitations from the elders. Otherwise, she would have been exhausted at such a young age. Oh, LWNX appeared puzzled. What great hero? A few elders wanted Yn to become a great hero, but she did not wish to. It is too tiring. Chao briefly recounted the events that had transpired at the military district, leading LWNX to realization. The military leaders must have recognized her innate powers and sought to recruit her, but thankfully, she declined. Otherwise, her over one-year-old self would have been subjected to rigorous training, which would have been exhausting. All she desired was for her child to grow up joyfully and effortlessly, rather than bearing heavy responsibilities, such as the wish of most parents. Chapter 49. Arrangements. Chao Jianguo. Are you loyal to your country? Loyal. Are you loyal to your party? Loyal. Are you loyal to your family and children? Loyal. He possessed both great and small loves. He loved his country, his party, and his family. It seemed that if one were to look into his heart, Chao Jianguo would nod in affirmation, aware that he could not hide this matter, as it would eventually become apparent. In the future, perhaps more individuals would hear the thoughts of his daughter. Of course, it was also possible that they would not. Thus, he had long prepared himself mentally. At present, they had analyzed that those who could hear the thoughts of his daughter were all harmless individuals. Did you suddenly question Wngzhh due to an unexpected encounter? Or did you glean something from the thoughts of Comrade Chao that led you to investigate Wngzhh? LRUWN inquired directly, without circumlocution. Since they had summoned Chao Jianguo, there was no need for roundabout questions. Chao Jianguo did not hesitate, and chose to lay everything bare. He trusted the leaders and believed in his daughter's judgment. If these leaders harbored any ill intentions towards her, they would never have been able to hear her thoughts. An hour later, QNKNGZH patted Chao Jianguo on the shoulder. Rest assured, this time we will not give you the opportunity. You and your family will be safe. This time, no one can harm them. He had never anticipated that old L was so deeply concealed, nor did he foresee the Chao family facing such dire straits in the future. The mere thought of it incensed QNKNGZHN. How had he failed to detect LH's treacherous ambitions? Why had he not safeguarded his children after Chao Jianguo's sacrifice? He felt a profound sense of leadership failure. This time, they were well prepared. He refused to believe that LH's could continue to inflict harm. Old L, It appears we must intensify our efforts. We must bring those hidden rats to justice and ensure they are deprived of any opportunity to cause harm. Rest assured, this time we will leave them with no chance. LRW n'est expression d'arcend. Who could have imagined that the old revolutionary, LH is you, had been a spy from the very beginning, and not even one of their Who people? The mere thought of it cast a shadow over LRWN's countenance. Currently, it seemed that only those who posed no threat to the little girl could hear her thoughts, which served to protect her well. However, to be on the safe side, they still needed to send people to covertly protect her. Given that the little girl had the ability to foresee the future, she must be safeguarded for that reason alone. With her presence, they could better combat those who sought to undermine the unity of the nation. Yet, before addressing that, they needed to resolve matters concerning the little girl. Since she was unwilling to join the military, LRW contemplated a different option. Old L, do you have a good choice in mind? QNKNGZH inquired skeptically. Is there a place safer than the military in Who country? The army is the safest haven, and the little girl belongs to their NNDO military district. They should be the ones to protect her. ZHU Gubi and SB also turned their gaze toward him, aware that this little girl was indeed part of their NNDO military district and could not be enticed away by another military district. Old L must not be mistaken. LRWN shot a disapproving glare at the elderly gentleman, questioning their intelligence. Did he appear so foolish? The little girl was unwilling to join the military. The best alternative was the Department for the Extraordinary. He spoke slowly. Department for the Extraordinary? QNKNGZH furrowed his brow. Is there such a department? I have no recollection of it. Could it be a recently established unit? Is it that particularly mysterious department? ZHU being probed, having heard a little about it, though only slightly. LRWN nodded, confirming, yes, that department. It comprised individuals from across the nation, talented individuals with genuine abilities. If the little girl could enter that department, her future would be secure. If she can truly join that department, her future would indeed be promising. ZHU being agreed, nodding in approval. Old ZHU, you're aware of it as well? QNKNGZH asked, curious. Zhou Guobang nodded, explaining that he had come to know about it by chance. Although his understanding was limited, he only knew that the individuals involved were remarkably skilled, not belonging to any official department, but rather forming an independent unit, the specifics of which remained unknown to him. Lao Zhou, Lao Lu, what do you mean by YRN? Subin could not help but inquire as he, like Qin Kongzhan, had never heard of such a department. In recent years, the nation had indeed taken steps to combat feudal superstitions, yet there remained individuals of genuine ability. It was under these circumstances that this department was established, and there exist many unsolved mysteries in the world, which are precisely addressed by these extraordinary individuals, Lu Ruiwen affirmed. Subin gaspet in astonishment. But hasn't there been a continuous effort to combat feudal superstitions in recent years? How could this be possible? Old Su, Zhou Guobang responded. The wisdom passed down from our ancestors is indeed formidable, and not all of it is mere superstition. It's just that few possess the understanding. The absence of numbers does not imply non-existence. The establishment of this secretive department of extraordinary individuals serves as evidence. Its operations were concealed in the past due to controversies. But now the authority of the department is substantial, with many aspiring to join. After all, true extraordinary individuals are rare, while many others are not part of this elite circle. If this department is indeed as formidable as Lao Lu claims, it won't be easy for the young girl to gain entry. Qin Kongzhan expressed his concerns. Lu Ruiwen chuckled lightly. Do not worry, given the young girl's innate abilities. If the minister of the department were to become aware, they would certainly not let her go easily. His recommendation for the young girl to join the department was also fueled by personal interest, as Chao Jianguo was her father, and she could be considered one of their own within the Southern Island Military District. Having someone familiar within the department would undoubtedly facilitate certain matters. Chao Jianguo. At this moment, Chao Jianguo sat upright, having grasped that the individuals within this department possessed extraordinary skills akin to his daughter. This made her aspirations less unique. Should she succeed in joining the department, the benefits aside, her safety would undoubtedly be endorsed by the state. If any external forces were to target her, the nation would certainly intervene first. The entry into the extraordinary department is not an easy feat. The bar is set high. Thank you, Chief. I will convey this to Yan Yan. As for whether she will agree, I cannot say for certain, he confessed, respecting his daughter's wishes. While he hoped she would accept, he would not interfere with her decision. Though she was young, her opinions were strong, and he could not sway her. Chapter 50. The beautiful mother feels jealous your daughter has gone to the Gu family to find her godmother, Lu Wanxing remarked with annoyance. That little girl seems to be living at the Gu family now, revolving around her godmother daily, leaving me, her biological mother, in the background. Are you feeling jealous? Chao Jianguo chuckled. Is it because you see your daughter getting close to comrade, Mo Mingmei, that you're feeling this way? It's rare to see you sulking. It seems comrade Chao Yan is truly overstepping. Father, you are indeed under the thumb of your wife, Chao Yan retorted. No, I am not, Lu Wanxing denied, adamantly asserting that she was not jealous at all. You say that, yet your mouth could hang an oil pot, Chao Jianguo teased. Are you finished with your work? Is it related to Yan Yan? Chao Jianguo nodded. Yes, it indeed pertains to Yan Yan. Can you share? Lu Wanxing was aware of the military's regulations, understanding that it was not obligatory for her to know. While confidentiality was necessary externally, it was not required with his wife, as she needed to help guide their daughter. And the other leaders agreed to this arrangement. Chao Jianguo shared the leaders' plans concerning their daughter, prompting Lu Wanxing to instinctively tug at her fingers. I do not agree. She is too young. How can she join the military at such a tender age? Furthermore, she may not even wish to. Do not worry. This matter entirely depends on Yan Yan's own wishes. We will not interfere. Lu Wanxing was skeptical of his words. If they truly intended not to interfere, why mention it? It was clear that the talents were scarce, and Yan Yan's abilities would soon come to light. Without her heart's voice, her extraordinary nature would not be so apparent. Lu Wanxing fretted, uncertain whether to dissuade her daughter, yet not wanting her to bear undue burdens. All right, let this matter be decided by our daughter. Regardless of her answer, we will support her, Chao Jianguo reassured, holding his wife's hand gently. Sighing deeply, Lu Wanxing chose not to say more. Meanwhile, what was Chao Yan up to? At that moment, Chao Yan was joyfully indulging in delicious pastries at the Gu family, sipping on sparkling water that Mo Mingmei had prepared for her, her small mouth stuffed to the brim, radiating sheer joy. Godmother really understands me. Godmother. The little girl finished her last sip of sparkling water and trotted over to Mo Mingmei, who was lounging like a salted fish. With her tiny hands, she eagerly massaged Mo Mingmei's shoulders. With her enthusiastic demeanor, Mo Mingmei pinched the little one's cheek and asked, So, what mischief are you planning now? Despite being just over a year old, the little girl was quite clever, and it was easy to be misled by her innocent charm. Hee, Chao Yan giggled, her little hands busy, instinctively elongating her baby voice. Godmother, the tide just receded. Let us go beachcombing. In truth, she could manage on her own, but her mother had specifically instructed the gatekeeper to ensure she was not allowed to venture out alone unless accompanied. Thus, she had no choice but to seek her godmother's company. Are you really unafraid of getting a spanking? Have you already forgotten the last time? Mo Mingmei turned the little girl around, giving her cheek a firm pinch. Did you forget how you promised your mother just a few days ago? And now, just a few days later, you've forgotten? I haven't forgotten. Chao Yan twirled her little fingers and giggled. I want to go to the mountains. Oh, you're not going to the mountains, but now you want to go to the sea. Mo Mingmei knew the little one well. Her eagerness indicated she was up to something. The sea can be dangerous, too. Mo Mingmei instinctively presumed the little girl wanted to play by the sea, and without a second thought, she refused. A few days prior, she had taken the little one to the mountains, and her wavering resolve nearly led to disaster, for which Sister Wanxing rightfully chastised her. Unlike the little girl, who did not learn from her mistakes, Mo Mingmei was a good child who corrected her errors. As Sister Wanxing said, the little one may be young, but she is not a child. Chao Yan placed her hands on her hips, feigning a fierce expression. Godmother, you forgot. You promised me last year that you would make me crab roast sauce. I do not want to go to the sea. I want to catch crabs and eat crab roast sauce. Godmother, did you forget? Pouting, Chao Yan pretended to cry. Last year at this time, I was only a little over 5 months old and couldn't eat yet. I was so tempted, drooling at the thought. This year I could finally eat it, and I must not miss out. Wait, you still remember last year's events? Of course. Chao Yan nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her godmother. Please, let's go. Well, we just had an adventure a few days ago. It might be better to calm down today and wait a few days. Ming-mei sighed in relief, instinctively sensing that the little girl's desire to go to the beach would not be so simple. Tomorrow, I will take a boat to the city. You have never left the island. Would you like to come with me? Ming-mei suddenly realized that the little one had never left the island since birth. Rather than allowing her to wander to the mountains or the sea, it would be better to explore the city. Surely, the city would be devoid of dangers. Perhaps after witnessing the city's splendor, the little one would forget her longing for the mountains. The more Ming-mei considered this plan, the more she found it appealing. Though she was uncertain whether Sister Wanxing would agree. Is the city fun? Chao Yan asked curiously, her activities confined to the vicinity of the military district, with no experience of distant places. Well, I mean, aren't you too young? Just over a year old, and you wish to go exploring. It should be all right. Ming-mei felt a sense of uncertainty. Having spent over a year at the island military district, she had yet to visit the city. Nevertheless, in her eyes, the distinction between urban and rural life was negligible, though for rural inhabitants, the differences were pronounced. Let us go find your mother now, she urged. Ming-mei was a woman of action. She acted on impulse and immediately took Chao Yan in her arms and headed to the Chao family. Upon seeing the two, Lu Wanxing, who had just been pacified by Chao Jianguo, felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. It seemed that her daughter had truly become someone else's. Did Yan prefer Ming-mei more? The thought saddened Lu Wanxing deeply. Mom, what's wrong? She asked, noticing her mother's reddened eyes, as if she had been crying. Has someone bullied you? Chao Yan, concerned, pressed on. Mom, is someone bothering you? Chao Jianguo gently tapped her nose and chuckled. Who could possibly bully your mother, apart from you? I would never bully Mom. Dad, you're wrong, Chao Yan pouted. Let me tell you a secret. Your mother is feeling jealous, Chao Jianguo whispered. Mama, why would you be jealous? Jealousy is sour. I don't like sour things. I prefer sweet, Chao Yan exclaimed innocently. Silly Yan, this jealousy is different, Ming-mei smiled, recognizing Lu Wanxing's emotions. Sister Wanxing, don't worry. It's perfectly normal to feel this way. If my child favored someone else, I would feel hurt too. Lu Wanxing felt somewhat petty, realizing that it was Ming-mei who had been helping care for Chao Yan while she was at work. I'm sorry, Ming-mei, she admitted. You don't need to apologize. It's natural. Ming-mei reassured her. But if you truly feel guilty, could you grant me a favor? She pressed on. What is it? Lu Wanxing asked instinctively. I am heading to the city tomorrow by boat, and I would like to take Yan with me. Is that all right? Chao Yan chimed in sweetly, and Lu Wanxing found it hard to refuse, ultimately agreeing. However, she was not comfortable with letting Chao Yan go alone. Thank you, Mom. I love you the most. Chao Yan cheered, kissing Lu Wanxing on the cheek, causing Ming-mei to feel a twinge of jealousy as she insisted on a kiss herself. Chao Jianguo stood by, feeling somewhat like an outsider in this family of three. Sister Wanxing, are you coming too? Ming-mei inquired, suspecting Lu Wanxing's reluctance to let Yan go alone. Lu Wanxing nodded, explaining, It's not that I don't trust you. I haven't been to the city in a long time, so I thought it would be nice to go along. After a restless night, she decided to accompany Ming-mei, rationalizing that in case anything happened, it was better to be together. That's fine, I understand, Ming-mei replied with a smile. Chao Yan wrapped her arms around Lu Wanxing's neck, who responded by pulling her in closer. We need to buy some things that can't be found in town, so this is a good opportunity to visit the city. I understand completely, Ming-mei assured her. Chao Yan, eager to walk on her own, squirmed to get down. Ming-mei glanced at the time, noting that there were still 40 minutes until the ferry arrived, so there was no need to rush. Half an hour later, the island dock was bustling with people. Despite the anxiety of going to the city, many were boarding the ferry as the city offered a plethora of goods. Teacher Lu, Comrade Mo, are you heading to the city as well? Someone inquired. Yes, I haven't been to the city in over a year, Ming-mei replied, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear and smiling brightly. I'm not familiar with the city either. Sister Wanxing is accompanying me. You two have such a good relationship, someone marveled. Indeed, our families are now connected, Ming-mei beamed. Isn't my goddaughter beautiful? Absolutely. She is the most stunning little girl I have ever seen, someone praised, causing Chao Yan to beam with pride as she playfully touched her hairpin. I heard this little girl killed a wild boar a few days ago. Is that true? Of course it is. Many people witnessed it, and Mo Mingmei chuckled, clearly not wanting to elaborate further, as she continued to guide Chao Yan forward. She had only taken the ferry once before, when she first arrived at the island. The boat is here. Don't crowd, please. I'm holding a child. The horn of the ferry sounded, causing a stir among the crowd. Fortunately, there were people maintaining order. Otherwise, a stampede could easily occur, with the risk of someone falling into the sea. And Mo Mingmei folded up the stroller and raised her voice, Sister Wanxing. Hold on to Yan and stay behind me. Don't worry, I can keep up, Lu Wanxing assured her. The two women were swept along with the crowd onto the ferry, though the experience was less than pleasant. Mo Mingmei was stepped on multiple times, and Lu Wanxing was pushed as well. When Chao Yan saw her beloved godmother being jostled, her little face scrunched up, and she reached out her hand to retaliate, only to be stopped by Lu Wanxing. It would not do for her daughter to strike someone and cause trouble. The matter of Chao Yan's upbringing was now urgent. Once aboard, Mo Mingmei checked the ticket and found their seats, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The cabin was buzzing with chatter and energy. Goodness, this trip off the island is quite a hassle. No wonder military wives are reluctant to go to the county or city. It's such a chore. The cabin was a bit stuffy, and Mo Mingmei, sitting by the window, attempted to open it but found it too stiff. Just as she was feeling helpless, Chao Yan chimed in, "Let me do it, godmother." She climbed down from Lu Wanxing's arms, swiftly hopped onto the small table, and with Mo Mingmei's encouraging gaze, she effortlessly pried the window open. Wow! Chao Yan grinned, completely unaware of the chaos she had caused. She had not intended to break anything. Who knew the window was so fragile? The onlookers were taken aback. Those who had doubted the wild boar story now began to believe it. This little girl has incredible strength. I used to think it was just a rumor, but now I see it's true. My goodness, her strength is extraordinary. That wild boar must have weighed over 300 pounds, and this window frame is nothing in comparison. Is this child even 2 weeks old? Not at all. She is just about a week and a half old. The little girl cannot possibly be a monster. Her strength appears far beyond that of an ordinary person. I too perceive her as unusual. Who are you calling unusual? Mo Mingmei retorted, her face etched with displeasure. You all have little strength. Why blame my daughter for being strong? What kind of nonsense is that? They spoke of Yan from their family as a mighty little darling, endowed with innate strength. How could that be deemed abnormal? The elderly woman seemed to have lost her ability to converse, her demeanor exuding sharpness and malice. Did I speak incorrectly? The old lady refused to acknowledge her fault, deliberately raising her voice. What kind of child, barely over a year old, possesses such strength? If not a monster, then what? Could it be that she has been possessed by some foul entity? Elderly lady, the nation combats feudal superstition. Are you attempting to stand against the state? Mo Mingmei remained undaunted. I am not, the old lady stammered, a fleeting look of discomfort crossing her face as she harbored deep resentment. This young girl truly knew how to wield authority. If you have nothing to say, then be silent. Mo Mingmei was not one to indulge her. She had encountered many such elderly women. When dealing with individuals of this ilk, one must adopt a firm demeanor. Otherwise, they will cling on like a leech. Moreover, my Yan is no financial burden. She is the jewel of both the Zhao and Gu families. You are a woman yourself. Could it be that you too are a financial burden? The elderly woman turned crimson with rage, rendered speechless by Mo Mingmei's words, her finger trembling as she pointed at her. Mo Mingmei let out a cold laugh, arms crossed. If you wish to leverage your age against me, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Miss, do not fall for your tricks. Auntie is magnificent. Chao Yan's eyes sparkled, clapping her small hands in support. Yan, remember, when encountering unreasonable individuals who rely on their age, do not hesitate. Just act decisively. Mo Mingmei pinched Chao Yan's cheek, her mood buoyant. Chao Yan nodded sweetly, stating, Auntie, don't worry. Yan knows. When faced with such people, I will not hesitate to act. Indeed, that's the spirit. Mo Mingmei chuckled heartily, delighted by the little one's understanding. You, Lu Wanxing sighed helplessly, addressing her daughter. Yan, You possess great strength. Be cautious before taking action. She was not admonishing her child for disrespecting the elderly, but rather acknowledging that some individuals are unworthy of respect. However, it is crucial that her daughter exercises restraint with her considerable strength to avoid causing harm or fatalities. Mother, don't worry, Yin understands. Chao Yan grinned broadly. The elderly woman, infuriated, struggled to find her words. Just as she was about to speak, she met Chao Yan's warning glance, and upon noticing the window frame in her hands, she immediately fell silent, fearful of being struck. Those nearby who recognized the old lady felt a sense of relief, and no one stepped forward to defend her, clearly indicating her unpopularity. Thus, it is evident that many people tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. As long as you stand firm, you will not be easily intimidated. Justice prevails across the land, while injustice struggles to find its footing. Ming Mei, I shall take Yin to see the captain. Lu Wanxing sighed heavily. Although it was unintentional, the window indeed was removed by Yin, and they were bound to compensate for it. Lu Wanxing approached the captain to explain their situation, only to find him incredulous. Comrade Lu, are you serious? Is it really true that your daughter removed the window frame? His disbelief was palpable. The cabin windows, while not perfectly sealed, were indeed quite tight. An adult man would struggle to pry them open, let alone a child barely over a year old. It seemed utterly absurd. Captain Lu, I have no reason to deceive you, Lu Wanxing replied helplessly, gesturing to the window frame in Chao Yan's grasp. You see, we have brought the window with us. The window of the ship was not large, and Ming Mei had allowed the little one to carry it. Please tell me how much it costs. I will compensate you. Regardless, this window was removed by their own daughter, and as a parent, she had the responsibility to address the aftermath, teaching her daughter to take accountability for her mistakes. Captain Lu was momentarily a loss for words. He had never encountered such a situation before. In over a decade, he had never seen a passenger remove a window frame. Uncle, I can do it, Chao Yan declared, thumping her small chest with determination. Captain Lu's lips twitched. This little child was indeed audacious. Unhappy to be underestimated, Chao Yan snatched the window frame from Captain Lu's hands and marched toward the cabin with her short legs, prompting both Captain Lu and Lu Wanxing to quickly follow her. Yin, be careful. Don't fall. Mother is right behind you. Auntie, please make way. I will reinstall this window frame. Ming Mei, bewildered, instinctively stepped aside. Chao Yan climbed onto the small table, first prying up the metal strip from the window frame, then placing the dislodged window back in position. With a swift tug of her small hands, the window was secured. She hopped down from the seat, clapped her hands, and beamed with pride. All done. See, it was just a window frame. Quite simple. Is it really fixed? Montag Ming Mai pauset, astonishit. Is it truly secured? Yes, it's secured. Chao Yan chuckled, her chubby hands patting the window. Auntie, give it a try. It won't come off. Ming Mei stepped closer to inspect and couldn't help but twitch her lips. The metal strip of the window frame was crooked, clearly indicative of a forceful removal. The window had been reinstalled, yet opening it was out of the question. The twisted metal frame was essentially immovable, as if welded shut. Truly, she was an extraordinary child. Just then, Ming Mei and Captain Lu caught up. Ming Mei stepped aside to allow Captain Lu to approach. Upon seeing the twisted metal frame, he fell silent. It was evident that the frame had been forcibly yanked off. The sheer strength required to distort the metal was astounding. Not only could a window be removed, but one could easily crumple it if they wished. Captain Lu Wanxing said, her expression one of embarrassment. Chapter 53, The Bustling South Market. She had 4 children. Yet this was her first encounter with such an awkward situation. Was this the power of a mischievous child? If it were 3 sons, she might not feel so embarrassed. But with a daughter barely over a year old, she truly felt a bit ashamed. Before Lu Wanxing could say any more, Chao Yan piped up, Uncle, since I've reinstalled the window, does that mean I don't have to compensate? Captain Lu's lips twitched at Chao Yan's adorable face. This little girl was indeed not to be underestimated. What a remarkable little girl, possessing strength beyond that of even grown men. No wonder she was the child of soldier. Soldier, thank you for the invitation, but we do not have such descendants. This is purely an exception. Uncle? Chao Yan tilted her head, her small face filled with confusion. Adults were truly strange, especially this one. Chao Yan took full responsibility for her actions. She would never shirk her duties. She was indeed a child of great accountability. This had been an inconvenience for Captain Lu. It's nothing. He waved his hand and turned to leave, fearing he might be unable to resist hugging the little girl. Such a child was exceedingly rare. After Captain Lu departed, those around them instinctively distanced themselves from the three. The area around them quickly became a vacuum, with even the lady seated nearby, moving a few centimeters away with her son, fearful of being caught in the fray. They were genuinely intimidated by Chao Yan's display of strength, and it must be said that people are often drawn to the strong. Consequently, there were no more troublemakers along the way. Furthermore, those who might have caused a scene were now as quiet as quails, eager to disembark. Lu Wanxing had been in the military district for over 10 years and had certainly encountered various issues while sailing. Yet this journey was unusually peaceful, and they smoothly arrived at the Haisher dock. 2 hours later, as the ship was about to dock, the passengers began to converse, and Chao Yan clapped her hands, eagerly anticipating disembarkation. The city dock was evidently more vibrant and bustling than the military district dock, with the din of vendors echoing due to policy changes, making it even livelier than in previous years. With more than 2 hours remaining until noon, there was no rush to have lunch. Surely there must be a department store in the city. Montak Mingmai in Kviat. Upon her arrival on the island, accompanying the military, she had gone directly to the military district and had never stopped in the city. However, she assumed that the city would generally have a department store. Even if it could not compare to larger cities like Jing City or Hu City, it would undoubtedly be superior to the supply and marketing cooperatives in the town. She pondered uncertainly. Do you really think Nan City lacks department stores? Lu Wanxing asked, bemused. Is there one? Mo Mingmei retorted. Nan City had only recently developed. Although it was referred to as a city, it was merely a larger county town, so she was not entirely sure. Of course there are, Lu Wanxing replied. Despite its recent development, the pace of growth is impressive. Although it may not rival the grandeur of Hu City or Jing City, it is adequately equipped. Mo Mingmei's eyes brightened as she clasped her hands together in anticipation. Then let's head to the department store. I haven't indulged in shopping for an entire year. I miss it dearly. She wore a nostalgic expression. Even though she had traversed through time into this era, she had not shed her shopping habits. After all, regardless of her past or present, her wealth was sufficient to support her shopping desires. Well, Lu Wanxing sighed. Let's go to the department store. I also want to shop. Chao Yan exclaimed, raising her little chubby hand and bouncing with excitement. She had saved quite a bit of pocket money in her little treasury. She wanted to shop just like her godmother. All right, let's indulge together. And Mo Mingmei laughed, pleased that her goddaughter had absorbed her shopping spirit. Lu Wanxing, however, felt somewhat helpless, as if she were bringing along two daughters. Department stores in the 1980s were typically located in bustling urban areas. The department store in Nan City opened in 1969 and became the favorite shopping destination for the people of Nan Province. And it remains the largest department store in the city, both in the past and present. The vibrant array of stalls and diverse products painted a lively commercial scene where people sought their daily necessities, capturing the essence of bustling market life. I didn't expect it to be this lively, and Mo Mingmei wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. If only it weren't so hot. She had always believed that the economic conditions on Nan Island were average and couldn't match the splendor of the larger cities. However, it seemed that the provincial capital was quite prosperous. It wasn't this bustling a couple of years ago. Nan City has developed remarkably well, especially after the reform and opening up, attracting many investors, Lu Wanxing explained while holding Chao Yan in her arms. Surrounded by the sea, Nan Island boasts abundant marine resources, and the island is also rich in lush forests, continuously attracting both domestic and international investors. As the provincial capital, Nan City receives even more investments, naturally leading to its prosperity. While it may not compare to megacities like Jing, Tianjin, or Hu, it is still thriving. Mom, I want to walk down by myself. Chao Yan protested, wanting to assert her independence. However, Lu Wanxing firmly rejected her request, concerned about the bustling crowd at the entrance of the store. It's too crowded, and we might get separated, she said. It's safer for me to carry you. Mom, I can do it. Chao Yan insisted, wanting to ease her mother-esque burden. Be good, don't move. Lu Wanxing gently patted her daughter's bottom and adjusted her hold, making their way into the crowd, while Mo Mingmei closely followed. After a few minutes, the three finally squeezed into the department store, both Lu Wanxing and Mo Mingmei drenched in sweat. Chao Yan, on the other hand, was completely dry, possibly due to her individual constitution. It's so hot. Mo Mingmei couldn't help but let out a wry laugh, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. The department store lacked air conditioning, with only a few ceiling fans whirring above. Had I known it would be this hot, I would not have come. An air-conditioned store would be a dream, she lamented. Oh, how I long for the days of air conditioning. Godmother, lean on me. I'm cool, Chao Yan offered, extending her chubby hand. Oh, my sweet girl is so considerate, Mo Mingmei chuckled. It is indeed hot. Let us find a less crowded spot to rest for a bit. Lu Wanxing fanned herself. Equally uncomfortable. It's not just sweat pouring down, I feel sticky all over. Back at the military district, it wasn't this hot. Being by the seaside provided some relief. Stepping off the island was like being thrust into a furnace. They sought a quieter corner to rest, and after 10 minutes, they finally felt a bit of relief. The first floor is too crowded. Shall we start from the top and work our way down? Mo Mingmei suggested, glancing nervously at the throngs of people below, reluctant to navigate through the crowd. I can't handle this heat and chaos. Lu Wanxing had no objections. Chao Yan, being too young to voice her opinion, simply accepted the decision made by the two adults. The department store in Nan City had 6 floors. The first floor was a wholesale market. The second was dedicated to jewelry and watches. The third to women's clothing and accessories. The fourth to men's attire. The fifth to luggage. And the sixth housed imported goods, which were typically beyond the average person's budget. Consequently, the 6th floor was sparsely populated, a welcome sight for them. It was also the coolest floor, and Mo Mingmei had no desire to descend just yet. Yan, do you like this? Mo Mingmei pointed to a delicate little dress, eager to see it worn by Chao Yan. The dress featured lace trims and an innovative design, with small sparkling diamonds adorning the sleeves and neckline, shimmering in the light. It would look lovely on you. Unfortunately, Chao Yan was not particularly fond of the off-white dress, finding it rather dull. She shook her head decisively, expressing her disinterest. Mo Mingmei was taken aback. Did not the little one have a penchant for all things sparkly? This dress, although in a muted color, was embellished with glittering diamonds. Yan, look at all the sparkly diamonds on this dress. They shine like stars in the sky. Aren't you a fan of all things that sparkle? Lu Wanxing added, equally curious. The dress truly was beautiful, and if it could elevate her daughter's sense of style, she would not hesitate to invest in it. Chao Yan sighed inwardly. Oh dear, how can I ever save their taste in fashion? What is appealing about this plain dress? I prefer vibrant colors, she thought. Oh, this is tough. Lu Wanxing and Mo Mingmei exchanged helpless glances. Indeed, parents of this era often favored flamboyant attire for their children, but there was a knack to pairing them well. Did this little one not realize she might be the one with questionable taste? Are you certain you don't like it? Lu Wanxing pressed on. If you do, I'll buy it for you. She desperately wanted to transform her daughter's garish wardrobe into something more refined. It was manageable in childhood, but the thought of her growing up still clad in such gaudy attire was unbearable. Chao Yan cupped her face and nodded earnestly. Mom, I really don't like it. Very well, if you don't like it, let us look at something else. Lu Wanxing sighed, giving in. Mo Mingmei offered her a comforting glance. Rescuing Chao Yan's sense of aesthetics would be a long and arduous journey, not something that could be accomplished overnight. Descending from the 6th floor, Mo Mingmei eagerly grasped Lu Wanxing's hand, making a beeline for the 5th floor bag shop. The adage that a bag can cure all ailments holds true for women. In her previous life, Mo Mingmei had a penchant for acquiring designer bags, both large and small, and this lifetime was no exception. The 5th floor shop not only showcased various renowned domestic brands, but also featured imported bags, which, in the future, would be exorbitantly priced, yet at this moment, they were remarkably affordable, relatively speaking. Mo Mingmei's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Chao Yan tilted her head, looking utterly perplexed. Isn't Auntie's eyesight faulty? This bag is so ugly. Where's the appeal? She mused. When Annie asked if it looks good, should I tell the truth? Montauk Mingmei's lips twitched. Never mind, she's just a child. There's no need to take it to heart. Zhao Yan was still young and could not appreciate the beauty of bags yet. As she grew older, her taste would surely evolve. Sigh. Annie must not have encountered truly exquisite bags. Once Yin Yin can access her companion space, I'll definitely gift Annie the most beautiful bag imaginable. Yin Yin possesses bags woven from various jewels that would undoubtedly dazzle Annie's eyes. Montag Mingmai exclaimed. Zhao Yan looked on with sympathy, thinking Annie was quite unfortunate. Auntie cannot be so easily satisfied. Bags made of mere scraps of fabric are far too cheap and unworthy of her status. Montag Mingmai replied, Scraps? In the future, this would be a limited edition bag worth the price of a house. Yet, Zhao Yan's words held some truth. After all, they were indeed just bags made of fabric. Without the brand premium, they would hardly hold their value. With this thought, Mo Mingmei found her enthusiasm for the bags waning. Are you sure you don't want them? Lu Wanxing raised an eyebrow. Was her daughter truly that intimidating? Just moments ago, Mo Mingmei had been animated, eager to collect them all, and now she was declining. I don't want them, Mo Mingmei chuckled. After all, she was the godmother of a golden dragon cub. Bags made of mere scraps could not possibly match her identity. Indeed, that was the case. She was not solely after the jewel-encrusted bags her daughter spoke of. Hey, Yin Yin, are you certain your father will like this outfit? Lu Wanxing attempted to snatch the clothing from her daughter's grasp. If it's something Yin Yin chooses, Daddy will surely love it, Zhao Yan declared confidently. This outfit looks splendid. Once Daddy wears it, he will undoubtedly be the most handsome soldier on the island, the brightest cub around. Lu Wanxing chuckled softly. Whether her husband was the most handsome soldier, she couldn't say. She merely knew he might not want to wear it and might prefer to avoid her daughter's overwhelming affection. Having finished with Daddy's purchases, we must also shop for my brothers, Zhao Yan exclaimed with excitement. Lu Wanxing hesitated, ultimately unable to refuse her daughter's wishes, resigning to the plight of the men at home. Despite Zhao Yan's young age, her little treasury was quite substantial. After buying for Chao Jianguo, she personally selected a vest for each of her 3 brothers, and even her 2 godbrothers were not spared from her shopping spree. Mo Mingmei began to anticipate the expressions on her sons' faces. It was sure to be entertaining. Lu Wanxing felt helpless. With such a playful mother, her 2 sons had no choice but to comply. Chapter 55. Yin Yan's whining look at all these people. Mo Mingmei stood at the stairwell, unable to suppress a gasp as she wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling the warmth return. They had been browsing from the 6th floor for over an hour. Yet the 1st floor was still bustling with crowds. Though there were fewer people than at the start, it was only a slight decrease. The 1st floor served as a wholesale market, offering relatively inexpensive prices, hence the throng. Zhao Yan, being small, quickly vanished into the crowd, leaving Lu Wanxing in a state of panic, her brow slick with sweat. Didn't he, Mommy, say not to run off? Lu Wanxing scooped up the little one and playfully smacked her bottom a few times. Zhao Yan covered her rear end, looking guilty. Lu Wanxing found it both exasperating and amusing. The little girl may be small, but her spirit was quite large. Due to the overwhelming crowd, Zhao Yan's petite stature made it difficult for Lu Wanxing to keep track of her. Thus, she had to carry her. Otherwise, if they wandered too far apart, it would be challenging to locate one another even with their shared connection. Before long, they arrived at a shop selling raw stones, with Mo Mingmei curiously inquiring, "Are these jade raw stones?" The shopkeeper, noticing their interest, eagerly replied, "Indeed, these are premium jade materials I source from Yun province, guaranteed authentic. Look, I even have several smaller pieces. Would you like to take a look?" The shopkeeper was cheerful, having spent a fortune acquiring these raw stones, pouring all his savings into them, only to find they were unsellable in Nanshur. He had been anxious day and night, so when someone knowledgeable finally appeared, he was keen to impress, or rather, to host them well. Selling even one piece would mark a prosperous beginning for him. Do you understand the risks of gambling with stones? Although Lu Wanxing had never engaged with raw stones, she had heard of the risks involved. The saying goes that 9 out of 10 gambles end in loss. One cut can lead to wealth, while another can lead to ruin. She did not want Mo Mingmei to dabble in this. It was far too perilous and enticing. And succumbing to temptation could lead one into a deep abyss from which escape was impossible. I don't understand. I've merely heard of it. Mo Mingmei shook her head. She was simply curious about the presence of raw stones for sale and had no intention of purchasing. Mommy, Yan wants to buy. Chao Yan wriggled out of Lu Wanxing-esque grasp, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at several stones. She pointed with her chubby little fingers, exclaiming, "Uncle, I want this one, and those three." Yan, Lu Wanxing frowned. "Mommy, there are treasures among these. Yan wants to buy." Yan has money. Chao Yan beamed sweetly. She touched and examined the stones, reveling in her delight. Hee. Yan is so lucky to find spirit jade in the mortal realm. With spirit jade, Yan can create protective talismans. With protective talismans, Daddy and Mommy 1T be harmed by bad people, and my brothers 1T suffer tragic fates. How wonderful! And for Annie S. family, everyone who treats Yan well should have one. Spirit jade? And Mo Mingmei's excitement was palpable. Could it be that this world truly harbored the possibility of cultivation? She had only ever read about spirit jade in novels, never expecting it to exist in reality. Moreover, having transmigrated into a book, it seemed quite normal for Chao Yan, a golden dragon cub, to encounter cultivators. Mo Mingmei pondered uncertainly. "Uncle, I want all these. How much do they cost?" Chao Yan clutched the raw stones tightly, fearful that her beautiful mother might refuse. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. This little girl was impressive. "I've been here for over a month, and you're the first to express interest in buying. I'll give you an 8% discount. You can have them for 800. The stones were not large, totaling less than 10 kilograms. His asking price was fair, and he had lowered it intentionally to secure the sale, hoping for a successful start. He noticed the two ladies were quite indulgent towards the child, but 800 was still a substantial amount, and he was unsure if they would proceed with the purchase. Yan, are you certain you want to buy?" Although she knew there were treasures within, Lu Wanxing asked again. "I want to buy. Yan has money." Chao Yan nodded vigorously, afraid Lu Wanxing might object. "Mommy, please buy it. Do you really have that much money in your pocket?" Lu Wanxing laughed, considering who would carry such an amount while out. Chao Yan's big eyes widened. Oh no, she realized she might not have enough funds. She had already spent over 100 on clothing, which she had borrowed from her mother, and her little pocket contained only a few coins, surely not enough. Yet it was spirit jade, though useless to her. It was invaluable to mortals. She wished to gift it to her parents. "Mommy, please buy it. You and T regret it." Chao Yan tugged at her mother's hand, beginning her charming plea. "Is it really that important to you?" Lu Wanxing smiled. Chao Yan's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded vigorously. Yes, she desperately wanted it. Her mother was the best in the world, and she hoped that her mother would buy it for her. The little one's words were as sweet as honey. She was certain her mother would find a way. Lingyu was not particularly significant in the heavenly realm, but was exceedingly rare in the mortal world. Now that she had encountered it, it was hers, and she could not let it slip away. Alas, Chao Yan felt impoverished at that moment. She had once disregarded such Lingyu, but now wished to acquire it immediately. Life was not easy, and Chao Yan sighed. "Uncle, can I trade this for it?" After a moment's thought, she felt uncertain and pulled out a small crown from her pocket, reluctantly offering it. This crown was pure gold, a birthday gift from her brothers. Though it pained her to part with it, she could sacrifice the little crown for the protective talismans her brothers had given her. "Little friend, your crown is not worth 800 yuan. The shopkeeper shook his head, not at all angry. He could see that this little girl genuinely wanted to buy it, but lacked the money. Ultimately, the decision lay with her parents. Nevertheless, he doubted this transaction would succeed. Who would casually spend 800 yuan on their child? He simply did not believe it. Gambling on stones was about uncertainty, with wins and losses equally divided. "Mother will help me. Right, my dear mother?" Chao Yan stamped her little foot and clung to Lu Wanxing's thigh. Lu Wanxing looked at her helplessly, teasingly asking, "If mother doesn't buy it for you, does that mean she isn't a good mother?" No. Chao Yan quickly responded. Regardless of whether she bought it or not, her mother was the best in the world. The most beautiful mother, and Chao Yan loved her the most. "Sister Wanxing, please buy it for me. Look how anxious the little one is," and Mo Mingmei chuckled. "Big treasure. Mother believes in me. Buying it will definitely be worthwhile." Chao Yan widened her round eyes, gazing eagerly at Lu Wanxing. Pouting her cheeks, she held on to Lu Wanxing's hand tightly. "Mother, please help me. I really want it." "All right, speak nicely." Lu Wanxing chuckled softly. Who could resist their daughter's adorable antics? She certainly could not. Chapter 56. The little dragon cub's gamble intensifies, boss. My child genuinely loves this raw stone. But you know how much money it takes to buy a few pieces of rock. Lu Wanxing made her intentions clear. Could the price be reduced a bit? She was wealthy and pampered her child, but that did not make her a fool. Even knowing there might be treasure inside, 800 yuan was indeed a bit steep. The shop was rather desolate. The owner likely had not yet opened for business, so a discount would be appreciated. Uncle, could you give us a discount? Chao Yan looked at the shopkeeper with big, pleading eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering adorably, nearly making the owner want to offer a massive sale on the spot. Comrade, are you sure you want to buy? Lu Wanxing affectionately tapped her daughter's nose. What could she do? Her daughter adored it. Seeing an opportunity, the shopkeeper's spirits lifted. Realizing that this deal might actually succeed, he feigned contemplation and after a moment said, "How about this? Since you genuinely want to buy, and I haven't opened for over a month, I can lower it by 50, making it 750. Upon seeing Lu Wanxing frown, the shopkeeper quickly added, "Additionally, I can offer you free cutting." Fearing they might not understand, he elaborated, "Raw stones require special tools for cutting, and cutting them separately incurs a cost. But I will waive that for you. Can it not be any cheaper?" Lu Wanxing still felt it was a bit pricey. This is already a bargain. If this were in Yin province, not to mention 800, even 1,000 wouldn't buy this many raw stones. Comrade, I can't lower the price any further, the owner said, looking troubled. All right then. After some consideration, Lu Wanxing agreed. However, cutting it in plain sight might draw too much attention. Chao Yan had mentioned that it contained lingyu, which surely had value. At present, there were few people around, but once they cut it open, a crowd would undoubtedly gather. Boss, can we cut it inside? Lu Wanxing inquired. Comrade, my cutting machine is outside. It can't be moved, and there's simply no space inside, the shopkeeper replied, looking helpless. Lu Wanxing glanced around and realized he was telling the truth. There was no way to relocate it, so she had to concede. However, there was still a matter to resolve. Having come across a few potential customers. No, she meant patrons. He would certainly want to keep them. Lu Wanxing nodded in gratitude, as who would stroll around with several hundred yuan in their pockets. At least she did not have that much cash on her. She had not visited the city in a long time. This trip was primarily for purchasing essentials, which was why she had brought her savings book. Otherwise, she truly would not be able to afford it. All right, you can go ahead. I will keep it for you, the owner said cheerfully. If someone were to buy a raw stone, they wouldn't have to wait until now. This was a significant deal, and he did not want to miss out. Lu Wanxing turned to Mo Mingmei and said, Mingmei, it's quite warm going in and out. You stay here with Chao Yan and wait. I can manage on my own. Can you do it alone? Mo Mingmei asked, concerned. What is there to fear for a grown woman in her 30s? Lu Wanxing laughed. Not to mention that despite her delicate appearance, she had been training alongside Jiaoge for years and was quite capable of self-defense. All right, just be careful, Mo Mingmei cautioned anxiously. Understood. Mother, you work hard. Chao Yan will make treasures for you, Chao Yan said with a sweet smile. Rest assured, good mother, Chao Yan will not disappoint you. Treasures must be prepared. Lu Wanxing felt a warmth in her heart. Her daughter was so thoughtful, far better than the 3 mischievous boys. The transaction was concluded, with money exchanged for goods. After receiving payment, the shopkeeper finally felt at ease. 3 years without opening, and now I'll feast for 3 years. Perhaps that was a bit of an exaggeration, but the shopkeeper was grinning ear to ear. Comrade Lu, how would you like this raw stone cut? The shopkeeper asked cheerfully, eager to please his esteemed customer. He had already made over 400 yuan on this first deal after a month, and it was hard not to be happy. Lu Wanxing, unfamiliar with such matters, instinctively looked to her daughter. Chao Yan, this is your raw stone. You decide how to cut it. Okay, I know where to cut, Chao Yan replied, her small hand clapping in excitement, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. She pointed casually, her sweet voice chiming, Uncle, cut it here, and then just polish a bit. Are you sure? Yes, Chao Yan is sure. Her little curls danced in the air. The shopkeeper couldn't help but glance at Lu Wanxing, realizing how doting she was on her child, spending over 700 yuan without hesitation and allowing such casual choices for cutting indicated that money was not a concern at home. It would be wonderful if the little girl could buy a few more pieces. Of course, he knew that was unrealistic. Chao Yan cupped her face, her big round eyes fixed on the shopkeeper without blinking. As he began cutting with his tools, The sharp sound immediately attracted a number of onlookers. In fact, many had gathered even before the shopkeeper set his price, thinking it absurd to demand such a high amount for a few stones. It was hard to believe someone would actually fall for it and pay. Were there really that many gullible people around these days? Most were merely there to watch, and the actual buyers were nearly non-existent. The shopkeeper remained undeterred. He even hoped that the little girl would truly unveil some jade. If that happened, his business would surely flourish. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the crowd collectively gasped. Had something been revealed? Was there jade? Green could be jade. It truly was jade. The shopkeeper's face lit up with joy, momentarily forgetting his tools. Comrade Lu, it's green. It really is green. He never anticipated that this little girl would be so fortunate to turn waste into treasure. As long as a piece of jadeite displayed a hint of green, his business would thrive. Did he not see the crowd already inquiring about other raw stones? Glass variety, astonishingly, it is indeed glass variety. The boss examined it closely and couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, he regretted selling it. After all, this was glass variety jadeite. This was the esteemed old pit glass variety of Feitsue. Just how much could this small piece fetch? He felt he had suffered a substantial loss. Yet, he could not show it. The boss's heart was bleeding. Chapter 57. Astonishing everyone, boss. What is glass variety? Boss, is this glass variety, Feitsue, very valuable? For those unfamiliar with jade, it was truly a realm of darkness, knowing nothing at all. However, seeing the boss's expression, it was clear that this glass variety was indeed rare. Glass variety Feitsue is characterized by its pure, delicate texture, densely packed crystalline particles, and extremely high transparency. Its features resemble glass, visibly exhibiting fluorescence, commonly referred to by experts as qiying. Glass variety Feitsue typically possesses a glassy luster, is exquisitely pure and flawless in texture, and boasts a vibrant, rich, and uniform emerald green hue, making it a true gem among jadeite. In the end, the boss wore a face of envy. This little girl had opened a premium glass variety. Her luck was extraordinary. Little girl, your fortune is remarkable. After traveling extensively for many years, this is the first time I've seen someone unveil imperial green. Chao Yan placed her hands on her hips, radiating pride. Of course, my fortune has always been good. Chao Yan, Jinlong Zai Zai, have exceptional luck. However, Lu Wanxing wore a worried expression. Don't worry, Mo Ming Mei, understanding her concerns, whispered reassuringly. If someone fearless sets their sights on us, it's uncertain who will truly be unlucky. Lu Wanxing recalled her daughter's divine powers and, despite her worries, felt much more at ease. She was indeed concerned, but had overlooked her daughter's celestial abilities. With the little girl around, they truly had no reason to fear. Little girl, how should we cut these raw stones? The boss, holding his tools, looked expectantly at the remaining pieces. Having revealed one piece of imperial green was already a stroke of luck. He wondered if these few others would also bring fortune. The boss was not greedy, but underestimated Chao Yan's prowess. Chao Yan casually gestured, and the boss quickly understood how to proceed with the cuts. The crowd held their breath, fixated on the raw stones in the boss's hands, fearful of missing anything. Would these pieces yield green? This was the question on everyone's minds. Crack! Crack! It's green! Someone screamed. The color matched the previous piece. Could this one also be the so-called imperial green? My goodness, the odds of this are astonishing. That little girl is about to strike it rich. Boss, I want to buy the raw stones. Me too. I was here first, I want to buy. Hold on, everyone don't rush. I'll first cut the remaining pieces for the little girl, and then I'll provide you with the raw stones. The boss chuckled heartily. Just from unveiling these two pieces of imperial green Feitsue, he knew he could sell the jade materials effortlessly, finally relieving the pressure of holding on to them. Chao Yan selected a total of 5 raw stones, each of which yielded exquisite imperial green Feitsue. The probability of revealing green could be considered 100%, and Chao Yan instantly became the focal point of attention. Not only Lu Wanxing, but even Mo Ming Mei felt a tinge of concern. There were many discerning individuals present, but they hesitated to take a gamble. Now that the premium Feitsue raw stones were right before their eyes, who could resist temptation? The Feitsue produced from the 5 stones varied in size, the largest being the size of an adult's fist, and the smallest resembling that of an infant's fist, yet each held considerable value. "Excuse me, could I have a moment to speak?" A middle-aged man suddenly emerged from the crowd. Lu Wanxing's expression turned vigilant. However, Feng Mingxian was unfazed and smiled. "Look at me. In my excitement, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Feng Mingxian, the general manager of Jade Dingxian in the port city. We specialize in the jade business, and I would like to purchase the fei cui you have. May we step aside to discuss?" "I'm sorry, but this jade was purchased by my daughter. I do not have the authority to dispose of it," Lu Wanxing replied, shaking her head. Feng Mingxian raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Lu Wanxing's response. "Is there such an open-minded parent in Dalo?" Feng Mingxian bent down to look at Chao Yan, gently saying, "Little friend, would you be willing to sell the fei cui in your hands?" "I won't sell it. This is Yin Yan's." Chao Yan resolutely shook her head. Her chubby hands clutched the vibrant green fei cui tightly. This was her material for crafting protective talismans, and she would never part with it. Feng Mingxian crouched down, gazing at the little girl, unable to help but marvel at the disparity in luck between people. One must know that imperial green fei cui is a rare find. These jade materials could be transformed into numerous exquisite jewelry pieces, and he did not wish to miss out. "Little friend, if you sell these fei cui, you could earn a lot of pocket money," Feng Mingxian earnestly stated. Chao Yan still shook her head. "How about this? Uncle will give you 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan can buy you a lot of snacks." He did not lowball her due to her youth, but instead offered a very fair price. The crowd could not help but gasp. My goodness, 100,000 yuan! They had never seen such a large sum of money in their lives. They had not even encountered 1,000 or 100 yuan. This man was offering 100,000 yuan, truly a wealthy capitalist from the port city. Their gazes turned even more fervent towards the raw stones in the shop. Perhaps they too might strike it rich with fine fei cui. Mo Mingmei could not help but scoff. This was only the present. If it were in the future, such a large piece of imperial green fei cui would fetch at least 10 million, if not more. This guy thought he could secure it for 100,000. He was dreaming. Just as she was about to speak, Chao Yan once again firmly rejected Feng Mingxian. "Uncle, this is a gift from my parents. I want to sell it. There are plenty of stones here. You can buy them yourself." Feng Mingxian appeared regretful. "Really not selling? How about just 2 pieces for uncle?" "Not selling." Chao Yan shook her small head, decisively stuffing the fist-sized jade into her pocket. Seeing this, Feng Mingxian could only relent. Word spread rapidly. In no time, everyone in the department store learned that Boss Wang had sold jade materials that revealed remarkable quality. The raw stones in Boss Wang's shop instantly surged in value, and within minutes, they were sold out, leaving Boss Wang grinning from ear to ear. Lu Wanxing placed the remaining fei cui into a cloth bag and swiftly picked up Chao Yan, disappearing into the crowd. Once outside the mall, Lu Wanxing felt slightly lightheaded. "Mingmei, we must leave quickly. My heart is uneasy. We have no choice but to move along. For safety, let us head to a crowded place and go directly to the state-run restaurant. Sangu says the food at the state-run restaurant is superb. Slurp, I want to eat. Why hasn't the food arrived yet?" Yin is hungry." Chao Yan's small hand patted the table, her eyes eagerly fixed on the kitchen. Lu Wanxing, witnessing this, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. It seems her daughter's insatiable appetite remained unchanged. Finally, the dishes arrived, and once all the food was served, Chao Yan eagerly picked up her chopsticks, ready to feast. However, being a well-mannered child, she knew to offer the best to her elders first. Chapter 58. An unexpected turn. "Mom bought me treasures." "Thank you, Mom. You eat first." Chao Yan beamed, then turned to Mo Mingmei. "Guama is an elder, so you first too." Each took a chopstick, truly embodying the art of serving others. Then it was her turn, and she was thrilled. Chao Yan picked up a piece of tender, glossy braised pork, opened her mouth wide, and exclaimed, "Yummy." The little one's face radiated delight. The soft, fragrant braised pork nearly made her swallow her tongue. No wonder everyone claims it to be a delicacy of the world. It truly is. The little one's round, chubby cheeks resembled those of an adorable squirrel. Mo Mingmei couldn't resist reaching out, but the next moment, she was met with a reproachful glance from Chao Yan, causing her to feel a twinge of guilt. After all, it was simply that she found her too endearing. Enduring trials is not an option. A golden dragon cub must possess the dignity befitting its kind. Emperor Father, await Yin Yan's counterattack. Observing her daughter devouring the food with gusto, Lu Wanxing could no longer hold back. Yin Yan, you are still too young to consume so much red braised meat. Just a few pieces will suffice, or your little tummy will be upset. The little one was indeed still small, and such greasy food placed a heavy burden on her stomach. Mother, I have an iron stomach, as you have certified. I won't feel any pain, Chao Yan replied nonchalantly, continuing to indulge. That's because the dishes you make aren't overly greasy. Look at your little belly, so round and plump. If you enjoy it, I'll bring you again next time, Lu Wanxing said with a resigned expression. Ultimately, she couldn't bring herself to stop her daughter's enthusiastic eating. For one glance in her big, watery eyes melted her resolve. Besides, there was someone nearby cheering them on. Fine, if the child enjoys it, let her eat. After all, her daughter did possess an iron stomach. She had witnessed it herself, though her worries lingered. After this meal, Chao Yan's little mouth was shiny with oil, and her belly was full. After satisfying her appetite, the small child felt drowsy, yawning and nestling into Lu Wanxing's embrace, drifting off to sleep. Lu Wanxing couldn't help but laugh at her daughter's swift descent into slumber. The little one truly remained consistent in her love for food and sleep. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman careened around the corner and collided violently with the stroller, landing squarely on it. Instinctively, Lu Wanxing reached out to push her away, sending the woman staggering. Apologize. If you don't, you won't be leaving today. A young man shouted fiercely. Sister Wanxing, are you all right? Mo Mingmei exclaimed, startled by the sudden turn of events. What about Yin Yan? She wasn't hit by that old woman, was she? The earlier incident had been too alarming. The elderly woman had charged straight at the stroller, nearly sending it flying. Now, she had the gall to turn the tables. Lu Wanxing shook her head, glancing at her daughter still peacefully sleeping in the stroller, and, relieved that there were no injuries, let out a sigh of relief. The young man, seeing this, was infuriated, raising his arm as if to strike. Mo Mingmei sneered and kicked out her leg. The young man, caught off guard, was struck squarely, his face darkening ominously. You little brat, how dare you kick me? He had never been kicked like that in his life, especially not by a woman. The young man had already forgotten his original purpose for being there, ready to retaliate when he was halted by the elderly woman's sharp reprimand. Third one, stop. The old woman's eyes were downcast, her expression filled with displeasure. Why can't you keep your composure? If I had known, I wouldn't have brought you out. My back is hurting. I can hardly move. The elderly woman's brow furrowed, a pained expression crossing her face. You shall not leave. You hit my mother and refused to apologize, then kicked someone. Is this how you city folk behave? You will accompany my mother to the hospital, and the medical expenses will be covered by you. The young man bellowed. Had they not suddenly crashed into her, his mother wouldn't have hurt her back. They must take responsibility. The more he spoke, the more emboldened he became, raising his voice. Are you out of your mind? Please understand that it was you who were reckless, rushing out from his side. You were the ones who collided with us. Had my sister not intervened, your mother would have nearly sent my daughter flying. The blame lies with you, not us. Furthermore, being injured does not equate to being right, Mo Mingmei retorted fearlessly. You foul woman, you're asking for a beating, aren't you? Wang Weiguo rolled up his sleeves again, but Mo Mingmei stood her ground. Go ahead and try to hit me, if you dare. This lunatic had rushed out from around the corner, nearly sending the stroller flying. Now he expected compensation. Wang Weiguo had never encountered someone as unyielding as Mo Mingmei and found himself at a loss for words. Mo Mingmei scoffed. She had seen plenty like him in her past life, all of them seeking to extort a little money. You insolent woman, you're courting death. Third one, be quiet. The elderly woman snapped, clearly displeased with him. I apologize. My third child is merely worried about my injury. Young lady, please don't take offense. The old woman wore an apologetic expression. Is your child all right? It's all my fault for being too hasty and not noticing we were at a corner. Truly sorry. Mother, why are you apologizing to them? It's clearly their fault. Be quiet. The elderly woman snapped again. Madam, I believe you're a reasonable person. You rushed out from the corner. It's not our fault, and we have no obligation to compensate, Mo Mingmei asserted, fully convinced that the elderly woman was no innocent party. Had she been genuinely kind-hearted, she would have intervened during the young man's tirade, rather than waiting until now. The two were merely putting on an act, thinking everyone else was a fool. No need for compensation, Jianguo said, her eyes lowered, but when she raised them again, her face was still filled with regret. She struggled to stand, only to stumble with a gasp as the young man caught her just in time, preventing her fall. Lu Wanxing's anger, sparked by the young man's earlier outburst, began to subside. Ultimately, it was merely a misunderstanding that could be cleared up with some explanation. Mo Mingmei's gaze flickered with understanding. She had suspected that this elderly woman was certainly no kind soul. She anticipated the ensuing charade, and since there was still time, she decided to quietly observe their performance. They could not succeed in extorting her. Mother, Wang Wei said impatiently. Chapter 59. The setup. Jianguo patted her son's hand and smiled. Comrade, my son is simply worried about me, which is why he was a bit anxious. I'm fine. You may leave. Mother, it's clearly their fault. Why should they be allowed to leave? Wang Wei said, his expression sullen. Mo Mingmei wore a knowing look, causing Jianguo's face to flush with embarrassment. You shut your mouth, Jianguo admonished. Is this how I taught you? She looked at the two and smiled. Comrade, I hope I didn't frighten your daughter earlier? Lu Wanxing shook her head at the sight of her daughter soundly asleep, thankful that it was her child. Had it been another, they would have been wailing. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Jianguo's eyes as she continued. Comrade, you may leave. I will go to the hospital myself shortly. I hurt my back, and it has nothing to do with you. How could it have nothing to do with us? If you hadn't suddenly appeared, you wouldn't have hurt your back. Wang Wei scowled, unwilling to relent, which prompted Mo Mingmei to feel a surge of irritation. Just want to hit someone. This is a straight path. We weren't walking slowly. You rushed in and collided with us. We haven't even complained about scaring your child, yet you have the audacity to say we caused your mother's injury. Ridiculous. You're just fabricating excuses. Mo Mingmei sneered coldly. Yes, it's all my fault. Jianguo maintained her good temper, yet the surrounding onlookers were growing dissatisfied. They began to voice their discontent towards Mo Mingmei. Comrade, you are being rather unreasonable. The elderly woman appeared to be over 60. If she had indeed hurt her back, it would be understandable. If the injury were severe, she might very well be bedridden. If something were to occur, even if one were in the right, they could quickly become the wrongdoer. Exactly. The elderly lady is reasonable. She isn't demanding compensation. You should just be relieved. Just apologize, and this matter will be settled. That sister is right. Young lady, just apologize. I am not in the wrong. Why should I apologize? Mo Mingmei cast a cold glance at the well-meaning onlookers. You foolish women. Today, I shall teach you the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Shut your mouth. Lao San, Jianguo breathed deeply, evidently exasperated. Thank you all for your kindness, but it's truly not the fault of the two ladies. I rushed to the hospital upon hearing that my eldest daughter was in labor, and I never expected. As Jianguo's words fell, the crowd's sympathy intensified, condemning Mo Mingmei for her relentless demeanor. Mo Mingmei attempted to voice her thoughts again, but was halted by Lu Wanxing. Madam, you suddenly rushed out from around the corner. It wasn't just us, there were others too. We genuinely didn't have time to retreat. I was afraid you might collide with my daughter, so I pushed you slightly, which caused you to twist your back. Although it wasn't our fault, we do feel responsible, and we sincerely apologize. Her gaze was frigid, her reasoning lucid. Lu Wanxing spoke gently yet clearly, and her offer of compensation garnered a touch of goodwill from the onlookers. The two ladies, burdened with various packages and pushing a child, had indeed reacted too slowly, and that moment had been perilously close. Had the lady not intervened, it would have been the child in the stroller who faced greater danger. Compared to the elderly, infants are far more fragile. A flicker of darkness passed through Jianguo's eyes as she waved her hands repeatedly, her expression one of embarrassment. No, it was my fault. We can't accept this. What? Do you think we are in need of your 20 yuan? Are you trying to bribe us with money? Wang Wei glared with a fierce countenance. Our family lacks nothing. We have no interest in your filthy money. Keep your money. All I seek is justice. Lao San, Jianguo disapproved, then turned to the two women with an apologetic expression. She explained that her son had always been hot-tempered and had shown little improvement over the years. "Mother, please don't stop me." Wang Weiguo spoke in a deep, resonant tone. "Is it not that you think my mother and I are country folk, trying to extort you? I do not want your compensation. You must accompany us to the hospital to confirm whether my mother has indeed injured her back and whether she requires treatment. The doctor will decide." He reached out to grab Mo Mingmei. Mo Mingmei's expression turned icy as she lifted her foot, causing Wang Weiguo to instinctively retreat a step, clearly intimidated by her earlier kick. Lu Wanxing wished to avoid wasting more time with them, feeling an ominous premonition. "No, you must come with us to the hospital. I do not wish to bear the stigma of being labeled as a fraud." Wang Weiguo blocked their path, his face filled with impatience. "Lao San, I'm fine. Let them go." As soon as Jianguo spoke, she leaned on her waist, her face pale, appearing as though she might collapse, which frightened Wang Weiguo into quickly supporting her. "You cannot leave. Either come with us to the hospital, or we will call the police." It was clear he was determined not to let them go. "Then let us call the police." Montak Mingmai Laukit Kotli. She was curious to see what these two intended to do. "Not everyone injured is in the right. I refuse to believe the police would wrong the innocent." "Mingmei." Lu Wanxing looked at her disapprovingly. "It is merely a small matter. There is no need to involve the police. Regardless of the truth, this elderly lady has indeed been injured, and we are at fault." Her heart raced, sensing this was not a good omen. "Is there someone who can assist in going to the police station? I will pay 1 yuan for the errand." As Wang Weiguo made his request, someone immediately volunteered. After all, earning a yuan for just running an errand was like a windfall from the heavens. Lu Wanxing furrowed her brows, bewildered by how the situation had escalated to this point. The police station was nearby, and soon a middle-aged man in uniform hurried over. After hearing both sides of the story, the officer remained impartial. After 10 minutes of mediation, they reached a preliminary agreement to first go to the hospital to ascertain Zhang Guilian's injuries. If it was confirmed that she sustained an injury from the collision, she would not seek compensation, but only an apology to demonstrate her lack of intent to commit fraud. In Chapter 60, Yan was abducted. Lu Wanxing frowned. It was merely an apology, which she could give immediately. Yet for some reason, the ominous premonition grew stronger, but Wang Weiguo stubbornly insisted on accompanying them to the hospital. Even the police's intervention was ineffective. This was his sole demand. Aware that they were pressed for time and were military families, the hospital expedited the process, and the examination results would soon be available. Under Officer Zhou's mediation, Wang Weiguo ceased his ruckus, and after accepting the apology, the two of them hurriedly pushed Yan towards the dock. With half an hour left before the ship's departure, they needed to reach the dock promptly. Breathless, Mo Mingmei gasped for air, feeling sticky and uncomfortable, wondering how she had endured last summer. "Little Yan, you really slept soundly." Mo Mingmei gazed enviously. The little one had such a good quality of sleep. She hadn't even stirred amidst the commotion, which must have meant she was utterly exhausted. Children do sleep a lot. Sister Wanxing was right. Once the little one is asleep, it's as if thunder could not wake her. If she doesn't wish to sleep, no one can coax her. "Sister Wanxing, haha, let me hold Yan this time." Yan felt chilly all over, like a little moving air conditioner. And Mo Mingmei had long coveted the chance. Lu Wanxing smiled helplessly. "All right, you may." Mo Mingmei eagerly lifted the curtain. Suddenly, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed throughout the dock, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Lu Wanxing leaned forward to see, her mind going blank as she fainted. "Sister Wanxing." Mo Mingmei's face turned pale with fright. "Comrades, do you need assistance?" Yes. Myself and Sister Wanxing are military families from the South Island Military District. Our child is missing." Mo Mingmei spoke in a panic, her words tumbling over one another, her face frightfully pale. "Our child is missing. Call the police? Please help us call the police." Upon hearing this, the crowd sprang into action. Some helped lift Lu Wanxing, others sought the captain, while others rushed to call the police, creating a scene of chaos. "Did you buy the train tickets?" "Yes, I got them. The next train is at 3:20, standing tickets." "Standing tickets are fine. Let us depart immediately. Once this job is done, we can finally rest." A glimmer of greed flashed in Zhang Guilian's eyes. "These few stones are worth 100,000 or even more. And this golden doll, Jianguo, shook the little girl in her hands, her eyes bright with glee. This little one is so fortunate. I have no plans to let her go and will raise her myself. After all, she is still young and can be nurtured well. Moreover, this little girl is so beautiful. She would make a perfect granddaughter-in-law. Encountering such a fortunate situation, this little girl would surely enjoy a life of luxury. They had been in this line of business for quite some time and were quite skilled. They had already mapped out their routes and felt no guilt whatsoever. How long can this drug last? This little girl seems quite clever. If she wakes up, it could hinder our plans. Rest assured, I have increased the dosage. This little one won't wake for at least 10 hours. As for those two military wives, by the time they realize what is happening, it will be too late. What did you say? Who is missing? Chao Jianguo's hand trembled as he held the phone, unable to believe the news he had just heard. Who is missing? Yin is missing. Brother Zhao. Yin is missing. Yin is missing. Chao Jianguo bit his tongue until he tasted the metallic tang of blood, confirming that he was not hallucinating. Do not fret. I shall call my comrades immediately. Yin will certainly be fine. After hanging up the phone, Chao Jianguo promptly contacted the police station. My daughter, please do not come harm. Chao Jianguo realized that, given his position, mobilizing the entire city's police force to search for his daughter was unlikely, so he directly approached his associate, Chen Kongzhan. Upon hearing this, Chen Kongzhan's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he exerted pressure on the Nanshur police station. The police department, upon receiving the call, swiftly initiated action. Although they could not conduct an exhaustive search, they made significant efforts nonetheless. Moreover, the train station also intensified its scrutiny. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. Jianguo and Wang Weiguo had already whisked Chao Yan away. When Chao Yan opened her eyes, she found herself in Lianyang village. Wife, Wang Jinbao exclaimed joyfully, noticing her awakening. The great-grandmother said you are my wife. You will play with me in the future. How wonderful it is to have a wife. Wang Jinbao's excitement was palpable, a stream of drool and snot escaping him. Chao Yan looked at him with disdain. Who is this foolish child? Why does he think I'm his wife? Go away. Wang Jinbao remained oblivious to her thoughts. He reached out to touch Chao Yan's face. Great-grandmother said to treat my wife well, and then she will love me. Chao Yan frowned, her little face scrunching up in displeasure. With a swift motion, she slapped Wang Jinbao, her strength far exceeding what a mere 7- or 8-year-old boy could withstand. Wang Jinbao, covering his face, burst into tears. Great-grandmother lied to me. My wife hit me. Upon hearing his cries, Jianguo rushed in. Upon entering, she saw her precious great-grandson sobbing on the floor, and she immediately scooped him up, her heart aching. Oh, my dear, tell great-grandmother what happened. Great-grandmother lied to me. Wang Jinbao wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face. Jianguo, undeterred by the mess, felt a rush of joy. What happened, Jinbao? Did you hurt yourself? She began to examine him for signs of injury, but Wang Jinbao cried even louder. Wife hit me. He pointed fearfully at Chao Yan, pressing himself closer to Jianguo. Furious, Jianguo instinctively turned Wang Jinbao's face towards her, and upon seeing the imprint of a small hand on his cheek, her expression darkened. This little girl dared to do this? Chapter 61. Yin Yan's fury against the old woman. Did you strike Jinbao? Jianguo glared at Chao Yan, her gaze icy. With no one else in the room but the girl, it was clear she was the culprit. However, Chao Yan stood her ground, unafraid, hands on her hips, her little face defiantly raised. Yes, I did. Do you have a problem with that? Who told this foolish child to call me his wife? Just because I'm small does not mean I do not understand what that means. I know very well what wife means. I was merciful not to slap him to death. Jianguo scoffed. You may not grasp the gravity of your situation, little girl. She was determined to teach her a lesson for daring to strike her precious grandson. Huh. Yin is not afraid. Chao Yan leapt off the bed, surveying her surroundings with a look of disdain. What is this place? Who are you? I was eating in a state-run restaurant with my beautiful mother and godmother. Then I fell asleep. Where are they now? They are not being bullied by this old woman, are they? With that thought, Chao Yan glared angrily at Jianguo, her small fists clenched. Old woman, where are my beautiful mother and godmother? If you dare to bully them, I will make you pay. Jianguo's expression darkened as she hissed, "You dare to call my grandson a fool? You are courting death." She despised anyone calling Jianbao a fool, and this little girl had crossed the line. Jianguo had initially planned to nurture her as Jianbao's childhood bride, but it seemed she needed to be taught a harsh lesson. "He is a fool," Chao Yan declared, pointing directly at Wang Jianbao, her next words even more piercing. "He deserves it." Jianguo was seething with rage, nearly gasping for breath. "I will tear your mouth apart. Old woman, beware, I will tear down your house." "Oof, little wretch, do not be so pleased with yourself. You asked where your mother is? I will tell you, your mother sold you. You will be the child bride of the Wang family. If you behave, you will have food to eat. If not, not only will you go hungry, but you will also be beaten." Jianguo's malice was evident. She envisioned the little girl crying in fear, eagerly awaiting her reaction. To her surprise, Chao Yan was unfazed, not believing her words. "You are lying. My mother would never sell me. You are a big liar, an evil villain. Yin will defeat the villain." Chao Yan made a face at Jianguo, refusing to believe her malicious words. Her beautiful mother loved her dearly. She would never sell her. "Little girl, look around you. Do you see where you are? Your mother truly sold you. You are nothing but a burden. Your mother has abandoned you." Although Jianguo loathed the little girl calling her precious grandson a fool, she secretly admired her resilience. A little girl of just over a year old, awakening without her mother and not crying, was indeed a talent worth nurturing. If she could tame this little wretch, Jianbao's future would be secure. With this thought, Jianguo decided to forgive the little girl. "You are fortunate I am so magnanimous." Chao Yan retorted, "This old woman is shameless." "Little girl, as long as you behave," Jianguo warned. "Big liar." Chao Yan scoffed. "I will not be deceived. I will not listen to you. I will defeat you." She made a face again, hands on her hips, laughing heartily. Jianguo's expression remained grim. "Laugh while you can. Soon you will not be able to." She was determined to teach this little girl a lesson. She would not rest until she had brought her to heel. "You are a wicked old witch, and I do not believe you, you villain," Chao Yan declared, having witnessed enough to know Jianguo was indeed a villain, and misfortune was sure to follow her soon. "Yes, villain." Wang Jianbao, having forgotten his tears, clapped his hands in agreement. "Yes, your grandmother is a villain." Chao Yan laughed heartily. This foolish child was actually quite amusing. "Yes, grandmother is a villain," Wang Jianbao chimed, his mixture of tears and snot creating a rather unpleasant sight. Jianguo's face turned a deep shade of anger. "Little girl, if you keep talking nonsense, I will have to teach you a lesson." If Chao Yan did not submit, she would face severe consequences in the future. Chao Yan, undaunted, shook her head defiantly. "Old woman, I foresee bloodshed in your future. You should quickly beg me for mercy. Perhaps I will help you avert this disaster." Chao Yan mimicked the old scholars, shaking her head earnestly, her little hands gesturing wildly, appearing adorably mischievous. "You little wretch, I see you are in need of a beating." Jianguo spoke as she raised her hand to strike Chao Yan. This little girl needed to be disciplined. A swift punishment was imperative. Chao Yan, however, demonstrated no fear, boldly approaching and delivering a kick aimed at Jianguo's knee. The reasoning behind targeting the knee was evident. Her diminutive stature limited her reach. Alas, this was indeed a sorrowful rationale. Jianguo dismissed the action, underestimating the impact of a mere childish kick, believing it to be nothing more than a tickle. Regrettably, she misjudged Chao Yan's strength. In the next moment, she was sent flying, crashing against the wall, and subsequently rolling onto the floor, where sharp wooden debris emerged from nowhere, cutting into her head with a sharp sound. Chao Yan clapped her tiny hands, her expression one of innocent realization. This calamity was meant for her, and how amusing it was. "Monster, monster!" Jianguo's eyes widened in horror. This little girl was indeed a monster. As she recoiled in fear, she clutched Wang Jianbao tightly. "You are the monster. Your entire family is monstrous," Chao Yan retorted, her displeasure evident as she retaliated with several slaps, careful to control her strength lest she inadvertently cause grievous harm. She remembered her mother's teachings, never to take a life, even if the elderly woman was wicked. Such malice would eventually be met with divine retribution. Jianguo, bruised and bloodied, had lost several teeth and now appeared utterly pitiful. Yet, as the saying goes, those who evoke pity often harbor contemptible traits. Wang Jianguo, terrified, cried out loudly, while Jianguo, struggling to rise, was firmly pressed down by Chao Yan's finger, rendered immobile. Chapter 62. Yan continues to punish the villain. Jianguo gazed at Chao Yan in shock, and in that moment, she lost control of her bladder. How disgusting! Chao Yan grimaced, clearly repulsed. Even I, at this age, do not soil my pants, yet you, an adult, have done so. How foolish you are! Jianguo continued to insist, monster, monster! The great villain who abducted Yan will face retribution. Chao Yan, her small hand raised, declared fiercely, today, I shall act as the hand of justice. What do you intend to do, you little wretch? How dare you? Jianguo, filled with dread, retreated repeatedly, fearing for her life. She lamented her greed, wishing she had not been so avaricious. Oh, my dear grandson, it is your great-grandmother who has brought this upon you. Your words are too many. Yan dislikes that. Chao Yan interjected, delivering a slap that rendered Jianguo unconscious. In her final moments of awareness, she worried about her grandson, hoping the little monster would spare him. Great-grandmother, great-grandmother. Wang Jianguo, though simple-minded, was cherished by Jianguo as if he were her lifeblood, and he could not remain silent. Upon seeing Jianguo lying motionless, he began to wail, Mother, mother, who did this? Has someone broken in to rob us? He did not suspect Chao Yan. After all, what harm could a mere toddler inflict? Chao Yan, with a playful smile, pointed at herself, claiming, I did it. I struck this old woman. Impossible. Wang Jianguo gasped. How could this little girl possess such strength? Indeed, little rascal, it was I who defeated the great villain. Now it is your turn, Chao Yan proclaimed proudly, hands on her hips, reveling in her role as a hero of justice. That old, which is a great villain. This person is the son of a great villain. A little rascal. Yes, I am indeed the one. Chao Yan beamed, her dimples showing. I struck the great villain because she deceived me, claiming my mother sold me. A liar, a great liar. I must punish her. I am extraordinarily powerful. Wang Jianguo, in his naivety, giggled and pointed at Chao Yan, saying wife. Great-grandmother found a little wife for Jianguo. Great-grandmother said she is a wife, not a little wretch. Silence, you fool. I am not your wife. Chao Yan huffed. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she slapped Wang Jianguo. How dare you, insolent child? Chao Yan effortlessly evaded the blow, laughing. Ha! You cannot strike me. Wang Jianguo, enraged, swung a wooden stick at her, intent on inflicting harm. Just as the stick was about to make contact, Chao Yan reached out, grasping it easily and snapping it in two. This cannot be. How could this little girl break my mother's ancient punishment stick, which has endured for over 30 years? Yet the evidence was undeniable. Little rascal, you shall join the great villain. With that, he slammed against the wall, losing consciousness. Done. Chao Yan clapped her hands, ignoring the bewildered Wang Jianguo as she strode away. They are far too weak. I feel no sense of accomplishment. She had witnessed the depths of wickedness among the villains of Lianyang village, where malevolence ran rampant and injustices abounded. In the cellar at the village's end, many brothers and sisters were imprisoned, while numerous aunties were shackled in their homes like animals. She, Jinlong Zai, would rescue them. With a fierce determination, she made a face at the sky and marched forth, resolute in her quest to save the innocent. Following the memories of the villains, she swiftly located the cellar's entrance, which was barred by a heavy stone slab, accessible only to 2 adults. Chao Yan grinned, knowing this would not deter her. She was extraordinarily strong. With a confident step, she effortlessly moved the stone aside. As the door swung open, a foul stench assaulted her senses. Covering her nose, she scrunched her face in disgust. How horrid! How vile! Once the stench dissipated, she leapt inside. Brothers and sisters, Yan is here to save you. Wah! Mother, please let me go. I am wealthy. I can pay you. I do not wish to be sold or mistreated. I would rather die. Are we truly unable to escape? Chao Yan covered her mouth in revulsion. The combined odors of filth and excrement were nauseating, yet she held herself together. The moment she appeared, all attention turned to her. Child, who are you? Fu Yang, startled, sat up, drenched in cold sweat. He observed Chao Yan, noting she bore no marks of abuse and appeared well kept. How had she found them? Did she truly intend to rescue them? Surely she was not from Lianyang village? Could they genuinely escape? Chapter 63. The Mighty Cute Child. In a fleeting moment, 6-year-old Fu Yang contemplated numerous possibilities. The worst-case scenario was that this little girl was indeed from the village, and the villains would soon come to select their prey. Chao Yan instinctively looked over upon hearing the sound, then gasped and quickly covered her eyes. How dazzling! The radiant aura of virtue emanating from this young man was second only to that of her elder sister Qingyu among all the humans she had encountered, undoubtedly marking him as a paragon of goodness. In her eyes, the glow of virtue signified a good person. Fu Yang twitched his mouth in disbelief at the girl's words. Dazzling? What was so dazzling? Could you be a little fool? Little girl, are you from Lianyang village? A woman in her 20s grasped the iron gate, her body marred with bruises. The mere thought of her experiences in Lianyang village darkened her expression. Sister, I am not a villain. I am a great hero here to rescue you all. Today, Chao Yan shall uphold justice. Chao Yan smiled sweetly, unperturbed by the woman's grim demeanor. You? The woman found this amusing. This little girl was not joking. Were you also abducted by them? No one believed Chao Yan's words. Even if they clung to the hope of escape, they wouldn't be foolish enough to trust a mere child. She was simply too young. Chao Yan didn't mind being underestimated. She gazed at the rusted iron lock and effortlessly pried it apart, leading to a shocking scene. The iron lock split in two under her delicate touch, leaving those unaware to think it was made of flour. Hiss! The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. A small child broke an iron lock with her bare hands? Impossible. If they had not witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed it. Who was this little girl? Surely, they could not all be hallucinating. Hey, how did you do that? Fu Yang stammered, staring at her in awe. This little sister is incredibly strong. Chao Yan has said she is here to rescue you. Her strength is extraordinary. Chao Yan clenched her tiny fist. To prove her prowess, she directly molded the iron lock into a dough-like shape before their eyes, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Now, do you believe in Chao Yan? Older brothers and sisters, hurry and follow me. I will lead you to defeat the villains. We shall avenge our grievances and settle scores. Chao Yan will take charge. Chao Yan placed her hands on her hips, shaking her fist menacingly. She tried to maintain a serious expression. Had the occasion been different, they would surely want to pinch her cheeks. Little sister, are you truly here to save us? Little girl, the people in this village are all villains. There are too many of them. You cannot possibly be their match. Who are you really? Was this little girl truly sent by the heavens to save them? Could they genuinely escape their suffering? Lianyang village was a den of human traffickers, surrounded by mountains, leaving no room for escape. Do not worry. Chao Yan is incredibly capable. They're no match for her. Chao Yan patted her chest proudly. Chao Yan will beat the big and small villains until their noses are swollen. I shall uphold justice. You? Uphold justice? Someone could not help but scoff. This little girl could barely reach their waists, yet she aspired to uphold justice. This was the funniest joke they had ever heard. Staring into Chao Yan's serious eyes, the woman was at a loss for words. If only this little girl weren't from Lianyang village, she could have had a bright future, but being trapped in this wretched place, she was doomed to never see the light. Sister, Chao Yan is not from Lianyang village. She was sold by the big bad guys. Chao Yan felt the need to clarify. Why did this sister not believe her? After a long silence, someone finally couldn't hold back. Where are the people outside? How did you get in? Can you really save us? There were at least 100 people in Lianyang village, many of whom were strong and able-bodied. They could not escape. The girl's sudden appearance and her effortless breaking of the iron lock raised questions. Could she truly be their savior? Even though a voice in their hearts warned them this was absurd. What if? They had been trapped here for over a month, living in this cellar for their every need, sometimes even facing brutal beatings. Had it not been for their desire to live, they would have long since collapsed in despair. Everyone in Lianyang village was wicked. Not a single person was innocent. Even the youngest child was complicit in their actions, so there was no point in claiming innocence, for they truly were not innocent. Lianyang village was a village of traffickers. Who would have imagined this mountain-encircled village would be a den of such evil? The villagers were ruthless toward escapees. One girl had tried to flee amidst the chaos and was beaten to death in front of everyone. That girl was only 16, having been doted on at home, and in the bloom of youth, she was brutally killed. They could still not forget the despair in her eyes. Since then, no one dared to escape. In Lianyang village, they were not people. They were mere commodities, livestock, and people came to select them as they pleased. Their only hope lay in encountering a benevolent buyer who could liberate them from Lianyang village, a notion that was now almost unbelievable. They were living beings, and the feudal dynasty had fallen decades ago, yet they were reduced to being traded like animals. Did they resign themselves to this fate? They did not. But what could they do if they refused to accept it? They could not escape. They had no choice but to submit. The alternative to resisting was death by beatings or being abused to death. So in comparison, finding a good buyer was indeed a way out. How laughable, how ironic. Do not worry, older brothers and sisters. Chao Yan promised to save you, and she will definitely do so. Let's leave now. Little girl, what about the guards outside? Someone asked. There is no one. I saw no one when I came in. Chao Yan tilted her head, puzzled why it mattered whether there were guards outside. With Chao Yan around, even if there were, it wouldn't matter. I could knock them out with one punch. Impossible. The woman was incredulous. How could there be no one guarding outside? Was this little girl deliberately sent by the evil people of Lianyang village? If that were the case, it was undoubtedly to test them. The thought made everyone wary. Chao Yan spread her tiny hands, her round eyes wide with innocence. There really is no one. Are you not coming with Chao Yan? Chao Yan tilted her head. These sisters clearly did not want to remain here. Why wouldn't they follow her? The crowd responded. They wished to, but dare not. They were truly terrified of being beaten and, after what they had experienced, were even more reluctant to struggle. In this moment, a voice broke through the tension. Little sister, I believe you. I will go with you. Fu Yang was the first to step forward. He had only recently been abducted and had not witnessed the bloody scenes. So he felt little fear of Lianyang village, having always been bold. The little girl was undeniably small, making it difficult to trust her words. Yet her strength was evident. Breaking the iron lock with her bare hands was simply extraordinary, defying logic. This might be his only chance for escape, and he did not want to let it slip away. Once Fu Yang stepped forward, others began to feel emboldened, and soon more voices joined in. I will go with you. Count me in. I have been trapped here for over a month, and some of us have been here even longer. Staying only leads to being sold off like livestock. If I follow this little girl, perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. I will go with you. I'm willing to risk it all. Even if I die, I want to leave. Me too. In the end, everyone prepared to follow Chao Yan to escape. This might be their only opportunity. Some among them had been tamed for several months. If this continued, they might truly be domesticated, which would be a fate far worse than death. This young girl appeared as if she were celestial being sent to rescue them. They merely needed to follow her lead, uniting in their efforts, and perhaps they would seize the opportunity to escape. A total of 16 individuals were imprisoned in the cellar, 7 children under the age of 8 and 9 young girls aged 17 or 18. They cautiously trailed behind Chao Yan, their eyes fixed on the increasingly near exit, their hearts swelling with boundless hope. The moment they emerged from the cellar into the light of day, everyone wept, their cries echoing through the air. They had never imagined a day of salvation would come, even if it was just for that fleeting moment. They felt a flicker of hope. Sisters, we can surely escape. Now is not the time for tears. We must leave immediately. If we are discovered, our chances of escape will diminish significantly. Indeed, now is not the time for sorrow. While we have the chance, let's hide in the mountains and wait until nightfall to depart, one suggested. Chao Hang concurred, stating that Lianyang village was surrounded by mountains, with only one route out. To avoid detection, they must venture deep into the mountains and wait until the dead of night to leave the village. Li Duo recounted her previous escape during their abduction, having been beaten half to death by Jianguo and tossed into the cellar. Without her fierce will to survive, she would have perished long ago. Little sister, let's head into the mountains first, and then make our escape, she urged. Sisters need not fear. If we do not flee, Yin will lead you in seeking revenge. Chao Yan's soft voice, accompanied by her chubby little face, melted their hearts. Under normal circumstances, they would have readily agreed. However, given the present perilous situation, they were hesitant. Having escaped, they needed to proceed with utmost caution. Little sister is strong, but she is still just a child. Against so many adults, we have no capacity for resistance. It is wiser to tread carefully, they advised. Little sister, there are too many adversaries. We are outnumbered. It is best for us to seek refuge in the mountains. You do not understand Lianyang village. Everyone here is a villain. If we fall into their hands, our fate will be grim. Yin is unafraid. She is extraordinarily powerful. Even if they are all villains, she can make them weep and wail. Before I was even born, I was capable of being a great evildoer. Mere human scoundrels do not frighten me. Little Li Duo wanted to speak further, but Chao Yan waved her hand decisively and proclaimed, Yin will lead you all to leave this place boldly. Let us see who dares to stop us. With that, she urged everyone onward. The air around them was thick with malevolence, a swirling darkness that seemed unrelenting. She loathed it deeply, having vowed to act on behalf of justice. She would indeed fulfill that promise. The heavens of this world seemed blind, and she would reluctantly lend her aid. Hidden in a corner, the divine one could not help but roll its eyes. I truly thank you. Were it not for the formidable presence behind her, it would have long cast this intruder away. It sighed, feeling quite stifled in its role. However, recalling the benefits of a certain individual, it decided to endure. Lidudu azitata. Observing their uncertainty, Chao Yan picked up a stone from the ground and smiled sweetly at them. In an instant, she crushed the stone into dust with her bare hands. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the powder into the air. Hiss! They collectively gasped in astonishment. Is this truly achievable by a human? And she is merely a child. Had we not witnessed it ourselves, we would never have believed it. Wow, how impressive. You truly crushed it to powder. Little sister, are you a martial arts master? Little sister, you are incredibly strong. How did you do that? Sister, you are so amazing. May I learn martial arts from you? If I learn, I can fight off the bad guys and not fear being captured. The children gazed at Chao Yan with envy. Eager to learn, some even picking up small stones, attempting to crush them. However, the next moment revealed a harsh truth. Not everyone possessed such extraordinary prowess. They were merely ordinary individuals. Ouch! This is not foam. It is indeed a stone. Little sister, you are incredible. Fuyang looked on with admiration. Little sister is even more formidable than my uncle. From this day forth, she shall be my inspiration. I, too, shall learn to bend iron locks and crush stones with my bare hands. It's just average. Yin still has more practice to do, Chao Yan replied, basking in their praise while trying to maintain a humble demeanor. My godmother said that true masters must exhibit the grace of their status. Mo Mingmei said, Sister, now you believe that we can help you seek revenge. Chao Yan smiled at them. Just then, a beam of light illuminated Chao Yan, making her appear as a divine savior. In that moment, they believed, Little sister is indeed a celestial being sent to save us. I believe, Little sister, I seek revenge. I will slay those beasts. They deserve to descend into hell. Let us go. Yin will guide you in seeking vengeance. Chao Yan grinned widely, pleased by their resolve. With a flourish of her hand, she led them forward with determination. As Chao Yan and her companions made their way toward the village, they were soon discovered. Old Xuan, look quickly. Is that not the cargo locked in the cellar? Good heavens, it truly seems so. How did they manage to escape? Old Xuan slapped his thigh, realizing these were their goods, worth a considerable sum. Damn it, today we shall make them understand what it means to suffer worse than death. Hurry, summon the others. That group of worthless scoundrels has somehow escaped. Wang Gui dashed toward the village, fearing that if he hesitated, the cargo would slip from their grasp. Upon seeing Wang Laoshuan, several women instinctively recoiled, their expressions shifting. You big bad guy, do you not see this fairy standing here? Yin was furious, and the consequences would be severe. Undeterred by threats, she prepared to retaliate. Big bad guy, take a punch from Yin. Chao Yan shouted, leaping up to deliver a blow to Wang Laoshuan's knee. With a crack, his bone shattered. Ah! Wang Laoshuan screamed in agony, rolling on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Chao Yan. His knee was utterly destroyed. Who is this little demon? He could not recall such a formidable character being abducted from their village. Chao Yan laughed heartily, hands on her hips, and declared in her sweet voice, Sisters, I have broken this big bad guy's leg. Now you have grievances to settle. Go forth and take your vengeance. With Yin backing you, defeat this villain. The group exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. After a brief pause, Li Duo took the lead. She stomped on Wang Laoshuan's private area, rendering him incapacitated. He let out a cry, nearly fainting from the pain. Once Li Duo struck, the others swiftly followed, raining blows upon Wang Laoshuan. No one in Lianyang village was innocent. These fiends deserved no mercy. Minutes later, Wang Laoshuan lay barely conscious. Were it not for the rise and fall of his chest, one might assume he was dead. Had Fu Yang not intervened in time, Wang Laoshuan would undoubtedly have been beaten to death. They understood Fu Yang's words were wise. There was no need to soil their hands with blood over a scoundrel. Even if Wang Laoshuan survived, he was rendered powerless. Meanwhile, as Wang Gue ran, he shouted for help, quickly alerting the entire village to the commotion at the cellar. The village chief immediately gathered the able-bodied men, determined not to let the cargo escape. It seemed the previous demonstration of force had failed to deter this escape attempt. They would have to teach these wretches a lesson. This is indeed a significant source of income for their village, and it must not be mishandled. If even one of them were to escape, they would bring ruin upon Yangtzuan. He would never allow them that opportunity. A group brandishing weapons menacingly approached, blocking the entrance to the village. Faced with Wang Durong, they instinctively trembled. Compared to the scoundrel Wang Laoshuan, Wang Durong instilled far greater fear. Sister, do not be afraid. Yin is here. Let me see who dares to bully you. Chao Yan, with her short legs, boldly stepped in front of them. Unfortunately, her diminutive stature failed to shield them from Wang Durong's ominous gaze. Upon realizing this, Chao Yan's frustration grew. How infuriating. She would eventually grow tall like her father. That rascal dared to disregard her, and she would make him regret it. Father, this little girl was specifically left by Aunt Zhang. As a child bride for her son Jinbao, Wang Weigua quickly explained upon seeing his father's frown. But wait, shouldn't she be at Aunt Zhang's house? How did she end up here? The little girl, remaining in place, stated, I will not strike you, considering Aunt Zhang. If you won't hit me, then I will hit you. Chao Yan retorted, making a silly face. Then, with a swift kick, she sent Wang Durong flying. Her action was so quick and precise that no one had time to react before Wang Durong was airborne. Village chief. Father. Wang Weigua exclaimed in shock. Father, father. Chao Yan clapped her small hands, pleased with her achievement. She had only used a third of her strength, yet Wang Durong was not only knocked unconscious, but many of his bones were likely shattered, illustrating the force behind her strike. What are you all standing there for? Quickly capture that little girl. Wang Weigua bellowed in anger. That little girl was indeed quite uncanny. They gazed at Chao Yan with fear, hesitant to approach. She had knocked the village chief out with a single kick. Was she even human? The village chief weighed over 180 pounds. This was not a trivial matter. Even an adult would struggle to send the village chief flying, let alone a mere child. Could she possibly be normal? Perhaps she was a monster. With this thought, they looked at Chao Yan with a trace of terror. Come on. Yin beckons you with one hand. Chao Yan chuckled, her right hand behind her back, while her left hand beckoned with her pinky. The insult was slight, yet it stoked their tempers. Those who had previously hesitated were now incited to charge forward, brandishing their hoes. Little sister, be careful. Despicable. Fu Yang's heart raced. Chao Yan formed a fist with her left hand and leapt to deliver a punch to the approaching assailant. In matters of combat, Chao Yan had never known fear. She had no need to inquire in the heavenly realm about whom she should fear. Bang! Little brat, die. Little sister, watch out behind you. Fu Yang screamed, instinctively covering her eyes, unable to bear the bloody scene. As if she had eyes in the back of her head, Chao Yan kicked backward. Bang! The ambusher was sent sprawling to the ground, blood spewing forth, their internal organs likely injured. In mere moments, 5 or 6 young men were dispatched by Chao Yan's swift kicks. The villagers of Yangtzuan, witnessing this, no longer dared to approach. They were no match for the little girl. They had seen those men fall unconscious, their fates uncertain. Wang Weigua was filled with regret. Had he known, he would have sold the little girl outright. Older brother, older sister, watch closely. Yin will now avenge you. Chao Yan marched confidently towards the people of Yangtzuan. They retreated in fear, some even turning to flee. What do one do? With a single step, she sent one flying. Monster! Wang Weigua, I curse your ancestors. How dare you abduct this little demon? Oh, little ancestor, spare me. I won't dare again, I promise. Wang Weiguo attempted to flee while clutching his father, only to be intercepted by Li Duo and her group. Sisters attack. Scum beasts perish. I will kill you. I will not allow you to take advantage of me. With Wang Zhurong unconscious, Wang Weiguo had to protect him and was no match for Li Duo and the others. In just a few minutes, he was left battered and bruised. Not only him, but others were also dealt with, releasing their pent-up anger. Just the thought of what they had endured over the past few months made them weep uncontrollably. At that moment, they confirmed their salvation. They were truly saved. No longer would they worry about being sold or trampled upon by beasts. Wow, little sister, thank you. Truly thank you. Little sister, thank you. Little sister, sob sob. Sisters, do not cry yet. This is just the beginning. Yin Yin will lead you in avenging your grievances. Come, we shall seek revenge for our wrongs. Revenge, revenge. This filthy place deserves to cease existing. Heaven does not collect evil, but Yin Yin shall. With a thunderous crash, sensing the warning of the heavenly path, Chao Yan raised her pinky with disdain. Heaven responded, Chapter 66, Fear not, Yin Yin is here. Wang Gui hurriedly rushed to the village entrance, and upon seeing Wang Xiongliang shouted, Stop blocking the exit. Quickly grab your weapons and come assist me. There is a little girl who is particularly strange. She kicked the village chief away with immense strength. Wang Gui, panting, felt a lingering dread at the thought of that little monster. Wang Gui, it's just a bunch of women. You couldn't stop them? They did not believe Wang Gui. How could a group of women and children accomplish such a feat, let alone kick the village chief away? That was absurd. I am telling the truth. Thankfully, I ran fast. Otherwise, I would be lying on the ground now, uncertain of my fate. Wang Gui took a deep breath, patting his chest in relief. That little monster is terrifying. They have guns. Surely that little monster must fear them, right? No. Why would you need guns to capture a few women? Wang Gui, are you out of your mind? Wang Xiongliang spat, looking at Wang Gui with disdain. Brother Liang, I am not being cowardly. You do not understand. Among those women is a little monster who can kick anyone away. Weiguo and the village chief are nearly beaten to death. Hurry. What if we are too late and the village chief is killed? Wang Gui's face was filled with panic. Who would have thought that little monster could be so terrifying? Kill the village chief? Wang Gui, are you joking? What little monster? Wang Xiongliang inquired. I know. That little girl is exceptionally beautiful. And Aunt Zhang has taken a liking to her, Wang Zhu stated. That is a little monster. Her strength is frightening. She kicked the village chief away. And I witnessed it firsthand. I am not lying. Wang Gui was nearly swearing an oath. Our village's 10 or so young men have all been kicked away by that little monster, emboldened by her. Those women have beaten the village chief and the others black and blue, and their survival is uncertain. Brother Liang, you must hurry and bring people to assist. If they escape, no one in Yangtzuan will be safe. Is it that 1-year-old little girl? Wang Xiongliang scoffed, clearly skeptical of Wang Gui's claims. Wang Gui, are you really so pathetic, letting a little girl frighten you like this? How shameful. The crowd burst into laughter, evidently unconvinced. Wang Gui stamped his foot in frustration, his face flushed with anger. Brother Liang, I am not lying. That is a little monster. Just in case, let us take the hunting rifle from third uncle's house. If it comes to that, we'll be in big trouble. Their ability to thrive in Yangtzuan is attributed to their unity and collective resistance against external threats. Otherwise, any dissenter would have been exposed long ago. Are you truly speaking the truth? Wang Xiongliang spat disdainfully, casting a cold glare at Wang Gui. Brother Liang, regardless of the veracity of Wang Gui's claims, we should accompany him to investigate. Brother Liang, shall we proceed? Wang Gui pressed. Have you considered the consequences of deceiving Brother Liang? Are you not afraid? I swear I am not lying. If I were to deceive you, may heaven strike me down and leave no trace of my existence. Wang Gui's solemn vow swayed even the skeptics among them. Thus, voices of support arose. Brother Liang, one should always exercise caution. Indeed, Brother Liang, with Wang Gui's timid nature, he would not dare to deceive you. How about we fetch the hunting rifles? All right, I will retrieve my grandfather's rifle. Wang Xiongliang nodded in agreement. They recognized the wisdom in exercising prudence. Over the years, their village had engaged in countless dubious activities. Not just for 2 decades, but at least 10 or 8 years. Should these secrets be revealed, the entire village would suffer dire consequences. It was imperative that those vile individuals did not escape, and if they were to leave, it must be through an entirely different means. However, he was mistaken. Chao Yan would not lead Li Duo and the others to flee. She had vowed to assist them in seeking vengeance and to escort them away honorably. Thus they could not simply vanish. Chao Yan and Li Duo wandered through the village, attacking anyone they encountered, regardless of age or gender. The wails of despair echoed throughout Yangtze. When Wang Xiongliang and his companions arrived, rifles in hand, they found Chao Yan confronting a group of women, freeing those bound in chains. These women, having been sold, had succumbed to decades of assimilation. Rather than empathizing with the abducted women and children, they had become complicit in the atrocities. Such individuals were even more despicable. Strike, we must strike with fervor. Halt! Everyone stop, Wang Xiongliang commanded, raising his rifle. The moment the gunshot rang out, the previously chaotic scene fell into an eerie silence. Li Duo and the others, witnessing the rifle in Wang Xiongliang's hands, harbored a flicker of determination. Even if it meant death, they would not yield, even if it brought misfortune upon their younger sister. Realizing this, Li Duo instinctively shielded Chao Yan behind her. Younger sister, follow this path to the exit. Amidst the chaos, you must run. With your strength, you will surely escape. Do not concern yourself with us. If we could draw a breath, it will suffice. But you must escape. Just by fleeing, you will have achieved victory. Yes, younger sister, we will cover for you. Hurry. Why must I run? Chao Yan tilted her head, genuinely puzzled. No matter how many adversaries there were, she could defeat them all. She was exceedingly formidable. Younger sister, we know you are powerful, but even the strongest cannot contend against him, for he wields a rifle. A sense of unwillingness flashed in Li Duo's eyes. Though their younger sister was indeed impressive, unarmed against firearms, they held no illusions of survival. Nevertheless, she wished for no misfortune to befall her younger sister due to their presence. Having fulfilled her desire for vengeance, the rest was left to fate. Sister, trust me. I will ensure your safe departure, Chao Yan asserted with a serious expression. It is merely a rifle. I am not afraid. I fear not even the of my father. The emperor, why should I fear a mere gun? Ah, my sisters are underestimating me, she thought, determined to showcase her prowess. Wang Xiongliang blew the smoke from the rifle's barrel, casting a predatory gaze upon them, as if they were mere meat on a chopping block. Will you surrender obediently, or will you struggle futilely? The bullet in my hand knows no mercy. He leered at them with malicious intent, having long coveted this group of women. Anzhong insists that a virgin can fetch a high price. To me, they're all the same. Mountain folk cannot find brides. Not only virgins, even widows have their buyers. Chapter 67. A decisive victory. Beasts, if you have the guts, kill us all. Since we have escaped, we have no intention of living. Killing you would merely be a favor. One must make use of waste, Wang Xiongliang sneered. Beasts. Lu Lihua's face flushed with anger, her teeth clenched on her lip. Soon you shall see what true beasts are like. Brother Liang, how imposing. These vile creatures deserve a lesson. Brother Liang, grant me an opportunity as well. You pack of beasts, you shall face divine retribution. Li Duo spat buminly. She would rather perish than allow them to desecrate her. Divine retribution? Wang Xiongliang laughed heartily, dismissively cleaning his ears, exuding an air of indifference. What is that? I have yet to witness divine retribution in my life. Do you know what it is? Yin knows. Chao Yan raised her small hand, pointing upward. Her voice sweetly declared, divine retribution is heaven's punishment. Heaven's punishment? Wang Xiongliang laughed derisively, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. Brothers, did you hear that? This little one speaks of heaven's punishment. You're killing me with laughter. Wang Gui, is this the little monster you mentioned? Surely, she is not a fool, claiming heaven's punishment as if she were the deity herself. Speaking of heaven's punishment is rather amusing. Unfortunately, this little one nearly jeopardized our grand scheme in Yangtze. It would be best to torment her before sending her to meet Yin Wang. Chao Yan's expression darkened. She pointed accusingly at the sky, her small voice firm. Today, Yin shall act on behalf of heaven. Ha ha, on behalf of heaven, Wang Xiongliang mocked. What do you intend to do, little girl? To smite you all? Chao Yan replied innocently. As her words faded, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a thunderous crash as it struck Wang Xiongliang. Boom! Thunder roared, leaving him dazed and charred, the scent of cooked flesh wafting through the air. The crowd gasped. Has he truly been struck down? No way. Could this be genuine divine retribution? Indeed, this is divine retribution, Chao Yan proclaimed, her face alight with triumph. Hands on her hips, Li Duo and the others were elated, while Wang Gui and his companions trembled in fear. Sisters, you may now take your vengeance. Charge! Chao Yan elongated her sweet voice, which sounded like a blessing to Li Duo and the others, while it echoed as a death knell to Wang Gui and his group. If you dare resist, prepare for divine punishment. Thunder rumbled ominously, sending terror through Wang Gui and his companions. Monster, you are the real monster. Your entire family is monstrous. Our younger sister is clearly a celestial being sent to save us. Sisters, with our younger sister here, these scoundrels dare not retaliate. Let us attack. Beat them to death. You beasts, it is you who shall perish. The 9 girls unleashed a frenzy of fists and kicks, some even picking up stones to hurl at their foes. Desperate to obliterate them, these beasts had caused the demise of countless innocent women and shattered numerous families. They deserved nothing less than death. Should anyone resist, Chao Yan would point a finger, summoning thunderous wrath. Those who faced it suffered grievous wounds or even death, quickly rendering the others submissive. There was no recourse. The fear of the thunder was too great, and the strength of the little monster's fists too formidable. They do not regret their abduction. They merely lament having ensnared a little monster. Had it not been for this peculiar creature, they would still be indulging in a life of luxury. Instead, they now find themselves as mere meat on the chopping block, subject to the whims of these wretched individuals. This little monster must surely be sinister. Otherwise, how could it have summoned such thunder and lightning? While they are not easily frightened by spirits, the eerie tempest indeed fills them with dread. Stop! Everyone, cease this madness. We acknowledge our wrongdoing. We truly regret it. Oh no, you've killed him. Do not harm my father. Help! Alas, confronted by the frenzied Li Duo and her companions. Even the elderly are not spared, let alone the innocent children. They have succumbed to madness, consumed by a singular desire for vengeance. Let not escalate to murder. Cautioned Li Duo, wiping the blood from her face, still possessing a semblance of reason. She understood that should a life be lost, their justification would vanish. Such is the irony of the world. Even villains can become victims, for morality is seldom black and white. Nestled within mountains, Lianyang village is small, comprising merely a few dozen households, its population barely exceeding 100 souls. It is precisely due to its remote location that they dare to engage in their nefarious dealings, unobserved by the outside world. Apart from Wang Xiongliang and his cohorts, Chao Yan led her companions in exacting retribution upon the villagers, disregarding the notion of innocence. There were no innocents among them, only a den of devils. With vengeance fulfilled, it was time for them to depart this cursed place. In unison, they turned their gaze towards Chao Yan, who, at that moment, became their unspoken deity. Meeting their fervent stares, Chao Yan cleared her throat and assumed a serious expression. Unbeknownst to her, her pretentious demeanor was rather endearing. Had the circumstances been different, Li Duo and the others would have surely embraced her. "Thank you, dear little sister," they exclaimed, joy illuminating their faces as they finally escaped from the abyss. Chao Yan beamed, relishing the sensation of being a hero. "Look!" someone gasped, prompting all to gaze skyward. Above Lianyang village, dark clouds loomed ominously, crackling with electric energy, heralding impending doom. Instinctively, they looked to Chao Yan, for Lianyang village had committed heinous acts. Could it be that even heaven could no longer overlook their transgressions? If heaven truly had eyes, it would not have allowed Lianyang village to exist for so long. Rather than trust in divine providence, It is wiser to place faith in our little sister, Li Duoduo scoffed. Indeed, this must be the doing of our little sister. In recent years, the government has been cracking down on superstitions. Let us avoid causing her trouble, and act as if we have seen nothing, she advised. I am not foolish enough to provoke her, came the response. You all must exercise discretion. Do not speak of today as events lightly, she instructed. Chapter 68. Mother. Do not cry. At 17 or 18, they were still children, and it was essential to offer reminders. Do not worry, sister. We shall remain silent, they assured her, prompting Li Duoduo to nod in relief. Chao Yan, witnessing this, could not suppress a smile, for even if they wished to speak, their words would falter. Little sister, you must be tired after all this hard work. Allow me to carry you. No, I can manage on my own, Chao Yan replied, adamant in her role as the hero. Li Duoduo, recognizing her resolve, did not insist further. As the hope of escape grew stronger, they unconsciously slowed their pace. Lianyang village, deep within the mountains, was not a place one could easily leave. It would take 2 or 3 days to traverse the wilderness, a fact that had long shielded their misdeeds from scrutiny. Shortly after their departure, the thunderclouds above Lianyang village thickened, lightning streaking through the sky, casting a foreboding shadow, as if something dreadful was brewing to punish the evils of the world. Boom! Thunder roared, and a tempest unleashed its fury, plunging Lianyang village into a state of terror. The commotion stirred those who had fainted, awakening them to the reality of divine retribution. Heaven's punishment has arrived. It is all retribution, cried an elderly villager, tears streaming down their face. It is over. We are doomed. Laughter echoed amidst the chaos, for even in death, they would face the consequences of their actions. One by one, the villagers regained consciousness, their gazes locked onto the ominous sky, unable to deny the truth of their sins. Retribution? They had been engaged in their vile trade for over a decade. If retribution were come, it should have arrived long ago. It was undoubtedly the work of that little monster. Their immediate priority was to flee. Every villager, young and old, must escape, lest they face imprisonment for their deeds. Some remained unafraid, while others trembled in fear, pleading with the heavens for mercy, while the unafraid cursed loudly, struggling to rise and escape. Yet in the next moment, with a resounding crack of thunder, a deluge of lightning struck simultaneously, enveloping Lianyang village entirely. The flashes illuminated their grotesque thoughts. Boom! The entire village was consumed by the storm, all inhabitants silenced in the deafening roar of thunder. As the lightning struck, the villagers were reduced to charred remains. Their feeble whimpers drowned in agony, panic, and despair. They awaited death, just as they had once tormented those they had abducted. Justice is inescapable. Every evil action will eventually meet its reckoning. It was time for Lianyang village to face its due punishment. Do they regret their actions? No. They only wish they had not provoked that little monster, for had they not, they would not be in such dire straits. After an indeterminate time, Lianyang village was obliterated beneath the terrifying celestial retribution. This wicked place could no longer perpetuate its evil. Such was the punishment bestowed by heaven. There was no need to call the authorities. Those wrongdoers had already paid the price for their misdeeds. Li Duoduo gazed at the darkening clouds, biting her lip. In this moment, whether the mighty Li Duoduo or the smallest Fuyang, they all understood the source of that divine punishment. To protect their little benefactor, they could only feign ignorance. Let the wretched inhabitants of Lianyang village fade from existence. Their lives had only just begun, having been missing for months. They were uncertain of their family's well-being. Of course, there were families that favored sons over daughters. Yet, despite this, their hearts still yearned for home. The 6 children, with Fuyang being the youngest at 6, were of an age to remember, and soon, word would reach their parents. The authorities were skeptical of Li Duoduo and her companions' accounts, but luckily, the children were unharmed. The remainder would require thorough investigation. Upon receiving the news, Chao Jianguo and his wife hurried to Xinjiao County, unaware that their daughter had accomplished a significant feat, albeit one they could not disclose to outsiders. As days passed, and the children were reunited with their parents, only Chao Yan and Fuyang remained. They were untroubled, content to wait at the police station for their families to come for them. Chao Yan, being small and charming, endeared herself to the police officers, who doted on her and Fuyang. Just then, Chao Yan finished a bowl of malted milk drink, the froth still clinging to her lips. She patted her round little belly, a picture of satisfaction. Yan. Lu Wanxing burst into the room, enveloping her daughter in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes were red and swollen, her complexion pale, and her trembling hands clutched Chao Yan tightly. Since her daughter's disappearance, she had been unable to eat or sleep, haunted by nightmares of her child's suffering, leaving her in a state of perpetual unrest. She despised herself, thinking that if she had been more cautious, her daughter would not have been abducted. Upon receiving news about her daughter, Lu Wanxing immediately set off for Xianjiao County, traveling day and night without pause. Throughout the journey, her heart was filled with trepidation, fearing the suffering her child might endure. The moment she laid eyes on her daughter, her heart finally found solace. Yan was safe. It was truly a relief. I'm sorry. It's all my fault as a mother. I will keep a vigilant watch over you from now on. Lu Wanxing wept uncontrollably as she embraced her daughter. If it weren't for her negligence, how could her daughter have been switched? How could she have gone missing? The mere thought of her daughter suffering due to her oversight filled her with self-loathing. Mom, don't cry, please. Yan, sensing her mother's distress, comforted her with a childish voice, wrapping her little arms around Lu Wanxing's neck. I'm here, Mom. You don't need to be afraid. Her tiny hands patted her mother's shoulder, reassuring her that she was back and safe. The thought of those vile people suffering eternally in hell crossed Lu Wanxing's mind as she held her daughter tightly, fearing this might all be a dream from which she would awaken to find her daughter gone once more. Only she understood how agonizing these days had been. As a mother, she should have protected Yan. Yet, Yan had been switched right from under her nose. She felt like a failure as a parent. Mom, don't cry. I'm fine. I even helped my brothers and sisters fight the bad guys. Yan exclaimed, her urgency rising as she wished to see her mother smile again. Lu Wanxing's tears ceased at her words, and with a jolt of concern, she asked, What bad people? Were you hurt? Did they hit you? No. I'm super strong. Yan replied proudly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I knocked a big bad guy away with one punch. They were no match for me. If it were any other time, Lu Wanxing would have taken the opportunity to educate her daughter, but now, as long as Yan was unharmed, she would shower her with praise instead. For the daughter she had thought lost forever, she would go to great lengths to grant her every wish, even if it meant reaching for the stars. Mommy will praise you. Just keep being amazing. Yan loves to hear it. Yan's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Lu Wanxing couldn't help but smile, realizing her daughter was still the same spirited child. On the side, Chao Jianguo's eyes were also red-rimmed. He appeared disheveled, with stubble indicating sleepless nights spent worrying about his daughter and comforting his wife, who had been in tears daily. As the pillar of the family, he could not afford to cry or panic, only to feel a deep sense of anxiety. With their daughter missing, fear gripped him. Who says men don't cry? They simply do not shed tears until the moment of heartbreak arrives. Dad, hug. Yan stretched out her arms to Chao Jianguo, eager for a hug. This was the first time she had seen her father cry, and she wanted to reassure him. Oh, Dad won't say it. I guess it's up to you, Yan. Chao Jianguo embraced his daughter tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks as he held her close, whispering, With you here, Dad isn't afraid. No, not at all. Holding this precious treasure, he fought back tears, fearful that they might hurt Yan's delicate skin. Thank goodness you weren't hurt. You are still so lively. That's wonderful. Dad didn't cry. Chao Jianguo insisted, denying his tears. I absolutely did not cry. Liar, Yan retorted. I saw you, Dad. You're just too proud to admit it. Chao Jianguo felt a bit embarrassed, realizing his image in his daughter's eyes might be crumbling. Lu Wanxing couldn't contain her laughter at the scene, and their shared amusement broke the tension, bringing smiles to their faces. Brother Chao, you've endured so much these days, Lu Wanxing said. You've had it harder than I have. Chao Jianguo smiled. It's not difficult at all. For my wife and daughter, it is a joy. Fuyang, my parents are here. I have to go now. Yan waved goodbye to Fuyang, who looked longingly at her. He felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of parting with Yan, for she was far more remarkable than the other girls he knew. Yan, you're amazing. You can summon lightning. I want to play with you. Yin Yin nodded, quickly recited a phone number. This is the duty room's number. You're a qualified little brother, and I appreciate you. You can call me. She asserted, knowing not everyone could be her little brother. It required a certain merit. Yin tiptoed to pat Fu Yang on the shoulder, but alas, she was too short. Sensing her struggle, Fu Yang squatted down. Being a little brother means having good awareness, he said, and Yin successfully patted his shoulder, feeling delighted with her new companion. Hearing the number, Fu Yang's eyes lit up. Isn't that the number for my uncle's place? You live in the Nandao military district? How do you know? Yin asked, tilting her head in curiosity. My uncle works at the Nandao military district. I've called this number before. Fu Yang exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. Who is your uncle? Yin inquired, surprised to learn her little brother had connections in the military. Gu Ting, Fu Yang grinned. Is your uncle my godfather? Yin Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not expected her little brother to be the nephew of her godfather, making them practically family. Godfather? Fu Yang looked puzzled, unsure how his uncle became Yin Yan's godfather. I never heard my mom mention that. Yes. Mo Ming Mei is my godmother, and Gu Ting is my godfather. Yin affirmed sweetly. Is that true? Fu Yang asked, eager to believe. Of course. My godparents are wonderful to me. Yin Yan's tone shifted slightly, feeling a bit miffed at being doubted. No, I'm not doubting you. I'm just very happy. Fu Yang quickly clarified. Hey, if your uncle and aunt are my godparents, then you're my sister. He radiated joy, thrilled at the thought that Yin was not only his savior, but also his sister. He vowed to earn lots of money to spoil her. Wait, you're my little brother, not my big brother. Yin pouted, visibly upset. Being my little brother and you being my sister do not conflict, Fu Yang reasoned. After considering this, Yin broke into a smile. Chao Jianguo and Lu Wanxing never expected the world to be so small, discovering that Fu Yang was indeed the nephew of Gu Ting. Now that they knew, they could not simply leave. They needed to stay with Fu Yang at the police station until his family arrived. Fu Yang was overjoyed, chattering excitedly as he held Yin Yan's hand. Chapter 70. The flustered Fu Yang Zhao Yin was quite generous with her little brother, patiently listening to his incessant chatter despite being somewhat annoyed. Having been preoccupied with vanquishing villains, she had only noticed Fu Yang's radiant aura of merit and had not taken a closer look at his future. Now that Fu Yang was not only her recognized little brother, but also the nephew of her godfather, she felt compelled to examine his fate more thoroughly. Upon doing so, Zhao Yan was filled with sympathy. Goodness, her little brother seemed to have a rather dismal lot. Fear not, for you are now Yin Yan's little brother, and she shall ensure that you do not end up disabled, languishing in the streets to meet a tragic end, she reassured him. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. Indeed, how blind and heartless the heavens must be. My little brother, who is clearly enveloped in merit, is destined for a fate of disability and begging, dying tragically on the streets, she lamented. Bah, if the heavens will not act, then Yin shall take matters into her own hands. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead. Oh, you wish to strike Yin? Zhao Yan glared fiercely at the sky, unafraid. Her sympathy for Fu Yang deepened as she looked at him again. Oh dear, how pitiful you are. But worry not, for I shall surely assist you. Yin, what did you just say? Fu Yang covered his mouth. Panic etched across his face. He found himself at a loss for words. Had he just heard Yin Yan's thoughts? Whenever he attempted to voice his own, an unseen force seemed to restrain him. Despite his cleverness, he was merely a 6-year-old child, and such an occurrence was bound to frighten him. Instinctively, Fu Yang glanced at Chao Jianguo and Lu Wanxing. They were Yin Yan's parents. Surely they could hear her thoughts too. Uncle Zhao, Aunt Lu, can you hear Yin Yan's? The more anxious he became, the more tongue-tied he felt, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What do you mean? Zhao Yan tilted her head, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Why is my little brother acting so foolishly? Unable to articulate his thoughts? Yin, I heard your. Fu Yang struggled to express himself, only to grow increasingly frustrated. Chao Jianguo and Lu Wanxing exchanged glances, surprised that this boy could also perceive their daughter's thoughts. It appeared he was trying to convey something about sharing thoughts, yet he could not express it. Clearly, a mysterious force was at play, inhibiting him. Yin, I heard your. Fu Yang felt tears welling up. Why could he not articulate his feelings? Oh no, What if my little brother has gone completely daft? Perhaps I should reconsider taking him as my little brother. I am not foolish. Fu Yang's heart sank at the thought of Chao Yan rejecting him. Yin, I am not foolish. I am quite clever, truly. I am the smartest child in our neighborhood. Well, that only makes you seem more foolish, Chao Yan replied dismissively, her small hand waving in the air. Deep down, she had already dismissed Fu Yang from her list of potential little brothers. While he need not possess a tyrannical aura, he certainly could not be foolish. Fu Yang's heart fell heavy, and he resolved to prove his cleverness. His family resided in Jing City, and traveling to Xianjiao County would take 3 to 4 days unless they flew, which was not a viable option for an ordinary person in this era. Moreover, Xianjiao County lacked an airport. Chao Jianguo and the others wanted to stay with Fu Yang until his family arrived, but they could not linger in the police station indefinitely. After presenting his credentials and contacting Gu heading for assurance, Chao Jianguo facilitated their departure from the police station with Fu Yang. Chao Jianguo checked into a guest house and subsequently took the 2 children to a state-run restaurant for a meal. You must be starving after these past few days. Please eat well, Lu Wanxing said, her eyes brimming with tears. She worried whether her daughter had been well fed or faced any hardships. Mom, don't cry. I'm not crying. Lu Wanxing quickly wiped away her tears, not wanting to cause her daughter any distress. She busily served her daughter food, all the while ensuring Fu Yang was also taken care of. Once they had filled their bellies, Chao Jianguo and Lu Wanxing finally had the opportunity to discuss the matter of the villains. From the police station, they had learned that several children had been brought in by kind-hearted individuals without any mention of human traffickers. Since the police had not inquired about it, they felt it best not to pry, sensing that there might be secrets involved, potentially related to their daughter, and so they chose to remain silent. When Yin awakened and found her mother absent, she did not cry. Yin is so strong. Chao Yan beamed with pride. The big bad guy lied, claiming my mother had sold me, but I knew that wasn't true. My mother loves me too much to do that. I even gave that big bad guy a good beating. Aren't I amazing? Indeed, your mother loves you dearly. How could she ever part with you? Lu Wanxing embraced her daughter tightly. If her little girl were an ordinary child, she would have been terrified by the human trafficker's words. Those scoundrels were utterly despicable. If she ever crossed paths with them, she would not let them off lightly. Yin is a special little golden dragon. I saw right through the big bad guys and dealt with them all at once, Chao Yan declared proudly. Chao Jianguo and Lu Wanxing exchanged bewildered glances. What exactly has our daughter done? Fu Yang piped up. Yin is a little golden dragon. The village of big bad guys is filled with them. They all deserve punishment, so Yin is enacting justice on their behalf. The heavens even bestowed upon her a measure of merit. Thunder rumbled again. Strange. It is a clear day. Why is there thunder? Let us go. Let us go before it rains. Yin, tell your mother what happened. I want to hear. Lu Wanxing quickly redirected her daughter's focus. The last thing she wanted was for her daughter to dwell on the thunder, fearing it might strike her. Yin is not afraid. Mother, you should know that I'm super strong. I sent the big bad guys flying with just one punch. They were no match for me. I saved many older brothers and sisters. I am a little hero, Chao Yan said, resting her chin on her hand, filled with pride. Indeed, our Yin is a little hero, Chao Jianguo exclaimed, lifting his daughter high. He felt immense pride for her abilities. Chapter 71. Chao Jianguo's selfishness. Daddy is a hero, and so is Yin. Chao Yan smiled sweetly. Yes, both of you are heroes, Lu Wanxing added with a laugh. In their concern, they had momentarily forgotten about their daughter's impressive prowess. After all, she was capable of kicking wild boars. Her self-defense was certainly secure. Not only was her martial prowess extraordinary, but she was also like a celestial being beyond the reach of mere mortals. Can you tell us more about it, Yin? Lu Wanxing inquired. Chao Yan nodded, recounting her tale in vivid detail. As she reached the most thrilling parts, both Lu Wanxing and Chao Jianguo held their breath, fearful of missing a single word. Is this truly our daughter? They had always known she was remarkable, but they had never comprehended the extent of her extraordinary abilities. They were still too conservative in their thoughts. During the narration by Zhoyn, Fying assisted in filling in the gaps. When the two heard of the divine punishment descending upon them, They finally understood why they had remained silent about the events in Li Wanxing village. They feared that the matter would spread and be detrimental to Yn. It must be said that they had grasped the truth. Mom and Dad, is Yn impressive? Zhou cradled her small face, staring eagerly at them. Jianguo scooped up his daughter, performing an aerial drift that made Yn burst into delighted giggles. Lu Wanxing nearly slapped him for being reckless, fearing he might drop their daughter. My daughter is truly remarkable. I am proud of you, he declared. However, Jianguo paused, and in the expectant gaze of Yn, he continued, when we encounter danger, we must prioritize our safety. We cannot put ourselves at risk. I know you are formidable and possess innate strength, but you are still just a child of a little over a year old. You must think not only of yourself, but also of your mother and me. If anything were to happen to you, how would your parents survive? We cannot live without you. So you must ensure your own safety and never take unnecessary risks. Do you understand? This time, Yan did not boast about her own capabilities or dismiss their concerns. Her attitude was commendably contrite. If you truly understand, that would be for the best. Lu Wanxing knew her daughter well. With just a glance, she could discern her thoughts. Her daughter was not only capable, but also audacious. It was unlikely she would remain obedient. And all Lu Wanxing could hope for was thatYn's abilities would be sufficient to keep her safe. Yan giggled, realizing, oh no, Mom has noticed. Lu Wanxing, upon seeing this, could only chuckle and tap her daughter on the nose. In Ngo County, a certain guest house, is Yn asleep? Jianguo inquired softly as he peered inside. Lu Wanxing nodded. Yes, she is. It is getting late. You should take little Ying and rest, she added. Little Ying was only 6 years old. She must have been terrified by the events. Thinking of her daughter's words, she felt a pang of pity for the little one. Uncle NL, can you hear Yin's voice? Ying lowered his voice intentionally. While Yin was present, he could not express it. Just moments ago, it felt as if a barrier had been lifted, allowing him to speak freely. You can hear Yin's voice? Ngo countered with a question. Ying bit his lip, deciding to speak candidly. You are Yin's parents. You must be able to hear her voice. I heard it. Yin said I would die tragically in the streets. She also mentioned she is a little golden dragon and can summon heavenly thunder. It is no surprise she can foresee her own future. He simply did not expect his own future to be so grim. However, that must have been the fate he was to encounter before meeting Yin. Surely, it would change after their meeting. The future is not immutable. Knowing he was destined for a tragic end, he resolved to alter it. Heaven had allowed him to meet Yin, thus changing his destiny. Jianguo slapped Ying on the shoulder. Just as their family had altered the moment they heard Yin's voice, so too had Ying's future been transformed by meeting her. Indeed, meeting Yin has changed my future, Ying affirmed. Yin is a blessing sent to save me, and I will protect her. Uncle and Aunt need not worry. I will not spread any rumors. I will ensure Yin's safety, he declared earnestly. Yin not only saved him in the present, but also safeguarded his future, and he was determined to protect her. I can protect my daughter myself. There is no need for a little brat like you to do it. You must focus on keeping yourself safe. Jianguo was truly overthinking, let alone the fact that Ying was still a child. Even if he grew up, Yan would not seek him out. For she was a dragon that favored the strong, and Ying did not fit that description. Lu Wanxing sighed in exasperation. Their daughter was still so young, yet he was thinking so far ahead. However, Jianguo believed in preparing for potential threats from a young age, concerned that their daughter might be lured away by predatory boys. All right, you should take little Ying and rest. I must go in and accompany our daughter as she sleeps. Ngo and GHTH and arrive at the Ngo County train station around 7 o'clock the following evening. Upon disembarking, they headed straight for the police station. Learning that their son was staying with Ngo at the guest house, they hurried there without delay. Upon seeing Ying, GH and embraced him, weeping uncontrollably, even more so than Lu Wanxing had the previous day. Yingi, and my dear Wanxing, Chen, who was 33 when she had this precious child, dotes on Fying immensely. Not only her, but Fzhing, who also indulges their only son. After Fying went missing, Chen felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. Had it not been for Fzhing who holding her back, she would have torn apart Chen who, that wretched woman. If it weren't for Chen who, her son would not have disappeared. She could not believe that Chen, who had no ulterior motives. Before Fying's birth, the F family had only 2 daughters from Chen who, and the elderly couple favored their granddaughter over their own daughters, leaving the best for the eldest house. Ghzhn's family was supportive and never cared for what the elderly couple thought, thus emboldening Chen who to mistakenly believe that the possessions of the second house were also hers. This time, she would not let it go easily. After Fying was born, the elderly couple's affections began to shift toward the second house, which irked Chen who, leading her to frequently complain behind their backs. Though she benefited from this, she had said little, choosing to feign ignorance. She never expected Chen who to act so heartlessly and harbor thoughts against Ying. It was truly detestable. Just thinking of it made Chen wish to consume her whole. Ying, you scared your mother to death. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Did those beasts harm you? Let me see. Chapter 72. It's Ying, not a younger sister. As Chen spoke, she reached out, want to pull her son's clothes to check for injuries. Fying clung desperately to his clothing, fearing that if he hesitated, his mother would strip him bare. His face flushed red like a monkey's behind. Mom, I'm not hurt. Really? Chen was skeptical. How could her child be unscathed after going missing for so many days? He must have been hiding it to prevent them from worrying. This child is far too sensible. Really, truly, I am fine. I was only captured for a few days before I met the big brother who saved me. Fying insisted repeatedly, terrified of being stripped by his mother. Fzhing who turned to Jianguo, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. Hello, I am Fying's father, Fzhing who, and this is my wife, Chen. I hope you can forgive our rudeness. No need for apologies. Jianguo smiled. I am Jianguo from the Ndo military district, and this is my wife, Lwnxing, and my daughter, Oyn. Dad, Yn is recognized as a goddaughter by uncle and aunt, Fying exclaimed, escaping his mother's suffocating embrace, his little lips pouting. I was able to escape this time, thanks to Yn. She is my savior. I want to go play with Yn in the Ndo military district. Can I stay at uncle's house? Fzhing who looked on in astonishment. His son had always been somewhat of a loner, distinct from others in the compound. However, he could not say he was entirely unsociable. Using his own words, he found his peers to be too foolish for his liking. This was the first time he had seen his son so fond of someone, especially a little girl just learning to walk. As for his son's claim of having a savior, he could not believe it. A child barely over a year old could hardly be considered a savior. It was ludicrous. Dad, don't you believe me? Yang furrowed his brows, displaying a hint of displeasure. For a moment, Fu Zhenghua found himself at a loss for words. How could he possibly believe such a thing? It was utterly inconceivable. Who would take such a claim seriously? Fu Yang fixed his gaze intently on Fu Zhenghua, resolved to present a logical argument to his father. Dad, didn't you once say that one should not judge a person by their appearance, and that the ocean cannot be measured in mere pints? You mustn't view people through outdated lenses. Sister Yan may be young, but she possesses great strength. Our escape this time was largely thanks to her. You cannot doubt her capabilities. Chao Yan finally grasped the situation. Fu Yang's father did not believe that she had rescued him. This was unacceptable. She would not tolerate such skepticism. Uncle, Fu Yang is right. You cannot underestimate Yan. As Chao Yan's eyes sparkled with determination, she decided to impress this uncle with her prowess. Chao Yan, what are you doing? Lu Wanxing exclaimed, her anger flaring upon seeing what Chao Yan was holding. This little rascal was infuriating. It was true that 3 days without discipline could lead to chaos. She should never have expected anything from her. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Gu Hajin quickly reacted, her eyes filled with astonishment. This young girl possessed such strength? She effortlessly dragged a wooden bed out with one hand, and Gu Hajin was beginning to believe her son's words. Uncle, can you lift it? Chao Yan asked, completely oblivious to her mother's warning gaze. She proudly looked at Fu Zhenghua, lifting the wooden bed with ease, showing no signs of strain. She grinned at Fu Zhenghua. Uncle, see? It's not that heavy. Would you like to give it a try? Fu Zhenghua's expression stiffened, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As a civilian, his strength was rather average, and he indeed could not lift the bed. However, facing the challenge in the young girl's eyes, he could not admit his limitations. It would be too humiliating for an adult to be outdone by a child. He still had his pride to uphold. Captain Zhao, your daughter is truly remarkable. Fu Zhenghua decisively shifted the conversation. Uncle, I know I'm amazing. Can you lift it? Chao Yan persisted, unwavering in her pursuit. Fu Zhenghua's expression faltered. He simply could not lift it. Sister Yan, please spare my father. He really cannot lift it. My father is not a soldier like Uncle Zhao. He is a literary man with no physical strength. Fu Yang mercilessly exposed his father's pride. Fu Zhenghua's lips twitched. Fu Yang was indeed a good son, making him feel utterly embarrassed. So Uncle's strength is so limited? Chao Yan beamed sweetly. Fu Zhenghua felt as though he had taken an arrow to the chest. It was too hurtful. What could he do against these two little rascals? All he could do was laugh awkwardly. Chao Yan instinctively covered her behind. Realizing her mother might be getting angry, there was danger. She needed to act quickly. With little legs, she hurriedly dragged the bed back into the house. Ha! Your daughter is truly adorable. Fu Zhenghua chuckled, feeling he could not compare. This was beyond him. Chao Yan had proven her worth. And Gu Hajin found herself even fonder of her, not to mention that she was her brother's adopted daughter. Gu Hajin took a jade bracelet of vibrant green from her wrist, the quality evident and undoubtedly valuable. Lu Wanxing tried to intervene, but failed. Good child. This is a welcome gift from your godmother. I didn't bring much this time, but when you visit Jing City, I will prepare something even better for you. Godmother? Chao Yan tilted her head, puzzled. Hadn't her godmother been Imo Mingmei? When did this change occur? You are my brother's adopted daughter, which makes you my adopted daughter too. I am not mistaken, Gu Hajin said with a hearty laugh as she scooped Chao Yan up. Now, call me godmother, will you? Little rascal, come and greet your sister. Sister Yan, from now on, you're my real sister, Fu Yang grinned. No, Chao Yan firmly rejected, her expression resolute. Auntie, I am sorry, but I already have a godmother. I cannot call you that, or else my godmother will be upset. The bond between her and her godmother had been established since childhood, and she would not waver. She was a dragon with a sense of responsibility. Mo Mingmei, is that how you use waver? Before Gu Hajin could speak again, Chao Yan turned to Fu Yang and earnestly proclaimed, Fu Yang, you are my little brother. You cannot call me Sister Yan. You should call me big sister, just Sister Yan. Okay, Sister Yan, no problem. Fu Yang instantly complied with enthusiasm. The four adults present could not help but chuckle at the exchange. Gu Hajin found herself even more enamored with Chao Yan. How could this little one be so endearing? No wonder her sister-in-law wanted to recognize her as family. She regretted being late and missing out on such a delightful daughter. Having arrived hastily, Gu Hajin and Fu Zhenghua had not informed their family of their visit. Now that they confirmed Fu Yang was safe, it was time to call home and assure everyone of their well-being. So they prepared to leave with Fu Yang. Yang, say goodbye to your sister. We must be going, Gu Hajin remarked. Fu Yang, with a serious expression, corrected her, Mom, it's Sister Yan, not sister. As a dutiful little brother, he must adhere to his older sister's commands. Gu Hajin, exasperated yet amused, replied, Yes, it's Sister Yan, not sister. Chao Yan nodded in satisfaction. Her little brother was quite obedient, and she was pleased. With that in mind, she decided to carve a protective talisman for her little brother. No one could take Chao Yan's belongings unless she willingly allowed it. Chapter 73. My Sister is Back. He did not particularly like having two elder sisters at home. He had no friends in the courtyard either. Those little brats were far too childish for his liking. Chao Yan, little brats? Fu Yang, Sister Yan is not a little brat. He now only wished to stay by Sister Yan's side, protecting her. As a little brother, This was his duty. Mom, is that okay? Fu Yang pleaded, pulling at Gu Hejin's arm. His request left both Gu Hejin and Fu Zhenghua dumbfounded. This was the first time they had witnessed Fu Yang act so endearingly. It was an exceedingly rare occurrence. They knew their son well enough, and Chao Yan's charm was truly remarkable, managing to elicit such behavior from him. Gu Hejin would have loved to grant her son's wish, but thinking of the elderly couple at home, she ultimately refused. Your grandparents love you dearly. You cannot abandon them. Fu Yang's face fell at her words. Fine. His grandparents treated him well, and he could not neglect them. Sister Yan, I cannot go play with you at the military district. All right. If you want to go to the Southern Island Military District, I will take you there during summer vacation. Coincidentally, I will be visiting your uncle and aunt then. Gu Hejin replied. What about you, Hejin? What will I do if you leave? Fu Zhenghua exclaimed anxiously. What would he do if his wife left? Gu Hejin shot him a look of helplessness, as she was determined to accompany their son. Fu Zhenghua glanced at Fu Yang, blaming the little boy for his predicament. Ever since Fu Yang's arrival, his standing in the household had plummeted. How he longed for the days of a two-person world with Hejin. Fu Yang paid no mind to his father's feelings. All he heard was that he could visit the island during summer vacation, prompting him to cheer loudly. Thank you, Mom. I love you the most. Ah, and I love you the most too, Gu Hejin replied, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. When had her son ever expressed such sentiments? He must have learned it from the little girl. If so, it would not hurt to learn more from her. Fu Jing wa fil wronged. If you love our son the most, what about me? Gu Hejin abruptly turned away, prioritizing their son. With her mother-esque promise, Fu Yang felt much better. Ah, and I already missed Sister Yan before leaving. Lu Wanxing nodded. There were still 3 children at home, while her eldest son was reliable. She still worried. Since the sports event began, she had not seen her parents for over a decade. I remain uncertain about the current well-being of my parents, as they have always chosen to share only joyous news while concealing their troubles. Over the past decade, I have accumulated over 2 months of family visit leave. Upon reflecting, Chao Jianguo mused that 2 months would suffice. Lu Wanxing's eyes sparkled with delight, for the children should indeed meet their grandparents. They would undoubtedly cherish them. Chao Jianguo held no objections to this plan. Truth be told, had the Lu family not faced adversity, he would feel unworthy of Wanxing. In the past, Wanxing belonged to a prestigious lineage, while he was merely a man of martial prowess. Marrying Wanxing, he could only contribute in ways within his humble means. Admittedly, he had not provided substantial support to the Lu family. Their own connections could navigate numerous intrigues, which left him feeling a sense of guilt. His understanding of the Zhao family was limited. He only knew that his mother-in-law had passed away and that Zhao Ge had little contact with his hometown. Chao Jianguo frowned and declined any assistance. Had he not indulged the mischief of Zhao Daji and Zhao Deli, his mother might not have met her untimely fate. He would never forgive himself for this. Lu Wanxing noticed his expression, but chose not to press further. She was aware that her husband was not particularly close to the Zhao family. Her primary concern was her husband's sentiments. Now, Zhao Ge had her and their children by his side, no longer isolated. At the Nandao Military District School, Chao Hang could hardly contain his eagerness to reach the dock. Chao Hang, where are you going? The math teacher inquired with concern. The entire military district was aware of the kidnapping incident involving the daughter of the commander, and rumors indicated that the child had been found. Teacher Lu and Commander Zhao had left the island overnight, and the veracity of these claims was uncertain. Both Teacher Lu and Commander Zhao were good people, and one could only hope they would successfully locate the child. Before the math teacher could voice another word, Chao Hang's figure had vanished. At the school gate, Chao Hang encountered his brothers, Chen and Chao Hang, who were also rushing out. The trio made their way towards the dock. Halfway there, Gu Yanli and Gu Yinchi caught up with them. The 5 exchanged smiles before dashing towards the dock in unison. Chao Hang, Gu Yanli, shouldn't you all be at school? Mo Mingmei exclaimed in frustration. Shouldn't they be engaged in their studies instead of skipping class? Had their parents not left in haste, they would certainly have accompanied them. The past week, since their sister's disappearance, had been unbearable for their family. They were going to fetch their sister. Yes, we're going to rescue Yin Yan, Gu Yinchi declared loudly. All right, since they are worried about Yin Yan, let them accompany us, Gu Heading suggested. The children were indeed concerned for Chao Yan, and this was a testament to their camaraderie. Mo Mingmei ultimately refrained from further protest. Chapter 74. The little joyful being. Yin Yan's disappearance weighed heavily on her, and she felt immense guilt. Had she not insisted on taking Yin out, her sister would not have faced such calamity. All of this was her fault, and she could only hope Yin was not suffering. Otherwise, she would be unable to absolve herself, even in death. Do not worry. Yin will be fine, Heng whispered soothingly, aware of her thoughts. His words carried sincerity. Though he was concerned for his goddaughter, he preferred to believe in her strength. Yin was no ordinary child, aside from her remarkable physical prowess. Her ability to foresee future events would surely allow her to evade any misfortune. He was not worried about her safety. Rather, he feared she might act recklessly, causing trouble that would be hard to rectify. Of course, he kept this concern to himself, lest he provoke his wife. Indeed, Yin is so formidable. She will definitely be safe. Mo Mingmei's eyes glistened with tears. She had never felt the ship's progress to be so slow. Every passing second was agonizing. Finally, the sound of the vessel reached her ears. Mo Mingmei stood on her tiptoes, peering into the distance. Ha! We are finally going to see our sister. The three brothers were overwhelmed with joy, racing around the dock in exuberance, eager to leap into the water. The news of Chao Yan's ordeal had spread across the island, and thus the brothers' excitement was met with understanding from the onlookers. Not only the three brothers, but even Gu Yanli and Gu Yanqi were stamping their feet in excitement, while Mo Mingmei wept tears of joy. 10 minutes later, the ship docked. A few moments later, Chao Jianguo and Lu Wanxing stepped off the vessel, accompanied by Chao Yan. Chao Hang and his two brothers rushed forward, shouting, "Sister, I miss you so much." Big brother's crying. Chao Yan wrapped her small, plump arms around Chao Hang, gently patting his shoulder for comfort. "I am not crying," Chao Hang protested, wiping his tears to conceal them from her view. "Oh, my godmother said that men should not shed tears, so if my brother is crying, we will pretend not to see it." Chao Yan expressed her understanding. "All right, brother. You're not crying. It was just Yin Yan's mistake." Chao Hang secretly wiped away another tear. "Can we please keep this a secret?" When Yin Yan's heartfelt confession slipped out, her brothers realized they had all been weeping, feeling embarrassed. He had buried his face in his sister's neck to hide his tears, regretting his lack of discretion. "Alas, I was careless," he lamented, his dignity in tatters. Yin, you are truly a master at embarrassing your brother." Yin, I am sorry," Mo Mingmei said, tears streaming down her face as she finally laid eyes on Chao Yan. "Godmother, why are you apologizing?" Chao Yan tilted her head, looking up at her godmother with confusion. "Why would you and my mother apologize? They have done nothing wrong. The fault lies with the villains, not with my godmother. If my godmother had not taken you to the city, you would not have been abducted. It is all my fault. I'm so sorry." Mo Mingmei felt a pang of guilt. Should anything happen to Chao Yan, she would never forgive herself and would live in perpetual unrest. "No, it was I who wanted to go to the city. It was the bad people who took me away, and it has nothing to do with my godmother." Chao Yan's clear eyes were filled with confusion as she spoke innocently. "Godmother, you are not at fault. Neither am I. The wrongdoers are the villains. The bad guys have already been punished by Yin, and she has also rescued many older brothers and sisters in the process. This is an act of great merit. How could there be any fault? Godmother is not at fault. On the contrary, she has done something good. If my godmother had not taken me to the city, I would not have encountered the great villain. If I had not discovered the great villain, I would not have been able to save the older brothers and sisters. And therefore, it is indeed my godmother who deserves the credit." Chao Yan's series of heartfelt confessions left everyone bewildered, yet upon reflection, her logic seemed sound. The divine order seemed to agree, for they had all been led astray. They had not anticipated that this little one possessed such a unique reasoning. Yin, it is wonderful that you are safe." Gu Yanqi wiped his tears. "Yanqi, do not cry." Chao Yan reached out to wipe away his tears, causing him to blush and hastily dry his own eyes. How embarrassing it was to be seen crying by his sister. It would have been better to cry in secret like Chao Hang. This was truly mortifying. "Chao Hang, are you polite?" "Sister, you weren't hurt, right?" Gu Yanli asked, his eyes brimming with concern. The villains were truly despicable, and he was worried that his sister had suffered at their hands. Those human traffickers are the worst. They should all be captured to prevent them from harming others. I was not hurt. I drove away the bad guys. I'm super powerful, Chao Yan beamed, lifting her little face and smiling sweetly, instantly winning the hearts of everyone present. She was eager to share her heroic tale with her godmother and the others. After a long and tiring journey, the little one was fatigued. Her eloquence was impressive, and she had a remarkable talent for captivating an audience. Leaving the others in a cold sweat, she sighed and lamented, with everyone straining to listen, fearful of missing a single word. Such was Chao Yan. If it had been any other child, even one of 10 years, they would not have emerged from that mountain. The current state of human trafficking is alarmingly rampant. Fortunately, the government is proactively combating various criminal organizations, and once apprehended, the penalties for traffickers are severe. After a moment of contemplation, Gu He Ting addressed Yan Yan, advising her to prioritize her own safety in such situations and avoid making unnecessary sacrifices. She must not forget that she has parents and many relatives. If something were to happen to her, what would they do? Everyone possesses their own selfish motives, which is understandable. Yan Yan is indeed strong. Yet there are times when she may lose focus, thus ensuring her own safety is paramount. Understood, Yan Yan replied, nodding absent-mindedly. Is there truly divine retribution? Gu Yan Chi asked with curiosity, having never encountered the concept before. Does divine retribution genuinely exist in this world? Certainly, came the reply. Heaven is not blind to the wickedness of the most heinous individuals who will inevitably face divine punishment. Heaven? Ha! I'm not blind or ignorant. You have spoken your piece. Chao Yan, I am merely justifying your existence. Without me, you would be the blind and foolish deity. Heaven, I cannot afford to offend you. I must tread carefully. Isn't this little one here to undergo tribulation? This is not a tribulation. It is clearly a matter of bestowing upon him a little ancestor. In chapter 75, does third brother seek divine retribution? In these times, it is not easy to be the deity of fate, especially for one of lesser strength. Upon encountering this little ancestor, even in a fit of rage, there is little that can be done, ultimately leading to the need to clean up after him. Alas, his powerful backing is undeniable. Remembering the benefits promised by the Emperor Yuan Hong, Heaven felt slightly more at ease, realizing that not all was without advantage, so it endured. Life is arduous, Heaven sighed. I have yet to witness divine retribution. Zhao Cheng remarked with regret. That scene must be awe-inspiring. I want to see it. Third brother, you wish to witness divine retribution? Do you desire to face divine punishment? Zhao Yan stared intently at Zhao Cheng. Third brother's future revenge upon society could directly lead to the loss of countless lives. Definitely a grievous sin, bound to incur divine wrath. Do not fret, third brother. You will undoubtedly face divine punishment in the future. Zhao Cheng, I was merely speaking hypothetically. I would prefer to avoid such divine retribution. Chao Jianguo turned to Zhao Cheng, his expression growing cold. The education of this young man must be prioritized. Lu Wanxing smiled, believing that with a daughter in the family, her younger son would certainly not commit such atrocious sins in the future. Mo Ming gazed at him with sparkling eyes, recognizing him as the villain who nearly brought ruin to the protagonists. However, with the presence of his goddaughter, it was certain that the prominent figure would not turn into a great villain. This was splendid. The childhood and future of the prominent figure were safeguarded. Gu Yanqi and Gu Yanli exclaimed, Wow, is third brother truly that formidable? Chao Hang remarked, the ideological education of third brother must be prioritized. It could lead him astray once more. Zhao Chun reassured, do not worry, third brother. This time, second brother will certainly protect you. Zhao Cheng responded, thank you, little sister. I truly appreciate your concern, but I have no desire for such divine punishment. No, we cannot allow third brother to follow the old path. Zhao Yan shook her head, determined that their family must not tread the same path. When I grow up, I will diligently train third brother. His thoughts are too perilous. Zhao Yan sighed in frustration, unable to comprehend third brother's peculiar fascination with divine punishment. Zhao Cheng forced a laugh, sensing the scrutiny of the others, and quickly clarified, Sister, I do not wish to see it. I certainly do not want to face divine punishment. I was merely jesting. He needed to clarify before his sister speculated further. He was a good person and did not wish to incur divine wrath. Third brother, do not speak such words again. Divine punishment is not a matter to be trifled with, Chao Yan admonished, her little face stern as she urged caution. Chao Cheng solemnly agreed, assuring her that he would never speak such words again. He was a good person who would not become a villain. Did even the people of Lianyang perish from divine punishment? Gu Yanqi inquired, prompting everyone to listen attentively. They too wished to understand this matter. From Zhao Cheng's heartfelt confessions, they learned the origins of this divine punishment. If not for Chao Yan, it would not have occurred. Rather than divine punishment, it seemed more accurate to say Chao Yan had summoned divine retribution. Chao Yan's abilities had surged in their estimation. She remained unaware of the implications. I do not know. Chao Yan shook her head. I merely acted on behalf of justice according to their transgressions. Whether they lived or died, I do not know, nor do I wish to see, as it would waste my spiritual energy. Not everyone was afforded the opportunity to be observed by Chao Yan. Chao Jianguo felt a pang of concern. It seemed he would need to visit Lianyang village. His daughter's intervention could result in loss of life, which was not a trivial matter. Though the people of Lianyang had committed grievous sins and deserved punishment, they were subject to human laws, and Chao Yan could not act arbitrarily. Such interference with earthly laws could also pose risks to his daughter. It appeared that both the education of his younger son and daughter needed urgent attention. Of course, for Chao Yan's safety, it was best that few knew of this incident. The shadow of Chao Yan's disappearance was gradually fading. During work hours, Lu Wanxing took Chao Yan on adventures, exploring mountains and seas, allowing them to frolic freely. Chao Jianguo, yes, do you know why you were summoned? Qin Kong Zhan regarded him with an impassive expression, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Were it not for Chao Yan's involvement, he would begin to doubt Chao Jianguo's loyalty to the nation. I do not know. Chao Jianguo shook his head, cold sweat forming in his palms. Do you genuinely not know? Qin Kong Zhan's icy tone reflected his frustration with Chao Jianguo's obstinacy. Chao Jianguo was a promising candidate in his eyes. Abandoning him would weigh heavily on his conscience, especially considering Chao Jianguo's considerable abilities. Do you recall what you previously stated? He understood the concerns of Chao Jianguo as a father, but he could not tolerate distrust in the nation or the party. No, it is not distrust. I merely became trapped in a narrow perspective. Report, sir. I remember, Chao Jianguo asserted loudly. He was loyal to his homeland, the party, and the people. He had never betrayed them and could withstand scrutiny. Recall this and reflect on it well before repeating such claims. Qin Kong Zhan handed him a document. His gaze unwavering. Chao Jianguo's heart sank. Upon opening the first page, he froze. The events in Lianyang village were no longer concealable. Yet, he did not regret his actions. Given another chance, he would still choose the same path. Without compromising his country, he was also a father with his own selfish motives. What more do you have to say? Qin Kong Zhan demanded coldly, having observed his reaction. After reviewing the document, he placed it on the table, his demeanor calm and composed. I have nothing to say. In the matter concerning Chao Yan, he indeed held personal motives. He could not justify himself, nor did he need to. Even if given another chance, he would still choose to protect his daughter. That was all. Nothing to say. Nothing at all. Qin Kong Zhan's frustration mounted as he forcefully struck the table. Chao Jianguo, do you harbor distrust towards the nation? Or do you believe the nation would harm your daughter? Faced with the leader's inquiry, Chao Jianguo fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Chao Jianguo, do you live up to the nation's nurturing, to the trust of the party and the people? Aside from his concealment regarding his daughter, he had done right by them. You, Qin Kong Zhan, felt a headache approaching. Chao Jianguo remained silent. Minutes later, Qin Kong Zhan spoke again. The matter concerning Lianyang village has been addressed by the relevant authorities. You need not worry about Chao Yan. However, her abilities are too perilous and must be controlled. Commander, my daughter is still just over a year old. She possesses a kind heart and has not misused her abilities. Instead, she has used them to save a dozen lives. She is a hero. Chao Jianguo's expression shifted. Is the control too severe? Chapter 76. Chao Jianguo confesses. Chao Jianguo, do you still have some secrets regarding Comrade Chao Yan? For the sake of Comrade Chao Yan, it would be best if you spoke honestly. Qin Kongzhan spoke earnestly. They all understood Chao Jianguo's protection of Chao Yan and were not angry about his concealment. Rather, they were upset that he did not trust them. Could they possibly harm Comrade Chao Yan? They are soldiers, and a soldier's duty is to protect the homeland. Comrade Chao Yan is also under their protection. Even if she possesses extraordinary abilities, they would still safeguard her. Chao Jianguo pursed his lips, contemplating that since these individuals could hear his daughter's thoughts, there was no need for further concealment. Moreover, he had not hidden anything, as he had only recently learned it himself. Thus, he revealed that his little girl is the reincarnation of a golden dragon. Upon hearing this, Qin Kongzhan's expression broke into disbelief. The reincarnation of a golden dragon? Are you jesting with me? Is this something one can joke about? Chao Jianguo chuckled bitterly. You see, I told you, yet you do not believe me. What can I do? Is it truly the reincarnation of a golden dragon? Did Yin say this herself? Qin Kongzhan inquired uncertainly. Chao Jianguo nodded, affirming that Yin had indeed said so. Goodness gracious, what fortune has befallen our Huagua to have a true dragon descend upon us? This is simply unbelievable. He glanced at Chao Jianguo, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. What is it about this fellow that attracted the golden dragon to him, leading to her incarnation in his family? How enviable, how envious indeed. I recall last year a group of pink dolphins performed collectively at the seaside, an event deemed miraculous. Could it possibly have been orchestrated by Comrade Chao Yan? Qin Kongzhan suddenly remarked. That incident had caused quite a stir at the time, attracting numerous marine biology experts who came to study those dolphins. Unfortunately, the dolphins' performance was fleeting and has not been seen since. Those experts are still waiting on the island. Yes, it seems it was to cheer up Comrade Mo. Chao Jianguo nodded. Wow, that is indeed a grand gesture. No wonder the little one claimed to be their ancestor. The people of Huagua pride themselves on being descendants of dragons, and since the little one is the reincarnation of a golden dragon, she must be their little ancestor. The dragon is a totem of Huaxia, a symbol of their faith. The arrival of a true dragon signifies that Huagua is on the brink of soaring, and the eastern dragon shall surely ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Excellent. Thinking of this, Qin Kongzhan became exhilarated. You need not worry about the matter in Lianyang village. It has already been addressed. Have you mentioned the little one's involvement with the anomaly department to her? Qin Kongzhan inquired. Chao Jianguo sighed. Yin does not wish to go. We have discussed it. We could first take her to the anomaly department for a visit. If she remains uninterested, we shall let her be. However, you must reinforce her ideological education. Qin Kongzhan pondered before continuing. Although Lianyang village has committed heinous acts, the nation has laws, and the law will not spare any villain. Comrade Chao Yan possesses extraordinary abilities. She must not misuse them or engage in wrongdoing. Rest assured, Commander, I will teach Yin well and ensure she does not misuse her abilities, Chao Jianguo assured. We trust you. We will not report on Yan's situation, as this matter is too extraordinary and also to protect her. After all, some individuals cannot be trusted. Thank you, Commander. Chao Jianguo understood that the commander was concerned for his daughter's safety. If it were not for the commander being able to hear his daughter's thoughts, he would not have spoken, even if the matter in Lianyang village were exposed. As a soldier, he was also a selfish father. Mo Mingmei, from the beginning of her excitement to the eventual numbness of beachcombing, did not dislike it. Rather, this effortless beachcombing was simply too easy. She found it difficult to maintain her interest, perhaps because the easier something is to obtain, the less one cherishes it, a true axiom. Previously, when she watched live broadcasts, those beachcombing hosts faced great challenges. Of course, those who always found treasures had scripts. Watching Chao Yan frolicking not far away, she couldn't help but feel a fleeting illusion that perhaps it was not scripted. After all, treasures seemed to flock to Chao Yan as if they were drawn to her. Perhaps those hosts also possessed such luck? Goodness, these superficial sea creatures simply adored being collected by Chao Yan. Mo Mingmei refused to admit her envy. She merely felt admiration. Yes, it was admiration. Godmother, big brother, come quickly. There are so many big crabs and lobsters here. Chao Yan exclaimed, revealing that she had not summoned them. They had approached her voluntarily. Chao Yan's charm was so overwhelming that not only humans adored her, but so did the creatures of the sea. Alas, Chao Yan felt quite troubled. Chao Yan extended her little chubby hand and effortlessly pulled a large crab from the sand, unafraid of being pinched. "Be careful, little sister." Zhao Cheng could not help but exclaim. "What if that large claw pinches your hand? You're being too reckless." This was their first time accompanying their little sister to the beach, and they finally understood why she always returned with a bounty. On the same beach where others dug around, Chao Yan effortlessly collected treasures, making it seem almost too simple. The envy from onlookers was palpable. No wonder she was their sister. She was truly remarkable. "I'm not afraid. It won't pinch me." Chao Yan giggled, clutching the crab. "Third brother will be quite fierce in the future. How could he be afraid of crabs?" Zhao Cheng's lips twitched. "Little sister, you truly do not need to keep emphasizing that he is fierce. That is the future him, not the present. Moreover, he will not become that way. You are overthinking it." Their father had been instilling thoughts in him lately, not just from their parents, but also from their older brothers. He was still just a little over 6 years old. How could he be in danger? His daily thoughts revolved around making his little sister happy and vying for attention from his brothers. She was worrying too much. Little sister is truly skilled at putting her brothers in a bind. Fortunately, it was not just him. The two older brothers were also caught up in it. Otherwise, he might suspect that his little sister bore a grudge against him. "Wow, little sister is amazing. My sister is truly incredible." The second brother's flattery was in full swing. Zhao Chen showered Chao Yan with compliments, making her feel immensely pleased. She instinctively puffed out her little chest, filled with pride. Of course, she was exceptional. And this was merely the beginning. She would demonstrate just how remarkable she truly was shortly. Chao Hang, not catching on to his sister's intentions, gazed at the rolling waves. Noticing the tide was about to rise. Chao Yan had never been scolded by her parents throughout her life. This was their first time. If it were her father, the emperor, she would surely retaliate. It was simply because her parents were too weak. She dared not lift a finger, fearing she might hurt them. Chao Jianguo and Lu Wanxing, you dare to retaliate? Chao Yan, is that not allowed? Chao Jianguo and Lu Wanxing, of course not. Chapter 77. The confident Chao Yan, may I speak with you? After dinner, Chao Jianguo sought out his daughter. "Dad, what do you want to say to Yan?" Chao Yan inquired, her face a canvas of curiosity. Her father's expression seemed rather serious. She had been behaving well lately and had not caused any trouble. Surely, he could not have discovered her intention to sneak off to play in the sea, but she had not confided in anyone, not even her godmother. So how could he know? Why was that? Yan harbored a tinge of anxiety. Surely, her father could not possess the foresight of the future. Apart from her desire to secretly venture into the sea, her younger brother was also set to arrive in a couple of days. She was contemplating being obedient for the next few days, with plans to sneak him into the mountains for some fun once he arrived. As this thought crossed her mind, a look of wariness crossed her face. Her father was exceedingly perceptive, and she could not allow him to catch on to her intentions. He was certainly scrutinizing her. Yan, your father is aware of your extraordinary talents, the powers that set you apart from ordinary individuals. However, you must understand that there are realms beyond your own and individuals far more formidable than you in this vast world, he admonished. Impossible. Yan is the strongest. The little one retorted defiantly, glaring at Chao Jianguo. No one is more powerful than Yan, for she is the descendant of the golden dragon. Chao Jianguo, noticing her stubbornness, emphasized his point. This child, due to her lineage, believed herself unrivaled, which could easily lead to her downfall. It is worth noting that even in mythic tales, there exist mortals who have slain gods. Moreover, his daughter was merely the reincarnation of a golden dragon, not the dragon itself. If her true identity were to be disclosed, it could pose significant danger. I am indeed powerful. Yan pouted, visibly displeased. Yet, she found herself unable to reveal to her father that she was a small golden dragon. Even if she did, he would not believe her. Yan, we have countless capable individuals in our country. It is insufficient to only focus on the Southern Island Military District, Chao Jianguo continued. Do not speak just yet. Listen to what your father has to say. Yan, with her chubby little hands covering her mouth, indicated her silence, though her eyes clearly expressed dissent. Chao Jianguo did not press the matter, but continued, Our nation has a mysterious department filled with exceptional talents. In their presence, you would merely be regarded as possessing innate strength, nothing extraordinary. They are far superior to you. Dear daughter, it pains me to say this, but please do not glare at your father. That's not true. Yan is the strongest, she exclaimed angrily, glaring at him. How could her father undermine her prowess? If he did not believe in her strength, she would be infuriated. Chao Jianguo, feeling helpless, endeavored to correct his daughter. One must not be like a frog at the bottom of a well. Yan covered her ears, unwilling to listen. Your father would not deceive you. The reason I share this with you is that I wish for you to remain humble and cautious. If you encounter someone stronger than you, would that not endanger you? He spoke with conviction, as if genuinely concerned for her well-being. Impossible. Yan stubbornly refused to believe anyone could surpass her. Her confidence was not without foundation. In a world where spiritual energy had diminished, the heavenly Tao's power was weaker than hers, making the existence of cultivators highly unlikely. Even if they existed, they would certainly be of a lower tier. As long as there were no formidable beings capable of creating life, they would not be her match. Even if they were, as she matured, her spiritual energy would only strengthen, enhancing her own might. Thus, in this small world, she was indeed the strongest. She had descended to endure trials. Yet her father had imposed only minimal restrictions. Her spiritual power and strength remained intact, hence her unwavering confidence. Should she awaken her dragon soul, she could transform from a mortal into a dragon. In that case, humans would stand no chance against her. Alas, her father was blissfully unaware of her immense power. It was not his fault. She would reluctantly forgive him for his ignorance. Chao Jianguo truly knew nothing of his daughter's capabilities. If you do not believe me, I can take you to the extraordinary persons department. I have heard that the individuals there are exceptionally talented, including many sorcerers skilled in techniques that allow them to traverse the skies and summon storms. Surely, you cannot claim to possess such abilities. Encountering such experts would surely put you at a disadvantage. Therefore, listen to your father. We must remain low-key and cautious when we are outside. If you doubt me, I can take you to the capital, and there you can compare yourself against others, and you will see that you are not exceptional among them. If you are afraid, that is also fine. We can simply maintain a low profile in the future. Chao Jianguo had laid the groundwork, finally expressing his thoughts. The little one was too clever to be straightforward. It is known that communication is an art, and her approach made it easier. Yan, indeed tricked, blurted out in haste, I will go. Yan is the strongest. She can fly and summon storms. She is not afraid. When that time comes, she would surely dazzle her father. All right then, once I make the arrangements, we shall go. Let's show them who is truly powerful. I believe in your strength. Yet, she felt as though her father was manipulating her. Is that so? Chao Jianguo inquired. Is it not? Are you perhaps afraid? Are you too timid to go? Chao Jianguo wore an expression that suggested he saw through her. Yan immediately exploded with indignation. Yan is not afraid. Let us go. Whoever does not go is a little dog. It was evident that Yan had been thoroughly bested by her father. Observing the entire exchange, Lu Wanxing could not help but shake her head. Her daughter was still too young. If she had the acumen of a first grader, she would not have been so easily deceived by her father. Claiming to be 3,000 years old was rather excessive. Even 3 years seemed too much. That night, Chao Jianguo discussed his considerations with his wife. With the 3 children on summer break, they decided to visit their in-laws while in the capital. Is that agreeable? She understood that her husband had a mission this time and wished not to burden him further. Yan's matters took precedence. Her parents resided in the capital and could be visited at any time, so there was no need for haste. Yan's abilities could not remain concealed. If she could join the extraordinary persons department, it would be a fortuitous development. Should any issues arise, there would be protection available. In a world teeming with madness, the power of individuals was exceedingly limited. Only by relying on the state could Yan's safety be assured. Naturally, Yan's own strength was sufficient to protect herself. However, as parents, how could they not worry? All they could do was bolster her defenses. When shall we depart? I will call my parents. Lu Wanxing straightened up, her face filled with anticipation. She had not seen her parents in over a decade and was unsure of how they had aged. The thought brought a pang of sadness. It had been far too long since their family had gathered. Chapter 78. Mythical tales. It should be in the next couple of days, Chao Jianguo replied. He too hoped for his daughter to join the extraordinary persons department sooner rather than later. He had a premonition that in the future, more and more individuals would be able to hear his daughter's thoughts, while only those with no ill intentions or those recognized by his daughter could hear her thoughts. There is no guarantee that others would not harbor ulterior motives. Even if they suddenly lost the ability to hear, they would still possess knowledge of certain aspects concerning her, which would not bode well for her. He must resolve his daughter's predicament swiftly. Furthermore, this world was even more mysterious and perilous than they had imagined. Were it not for his daughter, he might never have discovered the existence of the extraordinary persons department. All right, I will call my parents first thing tomorrow morning. They will surely be delighted. Thank you for your hard work all these years. It was not hard. Lu Wanxing shook her head. Chao Jianguo acted swiftly, finalizing their departure the following day. Yan's eyes widened with hesitation. Father, in a couple of days, my little brother Fu Yang will arrive. If I leave, what will become of him? She had already told Fu Yang that she would take him to the mountains and the sea once he arrived. Yet, before he even set foot here, she was already bound for the capital. As the eldest, failing to fulfill her promise would be utterly embarrassing. Fu Yang, your little brother? Chao Hang was utterly bewildered. When had his sister acquired a younger brother? And why was he unaware? Yes. Yan is the eldest. Fu Yang is Yan's little brother. Yan clapped her small hands and smiled sweetly. I remember now. Zhao Han yin dozet. Fu Yang is the child who, like Yan, was abducted by human traffickers. He is Uncle Gu's nephew, right? Yan nodded affirmatively. That's him. He insisted on becoming Yan's little brother. And Yan was left with no choice. The few of them, including Chao Yan, were lost in thought until she quickly spoke up. Dad, is that okay? Chao Jianguo wore a helpless expression. Mom hasn't seen her parents in a long time, she exclaimed. All right then. I will inform Fu Yang. Chao Yan's little face scrunched up, but her mother was the most important, so she could only disappoint her little brother. Sister, isn't Fu Yang in Jing City? Since we're going to Jing City, won't you meet him there? Oh yes, that works too. Chao Yan clapped her small hands, instantly brightening up. Thank you, big brother, you are the best. Dad, I want to call Fu Yang and tell him not to come. All right, Dad will take you to make the call. 2 days later, the entire Cha family of 6 boarded a ferry to leave the island. They traveled by train from the city to Guang City, and then transferred to another vehicle heading to Jing City. Chao Yan was particularly excited when she first boarded the train. As she had never experienced it before, she was in a daze during her abduction, but soon she grew restless. The train was too boring, and the journey was long. She didn't like riding trains. Mom, when will we arrive in Jing City? I want to get off. Riding the train isn't fun at all. Chao Yan leaned against Lu Wanxing's embrace, her face devoid of energy. This is a little snack prepared by your godmother, along with some spicy little fish and shrimp. If you get bored, you can have some, and later, Mom will tell you a story. How long is this? Chao Yan pouted, her little voice drawn out, clearly displeased. Had she known the train ride would be so lengthy, she would not have gone to Jing City. If you're tired, rest. Mom is here with you. Lu Wanxing gently caressed her daughter's little face, feeling a pang of sympathy as it was the first time she saw her daughter looking so listless. Yan isn't tired. She just feels bored. Chao Yan gazed out at the fleeting mountains and forests, her chubby face nearly pressed against the glass, wishing she could leap out through the window. Bored, huh? How about I tell you a story? Lu Wanxing adjusted her position to make her daughter more comfortable. All right, please tell me a story, Mom. I love listening to stories. Let me tell you the tale of Pangu creating the world. It is a mythical story, and I'm sure you will enjoy it. Lu Wanxing thought that since her daughter was a little fairy, she would surely be interested in mythical tales. So she chose to tell her about Pangu. A mythical story? I want to hear. Chao Yan was indeed intrigued. She was curious about whether the mythical stories of this small world were entertaining. Long ago, before heaven and earth were separated, the universe was in chaos. There was a giant named Pangu who slept for 18,000 years in this chaotic universe. One day, Pangu suddenly awoke. Seeing the surrounding darkness, he swung his great axe. Mom, is Pangu's great axe the heaven-splitting axe? Chao Yan's eyes sparkled. Wow, Pangu is so amazing. With one swing, he separated heaven and earth. He is even more powerful than the Emperor Dad. The Emperor Dad cannot separate heaven and earth. Lu Wanxing coughed lightly. This is just a story, not real. Continue listening. Oh, Chao Yan indeed ceased her chatter, focusing intently on the tale. She didn't think it was false. Perhaps it was true. She wished to find that axe that split heaven and earth. It must be extraordinary. Suddenly, with a great roar, the dark chaos began to disperse. What slowly rose became the sky, and what gradually descended became the earth. After heaven and earth were separated, Pangu feared they would reunite. So he stood with his head against the sky and feet on the ground. The sky rose a foot each day, and Pangu grew taller alongside it. This continued for many years until heaven and earth gradually took shape and Pangu eventually collapsed from exhaustion. After Pangu fell, his body underwent a tremendous transformation. His breath became the winds and clouds of the four seasons. His voice transformed into the rumbling thunder. His eyes became the sun and moon. His limbs became the four cardinal directions of the earth. His skin became the vast land. His blood turned into the flowing rivers, and his sweat became the nourishing rain. So amazing! Chao Yan's face was filled with admiration. Could this legendary Pangu be the creator god of this small world? The Emperor Dad mentioned that only the creator god could create the world. Since Pangu can split heaven and earth, he must be a creator god. Creator gods always meet their end in sacrifice. That weak heavenly Tao cannot possibly be Pangu, can it? Boom, boom. Well, indeed, how could you, being so weak, possibly split heaven and earth? I overestimated you, Yin Yan. Boom, boom. Lu Wanxing was taken aback. Was the thunder outside responding to her daughter's words? My goodness, it truly seems like heaven is showing its spirit. Listening to her daughter, could creator gods really exist in this world? However, considering her daughter's identity, it was not impossible. Chapter 79. Family reunion. The little one listened to her mother's story, her small head nodding until she finally fell asleep in her mother's embrace. Chao Jianguo entered quietly. Lowering his voice, is Yan Yan asleep? Lu Wanxing nodded. The little one has had a tough few days. It was an unavoidable situation. There were no direct trains or flights from Nan City to Jing City, only special cars midway. The Southern Island Military District was also at the southernmost point, and the train ride took 3 to 4 days. They had bought soft sleeper tickets, which was quite good. The hard seat compartments were even more crowded. Mom, will Grandpa and Grandma like us? Chao Hang asked with some concern, as he had never met his grandparents and was unsure if they would like them. Of course they will. Grandpa and Grandma will adore you. They have already prepared rooms for you even before your arrival. They are especially excited to meet you. Lu Wanxing smiled gently, a hint of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. When the incident occurred, her parents had only the time to arrange for her, while her younger brother had to follow them into exile. Thinking of this, Lu Wanxing felt a pang of guilt toward her brother. At that time, her brother was only 13, still just a young lad. Now, after more than a decade without seeing him, she wondered how that mischievous boy had turned out. Lost in thought, Lu Wanxing couldn't help but feel her eyes welling up. Mom, you are crying. Chao Hang panicked, not expecting that his simple question would make his mother cry. Don't cry, Mom. I won't ask anymore. Mom, what is wrong? Chao Hang and Chao Xin echoed in unison. No, Mom isn't crying. Mom is happy. Lu Wanxing wiped her tear-streaked eyes, her heart fluttering with anticipation at the thought of reuniting with her long-lost parents. She felt a tinge of anxiety, uncertain if they would still be as they once were. The train continued to chug along. 2 days later, the little one had begun to grow restless. Mom, are we almost there? Is it nearly time? When will we arrive? Yin Yan incessantly inquired. She felt stifled throughout the journey. She wanted to explore other compartments, but her parents wouldn't allow it. Her beautiful mother followed her closely, preventing her from going anywhere. Riding the train was utterly unentertaining. She vowed never to ride a train again. Human transportation was too slow and dreadfully boring. Yin Yan doesn't like it. She absolutely despises it. Really? Chao Yan was skeptical. Her beautiful mother had already said it many times, and she refused to believe it. Really, Mom isn't lying to you. Lu Wanxing felt a twinge of guilt. She hadn't exactly lied. They were indeed close to arriving. However, close was not the same as immediate. Oomph. The little one puffed her cheeks. Lu Wanxing quickly changed the subject. Yin Yan, we will soon meet Grandpa and Grandma. Are you excited? Yes. Chao Yan smiled sweetly. Finally, we have arrived. I was about to burst. Mom, we have arrived. Can we get off now? As the train came to a halt, Chao Yan could hardly contain her impatience. It was evident that she truly disliked traveling by train. Lu Wanxing firmly grasped her daughter, a serious expression on her face. Yan, the train station is crowded. You mustn't run off. Mama will hold you. Mama, I won't wander. I want to walk down by myself, Chao Yan protested. No, Mama will carry you, Lu Wanxing insisted. The trustworthiness of her daughter was nearly non-existent in her eyes. The train station was teeming with people, and a moment's inattention could cause the little one to be lost in the crowd. Thus, carrying her was the safer option. Ever since the incident where her daughter had been taken, Lu Wanxing had resolutely forbidden her from straying beyond her line of sight. How? Keep an eye on your two younger brothers. Daddy is handling the luggage. Stay close and don't get lost. Understood. They had not brought much luggage for their trip. The majority was food, and having consumed most of it over the past few days, their belongings were even fewer. Chao Jianguo shielded Lu Wanxing as they navigated through the throng, while Chao tightly held onto his younger brothers. After pushing through the crowd, the family finally exited the station. August in Jing City was sweltering. Emerging from the train station left them all drenched in sweat, excluding Lu Wanxing. For Chao, Yan was like a temperature regulator, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. As Lu Wanxing cradled Chao Yan, she naturally felt comfortable. Mama, where are Grandpa and Grandma? Jing City is so hot. It feels even hotter than the south. Chao Hang, squinting, instinctively shielded his face from the blazing sun. Isn't it said that the north is cooler than the south? It's hardly refreshing here. In fact, it was even hotter and more sun-drenched, not cool at all. Mama, the weather in Jing City is hotter than in our Nandao military district. It's not cool at all. Chao Chun could not help but frown. The south was humid and hot, while the north was dry and hot. Both had similar temperatures. With one arm holding her daughter, Lu Wanxing explained to the children, well, yes. The two children wore forlorn expressions. Mama, have you seen Grandpa and Grandma? Chao Hao scanned the crowd, unsure of who was who. Lu Wanxing shook her head, searching around, but failing to spot her parents. They likely had not arrived yet. She did not feel disheartened. After all, with the station's considerable foot traffic, it was understandable they could not make it through. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind, Wan Wan. Lu Wanxing froze. The familiar voice made her instinctively turn, revealing two elderly figures with white hair, gazing at her with tear-filled eyes. Their hair was gray at the temples, their expressions filled with emotion and longing. Wan, is that you? Unable to hold back her emotions any longer, Lu Wanxing handed her daughter to her husband and rushed toward her parents. She dashed into Huang Ying's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Dad, Mom, I miss you so much. My dear daughter. Wan, Mama has missed you so much. Zhang Ying clutched her daughter, unable to contain her sobs, while the old man wept freely. His greatest regret in life was the suffering faced by his daughter, who had endured so much hardship over the years. He felt immense pain for her. Zhang Ying had thought she would never see her daughter again, and now, after more than a decade apart, they were finally reunited. Mama. Lu Wanxing clung tightly to her mother, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. Regardless of the circumstances, her mother would always be her safe haven. Good girl. You've suffered these past years, Zhang Ying choked out. It's Mama who has let you down. Zhang Ying's voice trembled at the thought of her daughter going to an unfamiliar place like Nandao, unable to suppress her heartache. Mama, I haven't suffered. Chao Ge has protected me well. You and Dad have endured the hardship. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. I could only watch as you were sent away. I'm sorry. I don't blame you. Mama doesn't blame you. Zhang Ying gently caressed her daughter's face, feeling both sorrowful and relieved. Dad, your hair is completely white. Lu Wanxing felt a pang of sadness. Father has aged. Naturally, he has white hair. Isn't that normal? Be good, don't cry. Dad, my dear daughter, don't cry. When you cry, it breaks my heart, Lu Ziwan said, equally pained. Chapter 80. This uncle is quite pitiful. He had raised his precious daughter with such care, and now she had grown up, all because of their burdens. If it weren't for this, with her qualities, she would not have ended up marrying a coarse man, let alone one who was 16 years her senior. Every time he thought of this, he wished he could strangle himself. Had he followed his elder brother to leave, his daughter would not have been forced into marriage. It was his fault, all his fault. If only he hadn't been so stubborn, things wouldn't have come to this. His greatest regret was his daughter. She should have married someone of equal standing and not ended up with a soldier. He didn't look down on soldiers. But the son-in-law was hardly much younger than he was. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. I'm not crying. I'm happy. Lu Wanxing wiped her tears, holding one child in each hand, her face radiating happiness. Dad and Mom, this is your son-in-law Chao Jianguo, and these are my 4 children, Chao Hang, Chao Chen, Chao Hang, and Chao Yan. Come here and greet your grandparents. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. I'm the eldest, Chao Hang, 13 years old. Thank you for the gifts you sent us. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. I'm the second, Chao Chen, 9 years old. I really like the gifts you sent. Thank you. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. I'm the third, Chao Hang, 6 years old. Thank you for the gifts. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. I'm the fourth, Chao Yan, 1 year and 9 months old. The warmest little cotton-padded jacket for Daddy and Mommy. Good, 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 Zhang Ying said, beaming with delight. What good children. Grandpa hugs. Lu Ziwan extended his arms, eagerly looking at Chao Yan. The little girl resembled Wan when she was young, and his heart couldn't help but soften. At that moment, Lu Ziwan felt immense gratitude toward Chao Jianguo. Without him, he couldn't even imagine what kind of suffering his beautiful daughter would face being sent away. Being with Chao Jianguo, at least she was safe. That alone was enough. Chao Yan showed no signs of shyness, reaching out for a hug, which made Lu Ziyuan smile stretch from ear to ear. After more than a decade, their family was finally reunited. Dad, Mom, have you forgotten about me? The voice of LWNF Ing drifted softly from behind, leaving him to ponder his own insignificance. In the eyes of his parents, only his sister existed, and in his sister's gaze, their parents were the sole focus, rendering him a pitiable figure devoid of love and care. LWNF Ing looked at them with a forlorn expression. Little brother, LWNX Ing hesitantly spoke. Was this really her mischievous younger brother? Could she be certain? LWNF Ing's face was filled with sorrow. Sister, do you not recognize me? I have been standing here for quite some time, yet your eyes only seek our parents. Am I no longer your cherished younger brother? How could that be? You have always been my beloved brother. LWNX Ing replied with a forced smile. She truly did not intend to overlook him. The transformation in her brother over the years, coupled with their long separation, rendered her momentarily unable to recognize him. Naturally, she could not voice this, lest it hurt his feelings. Are you sure? LWNF Ing was convinced that his sister had indeed failed to recognize him. The awkwardness deepened for LWNX Ing, realizing that her brother seemed genuinely upset. Sister, LWNF Ing lamented, his striking features standing out in the crowd. Oh, this uncle seems rather pitiable, Chao commented, her face a picture of sympathy. LWNF Ing was momentarily taken aback. Had he just heard something, or was it merely a figment of his imagination? It must have been a trick of the mind. Ah, you must be my little niece. I am your uncle. Come, call me uncle, and I shall reward you with a generous red envelope, he said, rubbing his hands together in anticipation of embracing his niece, only to be firmly denied by the elder. His father remained as domineering as ever. Was it so wrong for an uncle to wish for a hug? Uncle, sweetly. Seeing how pitiful you are, I shall indulge you just this once. Oh, what a good girl. Here, this is a token of our first meeting, LWNF Ing said, retrieving a thick red envelope from his pocket, estimating it to contain several hundred yuan. Thank you, Uncle. Unabashedly reaching out for it. Oh, Uncle seems so unfortunate. I must reveal the truth to you when the opportunity arises, she added, in light of the red envelope. I shall also come to your aid, Uncle. You have certainly made a wise investment with this gift, she commented. Yan, was that you speaking just now? LVNF instinctively inquired. I wasn't speaking, Chao tilted her head, her expression filled with confusion. It appeared that not only he had heard it, perhaps his father had too, and maybe even his mother. The L family had been vindicated, and a substantial portion of their inheritance had been restored. Over the past 2 years, LWNF Ing had engaged in business ventures, accumulating considerable wealth, which was why they had driven here with 2 cars and 7 people. The L residence was located in BDOHT Ing, considered to be in the heart of the capital. This street was filled with Sihiyuan, homes that once housed the affluent and noble. The Sihiyuan here exuded a grandeur that surpassed others, unmistakably belonging to a family rich in cultural heritage. We have arrived home, Lu Wanxing announced as she stood at the entrance, gazing at the two grand lions flanking the door, her emotions in turmoil. Stop standing there. Let's go inside, Zhang Weiying urged her daughter. They had once stood at the same threshold, afraid to enter, fearing it might all be a dream that would vanish upon waking. Reality proved they were not dreaming. The state had vindicated them and returned what was rightfully theirs. Chapter 81. Wow, grandparents' house is enormous. The blue bricks and gray tiles, intricately carved doors and windows, with eaves that gracefully curved upwards. Every inch of space whispered tales of antiquity and tranquility. This is the Sihiyuan of the capital, a profound elegance deeply ingrained in its essence. The ancestral home of the L family is a grand Sihiyuan, not a modest one, but a large estate that once served as an official residence. The L family had ancestors who held the esteemed position of prime minister, and while they had not served in the last dynasty, their wealth remained substantial. The L family was not merely a family of merchants. They were a prestigious lineage, and even if their descendants did not hold official positions, they were not to be compared with ordinary bureaucrats. Thus the L family had no fear of official corruption, for their power was formidable. Is all of this truly grandfather's? Chao Hang exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. This space surpassed even their kindergarten in size. He had no idea grandfather's house was so vast. Indeed, this entire area belongs to grandfather. He and grandmother have reserved a separate courtyard for you four siblings. You must visit often, Lu Wanxing explained. This is your mother's family, and it will be yours as well. You must regularly visit grandfather and grandmother. A house devoid of occupants loses its vitality. Without vitality, what use is even the grandest of homes? The elderly couple were not adherents to the antiquated belief of favoring sons over daughters, nor did they subscribe to the notion that inheritance should solely bequeath to sons. On the contrary, they cherished their daughters even more. They believed that the world was unjust towards women, and even if gender equality was advocated, women still faced greater challenges. Possessing some wealth afforded women the confidence to face their in-laws. Thank you, grandfather, Chao Hang cheered, having never seen such a beautiful house before. Its square structure with red walls and green tiles captivating him completely. He adored the separate courtyard. Your grandfather is correct. This is your mother's home, which is now yours. The Sihiyuan was predominantly encircled by a series of independent rooms, all interconnected by corridors, creating an atmosphere of comfort and harmony. The courtyard's layout was elegant, with a clear axial alignment and symmetrical design, showcasing an air of ancient charm. The surrounding buildings, main house, side rooms, and back house, enclosed the central courtyard, forming a private space that was both secluded and expansive. The buildings were arranged symmetrically along the north-south axis, with the main house occupying the northernmost position of honor, and the east-west side rooms standing in symmetrical alignment, reflecting traditional etiquette and family values. The gabled roofs adorned with gray tiles were artistically arranged, with decorative elements like chi-won and ridge tiles enhancing the aesthetic. The wooden lattice windows, often displaying ice crack patterns and intricate brick carvings featuring plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum motifs, alongside stone carvings of auspicious creatures like lions and shilin, symbolized good fortune. The contrast of the gray brick walls and vermilion pillars, with colorful paintings predominantly on beams, and the Suzhou-style eaves exhibiting lavish patterns, created a stunning visual. With every step Lu Wanxing took, memories surged forth unbidden. Every blade of grass and tree spoke of her past. Memories gushed forth like a spring, as she realized she had not truly forgotten. They had simply lain dormant. Her fingers traced each mark as if she had never left. The L residence, due to its expansive size, had not allocated individual housing but was designated for communal use, thus preserving its integrity. After its restoration, LZHUN had ensured it resembled its former glory. After witnessing it, CHOY North could hardly close her mouth in awe. She gazed enviously at her father. Father, you have struck gold. Who else could be so fortunate? With a beautiful and kind mother, and a family of considerable wealth. This feels like a tale of a fallen heiress and a poor boy, she mused. Well, not entirely accurate. Father isn't overly poor. He can afford to support mother. Chao Jianguo wiped his brow. His daughter had a point. He had indeed received a stroke of luck. Had it not been for his wife's family's misfortunes, he would never have had the opportunity to be with her. Unbeknownst and Lzhun. How true, had it not been for the family's troubles. They surely would have sought a suitable match for their daughter. Chao Jianguo. Am I not a suitable match? Lzhun and Lu Wanxing. LWNFing. Is there anything I am unaware of? Everyone exclaimed, Come, father will take you to TNGL courtyard. TNGL courtyard. A flicker of nostalgia crossed LWNX's face. Her former boudoir. It has indeed been a long time since she last saw it. Her father had restored it to its previous grandeur, just as it was before her marriage. He had endeavored to replicate the decorative pieces within, and she would surely find joy in them. Thank you, father. Lu Wanxing felt deeply moved. Her father continued to shower her with affection as always. The Lu residence was undeniably vast. It took them over 10 minutes to reach Tongli Courtyard located in the backyard. A small garden led to Tongli Courtyard, vibrant with blooming flowers that left the father and son in awe. Indeed, her younger sister was right. Their father had truly outdone himself. Their mother deserved to live a life of luxury, rather than managing a large household. Today was yet another day of concern for their mother. Chao Jianguo felt fortunate. It was no wonder that the saying about young ladies rarely stepping out of the house held some truth. As they passed through the ancient gate, a picturesque landscape unfurled before them. The winding paths, rockeries, and tranquil nooks transformed each corner into a meticulously crafted tableau. Tongli Courtyard was exquisitely charming, clearly the result of thoughtful effort. Wow, Mother S. Tongli Courtyard is so vast, much larger than our home. Father must have accumulated great virtue in his past life to have married such a beautiful mother. Not only is mother beautiful and kind-hearted, but she is also from a distinguished family. Father, you should revel in your good fortune. Chao Jianguo could not help but smile inwardly. You must treat mother well, or I will take her away. The young one cast a sly glance at Chao Jianguo. Chao Jianguo's smile faltered. He pondered the future of his daughter. Observing how grand and exquisite his wife's courtyard was filled him with guilt. He realized that he might never be able to provide for her as she had lived before marriage. Every detail here had been carefully curated. His wife was the apple of her parents' eye, and it was evident that the decor within this courtyard was extraordinary and of significant value, something he could never hope to replicate in his lifetime. Lu Wanxing squeezed her husband's hand gently and offered him a soft smile. Meeting him in this life was more than enough. A bubble of romantic bliss enveloped them, but it was soon interrupted. Ahem! Lu Wanfeng could not help but break their moment, signaling them to be mindful of their surroundings. Lu Wanxing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, while Chao Jianguo turned away awkwardly, fearing displeasure from his in-laws. Dear uncle, you should be more aware. You may not know this yet, but your future girlfriend will deceive you, leaving you heartbroken and alone while you drown your sorrows in drink. Be careful, or I will enjoy watching your misfortune. Chao Yan glared playfully at him. This uncle had no discernible insight, even less than Yin Yan. No wonder he fell victim to deceit. He was rather foolish. Lu Wanfeng felt a twinge of guilt, yet he was also somewhat defiant. How could he be deceived by his girlfriend? They were doing splendidly together. His girlfriend loved him dearly. Father, Xiao Feng is now 25 or 26. It is time for him to marry. You mentioned before that he had a girlfriend during his assignment. What is the status of that relationship now? They have been together for quite some time. Shouldn't they be considering marriage? Lu Wanxing inquired deliberately. Chapter 82. Uncle Deceived in Love. She was eager to learn how her younger brother had been fooled, intentionally asking in front of her daughter. Everyone instinctively leaned in, eager to hear more. As expected, the next moment, Yin Yan's thoughts emerged. Oh, mother, you should be grateful that uncle is not yet married. Otherwise, he would surely be deceived. My future aunt is a trickster. No, not an aunt. It should be future. Chao Yan propped her chin on her hand, pondering before finally settling on a term. If my future aunt is a man, Should we call him uncle instead? Oh, poor uncle. Your wife is a man. Can you believe it? Lu Wanxing was about to protest excitedly when he was silenced by Lu Ziyuan's cold glare. He immediately wilted. Lu Wanxing and Zhang Ying were equally shocked. Was their brother's girlfriend a man? This was unimaginable. However, the reality was even more astonishing. One could only say that the world was full of wonders. I never expected that in this seemingly mundane world, there could be the existence of spirits. Could what Mother told me about Pangu creating the heavens and the earth be true? The young child began to wander in thought, causing the eavesdroppers to feel anxious. Why don't you continue? Daughter, now is not the time for such tales. Speak instead of your uncle's situation. Lu Wanxing wore a look of despair, aware of his sister's intentions. Could he intervene? He wished to, but dared not. The bloodline pressure had always been unyielding. Now is not the time to ponder Pangu. Instead, we must find a way to inform Uncle that his girlfriend is not human, but a peach blossom spirit who is cultivated for 400 years. The peach blossom spirit is androgynous, capable of being either male or female. Alas, it is unfortunate for Uncle that when he encountered the spirit, it had already taken on a male form. To repay Uncle's life-saving grace, the spirit disguised itself as a woman to accompany him. During Uncle's assignment, it was thanks to the peach blossom spirit's care that he was able to evade harm. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanxing felt as though his world was shattering. Not only was his girlfriend not human, but she was also a man. Lu Ziyuan and Zhang Ying were equally taken aback. They had met Tao Yao and had accepted her as their future daughter-in-law. But who could have predicted such a twist? They could only hope their granddaughter was mistaken. Yet, the more shocking truth lay ahead. The truth is often difficult to accept. The peach blossom spirit wished to reveal the truth to Uncle, but feared he would not accept it, thus delaying until Uncle proposed. The spirit knew it had to depart. Then, on a night of dark winds, Mother? Chao Yan looked at her. What are you thinking so deeply about? Would you like to go inside and take a look? Lu Wanxing smiled gently. The others understood Lu Wanxing's intention to interrupt Chao Yan's narrative. The little one was still so young. Such matters should not be burdened upon her. Lu Wanxing blushed furiously. What kind of background did his niece have? If this were truly his future, he would rather not live. Chao Yan wore a puzzled expression. Her mother seemed rather anxious. Was there something she was unaware of? She blamed herself for becoming too absorbed in thought. Never mind. She wanted to see her mother's boudoir. I want to see. Lu Wanxing breathed a sigh of relief. His uncle's reputation was preserved. He chuckled softly. His younger brother remained unchanged, just as he had always been. Father, please carry me. You have been holding me all this way. That's nothing. This little weight is trivial. I carried you countless times when you were young. Lu Ziyuan refused. He was not tired. He cherished his granddaughter. Father, now that you have a granddaughter, do you no longer need me, your daughter? Lu Wanxing feigned jealousy. Don't be ridiculous. Lu Ziyuan laughed lightly. Wan, go ahead and open the door. Lu Wanxing nodded. She placed her hands on the intricately carved wooden door and pushed with all her strength. A familiar fragrance wafted towards her, the scent of her favorite incense, subtle yet refreshing, soothing to the spirit. As the door opened, the first sight was of antique furniture, all crafted from precious woods like red sandalwood and wangwali. Not only exquisite, but also steeped in the essence of time and cultural heritage. Moreover, the surroundings were adorned with delicate screens, embroidered partitions, and intricately carved bed curtains. Each decorative piece reflecting the woman's cultural refinement and taste while exuding an air of classical elegance. Moreover, the boudoir is adorned with exquisite artworks, such as Qinghua porcelain vases and Guqin instruments, objects that not only possess aesthetic value, but also impart a sense of tranquility when played. Upon entering the inner chamber, a meticulously crafted Qiangong bed instantly captured everyone's attention. The trinkets within Lu Wanxing's boudoir are invaluable, let alone their historical significance. Chao Jianguo remarked, Wife, you have endured hardships by following me. The three brothers exclaimed, Is this a bed? The bed is draped with intricately patterned Yunluo silk and sheer curtains surround it, enhancing its ethereal beauty. This is not merely a bed. It resembles an entire room. Lu Wanxing was astounded. How could this bed still exist? Was it not supposed to have been destroyed by that group? The bed is crafted from superior wood, each detail meticulously polished, rendering its value immeasurable. Yet, such matters are trivial. The most important aspect is that this is Nanan's bed, and it has not been mistreated. Father. Lu Wanxing's face brimmed with emotion. Her father was exceedingly kind to her, yet she felt powerless. Lu Wanfeng appeared indifferent. His sister was treasured, while he felt like mere grass. Since childhood, he had grown accustomed to this disparity. There was no need to express dissatisfaction, for his parents had never treated him poorly. Uncle, do not cry. Come here, uncle. Chao Yan reached out to Lu Wanfeng, who instinctively accepted her gesture. The little one patted Lu Wanfeng's shoulder. Uncle, do not be sad. Grandfather and grandmother love you dearly. Otherwise, they would not have left you dozens of boxes of treasures, and they have also deposited a considerable sum for you overseas. You and your mother are equally cherished by them. Lu Wanfeng acknowledged, this truly is a delightful surprise. He was well aware of his parents' affection for him. It was merely that his sister, being a girl, received a bit more love. The two were essentially the same, and he had never harbored jealousy towards her. Grandfather and grandmother also left a great deal of treasure for mother. We're going to be rich. Another day of envying father. Lu Wanxing sighed, bemused by the little one's avaricious demeanor, which seemed to echo someone else's traits. Lu Ziyuan covered his face, realizing that in a single encounter, the family's secrets had been laid bare by his granddaughter. Not a shred of mystery remained. It was truly bewildering. Chapter 83. Wealthy Grandparents. In contrast to Chao Yan's little money-mindedness, Chao Jianguo appeared increasingly restless. He had always known the disparity between himself and his wife, yet he had not anticipated it to be so vast. Chao Yan, blissfully unaware of the turmoil her heartfelt words caused her father, remained nestled in her uncle's embrace, delighting in the beauty of the courtyard. The Lu residence was vast. After touring Lu Wanxing's Tongli courtyard, Lu Ziyuan did not continue the tour, but instructed the housekeeper to prepare a feast to welcome his daughter and son-in-law's family. As for the other courtyards, there would be plenty of time for that. Indeed, the Lu residence had its own housekeeper. Even after having been downcast, Lu Ziyuan remained the proud Lu Ziyuan. He recognized that the times had changed dramatically, and the past would eventually fade away. The future was just beginning. If one were to shy away from enjoying the present out of fear of an uncertain future, that would not be the Lu Ziyuan he knew. Chao Jianguo was correct. Even without his covert oversight, the Lu family would weather the storms, and that was Lu Ziyuan's confidence. He had merely overlooked one factor, which led his precious daughter to make that choice. This was his greatest regret. Truly, she was his daughter, possessing discerning judgment. Father, why have you prepared so much food? Lu Wanxing could not help but cover her face. She understood her father's desire to assert dominance over Zhao Ge, but it was entirely unnecessary. Zhao Ge treated her wonderfully, and she had grown fond of him. Initially, she may have sought refuge, but eventually, she had genuinely fallen in love with Zhao Ge. What is wrong with preparing more food for my daughter's family when we meet our son-in-law and granddaughter for the first time? Xiaohang, Xiaoqing, Xiaoheng, eat up. Lu Ziyuan waved his hand dismissively. What more could Lu Wanxing say? As long as her father was happy. Yin, grandfather, had someone prepare food that you can eat. These dishes are too greasy, too salty for you. Lu Ziyuan hastily clarified, fearing his little granddaughter might be upset. Chao Yan puffed out her cheeks, her small mouth pouting. Grandfather, can Yin not eat these? Her round eyes brimmed with desire. She wished to indulge. She adored rich, savory dishes. The food appeared delectable, and she did not want to miss out. Did grandfather no longer like her? Faced with his granddaughter's watery gaze, Lu Ziyuan hesitated. Can you eat this? Yes. Yin can eat it. The little one nodded vigorously, fearing she might miss the chance. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Lu Ziyuan relented. Then just have a little? A little should be fine, right? Even if there's a problem, the doctor is here, so it should not be a big issue. Father, when we were young, you did not say this. Lu Wanfeng remarked with a hint of jealousy, witnessing his granddaughter's father give in so easily. Oh, not us, it was him. Sister had special exceptions when she was little too. Alas, poor me, this family is no longer suitable for me. Just eat your meal. Lu Ziyuan shot his son a look. Merely thinking about the fact that his son's partner was not a human made his head ache. In truth, his family was quite open-minded. Having a man was not a problem, but anything that was not human was a bit too much to accept. Nan, can Yan eat these? Lu Wanxing wished to avoid denying his granddaughter and could only place his hopes on his daughter. Lu Wanxing found her father's concern amusing. Perhaps this was what they termed intergenerational affection. Yan was unlike ordinary children. She could eat all of this. Grandfather, my sister is amazing. She eats even more than I do. Chao Hang gazed at Chao Yan with admiration, oblivious to any oddity in a brother idolizing his sister. Yes, my sister is incredible. She eats more than the three of us combined. Zhao Cheng chimed in quickly, eager to keep his sister pleased. To eat is a blessing. Our Yan is so impressive. Zhang Ying regarded Yan with utmost tenderness. Thereafter, Zhao Yan demonstrated just how much she could consume. Zhang Ying and Lu Wanxing were astounded. Were it not for Nanan's repeated assurances that all was well, they might have called for a doctor. Isn't this a bit too much? Burp. Yan rubbed her round little belly, contentedly burping. The food at grandfather's house is truly delicious. It is even better than what my godmother makes. Yan, does your little tummy hurt? Zhang Ying still harbored some concern. The little one had eaten enough to match the appetites of two adults, and it was only natural for her to worry. It does not hurt. I am full. Yan patted her little belly. She could still eat more, but perhaps it would startle grandfather and grandmother, so she should restrain herself a bit. She truly was a dutiful child. Really? Zhang Ying remained unconvinced. Mother, Yan has always eaten a lot. Do not worry. Lu Wanxing chuckled, recalling how she had initially shared her mother's concern. Have you never been to the hospital for a checkup? No need. Since Nanan had said so, it must be fine, and Zhang Ying ceased further inquiry. After the meal, Lu Wanxing and Zhang Ying prepared gifts for the four children. The gifts for the three boys were quite simple. A large red envelope for each. Here, this is from grandfather for you three brothers. Each of you gets a large red envelope. Buy whatever you want, and if you run out, you can ask grandfather for more. Observing the large, bulging red envelopes in grandfather's hands, the Zhao brothers hesitated to reach out. Given their size, it was likely there were at least 1,000 yuan within. They glanced at Lu Wanxing and Chao Jianguo. What they did not know was that it contained not just a few thousand yuan, but over 10,000. Lu Wanxing had prepared all new 100 yuan bills, not mere coins. Hence the stack amounted to a substantial sum. Take it. This is prepared for you by your grandfather. Lu Wanxing encouraged. And only then did the three children accept the envelopes. Thank you, grandfather. Three voices echoed in unison. All right. Lu Wanxing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. His little girl had grown so much, a reminder of their own advancing years. This is what your grandmother has prepared for you. Whether it is for your future brides or for your own children, just don't say that your grandmother favors one over the others. Zhang Ying had prepared a splendid set of jade ornaments for the three brothers, which included bracelets, necklaces, bangles, rings, and hair accessories, each piece of significant value. However, these treasures paled in comparison to what she had prepared for Chao Yan. The three brothers stood before the exquisite jewels, at a loss for how to respond. They could accept the red envelopes from their grandfather, but these jewels from their grandmother felt too extravagant for them to accept. Mother, these are your dowry. You should keep them for your future daughters-in-law. There is no need for Heng and the others to have them. I will prepare gifts for their future brides and children. Lu Wanxing refused without hesitation, knowing her mother had already prepared a considerable dowry for her. This is not for you. It is for the children, Zhang Ying insisted, thrusting the items into the hands of the children. Take them. They are from your grandmother. Mom, Lu Wanxing exclaimed, exasperated. I have plenty of jewelry here, aside from what is meant for Yan. The rest is for the three brothers. The things you hold should go to their future sisters-in-law. Their parents already favored her enough. She did not wish to create discord with her future sisters-in-law over material possessions. Future sisters-in-law? Yan cast a covert glance at her uncle. Oh dear, this uncle is a bit naive. Mother, how should I inform you of the truth? Uncle, be more aware. You're a big fool if you're counting money after being sold. Lu Wanxing felt like crying. Was his niece deliberately making things difficult for him? Now he understood that his partner was neither human nor female. He had made a mistake, and it was acceptable to change, but why was she mocking him so mercilessly? He must keep his distance from this niece. Being with her could strip him bare, and the thought alone was terrifying. While Lu Wanxing wallowed in social embarrassment, the others eagerly anticipated the gossip. Chao Yan did not disappoint, continuing her internal monologue. Honestly, that little peach blossom spirit is rather charming. If Uncle doesn't mind that she isn't human, I quite like that Uncle. Though it's said that humans and spirits walk separate paths, Yan is here to lend a hand. I wonder if Uncle would be willing. Lu Wanxing was taken aback. I'm not willing. No, you cannot. Yan, quickly see if you like the gift your grandmother has prepared for you. Lu Wanxing, concerned for her younger brother, interrupted her daughter's critical thoughts. She feared that if her daughter continued, Chao Feng would surely reach a breaking point. Yan nodded, and under everyone's expectant gaze, her chubby little hands opened the jewelry box, instantly captivated by the shimmering treasures inside. Forgetting all about her uncle's mockery, the Zhao family was left utterly astonished by Zhang Ying's generosity. Oh my goodness, upon opening the box, the room was filled with a dazzling array of jewels that nearly blinded them. The most striking was a box filled with jade. Inside were 8 pieces of jade rough, not merely uncut stones, but genuine jade material that had been properly processed. The sizes varied, some palm-sized, others fist-sized, all uniquely shaped and proportioned. Each piece was translucent and uniformly vibrant green, stunningly beautiful. Even those unfamiliar with jade could discern that each piece was worth a fortune. This box contained 8 pieces, a truly extravagant gift from their grandmother. Grandmother, you are too wonderful. Yan loves this so much, Chao Yan exclaimed, planting a kiss on Zhang Ying's cheek. To her surprise, 2 pieces of spiritual jade were hidden within. Spiritual jade is rare and precious. She never expected her grandmother to possess 2 pieces. She could use these to craft teleportation talismans, allowing her to travel instantly without the need for trains. Hee, Yan is so clever, she thought. Grandmother, I will have a surprise for you soon. When you miss Mama, you can come straight to the military district, and both you and Mama will be very happy. Zhang Ying and Lu Wanxing were far from pleased. They were almost frightened by the prospect. All right, grandmother awaits Yan's surprise. Zhang Ying smiled, encouraging her to explore the other treasures. Yan clapped her little hands and continued to open the next box. The second box contained a complete set of jade jewelry. This set was predominantly yellow-green, sparkling brilliantly under the light, delighting Chao Yan's heart. She adored this golden hue above all. Each piece was dazzling. The other boxes were filled with a variety of gemstones, rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and more, representing the utmost luxury. The emeralds and imperial greens were large, magnificent gems. The Zhao family had become numb to the extravagance. They knew the Lu family was wealthy, but they had not realized just how affluent they truly were. Mother, you have given too much. Lu Wanxing genuinely felt this way. It seemed inappropriate for a child like Yan to possess such a wealth of jewels. Zhang Ying gazed at her granddaughter, a smile flickering in her eyes. Do you like them? As you said, my little granddaughter surely enjoys shiny things. These are all top-tier jewels and collectible grade. Originally intended for her daughter, she decided to bestow them all upon her granddaughter, who clearly preferred simpler adornments. I love them. Yan cheered, for she cherished treasures above all. Thank you, grandmother. I adore you the most. As long as you are happy. Zhang Ying was elated to see her gift so well received. In addition to the jewels, there were numerous gold hairpins, crowns, and more, all adorned with gemstones, exactly what Chao Yan loved. Thank you, grandmother. You are the best. The little one was as sweet as could be, showering her with praise. Oh, grandmother is the best. What about grandfather? Lu Yuan feigned a stern expression. Yan, undeterred, turned to embrace him, her voice sweet as honey. Grandfather is the best too. Yan loves grandfather the most. So, who do you love more, grandfather or grandmother? Lu Wanxing playfully challenged her. Of course. I love both the most. Yan replied without a moment's hesitation. Lu Yuan laughed heartily. Our Yan is truly wonderful. Grandfather loves you the most as well. Since you say grandfather is the best, I cannot let you down. As he spoke, he retrieved 3 boxes from the cabinet. Open them and see. This is what grandfather prepared for you. Lu Yuan encouraged her. Thank you, grandfather. The little one was unreserved. He was her biological grandfather, and there was no need for formality. Lu Wanxing could only sigh. The 3 Zhao brothers did not feel slighted. They would gladly give their treasures to their sister, never coveting her gifts. With eager anticipation, Yan opened the first box. It was filled to the brim with pearls, each one plump and round, uniformly colored and sized. Most remarkably, these pearls were not white or pink, but exceedingly rare golden pearls. The golden pearls sparkled as if forged from gold, dazzling everyone's eyes. This is far too precious. Chao Jianguo could not help but gasp. Initially, he thought he had become desensitized to such wealth, yet he was still astonished. He knew his father-in-law was affluent, but an entire box of golden pearls left him in awe. There must be dozens inside. These were undoubtedly not state property, meaning they were likely treasures amassed by his in-laws themselves. Chapter 85. Foreseeing the future in those turbulent years. The fact that my father-in-law could conceal his possessions so adeptly indicates that his family thrived without the need for personal effort. After all, the ability to preserve such treasures showcases the formidable influence of my father-in-law. At this moment, I became acutely aware of the disparity between my wife and myself. The gap was vast, akin to the union of a wealthy heiress and a destitute youth, not to mention the significant age difference between my wife and me. Contemplating this, I found myself feeling somewhat inferior. I realized that I was unworthy of my wife and, in fact, might be hindering her from pursuing a brighter future. Lu Wanxing was always attentive to her husband, fully aware of his thoughts. "You are wonderful," she whispered. "Indeed," I replied. This was a gift from my in-laws for their granddaughter, and I had no right to demand that she decline it. Furthermore, it was evident that she adored it, which made it even more unreasonable to ask her to refuse. "I like it. Yan really likes it." "Thank you, Grandpa," exclaimed Chao Yan, her chubby little hands grasping 2 or 3 large golden pearls, her delight unrestrained. "Grandpa, Yan has a gift for you too. Norus. Let's see if you like the remaining gifts. If not, Grandpa can exchange them for you," Lu Wanxing said with a grand demeanor. Of course, only Lu Wanxing had the means to make such statements, as he indeed possessed numerous exquisite jewels. The second box contained a plethora of diamond jewelry, bracelets, rings, necklaces, earrings. Crafted in gold, silver, and pink, everything was breathtakingly beautiful. "Dad, you're biased. I don't have any of these," Lu Wanxing feigned a childish pout, competing with her daughter, which elicited hearty laughter from Lu Wanxing. "How could I forget my dear Wan? When you married in haste, I didn't have the chance to present your dowry. But I shall make amends now." "Dad, I was merely jesting." Lu Wanxing waved her hand in refusal, fearing he might take her seriously. The 4 children had received so many splendid gifts today. She could not be greedy. "Everything is for Mama," Chao Yan declared, pushing the box towards her mother without a hint of reluctance. "Really all for Mama?" Lu Wanxing asked with a smile, well aware of her daughter's fascination with shiny things. "Yes, all for Mama," Chao Yan nodded earnestly, truly willing to share. While she adored glittering objects, her affection for her beautiful mother surpassed all. "Thank you, sweetheart. But Mama doesn't need it. Let us keep it for our darling." Lu Wanxing was deeply touched, knowing her daughter spoke from the heart. "Sister, there's another box. Hurry and open it," Chao Hang suggested without sensing anything amiss, never once claiming bias from their grandparents. In his heart, he believed his sister deserved all the affection. Not only he, but Chao Hang and Chen shared the same sentiment. With everyone eagerly anticipating, Chao Yan opened the 3rd box. "Wow," she exclaimed joyfully. "Dad, you spoil Yan too much." Lu Wanxing felt a twinge of jealousy. The 3rd box was filled with various adornments for little girls, clearly newly crafted. "Dad must have prepared these since Yan was born," she mused, noting the small crown, hairpins, and phoenix coronet. Everything one could wish for. Even tiny golden marbles that were clearly meant for Yan. Chao Jianguo transitioned from initial shock to a state of numbness, only to be shocked again, then numb once more. The magnitude of today's revelations was overwhelming. He needed a moment to digest. The Lu family was wealthier than he had imagined. No longer merely affluent, but perhaps rivaling nations in riches. "Did I not spoil you as child?" Lu Wanxing chuckled. Lu Wanxing fell silent, unable to refute this. "Thank you, Grandpa. Yan absolutely adores these," she beamed. "Had I known you prepared so much for Yan, I would have brought more. Now, I seem miserly in comparison." Zhang Ying shot a glance at her husband. Chao Jianguo gasped, realizing what true extravagance meant. Lu Wanxing laughed heartily. "I did it intentionally." Now Yin Yin must be the luckiest girl with her grandpa. The luckiest with grandpa and grandma, Yin Yin replied sweetly, snuggling into Zhang Ying's embrace. Zhang Ying playfully tapped Yin Yin's nose. You little rascal, later grandma will sneak you some special treats. Let us keep it our secret. Mom, Lu Wanxing exclaimed helplessly. How much have you given Yin Yin already? My possessions are mine to share as I please. Zhang Ying held her granddaughter close. Thank you, grandma, Zhao Yin Yin replied gleefully. Grandpa and grandma are truly wealthy. Yin Yin can win effortlessly. Right now, the poorest in our family is daddy. Don't worry. Yin Yin will take care of you, Chao Jianguo responded. Then I must thank you. Indeed, he was the least affluent but still capable of supporting the family. That night, after Lu Wanxing had lulled their daughter to sleep, she took her husband to her father's study. Upon arrival, her parents and younger brother had already been waiting for a while. This night was destined to be sleepless. Can we truly hear Yin Yin's thoughts? Is what she said real? Lu Wanfeng eagerly inquired upon seeing them. The extraordinary abilities of his niece, foreseeing the future and eavesdropping on thoughts, were beyond his comprehension. Is Yin Yin's claim true? You're asking too many questions at once. How can your sister respond? Lu Ziyuan chided his son. Despite being grown, he still displayed a certain impatience, which was no wonder Yin Yin had called him foolish. In truth, he was. Lu Wanfeng looked at his sister with a pitiful expression. Lu Wanxing couldn't help but laugh. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wanxing spoke slowly. Dad, Mom, you are not mistaken. Those are indeed Yin Yin's thoughts. I could hear her thoughts from the moment she was born. So we aren't hallucinating. What we heard truly is Yin Yin's voice. Lu Ziyuan's expression grew tense. Having traveled extensively, he was aware of many extraordinary individuals in the world. But he never imagined his granddaughter would be one of them. They were privy not only to Yin Yin's thoughts, but also glimpses of the future. Her thoughts revealed so much, almost as if she could predict what was to come. Lu Wanxing nodded, continuing, Yin Yin's thoughts can foresee the future. And those who can hear her voice are not limited to our family. Only those with good intentions or great virtue can hear her. And Yin Yin possesses innate power. Ordinary individuals cannot harm her. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. That is reassuring. Your visit to Jing City is not merely to see us, is it? Lu Ziyuan spoke gravely. Lu Wanxing had no intention of concealing the military arrangements from her father, so she divulged the details. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyuan felt a genuine sense of relief. It would indeed be advantageous for Yin Yin to join the Iran department. Yin Yin is still young and lacks understanding, so you must explain the implications to her. The Iran department is not open to everyone. It comprises individuals of exceptional talent, all possessing genuine skills. If she can gain admission, the threats to Yin Yin would be significantly diminished. Father, are you familiar with the Iran department? Chao Jianguo asked in astonishment. Until now, he had been unaware of such a department's existence within the nation. Yet his father-in-law was well informed, revealing connections more extensive than he had anticipated. I know a little, Lu Ziyuan replied, and Chao Jianguo did not press further. If Yin Yin truly has the ability to foresee the future, then what she said about your partner not being human raises concerns. She has seen her son's partner, who is quite beautiful and possesses a lovely temperament. Aside from being slightly tall, she has no other flaws, and Zhang Ying is quite fond of the girl. If that girl is not human, oh no, that is not a girl but rather a man. The thought made Zhang Ying's head ache. How could her son have encountered such a situation? Mother, Yin Yin has never spoken falsehoods, and she is unaware that we can hear her thoughts. What she says must be true. Previously, a little friend heard Yin Yan's thoughts, but was unable to articulate them, as an unseen force seemed to hinder us from expressing Yin Yan's innermost words. Therefore, Xiaofeng's girlfriend is certainly not human. Lu Wanfeng felt a wave of frustration. Sister, that is not a way to speak. Lu Wanxing retorted. Did I say anything incorrect? Your girlfriend is human? Lu Wanfeng replied. While I might say my girlfriend is not human, no, that is not the case. Yin Yin mentioned that Xiaofeng's partner is not human, but rather a demon, which complicates matters. Lu Ziyuan pondered deeply. If it were merely a human, that would be manageable, but it is a demon. Humans and demons are on different paths, possessing different strengths. If mishandled, this boy may find himself in peril. Even if it were a man, they could accept it, but it is a demon. As the saying goes, those not of my kind will surely be exterminated. Folklore tells of tragic endings for human-demon romances. This matter concerning Xiao Feng must be resolved promptly. When did you save that peach blossom demon? What exactly did you do? Zhang Ying grasped the crux of the issue. I do not know. I did nothing. I have not saved anyone. Lu Wanxing exclaimed, feigning innocence. After his demotion, he had remained cautious, fearing repercussions for his parents. How could he have had the opportunity to save anyone? He had no recollection whatsoever. Lu Wanxing furrowed her brow. Yan would not be mistaken. Think carefully. Suddenly, Lu Wanfeng had a flash of insight. I know. Quickly share, Zhang Ying urged. I've read many mythological tales, filled with stories of past lives and present encounters. Could it be that in a previous life, I saved the little peach blossom demon, and now it has come to repay the kindness? Otherwise, why would I have no recollection at all? Surely it must be a good deed from a past life benefiting me now, though I find this benefit somewhat unwelcome. That is not impossible. Lu Wanxing initially felt bewildered, but then considered the possibility. Regardless, since this demon is a lifesaver, the peach blossom demon would undoubtedly not harm her younger brother. Otherwise, he could simply end the relationship amicably. Your sister is right. You should directly inform your partner that your family arranged a betrothal for you when you were young, which you have only just learned about. It is a matter dictated by your parents, and you must reluctantly part ways. Zhang Ying, having read many tales in her youth, possessed a vivid imagination. I think that is a viable option. Lu Zhiyuan concurred with his wife and daughter's suggestion. Lu Wanfeng hesitated. What? Are you reluctant? Do you wish to marry a demon, especially a male demon? Do you wish to be drained of your essence by a male demon? Lu Zhiyuan shot him a glare, wishing he could slap some sense into him. This insolent boy simply needed more discipline. Lu Wanfeng shuddered, instinctively refraining from retorting under his father's authoritative gaze. Xiao Feng, your sister is correct. You should promptly break things off with that peach blossom. You would not want to be deceived in matters of heart and body, right? Do not forget, the peach blossom is a male demon. Humans and demons are on different paths. Zhang Ying looked at her somewhat foolish son, feeling a headache coming on. Neither the Zhang nor Lu families had produced anyone quite so naive. Why was her son such a simpleton? Conversely, if that peach blossom demon had not aided him, this simpleton might have truly fallen victim to deceit. In that case, it would not merely be matters of heart and body, but rather of wealth and affections. Upon reflection, she found herself more accepting of the situation. I understand now. Lu Wanfeng hung his head, looking despondent. He had never imagined such a bizarre occurrence could happen to him. Had it not been for his ability to hear his niece's thoughts, he would surely have found it unbelievable. Does he love the peach blossom demon? Certainly, he does. If he did not love her, how could he contemplate marrying her? If the peach blossom demon had not been by his side, he feared he might not have endured. It is not merely that country folk are simple. All people are alike, regardless of their origins. He too had been deceived before, but the peach blossom demon had always forewarned or dealt with such matters in advance. Now that he understood the truth, he knew he must decisively cut off this entanglement, lest he bring harm to himself and others. The peach blossom had only deceived him, but had never harmed him. A peaceful separation would be their best resolution. Then it is settled, Lu Zhiyuan declared with finality. The following day, upon awakening, Chao Yan opened her box, delighting in the treasures within. Her joy was palpable. This is no dream. It is all real. She has truly become affluent overnight. With her grandparents being so generous, she felt compelled to reciprocate. She prepared protective jade pendants and teleportation talismans. None could be overlooked. Chapter 87. Wow, future uncle. What? Are you afraid mother will hide you away? Lu Wanxing chuckled, tapping her daughter's forehead. The little one's obsession with wealth was utterly adorable. What is mine is also mother's. I shall give everything to mother, Chao Yan declared generously. She indeed cherished these treasures. Yet compared to her mother, mother was of far greater importance. The little one's sweet words evidently had a profound effect. Lu Wanxing showered her daughter with kisses. The Lu family's breakfast was quite lavish, and Chao Yan indulged heartily, her expression one of pure enjoyment. Apart from the sparkling jewels, her greatest love was undoubtedly food. The culinary delights of the mortal realm differed vastly from those of the heavenly realm. She relished any delicious fare. Zhang Ying and Lu Yuan particularly enjoyed watching their little one eat, and they found themselves consuming more than usual. If Mo Ming Mei were present, she would likely comment on the charm of food broadcasts. After all, the popularity of such shows stemmed from a simple pleasure of watching others eat. Just as Chao Yan was relishing her meal, the butler arrived to report that the young master's partner had come to visit. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanxing nearly choked. Just last night, he resolved to end the relationship, and now the partner had appeared at his doorstep. Had he been unaware of the partner's true nature, it might have been easier. Now, he felt both reluctant and a bit fearful. Wow, future uncle. I want to see. Chao Yan's eyes sparkled as she gazed eagerly at Lu Wanxing. Lu Wanxing wore a woeful expression. There's no need for such a title. Why does uncle look so unhappy? Does uncle not like this future uncle very much? Chao Yan asked in confusion, clearly puzzled. Uncle will one day risk life and limb for this future uncle, ultimately exhausting his fortune in the quest to find him, only to end up in a tragic fate. How pitiful. Should I assist uncle? Yet, uncle seems to quite adore this future uncle. If I intervene, would I be tearing them apart? Zhang Ying and Lu Yuan remarked in unison. What a useless fellow. Lu Wanxing sighed. Poor brother. Lu Wanxing protested. I am not. I did not. You must not speak such nonsense. Chao Jianguo observed the three brothers, Chao Hang, Chao Chen, and Chao Hang, gazing at him with sympathy. Uncle is so unfortunate, akin to their own future. The four of them could form a bond. Bring him to the living room. Lu Yuan calmly spoke, seemingly unfazed by what he had just heard. Yes, the butler has gone down. Wan, you all take your time eating. I'll go take a look with your brother. Lu Yuan leisurely wiped the corners of his mouth, seemingly oblivious to his son's frantic blinking. This matter must be resolved eventually, and it would be better to address it sooner rather than later. I have finished eating as well. Chao Yan quickly polished off the food in her bowl. Tilting her little face, she smiled sweetly. Grandpa, Yin wants to go too. Yin wants to see uncle. Yin enjoys the excitement. She loves lively scenes. Lu Wanxing covered her face. My dear daughter, you have already exposed yourself. Can you tone it down a bit? Show some respect for your uncle. Truly, your uncle is on the verge of bursting. Lu Wanxing was not about to burst. He simply felt embarrassed. Of course, if his niece accompanied him, he would feel a sense of security. Come, uncle will hold you. Embracing Yin, Lu Wanxing felt an overwhelming sense of safety at that moment. With his niece around, he feared nothing. Chao Yan stared intently at Lu Wanxing, pondering. Does uncle look so happy? If he knew that Tao Yao is a demon, would he be scared to death? After all, it is said that humans are often terrified of demons. Yet uncle does not seem frightened. Perhaps he is simply unaware. Is there not a saying in the human realm that ignorance is bliss? I wonder if uncle will be afraid once he discovers that uncle is a demon. Lu Wanfeng's lips twitched. It was truly unnecessary to emphasize that Tao Yao is a demon. He had already deeply reflected upon himself, indeed. Unfortunately, his niece was unaware that they could hear her thoughts. Ah, this is truly a delightful yet vexing anomaly. I have also finished eating. Since this is Xiao Feng's significant other, as an elder sister, I must meet her. Lu Wanxing elegantly wiped her mouth. How could she miss this historic moment as an elder sister? Chao Jianguo and the three little ones followed suit, eager to join in the fun. No, they were here to help. Lu Wanxing shot them a death glare, aware of their true intentions. He marched ahead with a resolute expression. Surely, Tao Yao could not hear Yin Yan's thoughts, could she? Throughout the journey, Lu Wanxing engaged in mental preparation. However, upon seeing Tao Yao, all his preparations flew out the window. Gazing at Tao Yao before him, his heart raced. Forget breaking up. Even if someone told him that Tao Yao was a female ghost, he would not bat an eyelash. Upon seeing Tao Yao, Lu Wanxing and Chao Jianguo finally understood why Lu Wanxing had fallen so deeply in love. Tao Yao was simply too stunning, breathtakingly beautiful. And Mo Ming Mei was already exceptionally beautiful. Yet Tao Yao surpassed her, possessing a beauty that could astonish the world upon her entrance, a beauty few men could resist. The woman before them was exquisitely beautiful, like a painting, her brows and eyes like art, gentle as flowing water. Her delicate brows were soft, like a crescent moon. Her pearly teeth glimmered like shards of jade. Her skin was as smooth as cream, flawless as a mirror, seemingly tinged with a faint blush, reminiscent of a ripening peach. An elegant aura enveloped her, as if she were the essence of heaven and earth, captivating all who beheld her. Had it not been for the prior knowledge of the truth, the final outcome for her brother would not have been too surprising. Alas, beings of different realms are destined to tread separate paths, and their fates are forever intertwined, yet unattainable. A glimmer of infatuation flashed in Lu Wanxing's eyes. His fascination was not solely with Tao Yao's beauty, but also with the fervent love she bore for him. Tao Yao greeted everyone with a slight nod, her every gesture resembling a watercolor painting. I presume this is the elder sister and brother-in-law, right? Wanfeng, will you not introduce me? Tao Yao smiled, leaving everyone in awe. She was indeed a stunning peach blossom demon, beautiful enough to take one's breath away. Lu Wanfeng instinctively nodded, his voice softening considerably. Yes, this is my elder sister and brother-in-law, and these are my nephews. Sister, this is my girlfriend, Tao Yao. Miss Tao Yao, greetings. Observing her brother's uncharacteristic demeanor, Lu Wanxing could only cover her face in despair. Wanfeng's behavior clearly indicated that he was deeply infatuated. Could he truly break up? Lu Wanxing felt a wave of concern. Chao Yan, however, wore a look of surprise. This little peach blossom demon possesses a pure soul, free of blood debts. It seems she is on the path of spiritual cultivation. If uncle does not mind that she is male, it would not be impossible for them to be together. Although she may not be as beautiful as the little fox from Qingqiu, in this small world, she is indeed one of a kind. No wonder she has captivated uncle so thoroughly. Tao Yao's pupils constricted as she stared in disbelief at the little girl in her boyfriend's arms. What had she just heard? Surely, it could not be an illusion. To confirm, she offered a gentle smile to the little one. Hello, little friend. I am your uncle's girlfriend. Chapter 88. The gossip-loving little dragon cub. No, that is incorrect. I'm not a girlfriend, but a boyfriend. Chao Yan smiled softly. Before her, no creature could hide their true nature. This was one of her innate gifts. Although Yan Yan may be small, she is certainly not foolish. You cannot deceive me. Sister, you and my uncle will not have a happy ending. You like my uncle. You might as well like Yan Yan instead. I can help you elevate your cultivation. Yan can even assist you in ascending. Chao Yan gazed eagerly at Tao Yao, her eyes practically glued to her. This perfectly illustrated that looks determine everything. Lu Wanxing found it difficult to watch. The little one's obsession with appearances was growing more serious. A shadow of intrigue flickered in Tao Yao's eyes. This little girl seemed to be rather extraordinary. Lu Wanfeng thought, goodness, this little one is trying to undermine me right in front of my face. Hello, I am Yan Yan, your uncle's niece. Uncle likes me the most. Little one, you have made a mistake. I am an aunt, not an uncle. Tao Yao's expression remained unchanged, seemingly oblivious to the little one's thoughts. Silly uncle, I can only help you this far. The rest is up to you. Yan Yan harbors no ill intentions. She simply does not wish to see her uncle fall into despair. Upon hearing this, Tao Yao's expression shifted. Fall into despair? Who? Wanfeng? Absolutely not. With him around, no one could harm Wanfeng. Little did she know, her beloved Lu Wanfeng had already given up on her completely. For Lu Wanfeng was now certain that Tao Yao could hear Yan Yan's thoughts. After years of companionship, he could discern her every action and gaze, understanding exactly what she was thinking. Given this, it was time to lay everything bare. According to elder sister and brother-in-law, the fact that Tao Yao could hear Yan Yan's thoughts indicated that she bore no ill will toward Yan Yan. Furthermore, Yan Yan had stated that Tao Yao possessed a pure soul, free of karmic ties, and had never harmed anyone. It was simply that they were fated to be apart. Mom and Dad, I will take Tao Yao for a walk outside. A hint of melancholy flashed in Lu Wanfeng's eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. It was time to reach a conclusion. Lu Ziyuan nodded, go ahead. He trusted Wanfeng. Chao Yan angrily swatted away her uncle's hand, protesting his habit of pinching her cheeks. It was too much. Humph, considering you are my uncle, I shall forgive you. It seems uncle truly cherishes this peach blossom demon. I must find a way to help her rid herself of her demonic poison, allowing her to remain with uncle without endangering him. Yes, that's the plan. The little one secretly resolved to assist. From now on, the beautiful lady will be my uncle's partner. How wonderful. Lu Wanfeng was unaware of the little one's intentions. He was deeply touched by his niece's sentiments, nearly brought to tears. Yet, such emotions were unnecessary. Under the premise that Tao Yao was a demon, he remained a man. He loved Tao Yao, but lacked the courage to defy societal norms. Ultimately, they were destined for separate paths. This was the protective charm she had carved from spiritual jade, containing a trace of Yan's dragon soul seal. In the face of danger, one can automatically protect oneself. She certainly did not intend to guard against the enchanting beauty. Rather, she was merely forewarning her uncle. Tao Yao felt a sudden tension upon seeing Lingyu, her palms and feet damp with sweat. This little girl indeed possessed an extraordinary background. If he wished to be with Wanfeng, he might require the assistance of this small creature. First, he needed to resolve Wanfeng's misunderstanding towards him. Only then would there be a possibility for their relationship to continue. Wanfeng must have learned from the little girl that he was a monster, which was why she chose to converse with him privately. He had come for her, and he would not easily abandon his pursuit. If Wanfeng truly no longer loved him, or she had grown to despise him, he might concede. However, he would not accept any other reasons. The two departed the living room, one following the other, soon disappearing from sight. Chao Yan rubbed her small hands together, tiptoeing quietly towards the exit. Lu Wanxing swiftly grasped her daughter, who was preparing to flee, and asked ominously, Yan, what do you intend to do? Observing her furtive demeanor, it was evident to her mother what mischief was afoot. The little imp rolled her eyes, and her mother instantly discerned her intentions. Lu Wanxing felt exasperated. She had never seen a child so enamored with seeking excitement. Here was a little one still in her infancy, cherubic and innocent, yet she was intent on causing a ruckus. Chao Yan chuckled softly, her large eyes sparkling as she spoke without a hint of embarrassment. Grandfather's house is so vast. I did not explore it properly yesterday. I wish to take a stroll outside now. She would certainly not admit to wanting to seek out the commotion. This was a genuine tale of love between a human and a monster, rather than a mere story gleaned from the gossip of other little immortals. Her curiosity was piqued. She wondered, I wonder if Uncle Ba and Uncle have a future together. Surely they must, right? Truth be told, she found this prospective Uncle Ba quite likable. Not only was his soul pure, but he was also a breathtakingly beautiful figure. She had an affinity for beauty. Grandfather, may I? The little one gazed eagerly at Lu Ziyuan, who nodded in agreement without hesitation. Of course, why not? Grandfather will accompany you. Yay, grandfather is the best. Chao Yan cheered, gleefully climbing into her grandfather's embrace, casting a triumphant glance at her mother. Dad, why are you following her antics? Lu Wanxing covered her face in dismay. This little creature was already spoiled by everyone, and now, with additional indulgence, she would surely become unmanageable. Was she the only villain in this household, while they all played the part of the good ones? What antics? My granddaughter simply wishes to wander the garden. How is that mischief? When you used to stroll in the garden during the sweltering summer, did I not accompany you and indulge you? Why is it that Yan cannot do the same? Is there a rule that forbids it, coming from you as her mother? Lu Ziyuan nearly puffed up with indignation. No, Dad, could you please reason with me? Lu Wanxing sighed in resignation. Fine, I shall take my granddaughter out. Lu Ziyuan carried the little one away, leaving the others with expressions of helplessness. What could Lu Wanxing do but yield? Educating her daughter was a monumental task. In this entire household, she was the sole guardian of discipline. The others questioned her certainty.